I'm going to be honest here. If you have a small business and you want to keep your business small, this video isn't going to be for you. This video is for you if you truly want to grow a big business, if you want to go to 7, 8 figures and beyond. And if you want to do so, you need to use these 10 tactical methods that we use within our businesses, within our client businesses, to be able to grow them. Now, if you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani. I'm the founder of Guided Growth. We've achieved over 30 million in new sales revenue for our clients within the last year. And I'm going to give you all the tactics that we've developed for free within this video. I've spent well over $100,000, pounds, in just finding the right information. And I'm going to compress it into one video for you on the metrics that you need to measure to see client success. So let's get into the video. Right, let's get straight to it. The first thing that you need to be measuring is your NPS score. So let's put it. So it's the Net Promoter Score. How do we measure NPS within your business? Well, normally when you send it out to your customers, you're going to be measuring it on a scale of 1 to 10. Now, if I break down the NPS score with you, the NPS score is made up of detractors, so people towards the bottom part of the scoring system, and people at the top part, the promoters. Who do you send your NPS score to? Well, you send your NPS survey to all of your clients. Now, I hear it time and time again where clients have come in and started with us and we ask them, what's your Net Promoter Score? Do you do a customer service feedback? Have you sent anything to your clients? They'll say, no, our customers love us. Most business owners always think their customers love them. And when you look at the data and you think, are customers renewing? No. Are customers buying your back-end offer? No. Are customers staying with you on your offer back-to-back, buying again and again? No. And you think that your product is still incredible. It's a common misconception because we can't look at ourselves and think we're doing a bad job. We don't ever think like that. We don't commonly think we're doing enough. We always believe that we're going above and beyond because when especially in the early stages, when you're the one fulfilling the clients, you feel the effort that you're putting in and you think, I'm doing enough, I'm going above and beyond for them. The actual hours that I've put in, the text that you've done for them, the additional Slack messages, the additional calls that they wasn't even offered, but you did it for them. So you feel as though you've done more than enough for them. A lot of the times when we do an NPS score with a business owner and we send it out to their clients, it can come out lower than they thought. And it's great feedback. It's actually crushing feedback as a business owner when you find that people are actually not as happy as you thought they were. It does hurt your ego. But the number one thing that you have to remember is these are all metrics to be able to improve. Your NPS score, how you would actually work it out would be, so you send out an email to your customers and ask, how likely are you to recommend us out of 10? If they was to select somewhere within this region, they're going to be detractors. People who aren't really going to be promoting you, they're not the happiest, and there's a reason for that. And if they're voting 8, 9 or 10, then they're your promoters. You also have your neutral guys right in the middle who are just not really happy or sad. A lot of the times if they don't have something to rave about, I often think that's negative. And a quick equation that you can work out, like an example, is if 50% of people voted as a promoter, so within this area here, and they're between the 9 and 10 region, and then 10% put themselves as a detractor, so they voted around this area, and then the other 40% of people, excuse me, I don't really write with my left hand, put themselves right in the neutral position, your NPS score here would then equal 40. And it would equal 40 because it's the 10% of detractors minus the 50% of promoters. And that's how you would work out your NPS score. Your NPS score truly allows you to work out, would your customers actually promote you? And if they would promote you, you know that you can later get referrals, and this is something that we'll cover later in the video, but you want to be able to get referrals in your business, and you're only going to be able to get referrals in your business. Remember, referrals in your business have no acquisition cost. You're able to get them for absolutely free. Some of our clients have acquisition cost of $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 in pounds, and you can avoid that entire cost simply by a referral. And you're able to make more sales within your business just by working on your NPS. And how would you get to 50 over the next quarter? Well, you would call all of your detractors and ask them. So you put down that you were between like 5 or 6 that you were promoting us, and we want to know what else could we do to really support you. We really want to be better. You genuinely come across on that call as if you want to improve. And if you invite them and you'll say to that customer, I truly want you to be honest so we can improve and we can be better, not only for you, but for the next customer. You're gonna find a trend. Now, if you have, let's say, 10 customers or 100 customers, and you're calling a section of them, there's gonna be a trend. A lot of the times, there's a trend. It might be your fulfillment, it might have been the onboarding, it might be the way you're doing a certain part of the service, a certain part of your delivery for them. As soon as you find out what is missing, then you can plug that in, and then for the next batch of customers, you're gonna find that they ascend up, that they promote, that they then promote you to others, that they then buy your back-end offers. And that only happens if you do the NPS score. And I see a positive correlation between businesses that do the NPS score, that are continuously improving, compared to businesses that don't even measure it at all, because they don't tend to improve and they keep that same lack of fulfillment year on year, and they never seem to improve and never seem to grow. And that's the main thing that you need to be able to measure, NPS score. So just to round it up, so your NPS score is to be asked to your customers to how likely they are to recommend you to others. And out of the 10, you have your detractors, you have your promoters, and then you have people who are just passives in the middle. And you'll send out the scores, you'll do the equation where you measure out the promoters minus the detractors to give you your NPS score. Your NPS score will clearly identify what is missing, what your current stats are, and then allow you to improve. Tactical metric number 2 to make you 7 and 8 figures. Right, let's go into it. This one is called time to value. Right, so I'm gonna give you a bit of a story with this one. So time to value. Now, I used to be an online coach. I used to be a personal trainer for many years in my early 20s. So this is when I used to work at gyms on the side. I used to have so many side hustles. Honestly, there's no reason to have that many side hustles. The amount I used to, selling protein tubs, selling online coaching plans. But I realized every time I would have an online client and I would get them, let's say, to weigh in, they're 200 pounds, 90 kilos on day one. That's their weigh-in on this, their check-in. If I drop their calories by 500 and on the first check-in, they've dropped 1.5 kilos or 2 kilos, they're immediately way more bought into the program. I know you science haters are gonna say, it should only be 200-300 calories so it's sustainable. Yes, that's right. But for someone who's been overweight for a long time, sustainable results don't really inspire them to keep going in the program. The first thing that I could really do was get them to buy into the program within the first week by giving them a really quick result. So by dropping their calories by 500, they would instantly lose 2 kilos. And now when they're checking at 88 kilos, you know what they would message me in the first 7 days? This is incredible. I knew I've made the right decision. I'm gonna refer my friends. They would say all this crazy good stuff to me straight after the first check-in, simply because strategically, I dropped their calories sooner. Now, in business, what do? Within our business now, for our sales, within the first 7 to 10 days of our client onboarding, we try to get them a quick win. We'll look at their business, we look at their metrics, we look at their sales, and we look at their sales manager, their salespeople, wherever their team is at, whether it's 1 salesperson or 25 salespeople, what we will do is we will identify what quick win does this business have. We have a few quick wins that we use with different businesses, depending on their size, if they're under 3 million, over 3 million, and we'll give that plugin straight away to the founder or the sales manager. As soon as we give that, within the first 7 days, customers will instantly tell us, wow, we're so happy that we invested. This was so good. And that's when we'll ask for a referral. We will sometimes ask for a testimonial after 5 or 6 weeks, not right at the end. We might do a success interview at the end, but we'll get the time to value done very early. So the time to value, it's how fast that you can get them a result. So I call it the speed to result. Now, you're not going to get them to their complete result straight away, but you're going to be able to get them a quick win. And when someone's invested between $3, $5, $10, $15,000 in pounds with you, and you get them a quick win within the first 7 to 10 days, they're going to be even more inclined and even more bought in on the program. The same way those weight loss clients were years ago for me. So time to value is an incredibly important metric. And if you get your time to value right, your ascension, your back-end offer will be even greater. You'll be able to get even more buy-in on a bigger package later. For example, if you're selling a 10K package now, and it's your 90-day plan for your 10K package, and you get them a win that gives them a few thousand, a few £100, gets their first funnel live, gets their first ad live, whatever it is, within the first 7 to 10 days, Even up to 21 days, we would consider a good time to value. And then we would simply have an offer waiting for them after they got that result. And we'd say, we can do this with you for the next 6 months, double the price, 20K, for double the time. And what you've done now is you've got that customer who's worth 10K to now be worth 30K, because you've sold them something even bigger on the back end, simply because you were strategic with your time to value. Now, some really good tips with time to value. We actually measure with our businesses how fast you get the time to value. So we count the amount of days. So we'll have a metric that we say, what result do we want the client to get? Let's say it's an ad agency, and the time to value is we want to get their first ad live within the first 21, 22, 23 days. Now, with a lot of ad agencies, they have to get their avatar right, get their niche, get their script. They have to do so many things. If we can compress and use all the right tools and tactics and AI and the staff and the operations so streamlined that the customer gets their ad live within the first 21 days, they're gonna get a result even quicker. And now compare that to a lot of other ad agencies that will spend 6 to 8 weeks, eventually when the customer eventually gets around to replying back, making the creatives, making the script, and eventually gets the ad live, then it's like, it's already been 2 months and I've not made any money. I'm less inclined to even spend money on my ads. I'm less inclined to believe in your product, even though you did nothing wrong, even though the customer might have been the slow one. But it's your job as a business to get them the result as quickly as possible. So this involves 2 parts. You have that metric, you have that initial number of how many days, but you also have an entire system built behind your time to value, how fast you can get them in. Another example that we use for some of our businesses is we have a coach who has a personal training business who helps other personal trainers build their business, which is something that I did years ago. Now, what we get him to do is we get him to launch out an offer. We onboard the clients, and then we get them to launch out an offer to their audience within the first 7 days. And this is just an offer to make a Facebook post, an Instagram post, or something in their story where they would say, I'm looking for a client for XYZ weeks to give this result, and you'll get a discount if you work with me for a testimonial. And we'll write out this specific post for their clients within the first 7 days, and they'll get some clients in. They'll get a couple of clients in. And by them doing that, they believe in their system even more. Because as a personal trainer, they just bought into this business mentorship, and now they've got a win within the first 7 to 21 days, and they're instantly even more bought in, instantly even more likely to refer. That's time to value. Metric number 3, which is actually linked to time to value, is how fast that you actually get your testimonials. So what I like to call it is you are actually getting your testimonials. Oh, I butchered that, but it says testimonials. Now, with your testimonials, we want every client to give you a testimonial. Credibility is one of the most important things online. Within this video, you're only watching this video because in the intro, I spoke about all the things that we did for our clients. And now we have a plethora of the amount of testimonials that we've got from our clients that are giving us positive reviews. Without that data being there, without that proof being there, a lot of the times business owners will not actually invest in you, because the internet, it's like such a spicy place. There's so much bullshit around. It's usually the people that have the most amount of credibility that will get the win. Like a great example is Alex Hormozi. 2 or 3 years ago, he had hardly any audience, but he went on stage and said, I've just made 100 million in sales. By him saying that, his credibility was extremely high. So his audience just built so much quicker because he started with so much more credibility. So the more credibility that you have will allow you to grow an even bigger business. And one great way to get credibility is with your testimonials. So what I do with testimonials, I use a few different tactics. So what I would do is I know when to ask, okay? And I know what to ask. And then the second one is success interviews that I would class as a separate type of testimonial, but it still goes in as a testimonial credible piece. Now I'll cover these 3 things with you. So when do you ask for a testimonial? Well, the best time to ask for a testimonial is when your client feels as though they've just got a result with you. If you think about the psychology of any human, we have our core chemicals in our brain: dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. The quicker you can get someone to feel these chemicals, and the quicker you can get someone to feel these emotions, the better and the more belief that they're gonna have. Now, if I get my client a win, get them a dopamine hit, within the first 7, 10, 30 days. What's going to happen? They're going to message your Slack channel, they're going to message your WhatsApp and say, I absolutely love this, I'm so happy, thank you, I really appreciate this. Their dopamine is at their highest. That's when I'll ask for the testimonial. So I will ask for the testimonial when the dopamine is at the highest for the client. And by asking at that stage, the belief, the voice, the way they will even speak in that testimonial will be completely different. I'm going to give you an example. If you ask one of your clients to give you a testimonial, now if you're a business owner, you've done that before, you've messaged someone and they've taken a day, they've taken 7 days, they've taken 2 months, they said they will get it to you, but they never did. And then you blame them, you look at them and think, where's that testimonial? Why have they not sent it yet? You know what the truth is? You didn't ask at the right time. By you simply asking at the right time, you would have got that testimonial and it would have sounded completely different. I actually have a lesson where I did a call for a friend. I didn't charge her, this is around 3 years ago. And she was struggling with the business and I said, I'll help you, I'll do an hour call and I'll go over everything for your business. Can you do me a testimonial after? She said, great. I did that 1 hour call with her. During that call, she was busy, she got distracted and I said, no worries, we'll sort the testimonial later, don't worry about it. 2 months later, I asked her for a testimonial. And do you know what she did? Like a complete drip, looked at the camera and went, yeah, worked with us, man. It was really good. We had a call a while back and we got some good wins. She was trying to remember all the things that we went over because I didn't really clarify the journey. So when she messaged back, I actually knew her well enough to change that into a success interview. And I'll go over how to do the success interview and how I actually changed it later in just a few points. But when to ask is when the client actually gets a win and feels their best from your service. What to ask? There's a few different methods here. There's an entire journey. There's one from Russell Brunson, which is called the Epiphany Bridge. There's a few different methods that you can use. But the one that I love is where you can simply ask, so why did you decide to work with me? What was holding you back? Would you recommend it to others? And what's the biggest win that you've seen? By asking those structured questions within the testimonial, for the listener, it's going to sound like it's going to completely convince them because they're going to hear someone say, I was struggling with this thing. The listener's going to think, yes, I'm struggling with that too. They're going to say, this is what was stopping me. The listener, yes, that's what was stopping me. And this is what I got. That's what I want to achieve. And by the viewer listening to it in a way which is going to break it into them, that this is the right thing for them, going over their pain point, going over their apprehensions, going over what their goal is within one testimonial, because you structure the questions within that specific way, you're going to get way more killer testimonials. And now for the last one, for the last section of testimonials, we've got success interviews. Success interviews is simply a conversation between you and your client talking about their success. But it's over a Zoom call, you can see both of you, or you can do it in person if they can come down and see you, and you'll simply be able to ask them those questions. So what's the main thing that you did, that our program did for you to get you successful? How did our program work for you? And you'll structure all the questions. It's similar to the testimonial questions, but you're able to go even deeper. You can make this between 10 to 15 minutes. I have seen some people that make it around a 30-minute and also build a lot of rapport in there. But I like these when they're like 10 minutes because then they can get posted on YouTube, they can get posted within your landing pages at the bottom. And these are incredible videos to be able to go over like the actual success that your client has seen and you actually talking and them having a real conversation with you. It seems way more authentic because you can hardly ever fake that. It's hard to fake that. A written testimonial, it can be faked, but the absolute best is probably them going on stage and speaking, saying, this is what this person did for me, this is how much I love it. That's the absolute best, but what could be closer to that? Well, it's a success interview where you're both sat on a Zoom call or in person, and the other person is just raving all about how successful they are because they worked with your program or your business. The fourth metric that you need to be measuring is review count. Most people never actually measure their review count. So I'm going to explain why it's so important to actually measure the review count. Now, the review count is the amount of people that have left a positive review for your business. It could be on Trustpilot, it could be on Google. This could be for a myriad of different businesses, but I'm going to refer to it specifically for the online info space. Now, the review count, I look at it as a ratio between the total clients you had to the total people that have left reviews. So what I would do here would be total clients Oh my gosh, as you know, the handwriting is not the best. Total reviews. Okay, now what I will do is I want to hit 85% of people who have been total clients compared to the people that I've left total reviews. And 85% is my metric that I've set for our business owners. The reason why we set 85% is if we take on 100 clients over the next, let's say 2-3 months or however many you're on board, and 30 of them have left you reviews, you're either not got the process or you're not giving a good service. It's one or the other. And I simply know something is missing. By being able to see the total review count from total clients, it has to be 85%. I'm gonna give you an example. When I had a business offer where I was selling to personal trainers, helping them with their online business. Now, for a lot of 2022, a bit of 2023, this was what I was working on, the main chunk of my time. For a lot of 2023, actually, the main thing was like online businesses, and towards the back end of 2023, I started working with a lot more bigger businesses that were within that space. But in the early stage, especially right at the end of 2022, early 2023, I was helping a lot of beginner personal trainers take their business online. And these were just leaving the gym floor. Because I came from that gym background, I knew that personal trainer model. I knew I could help them with the online, and I could bridge that gap for them. And I was helping them with their business. And I would always ask for a referral, probably 3-4 months later after they finished, just because I wasn't collecting referrals. I was building my business online on Instagram. I didn't have a big following, but I was getting a lot of leads through just from outbound DMs. Just the basic tactics really worked for me. We were just not even running ads. And I got caught up in just getting more clients all the time. All I was thinking about was getting more clients, and I would never think about the reviews. I don't know what it was. Every time I would finish with a client, not many were sending up because they were beginner personal trainers, and the deal was, I'm gonna get you to 5K. I didn't even have a back end at the time. Towards the later part of 2023, I did have a back end, and then we had around 58% of them actually ascend up to the back end. But total clients, we had like, when I counted up, it was like 35 or 40% of people actually got up there and actually gave us a review, simply because we weren't asking. All we did was just ask. By August 2023, in the last part of the year, we just asked, can you give us a review? And do you know what happened? 90% of people gave a review within the first day. And then at some point, 100% of people would give the review. Some people were a bit slower, some people took a bit longer. But that testimonial, that review, that written review, you can do it on Trustpilot, you can do it on Google Reviews. However you're going to do it, you simply just need to ask for it for the first thing, and then be able to just have that link ready and to have that in the instruction. And sometimes it's worth actually tying that into a reward. And how I'd actually tie it into a reward would be early on when they sign up with me, and let's say they've negotiated some sort of discount, 5% off to start. I will say, I'm happy to do that if you can do me a positive review within the next few weeks or within the next few days. And they'll say, yeah, if I'm happy with everything, if everything's going well, I'll do that. A lot of the times we'll shake the deal, and they then are expecting me to send them something for a positive review. I love putting that out very early on. And also a side note for sales, I only ever give a discount when I get something in return. So if I'm selling something for 5K and a client asks, can you do it for 4,500? Commonly, I will always say, well, I could do it for more. But the second thing, if it's truly coming down to negotiating, I will actually say, I'll do it for 4,500 if you can do this for me. Psychologically, by doing that, you've not devalued what you're doing. Because if you just give a discount without asking for something back in return, you're going to find that they devalue because now you've got a discount. And also, when they tell somebody else that they got a discount from you and someone they refer wants that same price, you're able to say, well, they did something for me. That's why they got that price. So you have to be able to say why they got that discount, and it gives you a reason for that, and also doesn't devalue you. So it's always good to do it that way. That is review count. So that is your fourth metric for review count, and now we're on to your fifth. The fifth is most people's favorite, which I mentioned early on in the video, which is referrals. Now, with referrals, you need to be aiming for at least 10% of your clients to refer. That is an awful circle. 10% of your clients should be getting referred into your business every month from your total client base. So if you have 100 clients, you should be getting 10 referrals every month. Referrals are the bread and butter for growth. Now, we work with so many business owners and the acquisition is heavily driven on ads, IG, YouTube, partnerships. Now, if that's where you're getting a lot of your leads from, what happens if that channel gets shut down? If there's an issue, if the algorithm changes, if your content doesn't strike well anymore, if your ads don't convert, there's an issue, your ad account goes down, something happens and you've not got this backup. Referrals gives you the absolute baseline of there's still acquisition happening without us spending money in marketing. Referrals allows you to know that there's still acquisition happening within your business without you spending thousands on marketing. By you aiming for 10%, a lot of the times your business will have, let's say, 5% of people leave. Let's say you have a churn rate of 5%. And now, if you've heard the term around negative churn, which is if all of your social media, if all of your content, if all of it stopped working and you only had your current clients to focus on, and you had 5% churn rate every single month, your business would decline and it would stop growing. It would cease to exist within the next 3, 6, 12 months. By having a good referral system within your business, if you had 20 clients and you had 2 new referrals every month, and then one was churning out every single month, your business still grows because there's a point where you get to 30 and then you're getting 3 referrals compared to 1, 1.5, or 2 people leaving that month. But this system allows you to continue to grow your business without any acquisition channels, simply by having referrals. Also, referrals are so heavily linked to your NPS score and how you're actually doing within the business. Now in point 1, I spoke heavily on the NPS. NPS is your net promoter score. We can see a clear correlation of people that put 9 and 10 on the promoter score and then refer you people, because we know those people have said to us they're likely to promote us, and we know those are the people that we should be asking for referrals. And the best time to ask for referrals is actually the same time where we covered earlier on with the testimonials, when they get that dopamine hit and they've got that big win. That's also a great time to ask for referrals. And this is my script on how I ask for referrals. I absolutely love working with you. It's been a pleasure, and I'm excited to continue to get you more wins in the future. If you have any friends who are just like you, who also want to get these types of results and have that same attitude that you do, please refer them. And if you do refer them within the next month, we will give you X. So I make sure that we want more people just like them, so they feel comfortable to refer their friends. And then I'll also put a timestamp on it where I'll say, if you do it by the end of this month, I will give you this. A lot of the times, let's say your acquisition cost is $1,500, I might give out $500, $750, $1,000 for a new client, because it's still less than my current. And the studies show that if someone was to refer you one client, they're far more likely to refer you another, because it's that personality trait of just being someone who was to refer. We tend to find the people who refer are the ones who refer even more. So you got to find those people within your clients, those people who are likely to refer, treat them well, pay them well, give them a great referral fee, and look after their friends when they bring them in. And you're going to find that they're going to keep referring people to you. I have a friend who worked with a business owner. He was his first client, and this friend is known to be a great referrer. He's known to actually refer a lot of people to a business. He referred 28 people to this business owner, and that business owner was able to build now a 7-figure business off the back of those referrals very early on, because he acquired 28 high-ticket clients, 2K plus clients, within the first 2 or 3 months. Now, you're able to do that when you have a killer product and service, but also you understand how and when to ask. So that covers referrals. The next thing, which is something that I actually mentioned in the video, is upsell percentage. Upsell percentage is the amount of people that get ascended into the backend program. Now, a great metric that we have in our current business is 50% of our current clients get ascended up into our higher ticket program, into our bigger back-end offer. Simply because when you fix one problem, you then create another problem. We fix the problem of sales, but then commonly we'll create a new problem of operations, because the business is now far bigger, they're making more money. So then they need some help with maybe their project management system or operations or leadership, and we can help that with them. So that's the metric that I'll be aiming for, 50%. Your upsell percentage is, if you was to have 100 customers, 50 of them was to ascend up to a back-end offer, your upsell percentage is 50%. Now, if you remember point number 2 where I refer to time to value, your time to value stat is linked to your upsell percentage, because if you have a great time to value, let's say the first 14 to 21 days, you're more likely to have a higher upsell. Now you tend to find how all these metrics actually correlate together, and actually when one piece is good, the other piece starts to fit. And this is why building a 7-8 figure business is not easy. You have to be able to find all these metrics and to be able to work out operationally how to actually fix all these little holes that you've got in your business to be able to get all these metrics to work together. Because when they do work together in unison, your business just works incredibly, because your time to value, which we covered in point 2, all the way to this point here, which is your upsell percentage. If someone's just got a quick win from your business, they're way more likely to just ascend up, because you've already showed them that your product and service works. You showed them that you gave us some money, you trusted us, and we did a great job with you. So now what would happen if you give us more money? And that more money is 30K. Let's say it's a 15K offer for 30 days. It might be 30K for 6 months. And you double the time, double the price. That's my number 1 rule with a lot of the times with upsells. If you create an upsell that's very complex, it's very hard to scale it. Most of our 7-figure businesses have that core offer already nailed, but then they don't have a process of when to actually activate that upsell call. What we actually do with our account managers and customer success managers, we'll actually have a call activation point when the customer hits a certain metric, time to value, or they make a certain amount of revenue, or they get a certain amount of close ratio. We'll trigger that call happening, and we'll say the call's all about helping them, giving them additional one-to-one support, and we'll mention what else is coming in the future. What business owners do wrong in this area is they will have a 90-day program and they'll wait until day 88, day 89, day 90 to be able to offer that upsell. And you know what will happen? The excitement's gone, the pain's gone. I don't need it as much anymore, so I'm way more likely to say no. Now, if you have an upsell percentage of even 40%, I think that's good, that's okay, because you can build a killer business. 50% is great. I've seen some businesses with 60% or even higher, because they just have a great way of actually treating their clients and getting them all the wins. You know you have a good service and a good product. You have an offer that's validated. You have a great system when people ascend up. If they're not buying more from you, there's something stopping them. And that a lot of the times it's what you're providing them. So if you provide someone logically enough value, they're gonna buy again. If you go to a restaurant and have an incredible meal, are you not gonna go there again? Have you ever gone to a restaurant, absolutely loved the food that was local to you, and then thought, I'm never gonna go there again? No. If you love the food, you go again. Similarly, within the high ticket space, if you love what they've offered you and they're giving you a lot of value and they're giving you a lot of win, you're gonna then ascend up to the next package. So that's exactly what the metric is all about. Your upsell percentage needs to be at 50%. An upsell percentage is incredibly linked to your back-end revenue. So this, I won't really measure as a metric, back-end revenue. Now, what I'll do here with this back-end revenue will be where that's supposed to be £1. If you're American, we can put you $1. There you go, one or the other. Funny dollar, funny pound, but my writing's never the best. I'm still not shy from actually writing it, because I actually used to hate writing on boards and pens because I used to feel judged. But now it's all about getting the knowledge out. It doesn't look the best, but you get the point. Now, your back-end revenue, you want to be as high as possible. We want to be as high as we can possibly get it. In the beginning, you just have your core offer and that upsell. You also want to be looking at, is there any other opportunities? A lot of the times, business owners will fall to this too early. Like within our business right now, we only actually have 2 packages. We have our core offer, then we have a back-end offer. We don't even have anything else. Of course, I've done consult calls, I've done anything like just helping a business owner. But the main thing I actually sell is just one product, one service with one back-end offer. Back-end revenue, you have to be able to measure. And I want back-end revenue to be as high as our front-end revenue. So how I'd write that would be front-end revenue compared to back-end revenue. I actually want it to be equal to each other. I want it to be the exact same. So if on the front-end revenue side, you're taking in 200K, I want your back-end revenue to be another 200K. The reason why is I know if you did the last metric right, 50% ascending up to double the time, double the money, you're gonna equal out to these results. So if you sold out 100K, 10K to 10 people, that's 100K. Then 5 of them bought the 20K offer, which was double the time, double the price. That's 100K. Double, which is front-end revenue, back-end revenue. I want it to be equal. And that's where you're able to truly grow your business, because what will happen would be your LTV per client, it goes up so much higher. It doubles, it triples, it goes up because you have that revenue. Because if you have a 10K product and you've sold it for 10K, then the back end is 20K. You've now got 30K from that one customer, so you've tripled it when it was originally 10K. And this is why structuring every part of these metrics very intelligently within your business, when you plug them in, you will make a lot more money, and it doubles your business. Because if all you do is just sell more stuff to your current customers without acquiring any new customers, you make so much more money. We're so busy a lot of the times chasing new leads, chasing new customers. Remember that we work in sales. Our main skill is actually the front-end sales revenue. But recently we've put a lot of modules, a lot of training, a lot of systems in place to help business owners with that back-end upsell. And that back-end upsell is such a unique way to double a business. We'll commonly onboard a business, let's say they're making £2 million, $2 million a year, and they have 2 or 3 sales reps, 2 or 3 setters, and we look at their back-end revenue, and they instantly have hardly any back-end revenue. If we just tweak 1 or 2 things, we'll get them to 3 or 4 million very easily, very quick, simply because we just added in that process for them. And so many times it could be as simple as giving your customer success managers a small commission for us sending people up. So if your customer success manager has just taken on a client that your closer just got paid for, let's say $1,000 commission, and let's say it was a 15K package. Now, if they go up to a 30K package and you can give that customer success manager 5% of that, $1,500 or £1,500, imagine how much more likely your customer success manager is to be able to get them successful. And this is why the greater you can create opportunities of earning more within your business, the more successful you will be. If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others. And this is why you have to pay others more and more, because the more you pay them, the more opportunity you create for them, the more your business will grow, because then you end up with a lot of A players and superstars within your business. Okay, we're on the last few. We're on number 8. So this is something that we want to actually decrease. So it's actually refunds and chargebacks. Okay, everyone hates talking about this topic because no one likes refunds. Of course no one does. You just made the money, you did all that acquisition, you spent all that effort, and now people want a refund. One big win that we found that massively reduces refunds for our business and for our clients is the handoff. And we call it the golden handoff. So what we'll do is the sales call is here. So this is a sales call. It's just been closed. The onboarding call is here. This is what happens with most businesses. There's a sales call, there's an onboarding call. This here, could be a lot of buyer's remorse in between that. Buyer's remorse is when someone changes their mind after they pay a lot of money, they feel nervous, they don't think it was the right decision, and it happens a lot of the times. In some businesses, we've seen it happen to almost 5% of their sales. So buyer's remorse within this journey, what do we do? How do we stop it? Well, we add in a few new activation points within this golden path. So how we stop buyer's remorse, as soon as the sales call is done, we'll take a screenshot of the Zoom call. We'll say to the person on the phone, on the sales call, do you want to smile, cheese? We'll welcome you into the group, and you'll both take a picture together. So we'll take a screenshot pic. That's one thing that we'll do. And then what we'll do is we will give a roundup where we have a template, which we'll actually be adding this roundup template into our community. So if you look below in the description, you see access to our community, which is our free school group. Join, it's called Guided Growth. I host a monthly call in there, and there's a bunch of free courses in there to learn sales, tactics, meetings, and you can see that below. But within our roundup, what we would do is we would get the closer to give a roundup of that client, everything that they're going to be experiencing, why they actually joined, what's their biggest pain point, what's the main thing that they need help with, everything that was discussed in that conversation. Because a lot of the times, this could be an intimate conversation. Someone's really opened themselves up. They've spoke about how much they need help. So what we will do will be, we will take that screenshot and we'll take that roundup. We'll post a screenshot within the group chat. Let's say it's a school community, we'll post it in there. Let's say it's a Slack community, WhatsApp. We'll post it in there saying, welcome, new client. This is what they're looking for. It's a great way for them to start mingling or to say hello, get them involved in that network straight away, stopping buyer's remorse them getting to meet other people within the community very quick. The next thing is the roundup, where we'll send that roundup to the success team, to the account managers, and what they will do with that information will be they will send out a message within their channel to that person. So let's say it's a Slack channel. We'll have a Slack channel for our clients. When we get that roundup message to the customer success team from the closer, the customer success team will make that Slack channel with the client, add the client in. Instantly, as soon as the client lands in there, all the account managers, all the people from the team that are in that group that are going to be connecting with that client, we're all going to celebrate that they've just joined the group. So we're going to say, so incredible to have you here, really excited to help you with X thing that they might have mentioned on the sales call, which truly makes them feel heard. We'll say, it's so good to have you here. We'll send out a bunch of balloons in a GIF. We'll make them truly feel welcome before the onboarding call. Now, let's say the onboarding call is 3 days later, and this message happens straight away within that timeline. Buyer's remorse has massively been reduced because they've just got a warm welcome. They've got access to all of your resources. They've just had introduced to your community. So many things have happened so quickly. They're going to feel like, I'm in this now. This is professional. They're doing things right. If you get the onboarding done right, onboarding done wrong is just thinking about the onboarding call. Onboarding done right is where you think about all the little things before the call, how fast you can get them in. And that's massively going to reduce refunds and chargebacks. And just to go back for a second, I didn't actually explain refunds and chargebacks. You get people that recall a payment from Stripe. You get people that ask for refunds. They might even ask you, or they might ask their bank. They might even fill out an indemnity form where they go to the bank directly and say they were wrongfully sold something and get a refund. And if you don't have those screenshots and don't have that communication there, that they bought something and don't have a contract signed, you will a lot of the times get that. So make sure you have a lot of those things signed, sealed, and delivered, so you can actually not get so many refunds and chargebacks. Because honestly, getting a lot of refunds is chaotic for a business. It's so much operational headache. It's truly one of the things that hurts salespeople, because when a salesperson closes a deal and they count their commission in the head, they've gone home and counted their money. They're like, I know I'm going to get that next month now. And then they get told it refunded. It hurts them, it demoralizes them, it hurts their performance. And if it happens once, okay, fine, it's happened one time. If this is happening to one or two closers regularly, you're gonna find that closers, their performance dips massively. So you have to stay on top of that, not only for your business's revenue, but also for the mindset for the salespeople. Because if the refunds and chargebacks are happening a lot, it will truly hurt them. And now number 9 and 10 are actually not to do with customers, but more to do with the team. So if I just go over number 9 with you first. Number 9 of important metrics that you need to measure for your team are team churn. That's the C. So team churn, this is the amount of people that are coming and going through your business every single month. Now, if I put in an order, who is less likely to leave in a business? You have your C-suite that are less likely to leave. Then you have your middle managers. Then you have your frontline staff, like salespeople as well. Setters, sales, setters, VA. These people are way more likely to leave. So in a normal business, you'd tend to have C-suite that stay there for years, sometimes 2 to 5 years. Middle managers could stay there for a year to 2 years. Salespeople, a lot of the times, you might go through 10, 15 salespeople within your business within a single year, because it's such a churn rate of staff. The more responsibility and pay, it involves more stability for that person. So they're more likely to just stay in that one role. And also it's about the culture and the environment and the leadership that you have within your business. But if your churn rate for staff is high, every single time you onboard a staff, it costs you money because there's a delay in productivity. Someone is now training them. You can automate as much training as you want, but someone is to oversee that training and go through it with them. So no matter how much you do, it will completely hurt your business if you're going through staff. We have, like in sales, you will probably go through a lot of salespeople to find your core team. Like if you're a company that you can handle around 8 salespeople, you're probably going to go through 20, 30 salespeople to find your core team of 8. And then when you have your core team of 8, you'll get your top performer, you'll get your guy who's doing okay, chasing that top performer every month. You'll have a stack of people that are just your 7 and 8s and just doing okay. Then you have your 1 or 2 people that are just there. every single month just hanging on, barely hanging on, and they drop out and a new two lesser qualified people come in and they never seem to make it. In any sales team, you tend to find there's top performers, middle of the stack, and there's a lot more of them, and then you just have people who are just, sales is not for them, they just gave it a go. And this is why you have to be able to identify your team churn rate, because you then can see the flaws within your onboarding, flaws within your business, flaws within your recruitment, flaws within your leadership style. If you don't measure team churn, you will continuously spend money in resources and your productivity will completely be impacted, because your company will be less productive because your middle managers are always training these people, or your C-suite is always training your managers. If these processes aren't put in, your team churn will be incredibly high. And the last one is one that I don't see a lot of businesses do. I actually took this from the company that I worked at, which was around 30 million revenue. And the last one, number 10, is team NPS score. So we covered NPS score as our first metric in the beginning for customers. We also do it for the team. And the reason why we measure it for the team is because we want to be able to see, are the team actually happy? Customers being happy is actually one real important metric and success measure for a business. But for the last one, you've got to be able to measure, are your team happy? Because they will be able to create an environment where customers are truly fulfilled, where other staff are fully fulfilled. If your team net promoter score, because I broke it all down in the beginning, is high, you're going to find that you can actually even create referrals for your staff, for new staff to come in, and they can watch referrals from current team members that have been there or left. And by having your team NPS score, I'm not going to write all this out because you can actually imagine it's still 1 to 10, same system as before, but the team NPS score is massively going to be able to identify the churn rate, which we call 1.9, and to be able to massively increase culture within your business. Great culture means great results, means you get better clients, and you're going to be able to attract far more better talent if your NPS score is good, because you're going to have better reviews on Glassdoor, better people being attracted into your company because your staff may refer others to work with you. So those are your 10 metrics that you need to measure to build an epic business. If you want to see more videos like this, click onto the right side. But if you want to subscribe, because I mean, look at our stats, only 1% of our viewers actually subscribe. So please subscribe to our video, comment, tell us your thoughts, tell us if this is useful to you. Join our community link in the description. I'll catch you on the next one. Everyone and their grandmother is telling you how to sell in the DM, but I'm going to break down exactly why it's murdering your money. And in 5 simple steps, I'm going to break down how we took a founder from making £48,000 per month to £168,000 per month in just a 4-week period. I'm going to break down every step of the process. Now, the first thing that we did was map out her journey. The next thing was build her systems. After that, we started recruitment. Then it was on to the training for the sales rep and the setter. And the last thing was the execution, and then showing you the results that we got from doing so. Now, this founder had a 4K offer for her social media services, selling around 12 per month. She was running follow ads and messenger ads, and as soon as they landed on a page, a DM sequence would open up. And she had built this flow going back and forth with the messages and got the messaging pretty good. So when we first spoke to her, the main thing was, I want to make more sales, but I'm not sure how. Why do I need a sales rep? So the first thing was actually the barrier of her knowing what she's going to do with a sales rep and how a sales rep would actually help her business. And the mindset shift that we had to take her from was, why would I actually employ someone and hire someone when I'm making sales already? Now, the process of not having a good sales process in a business was costing her over £100,000 every single month, because as soon as we implemented it in the 4-week period, she had shot up from 48,000 to 168,000. And what do we do? Now, the first thing that we did was mapping out her journey. When we were looking at mapping out her journey, we looked at where the lead actually starts. Now, the lead actually starts off the back of an ad, so right at the top of the funnel. Now, once the lead actually inquires, what's the next thing that happens? What's the very next thing? So we mapped out exactly what automation is sat next. What we actually did was we put in some softwares like ManyChats, and we linked it to her HubSpot. But I'm going to go over that in the system section. In this section, we're just going to go over the entire map. So in the business process map that we laid out for her, it was when the top of funnel, when the lead comes in, either through an ad or an organic message, what is the next step? Now, the next step was naturally, well, they get a message from the setter. So we mapped out exactly
when the setter would come in and what the setter would message. So we wrote down all the activation points, and then we actually mapped out the mechanism. The mechanism is more what we're actually saying and what we're doing. So when we did all the activation points of the entire journey, we looked at the lead coming in. Then when the lead comes in, it goes over to a CRM. When the CRM comes in, has the lead actually booked a call from the automated link, or did they not book? And because it's a yes and no option, it's more of a diamond shape on our business processing map. So if you know business processes, you'll know it's a diamond shape, and then it's a yes or no. So we moved on to the next step, which is yes or no. And if it's a yes, we now have the call and we move them towards the sale. And that's a way easier journey. But outside of that, you have all the automations and the confirmation emails. And the beauty of actually knowing exactly what to do on the map is you can look at it as an overseer and think, right, where in this journey do I need to have an automated email? How can I add specific videos or emails going out in this journey to make sure the touch points stay high? Because we recommend 7 to 9 touch points before the sales call. And if we can have more touch points, we're going to increase the chance of that trust being built, and the lead comes onto the call far more trusting, and we're able to close them. Now, specifically for this business, we didn't actually increase the prices. That is something that we do, but the main thing was actually getting the system up and running. So in the first month that we actually implemented this, which was April, we did no price increase. It was still the 4K offer. The month after we did, but we're not going to cover that. The main thing that we're going to cover is how we actually got more units sold and how we actually went from 48,000 to 168,000, which is really tripling her revenue. Now, the main thing in that business process map was what actually happens in the system. So all the way until the journey is closed where that customer has bought, what needs to happen. So once we mapped out that entire journey, how we actually did that was we got a whiteboard, we put sticky notes on. So we mapped out the journey, we stuck sticky notes onto the whiteboard, starting at here's the inquiry and all the way to the bottom, which was the sale being made. And that entire journey we mapped out on some sticky notes onto the whiteboard. After that was done, the next thing that we did was actually move it over to a Miro board and we put it onto the computer. Now we have the final copy of what that journey looks like. Once we mapped out the journey, now it's clear to see what systems we need to have in place to be able to facilitate this journey. Because before then, we didn't know that we needed ManyChats. We didn't know that we needed the right CRM system. We didn't know what automations need to be put in place through Zapier. So after we mapped out the journey, then it was very clear of what systems we need. Moving on to step 2. In step 2, we put in all the systems that she needs. Now, she was using a Go High Level setup. We actually moved her away from Go High Level simply because, in my opinion, as a business is growing, you want to have more of a professional system. And with businesses that are moving over 3 million in revenue, we actually recommend more of a HubSpot setup. I tend to find Go High Level is really good for entrepreneurs, info marketing services in the early stages. But as you grow, the system does become more really clunky. So we moved her on to HubSpot, which she actually found way easier. And we tend to find that the implementation from sales reps and setters moving into HubSpot is just far more effective because they just use the system. If you ever had a sales rep and you give them Go High Level, it takes them a bit longer to get used to it. When we look at the average training time of how long it takes them to become competent at that software. Now, the systems that we put in place were, we had ManyChats set up. So after the ad was being run, the messages were coming in. Now, she might have a lead magnet or she might have a message ad, but after the message that came in, it went into ManyChats. Now, the setter that we put in, now we knew that the setter that we're going to put in is going to be in ManyChats. The reason why we don't put them into the IGDM is a lot of the times when you have setters from different places, we've been recruiting setters from Mexico, from South Africa, and a lot of the times the VPN issues can cause a lot of damaging reputation on your IG. You can get a lot of warnings where it's like, hey, we know that you're using this IG in different places, or something would happen where your password's compromised. And how many times we have someone with a large personal brand who their password gets compromised and something happens to their profile? I've seen it a lot. So the main reason how we actually protect that is put that person into ManyChats. So we get a team account and we add the setter into the ManyChats. So the next thing, after ManyChats gets the message, it creates a contact. So we knew that that contact goes over to HubSpot. Now, once it's in HubSpot, we actually have a pipeline where the pipeline will actually take the journey from the first message, second message, third message, all the way to the fourth message where we'll stop trying. So we put in a specific system to make sure the leads can be carried out. And then we actually move them into an appointment call. So we move them into a sales call for the closer. And then around that entire journey, we knew that we needed all the emails. So for emails, we initially was using ActiveCampaign. We moved it over to HubSpot's email, and we added all the workflows in behind that to make sure all the messages were cohesive with that journey. So we had the systems in place. So we used ManyChats. Then we implemented HubSpot. We moved away from ActiveCampaign. Even though ActiveCampaign is a great tool, you get a lot of business analytics in the back end. We moved it over to HubSpot just for the ease of use for the founder, because she doesn't have a big team. So the main thing was actually using the simplest tools. A lot of the times, the best tools out there might not be the best for you. And if I break down the main reason why, if we have the best tool for email, let's say it's going to be ActiveCampaign rather than HubSpot in this scenario, why would we rather use HubSpot, which might not have one or two of the features? Well, the main thing is that we want to use a software that the founder can get to grips of. If we're already changing her CRM and then giving her another piece of software, it's only going to take her longer to get used to it. So by just having one CRM and one system in place and the least amount of softwares, the actual ability to get a grips, the ability to actually use the platform will be far higher. So we only had two simple softwares, ManyChats and HubSpot. She actually had our done for you system, so we actually did all the automations for her, where we actually mapped out. She's going from the lead comes from ManyChats all the way to HubSpot, and we built out that entire journey. Now, the next thing after the system was built, so we had all the right softwares, had all the right tech in the business. We then made sure we got the last thing in place, which was a dialer, and we used Ring Central in this occasion. So what we did was we integrated Ring Central into a HubSpot, so the closer actually has a way to be able to call. After that, that was pretty much the tech stack done. And obviously, it goes without saying that you have Stripe, or you have like EasyPay Direct, or you have some sort of payment processor, depends where you are, US or America. We've been using Stripe a lot of the times in the UK, but we're tending to find that as businesses grow, they can put a lot of a hold on your account, at times putting a 10 to 15 to 20% hold on your account. So it's good to have your second payment processor. So just before we move on, I wanted to just say that it's good to have your second business processor. It's good to have your second processor ready just in case. There's going to be times where your business can be shut down for trading for whatever reason, even if you've done nothing wrong. So it's always good to have a second processor. Now, the next thing we did was actually the recruitment. Now, this makes up for a big component of what we actually do with businesses, because we actually offer the main system, which is a done for you and a done with you system. And what we do is actually help to create the job ad. The job ad was actually made up off the back of a job description. The job description was made off the back of her mission values and what she actually needs. So if I work backwards, it's easy to say, right, I need to hire a sales rep and I need to hire a setter, which is two job ads. But those two people that are going to come into your company, if they just start off the back of a job description, it's not enough for them to get buy-in. This business was on a mission to be able to grow their social media services and to help others doing so. The founder actually had an incredible mission and personal story, and we wanted people to buy into it. By getting your sales reps and your setters to buy into the actual company itself is a big component for success. So we actually created the entire training. So one was actually the role-specific SOPs and one was company-specific SOPs. So be able to have two different SOPs in place every time a sales rep is onboarded. But just to go back to the recruitment side, because we'll cover onboarding in just a second, in the recruitment, we created the job ad. The job ad that we created, we always create off the back of our framework, which is the 4 R's, which is results, requirements, role, and responsibilities. By mapping out all the 4 R's of the job description, we can actually dictate what that person will be doing. One of the biggest mistakes most people make is they undersell the opportunity and they make it seem as though it's super easy when they start. What we actually choose to do is tell the sales reps or tell the setter in the beginning, this is actually a really tough role. We're on a trajectory to really grow our business and we're really demanding. And by saying that very early, we actually create an environment for having people on board that are super competitive, that buy into the company. Now, what most founders do, in a mistake in hiring, is they'll say something like to the sales rep, super easy, you'll be making 10K a month in here and no commission, not an issue at all. Now, the issue with this is that you're going to not deter away people who are scared of hard work. A lot of people don't want to do the work to make the money. Most people only just look at the end result. Well, I want to make 10K in commission. I want to make this much in commission. By doing that, you're actually going to hurt your business. So what we actually do is we actually make it really clear in the start that this is a super transactional role where we require all of your efforts. But we also share the business's values and mission. By sharing the business's values and mission, it sets the standard for what that salesperson can expect. Because later, when it comes to actually the training part and the actual management of that salesperson, it's far easier to say, well, that's not aligned with our mission, rather than why did you do that? Having people aligned to your mission is just far easier to manage because everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet. Everyone from the founder all the way to the VA, the setter, the closer, the operational director, everyone is just on one page, which makes your journey far more direct because everyone is just moving towards one clear goal. So in order, once we had done the job description, we'd actually done the job description based upon the mission and the values, which we actually put into the framework of the 4 R's. Then we created the job ad. The job ad we normally do in 2 different ways. We can often do it where we're creating it on Indeed or on CV Library. But what we actually did for this was we knew that we wanted someone commission based to reduce the risk of the founder, because the founder was actually quite concerned about the cost going up. The founder's main concern that we had at this point was, I'm going to have to start paying the sales closer commission, and what if they don't like it? What if this happens? I'm not used to managing people. Now, how we actually went about recruiting this person once the job ad was done, we actually went over to Facebook groups. Usually, we would go over to Indeed or go over to like a recruitment website or even use some of our recruiters. But on this occasion, we knew that they'd be able to recruit someone from Facebook groups because the role was super versatile and easy to recruit for. So we went on to Facebook groups, and we specifically went on to Facebook groups that said something like remote working staff. We went on to Upwork and put the job ad on there as a backup. But within a Facebook group, we actually posted the job. We found that over 80 comments came in straight away of people that were super interested. Now we went through the comments. All we actually did was we posted a link in the job description for a type form. The type form had questions that were qualifying sales reps and setters in different ways. Now, the way we had qualified the sales reps was one of the questions, because we put around 12 or 13 questions, one of the key questions was, what's your sales philosophy? Now, I love putting the sales philosophy question in the actual type form because most people don't have a sales philosophy, but that's okay. If they put something like what I've learned off Brian Tracy, when we put the question around the books, we learned off old school selling people, I know the quality of that salesperson. We'll still might hire them, but we know the quality that they're going to be coming off. But when we put the sales philosophy and they don't answer it in a customer service way, and they give us specific closing frameworks or philosophy that they followed or watched online or they've learned, it gives us a great indication that this person actually has studied sales in some way, which is a great thing for us because now just in that one question, we know the competence of that person. We actually will, a lot of the times, that would usually lead to a better one-to-one interview when someone can actually clearly state their sales philosophy. We might put in what books are already read on sales, and then depending on what books they've read, we know what type of stuff they're into as well. And just like anyone that even reads books in sales, they're super interested in. Someone super interested in sales, you know they're trying to get better, you know probably they're going to be able to be a great closer for you. So we'll actually put those questions in. Now for the setter, something that we just put in is more about their experience, how many years of experience they have. The setter, because it was a commission-based role based off 3% commission, we knew that we're going to be able to have maybe 2 or 3 candidates and setters come in because of the volume of the messages. So what we actually did was we created 2 job posts on the setter, allowing 2 setters to come in and 1 closer. Many a time we actually will employ 2 closers, especially when it's like commission only, because one of them will do really good, one of them won't do so good. You can keep the one that does great. The worst case, they both do amazing and now you've got 2 great closers. But I can tell you how often, because you're probably the first time you're recruiting a sales rep or you're not as experienced, because I've done this now for 7-8 years where I've been recruiting sales reps. If you hire 2, it makes it far easier because you now have someone to compare it to. If you've just hired your first sales rep, how do you even know if they're doing good or bad? You only know that by actually comparing them. So we actually put a lot of emphasis into recruitment, just like this video here. The biggest component of this video is probably recruitment because this is the key component of how you're going to be able to find sales reps for yourself. This video should be able to give the playbook on how you can actually do it and implement it. And it's something that we charge our clients a lot of money to do for them. So once we had actually created the job ad, posted a job ad, posted it in the right places, Facebook groups, posted it with the type form, we then had done the interviews. The interviews, we actually chose to do it in a longer way because I tend to find the longer your interview process, the lower your churn rate of staff. So the more your steps that you have in your interviews, the less likely you are to have a higher churn rate of closers. A lot of people have closers coming in and out their business every single month, every single other month, because they just don't last. Sales is a nature of a job which has a high churn rate. So your retention of that as a company, it's expensive because you're continuously hiring and training people. You're taking time out, or if you have a sales manager, they're taking time out. So it's incredibly expensive. And when you already have ads running and then you've got the training, it can just set up for a formula to really cost you a lot of money, which most people don't even account for. So what we'll actually do is make the process really efficient. We have a screening interview, which is just basically the first stage, just to qualify people and kind of after a basic shortlisting. We'll then move them on to a proper interview where we'll talk to them more about who they are, more of a one-on-one setting. And then at the last stage, we'll do more of a competency scorecard type of interview where we actually show them the role. And the reason why I actually have that third step and actually show them everything is I want to make sure every single person that we employ into a business actually knows what to expect. So we have a scorecard, which is for the first 4 weeks, week by week, what they're going to be doing and what's expected from them. So we have a grading system. By the end of the first week, we expect you to be at this level. And then we grade them from 1 to 4. And by having that system in place, we're able to get sales reps in, show them on the interview stage what we expect from them. And then they start. And by having someone commission only, which we gave them a 10% commission, which is a great incentive for them, because if they're making, you think of the opportunity cost for them as well. If they're making $400 per close, and you've got other incentives outside of that, and they're going to be making £168,000 worth of sales. If you're getting 10% of that, that's 16,000. As a sales closer, you being able to make 16,000 in a month is incredible. That is a 6-figure role. So we want to make sure we have the right salesperson, because this salesperson is going to be pushed. And I would say that we actually should have got 2 people in place, because this salesperson was a rare person, because they actually went above and beyond, worked over the hours, and was a great closer, because organically they ended up closing at around 50%, which organically you don't tend to find people closing at 50. Off the back of a cold ad, you tend to find people closing at 20%, if that, sometimes 30 if they're a star. But this person was actually closing and doing a lot of sales. And I would say we pushed the founder to actually jump in on sales, because the founder lacked a lot of sales experience, and we wanted them to actually get some experience, and we actually got them to jump in and open up 5 or 6 hours of their calendar every single week. So then there was enough of an opportunity cost for the founder to be able to learn and lead from the front, because we knew that when we actually put the sales rep in, the sales rep's not going to really listen to the founder if the founder can't really sell. So we had to also give the training to the founder, which was really good for the founder as well, because now she knows how to sell, how to actually manage a team far better. So after we had put these things in place, we started the onboarding. So we did the third stage interview, we picked the sales rep, we picked the setter. During the onboarding, we actually had the entire 4 weeks mapped out. Now remember, we started this process right in the beginning of March. So it took us the entire 4 weeks to be able to get that person fully trained. The person was selling already 1 or 2 units here and there, but we knew that April is going to be their first month. April is going to be the month that they can really truly attack the phones and get the grips with the system and get the grips with all the inquiries that are coming in. We started them a few days before, after their training was complete, so we knew that everything is ready for them to actually hit the ground running, and we set them up for success. So that covers the third section, which is the onboarding, training, and recruiting part. The next thing was actually the training. Now, the training that we put in place was twofold. We had setter process training and sales process training. The sales process training we did with the founder and the closer. Because we knew there was a restriction on availability on the calendar, we made sure that that salesperson had the same training as the founder, and we gave them all the training to be able to upskill them, give them all the training to get them closing. We actually put them through a lot of role plays. We'd have a weekly call with us for role plays, weekly calls with us for the leadership, but also one-on-one support where we'd actually listen to their calls. So we went back and forth a lot of the times. And the amount of drills that we did for the role plays, I think we lost count on the amount of times we did so many role play activities where we got that sales closer really competent. This sales closer actually came with a bit of skill, which was a great part of us recruiting. But then when we actually put the product and the knowledge and the belief of the founder behind it, it was actually a perfect recipe, because that's one thing that we got the numbers that we're going to go over in the execution part, which is coming up. I know you're probably waiting, so it's coming on showing you the exact stats that we got. Now, the last thing on the training part that we added in was daily meetings. We did have 3 types of meetings that we had every single day. We had the beginning of the day, middle of the day, and end of the day meetings. The one that I'm just going to focus on in a bit of detail today was the beginning of the day meetings. Because it was a sales rep and it was just the founder, the founder's already got responsibilities where they're doing all sorts of activities throughout the day, doing the marketing, fulfillment, doing so many things and running around like a headless chicken. We had to make sure that we can just put in one key meeting every single day in the beginning. There's no sales manager in place right now. The thing that we did was actually put in the beginning of the day meeting where we look at testimonials, share wins, and actually go over in detail of previous calls. So every single day, we'll listen to a call from the previous day, good or bad. We'll just randomly pick, and we called it a pulse check. So we do a pulse check of the previous day's quality, and we gave the founder a grading system. So off the back of the grading system, she could tick and be like, great, good, good. And then we actually trained the sales reps through the founder. What we would often do is we'd actually do the meetings for a lot of our business owners where we actually train the sales reps. But in this occasion, the founder truly wanted to learn a lot of management techniques. So we actually put her through all the things that she needs to be able to learn, how she should do it, what she should do, what she should say, how to run the meetings, the cadence in the meeting, and everything, the full A to Z. Now, the end of day report, we just put in, because we normally have an end of day meeting, but the founder was always busy. I would always say you need an end of day meeting, but on this occasion, we could only influence it in one way, end of day or beginning of the day. We actually chose to keep the beginning of the day meeting in, and the end of the day, we just had a report that gets sent out every single day into an email, into the Slack channel, and an email. So an email was sent, the email gets taken into a Slack channel and messaged into the Slack channel to say what happened that day, and we can keep an oversight, and the founder can keep an oversight of exactly what's happening in the business. Now, the onboarding for the setter that we did was all around the DM sequences. So we mapped out around 10 to 15 messages that would be the key messages that that person would be sending, receiving, what they would be saying. And after they knew, we also mapped out a bunch of voice notes from the founder. So we got the founder to go into a cafe and actually like record herself saying like, hey, tell me a bit more about you, what's made you message, or thanks for the follow. We recorded around 25 voice notes, which we put into ManyChats, and we can now send them in the messages. So just really easy, a few easy tactics to be able to give to the setter, creating more opportunities. The setter, we gave them a framework on how to actually do a pitch, how to actually warm up and find the pain. The setters training was all designed around finding the pain and going over 3 levels of pain in the DMs. Going over like a beginner level pain, which is like, I kind of know what they want, which most people will message and say, hey, I'm interested in this, a beginner level pain. We go to a deeper level of pain, which is more of an intermediate pain, which is, this is what I want, but this is what I'm struggling with, and this is like the main thing I want to fix, which is intermediate. And then the advanced level pain, which was, this is what I want, this is what I'm struggling with, this is why I need to fix it. And that normally comes from good questioning from the setter. So the setter was able to dig deep and ask really good questions, but we had to train that in. So we trained the setter, trained the closer. Remember, the setters that we trained in, they were having a follow ad come in, they were messaging straight away, so it was all about the speed. The main reason why we knew we needed 2 people was because the setters need to be able to message as quickly as possible. Now, speed to lead is one of our key terms, and the speed to lead goes down to saying where the speed at which the lead comes in, how fast they're communicated with. Of course, you have your automations of how fast they're emailed, which is straight away, but how fast your setting team message them back. And that component is such a big part of it, and especially in the DM, because you can't automate a lot of the DM messages. You can use bots and all sorts to DM, but we don't want to actually keep a closer reply. So we made sure the setters are always doing a round robin and always active in their own times. And I do think what will happen with this business would be they'd have another 2 setters come in as they're increasing the ad budget and also running VSL ads. Then we're going to be actually adding in a sales coordinator who's going to be managing those 4 setters and actually overseeing that side of the team, and then working alongside the sales team, because that setup is a natural occurrence of actually a good setting activity moving in towards the closers. That pretty much covers the training. Obviously, they got access to our portals and we do training weekly and one-on-one with them. But the last section is actually the section that you've been waiting for, which is going over the execution and the numbers and what we actually did. Now, just going over the stats with you and what we actually accomplished before and where it's at. Now, we got in February and March around 600 messages average per month. Those 600 messages, if we broke down, we were converting 600 of those messages into 12 sales, which means for every 100 DMs that were coming in, we achieved 2 sales. So that's what was happening before. The ads were creating people coming in. Obviously, she pays the cost of acquisition. There's 100 messages. 2 would convert to actual sale. And because it was an 8K over those 2 sales, 4K for each one, the founder was pretty much thinking, wow, I'm liquidating my ad cost. I'm doing good. They might even renew onto a bigger package later. I'm happy. This is great. Until we had changed the format. And once we had changed it, we achieved in April, we got 654 appointments. So just around the same amount, maybe 10% more appointments. Out of 100, remember before it was 2 appointments for signing up. Now remember, before out of 100, it was 2 sales from every 100 DMs. Now what we had got was for every 100 DMs, we're now getting 18 appointments. Because we're using a booking system, we're getting the setters to book the lead into a call. We had 18 people book, a total of 117 appointments throughout the month. Now in April, we had 654 leads inquire. Out of those leads that inquired, we had 18% of them move into an appointment, which gives us 117 appointments throughout the month. So for every 100 DMs that we were getting, we were moving across into 19 appointments every single time. Before, it was 100 appointments to 2 sales. Now what we were getting was 100 down to 9 appointments. Now we were getting 100 down to 19 appointments. Now we can't stop there because some of those appointments don't actually show up, because it'd be a lie to say they all showed up. Now we were looking about a 75% show up ratio for them. So we had 14 people show up to the calls. Now, out of those 14 people that showed up to the calls, we had 50% of them purchase, which was 7. So now we're getting 7 sales for every 100 leads compared to before, which was 2 sales for every 100 leads. And the main process that we added was a setter and a closer. So when you think about this entire journey, we've tripled the revenue because we went from making 2 sales for every 100 leads all the way to 7 sales for every 100 leads. But there had to be a 5-step process put into place to be able to achieve that. Most people, what they will do wrong is they'll just hire a closer or hire a setter and say, go on, help us, just do this for us, without any instruction, without the mission, values, without the system, without the mapping. And without all of that being there, without that cohesive picture being truly built, you're never going to be able to get these conversions. And just to go down the actual stats of the profit after that, because if we had £168,000 in sales, before we didn't actually have to pay a setter and a closer, we gave the setter 3%. We gave the setter 3% and the closer 10%, which gives us 13% in commission, which gets added onto your CAC. But that 13% that we were giving out now was costing us £21,840 per month in commissions, which gives us a profit of £146,160 after the commissions were paid. So we went from making 48,000, where the founder did not have a sales system, no sales process, a weak CRM system, no setter, no closer, all the way to mapping out their journey, building the systems in place for them, hiring the sales team, training the sales team, and executing on the plan, taking them from 48,000 all the way to 168,000 in revenue. And of course, we had to pay the commissions of £21,854, and we left with a profit of over £146,000. Now, that mechanism is a 5-step process of something that you can implement to your business. If it's something that you want us to do for your business, so if it's something that your business needs today, you can actually see in the description below that you can book a call with me or my team, and we can talk to you in detail of how we actually build these systems for your business. Now, if you want to also share this video for any of your friends or founders that you think would actually need these tactics to implement into their business, it's absolutely free. It gives them the knowledge on how they can start doing it today. If it's something that you want to do, you can inquire below. And if it's something that you want to actually give us a subscribe, share and follow, or comment below if this video was useful to you, I'll catch you on the next one. This is probably the single most important video I've made. In this video, I'm going to show you our sales system that we've used for over 50 7-figure businesses. I'm going to show you the methods that we've used and I've used personally to train over 1,000 sales reps, 100 sales teams, 100 plus sales managers, 50 plus CEOs, all within the last few years. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani and I own a company called Guided Growth. We have one of the largest UK's leading sales consulting and training businesses. And I'm going to show you everything that we do and how we actually have changed the way high ticket businesses sell. There's a massive problem within the high ticket space. Advertising costs have gone up consistently. The reason why they have gone up is because it's become more competitive. more than ever before, it's now got more users on these ad platforms, on Facebook, on YouTube. More people are advertising, which means it costs you more to be able to get the same customer. And the inefficiency in sales costs you more. And I'm going to break down everything step by step. But if I tell you a little bit more about me and my background and what actually allows me and gives me the authority to be able to speak on the industry, to be able to give you my methods, why can I do so? I started my sales jobs way back as a teenager, now probably 10 plus years ago, probably 15 years ago if I'm honest. But if I show you a bit about my experience since 2015, which was moving into the high ticket space, I was working for a company called Virgin Active. I was a sales leader from them. I started as a sales rep all the way to a sales leader. From the years of 2015 all the way to 2019, I transformed the business and I grew the entire sales function of their business. And the way I did that was by training the sales team, training the sales managers, training the sales leaders within the business. And this is a screenshot from Company House. And it shows the company got to 48 million revenue in the years of 2019. Now, I sat with the company CEO who congratulated me on the epic sales performance. And I realized there's no more for me to do at that company. So, and in perfect timing, it was also lockdown, so all the gyms closed. So I then opened sports rehab clinics, which was my hobby. And I scaled those 3 clinics within 1 year throughout Northwest London, 3 clinics. Here's a picture of me running the clinics, and we grew up to 17 physios, but that was another life. I wanted to come back to sales. In 2022, I formed a company called Guided Growth, but this time it was mission driven. This time we have a clear mission to change the way salespeople and sales leaders are seen, to truly redefine high performance for salespeople. Now you can see our mission statement here. You can see a bit about the events that we run for multi-7-figure business owners. But our number one goal is to truly grow the sales function of a business. And I'm going to go over all of our methods. But who have I actually collaborated with? We've made content collaborations. We've also partnered up. And we've also worked with some of the biggest people in the industry. Names like Gary Vee, Ali Abdaal, Simon Squibb, who we just recently hosted a sales masterclass for his platform, Rabbi Avavula, who I met in Paris, and most recently Alex Hormozi, where I did a one-on-one coaching day with Hormozi, and I made an entire YouTube video about that, which went quite viral. Now, that's more about my working career. Before I go into our sales systems, a little bit about me. I love Samoy dogs, I love chess, and I love to travel. That's more about my hobbies. But I did not want to make a business that requires me working 24/7. I want to live a really good life. I want to live a rich life, which is part of our actual mission. We want to be able to provide that rich life to other sales professionals and other sales people. So what do we actually do for companies? And what is the problem that we're actually fixing? Well, the first problem that we're actually fixing for a lot of founders, CEOs, and you can probably relate to this problem, it is the rising ad cost. So the rising cost of acquisition, you've probably experienced this in your business. Most businesses run as such. They invest money into leads. They invest money into ads on Facebook or YouTube. Or they have organic marketing. They're great at organic. You might be an influencer. You might be someone who's got a massive social media following. Either way, you have a cost of acquisition. Organically, it's harder than ever to now go viral. So you have to spend more money on editors and creating the content. So your cost of acquisition is higher in production. On the other side, it's also harder to find the right clients online because there's so much more competition and so many more offers. So you have to put even more money in for the same amount of results from before. But our clients are managing to keep their ad budget the same, yet pulling out more money. And how are we doing that? Well, when you run ads or you make content, you get leads. And once you get those leads into your CRM, into your system, the efficiency of your sales team, the sales process, the system built, and the way the team calls and is trained will determine if it's a lost opportunity or closed. Most businesses, when you look at the ratios, they have declining closing rates, declining appointment show-up rates. Because it's a trust recession, it's hard for people to be able to trust who you are off the back of an ad. So this is why you need an expert level sales process to be able to close them. Because without that sales process, the trust not being there, it's already hard enough to be able to close a deal. So you need an incredible performance on a sales side of your business. That's the first problem. And the other problem you might be able to relate to if you're a business owner with a sales team already, you know the amount of sales stuff that you go through. We commonly make the joke that it's like a video editor. The churn rate of staff is so high. And what happens when your churn rate of staff is so high? Well, you have a lack of experience within the staff. The morale of the team goes down because there's just constantly new faces coming in, coming out. Your energy is being spent on training these salespeople every single time they come on board, and you're putting all of your energy into them, but then they don't perform, and then you got to repeat the same process, which costs you money and costs your business money. It has a negative impact on culture, and it strains management and support teams, because if you're constantly onboarding new people, making new logins, giving them the training, they're calling for the first 4 weeks, they're not performing to KPI, this adds a massive lag, and this is a big reason why companies are not growing at the moment. So, and this is one major red flag that we have seen, and we conclude later in this video on how we actually fix it with our sales success flywheel. Now, the next problem that you could be struggling with is hiring talent with no results. You might be a smaller business owner. You might not be at the 7-figure market, or you might have just crossed the 7-figure line. You might not be like the $7-8 million businesses that we're working with. You might be just having to hire talent for the first time. Where if you're hiring talent for the first time, you might think you know what to do with a job description, but how do you make a job description to attract the right talent? How do you create an incredible opportunity where people don't want to leave once they work for your business? How do you actually create an effective onboarding for them? Most businesses do not have good tracking for their productivity, for their staff. They don't have good systems. They don't have good operations. So when they do have a new staff member come in, they don't have the best possible start, and they never actually yield you good results. Their closing rates are not where they should be. I want to show you our simple system that we've now used for multi-7-figure clients. Clients such as Ben Alistair, who's one of our 7-figure Amazon FBA clients, who sells an Amazon FBA course, who we coached and developed and built his sales team so he can grow. He was already getting amazing leads from his YouTube, but he was not closing them. Or we can talk about clients such as Aaliyah Morel, who's from the Light Up Hub, and she has a GCSE English tutoring course, but it was a cheaper app. So we designed the offer, got our sales team built a sales team off the back of her offer, built over CRMs and systems, and now she's able to lead a high functioning sales team and hoping to hit 3 million revenue in the next few months. Now, our sales success flywheel is broken down into 4 parts. The 4 simple parts that we break it down into, the first one is the most important in my eyes: leadership. This is from the founder, from the CEO, and at times a sales manager if your company's over that certain threshold. This is for you to make those data-driven decisions, the vision and strategy, the mission, vision, and values that you actually hold within your company, and how you actually put them into your sales function of your business. Performance development of your team, and leadership development. So how are you developing other leaders within your business? What the sales success flywheel, on the front end, it's all sales, and on the back end, it's all high-end operations that I've learned on running 8-figure companies. Back in 2020, after leaving Virgin Active, I spent 6 months consulting an 8-figure business where I ran their sales team in 30 different venues. It was a brick and mortar business, and that business we grew from 8 million revenue to 10 million revenue. We added $2 million pounds in revenue within a short period, simply by introducing this system. And this was my first client onto this system back in 2020. We look at the people, the recruitment, employee development, retention strategies, culture and standards, and driving high performance. And all of these I'm going to be going into more detail. I'm going to be showing you about on the tactics in this video. I'm going to be showing you the sales processes, lead generation, how we actually measure metrics and KPIs and closing processes and techniques. And the last thing is actually training, onboarding, which we spoke about earlier on, skill development, how to run the meetings, strategies and processes, and coaching, running and learning the business like a mentor. We tend to find that sales staff will always perform better when they respect the founder, respect the leader, respect the sales manager. But most sales managers and most founders do not know how to get that respect from their team, how to drive high performance. So let's just go straight into leadership in the first part of this call. So with leadership, it actually comes down to a few different sections. This is all the things that we actually work on with our business owners. We teach our business owners to make data-driven decisions. We teach them on how the founder can make data decisions on crucial areas of their business, and they can make them decisions objectively based on their business overall health. We're able to predict analytics. We're able to predict where a business is going within the next 2-3 months once we have all this tracking in place. The vision and strategy. We work with the CEO to develop a clear vision of where they're going. Most CEOs, between the time of 3 to 10 million, you don't normally hear this, but there's a high amount of burnout for CEOs and founders between that 3 million to 10 million mark. A high amount of CEOs get burnt out because of the lack of vision and strategy. They don't have clarity on where they're going. They don't have a clear focus on where they should put their energy in. So commonly what happens at the 3 million mark is they get distracted and they start looking elsewhere, and they might open another business rather than just growing that one business even bigger. And we come up with the strategic planning and aligning all their resources towards one clear goal. We ensure that the business has got mission, vision, and values. If it doesn't, we might develop those with that business owner, but we usually find that business owners have these already in place, but the team aren't aligned with them. The team don't even know the mission, vision, and values that they have. And performance development. How are you actually getting better development for performance from your team? How are you setting expectations? What kind of feedback are you giving to your team, and how you're giving the feedback? And what kind of plans and one-to-ones are in place for the leaders of your business? As you grow, you now have more managers and directors. At under 1 million, you don't have normally multiple directors in a C-suite. But as you grow past 3 to 5 million, you might start to have multiple directors. But how are you supposed to know how to give those directors the right education, the right direction, and the right leadership if you've not done it before? And this is something that we teach you, because this is something that I've now done for over 10 years. And leadership development, developing the right leaders. My leadership style that I've done hundreds of hours on work on, I have a consultative leadership style, which means I like to consult with my team on what they think when I'm making a decision. Some will have more of a democratic style. Some would have a very different style, more of a demanding style. But we need to learn the style that you have, so then you can actually gain leverage and understanding on how to actually lead your team. Because it's all good hiring a sales rep, but if you can't lead them and if you can't coach them, how are you going to get the best sales performance from them? The next part that we're going to work on is the training. Now, in the training, this is an area that goes amiss a lot of the times. We tend to find that business owners will hire a sales rep, hire a setter, but then there's no clear plan for onboarding. They'll just get them to start taking calls. There's no clear plan for KPIs. There's no ramp up for the KPIs. There's no clear scorecard on what should achieve week 1, 2, and 3 in the first few weeks of their new job. So those outlines need to be there for that employee. So we actually build those for the business. So we look at skill development for each person, an onboarding plan, meeting with the team and driving performance, and strategies and processes. All of these processes and obviously coaching and mentoring, which is a big part of training. But all of these areas need to be completely fixed into your business. And at times we find businesses don't even have a project management system. They don't have clear CRMs functioning with the right systems. So we make sure within that training area, you have all the tools and resources to truly win as a business. Now, the next section is tactics, because when you talk about sales, this is the area that most people actually think about. They think about how to close the deal. They think about saying the right thing. Now, you're going to find on your social media, on YouTube, there's a lot of people teaching you sales. There's a lot of different tactics. But I can tell you now, these are copy and paste tactics. After teaching over 1,000 different sales reps in multiple different industries, over 50 different industries, I can tell you there is an outline of a program, but there's no single script that will do it for any business. This is why we have to custom write the script for the business. We have guardrails and we have an outline. But sales reps need something to go off, but it can't be generic. So we need to make sure that business has all the tools and processes in place. So we look at the sales process itself. What kind of sales process is actually happening after the lead is about to inquire? Before the lead comes in, what's the journey they've been on? We look at the sales training for the setters and closers, because we have an entire academy where we've trained hundreds of setters and closers in different industries, and we train them every single day. Every single day, we probably listen to 20 or probably at least 20 sales calls, and we ensure that those sales calls have got the feedback so sales reps can improve. But that's just one small area. We just want to make sure that we build our mission-driven. We are building a business that's mission-driven, which is changing how salespeople are seen, which is giving them the right tactics and tools to win. We mentioned about the custom scripting, and we mentioned about the sales metrics and KPIs. Most sales reps and setters do not know how many sales they need to be making, how many calls they need to be doing, how many dials. They don't know that because the sales manager in place or the founder hasn't given them that clear expectation, and they don't manage them to that expectation. And if they're not being managed to that expectation, how will they ever hit that number? So that's something that we work on a deeper level with the team. And the last thing is actually people. The sales success flywheel is so people driven. Now I have a saying, which is, to be a good sales manager, you need to be great with coaching, but a great sales director is great with people. These are two different skills, and as a sales director, we almost behave like our business guided growth. Many people have called it like we're like a fractional sales director. We come into the business and we're like an external sales director that we hire. I kind of agree how people do see it that way, but what we really want to focus on is the development of the founder and the sales team. And if they have a sales manager, that person's getting upskilled. Commonly what will happen, we'll work with the sales teams, and we might even promote someone within that team to take the sales manager, relieving the founder of actually managing the team. But it just depends on the size of the business. But the recruitment system that we actually build for a business, because we give you our entire proven system and we actually template it out and give it over to you, which is actually a recruitment system that we've built. I recruited in 2019 over 400 sales reps, and I sales trained them myself. I would do group sessions of up to 25 to 30 people, and I would continuously churn them out. And that recruitment system that I built in 2019, we have now perfected for over 5 years, and we install that into your business to make it as easy as possible. We look at employee development. How can we develop the setters and closers to be better people, which leads into better closing? And we actually we actually pour a lot of energy into them. Retention strategies and staff turn, these are all strategies that we work on, and we actually work on with you as a business owner. Driving culture and standards and driving high performance. High performance is a big component of our business, and we actually drive high performance by having those KPIs. And now I want to come back to the wheel after you understand the different components of that wheel. Using these 4 areas, this is what we actually do with a business. We focus on these 4 areas whilst giving the founder, you, the CEO, clear tactics, clear tasks, clear direction. We give you the ongoing support. We have multiple sales trainers, multiple success managers. We are there as a true 360 support for your business on the sales side. There's no gimmick when it comes to selling, because you cannot fake money being transacted. If the money is paid, the sale is made, and you have a clear goal to grow your business, and you're spending all this money on marketing, spending all this time making content, spending all this time making your organic content. But if the leads aren't being closed, if the leads aren't coming in, and then they're not being closed towards a sale, all of those efforts that you've set up with marketing are being wasted. And this is the first thing that we fix. We assess your current close ratio, show ratio, your sales process. We look at your one-to-ones with your clients, if you're having any, and we build out everything with you, give you our proven system, and install it into your business. And we do this within 90 days of you working with us. And we have an incredible strong guarantee, which is, if we don't actually transform your sales, if we don't double the revenue from certain sales reps that aren't performing well, we will actually pay for the sales director that you want to hire and pay for them to actually come into your business, and we will pay their salary. There's nobody else offering a guarantee like that. You hear all these gimmick guarantees, but we're so confident in what we actually do for a business, we would come in and actually pay for that. So, and the main reason why I can make all this big claim and wild claims is because we've done it for 10 years. If you look at what I've done now for over 10 years, this is all I've done. When I took one break out and I installed my system into a different industry, it grew and it multiplied. But now we focus on the high ticket industry. We focus on online educational businesses. Either you're a coach, consultant, agency owner, and you're selling a high ticket offer, something more than $1,000 per month. If this is something that you need support on, if this is something that you think you want to actually grow your business and sales is a bottleneck, it could be you as a founder. It could be you're not actually closing the deals that you need to be closing. It could be you don't know where to start with building your team. It could be you don't know where to hire the team from. It could be your sales team's not performing and the cost of acquisition is going up. It could be a high level problem, or it could be one of the beginner sales level problems. If that's something that you're struggling with, what I'd like you to do is book a call with myself or my team below in the link description. And if you hit that link, you'll be able to direct it to a calendar. During that calendar, you'll be asked questions about your business. And if you do qualify, because if you are a business that's small, that doesn't have a lot of leads, this might not be for you. We're not going to work with everyone because we can't help a business that does not have leads. If you do have leads and you aren't closing as much as you should be, you know there's more room for growth within operations and sales, we will work with you and we will provide you that guarantee and transform your business. So click the link below and I'm going to see you on the other side. A lot of founders and CEOs are getting stuck at 2 or 3 million per year. They're not sure really how to pass, not sure what to do next. I'm going to give you the entire breakdown of the system that we've built for our clients, over 50 7-figure clients. It's a clear system where we build it out for your business. And I'm going to unveil it with you today. I'm going to be going over everything that you need for the system. This is it. I'm going to be unveiling it piece by piece so you can actually understand what needs to happen. Before I actually go in, let me just give you a bit of proof about me, tell you a bit more what I've done in my past. Like originally I was not good at sales. I would start off as a sales rep, but I got good. I practiced, learned, trained, read the books, got the right leaders and managers in place, and I learned how to sell. Did nothing apart from sell membership for years and years. I was doing nothing but the reps of actually selling gym memberships until I was selling many different other high ticket products. But before I got here, I was managing a team. I was managing a sales team up and down the country, for all the way from Sheffield to London, if you would know where the UK is. But I was managing it for a company called Virgin Active. And they, in 2019, you can see on Company House, reached 48 million in revenue. I was training all the sales reps, sales managers, doing all the sales training, sales performance, coaching the salespeople, analyzing their performance, giving them tips on how to improve day to day in the field of growing this business, and step-by-step coaching and leading some salespeople. That is the bread and butter. But, you know, I got bored after the lockdown. I wanted to try something else. But because I had the operational skills and because I did all of that, I had passion for sports rehab clinics. I had a passion for sports therapy. I opened 3 clinics within 6 months because I knew how to operate a business. I knew how to do operations. And then I went back into fitness because I realized, you know, I don't want to just be a clinic owner. I don't want to manage 17 physios. So I started traveling and I started going around the world and training sales teams and building sales teams, from this picture at Singapore all the way to Australia, to Thailand, to America. Wherever I was going, I was training sales teams. And then around last year, we actually pivoted. So we started training sales teams off high ticket courses. And now we've trained over 50 7-figure business owners, but we've built this one system. And the system that we built was built off the marketing system, the marketing cycle. You probably might have seen this before, but if I give you a quick explanation, awareness is where someone just finds out about you. Engage is where they might see your ad, might watch a bit more, might look a bit more. Subscribe might give you their email address, they might do a little bit more, or they start to convert into a sale and they buy your stuff. So this is a simple cycle, getting someone from finding out about you to buying your stuff. But how do we actually break down this system and how you actually get your sales. How do you get more sales? We actually build out something called the acquisition system. And the acquisition system that we build out, I'm going to be going over in this video so you can actually take it and use it for your own business. Here's mine for my business. Now, we are on track to hit 3 million revenue. We want to get 10 million revenue. That is our number one goal. That's what we do. And how are we actually doing that? So we run Facebook ads at the top. The Facebook ads go straight to a VSL page. The VSL page goes to appointment booking, a sales call, and people buy. Like, that's simple. That's nothing amazing. We've not done anything new here. But what makes it good is the system and how we built it and how we flow and how we catch every single lead and don't miss opportunities. So let's break it down. On the awareness stage, the only thing that we do right at the top of the funnel is run Facebook ads. Some will argue YouTube, this video that you're watching today, or my short form content, it is awareness because you might catch a viral reel. That's not how we actually place it for our business or our clients. We use it more as engagement because we know if you're running ads, people do their research. They want proof. Just same as you. You might want proof. You might look at my socials. You might look at my client wins. You might look at all the businesses we work with. You might look at my history. You might go on Company House and say, oh, did this guy actually work for this company? So people need proof and they need to see more. It's a trust recession. This is why this content needs to be deep. Your organic YouTube, your organic IG, TikTok, YouTube Shorts. These all sit in the engagement stage and they are not linked in the line of the customer where they watch your ad, but they will go there. They will find their way there themselves. So when they are going to watch your content, obviously there's a deeper strategy of how to make the content, but I'm going to focus more on the top line, the system itself, which are what most people don't have. Most of you are looking at what content do I make? Or if I post this, this will happen. This is the system that you need to actually grow, to acquire customers. This is the acquisition system that we build. So in our business, all of our short form content leads to a free school community. And you'll see it in the link description below. You'll be able to see we actually built our school community of 7-figure business owners who want to build and grow their sales team, who are making between 1 and 10 million a year, and truly want to dial in that sales team to perform better so they can grow and scale. And then also need a hand on operations, as that's our key areas of skill: sales and then high-end operations. Now, when you join our school group, what will happen? Well, you'll give us your details and a setter will call. And the setter will call the lead and say, hey, you joined the school. Let me make sure that you're on the right. It'll feel almost like an onboarding call. And the onboarding call, a lot of the times, or the setter will call, and the setter will have a conversation, something like, just checking you got logged into the community, just ensuring that you got access to the course. Whether they say yes or no, it still leads to the same conversation, which is what made you join, what made you click the link, a bit about that person, leading them to an appointment call. So the number one thing, let me just draw an arrow here because this one needs an arrow going up this way, not down that way. So the setter is calling to book an appointment. They're doing a triage call, 5 to 10 minutes long, moving them into an appointment. And then they will lead into a sales call. Now this cycle from someone going from these stages all the way to school and the setter calling can sometimes take 3 months, can sometimes take weeks on end of someone watching your content. As you know, like, the goal with the ad is to get a quick sale. We wanted to get people to see the ad, watch the VSL and buy. But most people can't do that. I'll be honest, I'm not the best copywriter, but I'm great at delivering the business strategies, the sales teams. So my weaker areas are made up by this content here, because my YouTube content is far better than my copywriting. So although the copywriting is great and it's going to do okay, how can I secure that when someone watches my ad and they come here, they actually get the right content, where I make deep strategic content on our YouTube organic and then on our short form. And then that leads to our school community. The setter will call and put them in for an appointment. But when we get your email over here, we get your email when you enter your details on the landing page. When we get the email, we'll start nurturing them. So we'll start sending daily emails. What that does is it adds a deeper sense of relationship with the customer or your potential customer. Because the first thing was, like, they never knew about you, so they found out about you. And then this is where they'll start to watch you more, but this is where they just don't forget about you. They can't forget because you're pushing into their phone. Because if the algorithm changes, if I don't get pushed, I've never actually gone viral, but I've grown a massive business. How have I grown a multi-seven-figure business without going viral? Well, this is exactly how. I've actually step by step used the logic of, well, they'll watch me, then I'll get their email, they'll not forget about me because I'll write to them, and then I'll put them in for an appointment call. Obviously, this is where our sales skills kick in. This is the area that we build the sales teams. And then the other areas, we have like a done-for-you system where we build this system for our clients, and every automation, every system on the back end, we will build as well with our team. But this entire thing is built for the business. And it's built mainly because without a clear direction of where the customer is going, like the journey of that customer, how can you understand how to sell to them? Because if something's not working, I'm able to make strategic changes. So this is the step-by-step system that you need to actually build. Now I'm going to help you build one for yourself. So if I just delete a lot of the components on here, and we'll go through a few scenarios. We're going to build it together. Now, if I was to say to you, right, are you running ads or no ads? You might say, right, I'm going to be running YouTube ads. So I'm going to show you how this scenario works for everyone. So you're going to be running YouTube ads. And that's your top of funnel. And this is what a lot of people are doing. And obviously we're going to be adding some YouTube ads in. And then additional to your YouTube ads, let's say you hate short form content in this scenario. You don't want to make short form content. We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to do YouTube. So more YouTube videos on the engagement stage. Most people are here and they don't have a way to get the details in the subscribe section. They don't know what kind of group. So I always suggest you make a free group. So we've been using School. We've made tutorials on School. I've done some one-on-one work with Alex Hamosi. So I do like the School platform. Now, obviously you can't use School's own landing page because it's not as good, it's not as optimized. You don't get the email if they look. So we make our own landing page and we make it in HubSpot, or you can use GHL. Then on YouTube, what we'll do is we know that people are going to be subscribing, and then the setter is going to be right here. So this is the format. Now, if you have a smaller business, if you're not at the stage where you need to work with us, like if you're making like less than 20, 30K a month, you obviously just need this system built out. Very simple. You don't want it complicated. If you're making more than 50, 60, 70,000 a month, 200K a month, and you're really trying to grow, you have to have the operations and sales nailed. But this is the first part. Before we talk about the sales process, short ratios, how to manage the sales team, the sales manager, this is the first piece that really needs to be dialed in, because this is the first thing that we look at on the onboarding for our clients. Now, on the YouTube ads, we'll make sure that this goes straight to an appointment call. Well, on the subscribe section, it's actually giving you details. So they're on the VSL. Then after the VSL, they are set to convert on a booking page, on a booked appointment, because they might not book. So remember, what needs to happen, if they go from the VSL and they don't book this, the setter will call. So if they do not book, the arrow will go from here, the setter will call them, and the setter will move them back in to an unbooked appointment. So this is actually like a routing system where the VSL, they come in, enter their details on the landing page, they do not book their appointment, so the setter will call and book them in. Most people don't even have this simple system built in. And then from YouTube, we know that they're going to go to School. From School, we're going to give them a call from the setter. And then the goal is to get a sales call. And then the purchase is going to be further down over here. Obviously, I've not done it with proper business processing mapping, so any nerds, don't go crazy on me. So this is they buy or they purchase. And this is the flow here. You don't have to have emails. If you are a bigger business, I'm going to say add emails in here. But this is the simple format for YouTube. And I can do this for any platform. You can do this for any business. But we have to look at the business itself. Why do we do YouTube on this one? Well, we make sure the avatar is on YouTube. So we go wherever your ideal customer is. If your ideal customer is on LinkedIn, then you're going to go on LinkedIn. If your ideal customer is on Twitter, then you're going to go on Twitter. You're just going to make sure that you build out this acquisition system custom for your business. And this is how we actually build it. And just to go back to ours on why it's been working so well, every time we get a customer who's been on the VSL, and obviously, there should be an arrow here, and they've not gone through, the setter calls them. The chance of us missing leads, I think in the last few days, every 20 leads we've been getting, we've been booking an appointment. And I look at a lot of businesses that get 50, 60, 70 leads a day. They are not booking appointments. And our appointments are highly qualified because our setters, we train, just like we train for our client sales teams, we train the setters so they know how to get the right information, the right pain point. They are the right people, and they qualify them on that call for the book call. Like we are selling for one of our clients at the moment who sells for an English tutoring business. We make sure that that parent is able to afford and qualify to be able to book them in for an appointment off the setting call. And I did those setting calls with the team, with the business in the last few days. And I can tell you that one setting call, when it's scripted and done properly, because we give our scripts to our clients, it will change the game for how a business can operate. Because obviously your closer is here, or you're a founder and you're a smaller business, you're sat here on the sales call. But the setter is such an important piece. In the beginning, when you're making 5-10K a month, you obviously do everything. But as you grow in scale and you're hitting the few $100,000 a month, you've got to have people here and have them trained and have those processes. So that is a simple acquisition system. I'm not going to go any more deeper into it because I just want to make it really simple so you guys can actually start implementing it. So if you need anything to do with growing your sales team, there's a link below, and you can actually hit the link where we can actually work together, and we can actually we can actually assess if you're in need of our services, so we can do like an audit on your business, on your sales process. So we do that audit with you. If you need any support like that, hit the link below, subscribe to the page. You'll see multiple different videos that you can click on around this video. Please click and watch the next video, subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next video. Bye-bye. In this video, I'm going to go over a complete guide on how to handle objections. When you get told no, when you get told I'll think about it, when you get told it's too expensive, or I'm going to speak to my partner, what do you say? How do you say it? How do you say the right words to get that person to say yes? And that's what I'm going to go over with you today. Now, if you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani, and I've now worked in sales for over 16 years, working at 2 8-figure businesses, and now I document my whole journey on YouTube building my business. And what do? We help businesses with sales consulting, systems, sales teams, and sales processes. And what I'm going to go with you today is a complete guide on how to handle objections. It's going to be in 3 simple steps. There can only ever be 3 different objections. Objection number 1, an uncertainty-based objection. This is where they're not sure. They're not really sure if they're going to go with it. They're not really sure if it's right with them, or if they don't trust you. They're not certain. Objection number 2, money, budget, finances. I'm not sure if I can afford it. I think it might be too expensive. Or you haven't really justified that price to me because it's a big ticket. And objection number 3 that you can get, partner, spouse, life partner, business partner. They need to go and speak to somebody else. They need to go to speak to their long lost sister to be able to say yes to you. And now I'm going to break down all 3. And why do the prospects say these to you? And what do you say in return? Now, if we break it down, when it comes to it, money and partner spouse, 90 to 95% of the time, they are smokescreen objections. These objections are just used so the prospect feels safe to say no. When they actually don't feel sure, they're not certain, they don't trust you enough, they don't trust themselves enough that it's going to work for them. So what they'll do is say, I have to go speak to somebody else. I can't afford it. And the reason why they say this is because it takes the accountability off them. It's very hard for them to say, after listening to you speak, I don't think you've convinced me and I don't think I'm going to go for it. They're not going to say that. It's far easier saying, I'm just going to speak to my wife and let you know. And what will happen? You're going to get ghosted. And most likely, 80% of the time, you'll never hear from them again. So this is how you follow the process. You've done your pitch, you found out everything about them, you've done your pitch, you've now like showed them your offer, and you said, this is what we're going to do for you. You've dropped the price. And then what happens next is you're quiet. You wait for them to speak first. When we build sales teams, this is how we teach you. So the first thing that you do is you're quiet, because only an amateur wants to jump in and cut through the silence. The price has been given, and now we sit back. We keep our authority high. And then when they speak first, because I'll always let them speak first, they'll say, yes. Or in this scenario, they're like, I'm not sure. Can I think about it? Or I'm just going to think about it. Or I don't really make a decision over the phone like this. I'm just going to have a think. Now, the first thing that you've got to do within this framework is work out, why are they not ready to say yes right now? It's one or the other. Is it because they're not certain on this service working for them? Or is it because of an external factor? And I can tell you now, most of the time, 90% plus of the time, it's because they're not sure. They're uncertain. And why would they be uncertain? Well, they'll be uncertain because they're not sure if it'll be worth it. They're not sure if you're going to do a runner. They're not sure if when they if the product is going to work for them. They're not sure if they can commit to themselves enough, if they believe in themselves enough to invest in themselves, because that takes a lot of belief. Do you believe in yourself enough to invest? And do I believe in your program? Do I believe somebody else, one of your competitors, is going to do it better for me? And this drives uncertainty, and uncertainty drives them to stall. And that's when the procrastination of the decision happens. So the first thing that you will always ask when a decision is not made, can I ask you, do you think this would work for you? How does it look so far to you? Or what's missing for you? And the easiest way is to establish if they are uncertain or not. Because I want them to tell me that they're not sure, that they're not certain. Because then that opens the door for you to ask, can I talk about what would be missing for you to make a decision? And there's many ways to word this. A few ways you can word it would be the obvious way, which you'll see everyone shout about on Instagram. Can you tell me what you want to think about? Now, that's an obvious thing to say. What I would rather say is, of course, I get that you want to think about it. It's an important decision. And the reason why I say that is I agree with them. I drop their guard. And then it's simply, so when you're off this call, I'm going to make sure that you have all the information to be able to think about it. If I had to send you something, what information would you need me to send you? Or I'd say, before you get off the call today, what information do I need to give you for you to make a decision? And that will be the objection. That would be the thing stopping them from making a decision. Remember, whether they've said money or partner, we're most of the time tying it back to their uncertainty-based objection and asking them what they're uncertain about. And the way we ask them is to diffuse the situation, then by saying, so I can make sure you've got all the right information, what do you need to make a decision? And then often enough, they would say, I would need XYZ from you. I would need to know more about the program in this way. I would need to feel more certain about this area. And then simply all you do is just reply and say, sure, let me tell you a bit about that now, if that's okay. I ask if that's okay to get permission again, because they're not going to say no. You get permission again. They open the door, which allows you to go into more detail about their objection. Every single time I'll go through the process. I acknowledge. I'll then disarm. After I disarm, because the acknowledge part is totally hear you, I hear what you're saying. I clarify what they've said back to them. Then I disarm by making them feel like they don't have to make a decision right now, simply by saying, of course, you probably need to think about it. It seems like it's a pretty important decision for you. And the next thing after that is I gather more information. After I gather more information, which is, if there's one thing I need to give you before you leave the call today, what would you need? I then will follow on to the fourth part, which is looping back and saying, so if I can give you that information now, or I would give that information and say, does that sound okay? How does that sound? Great. Okay. And then I would move back towards the sale and asking again. Now, the cycle of actually moving through that process, it can happen 2 to 3 times where you do the ask again and there's another objection, and then you do the ask and there's an objection. And it does get awkward on the call if it's happening 2 or 3 times. But in sales, this is what you have to remember. This is the key lesson here. This is what you'd want to write down. The reason why they have this problem right now is because they think and act a certain way. So if they continue to think and act that same way, their life will not change. Their business won't change, their goals won't change, their fitness won't change. Whatever they're buying from you will not change, because that's the way they're acting right now. For them to make a change, they need to be persuaded, because a lot of the times we hold ourselves back from making a decision. We protect ourselves. It's uncomfortable. Your mind wants to protect you. And the reason why you go to an authority, why you go to an expert, why you're on the sales call, is because you need someone who knows more than you about that topic to guide you to the next step. And that step is scary. That step needs a leap of faith. That step requires you to believe in something that's not happened yet. Because you don't know, you only believe. And you'd only ever believe it because that the other person on the other line has enough trust for you to believe it. And this is why belief as a salesperson is the single biggest component that makes salespeople successful. So after the call is done, after the objection is given, you cycle through, you acknowledge, you disarm, you handle the objection, you give the information, and then you cycle back and ask again. And you repeat this process until a decision is made. Because there's been times where I've had to speak to someone, and I've gone through that cycle 6 or 7 times. And every single time a different objection came up. Now, this won't happen a lot of the times. Most people will have 1, maybe 2 objections. But there's times where someone's mind is just second guessing themselves all the time. They're like, oh no, but this. Internally, that's what they're thinking. And they're cycling through all of that in their head. And then what I would do is I would simply ask, acknowledge, clarify, disarm, and go through that process and actually gather the information and clean up that mess can be fixed, whatever that thought is, and then we move on to the next thing. So every single time I'll follow that framework and I'll go through that again and again, because objection handling is not as aggressive as everyone will tell you online. You'll see these guys on YouTube saying, oh, you have to say this, and if they say this, you say this, and if you say this, you say this. Do you know the reason why that doesn't work? The reason why it's just a fad online is because it's not human-based of selling. You're selling to genuine humans. You're selling to people that have emotions, that think emotionally. And you're trying to move them from thinking emotionally to thinking logically. And that's very hard when there's a lot of stress, money, and pressure involved. Remember this, you're moving them from thinking emotionally to thinking logically. A decision, a lot of the times, it's logical. It's, hey, I need to do this thing, I'm going to say yes. So I'm always trying to get that emotional-based way of thinking into a logical format, and that's why I'll break things down that way. Now, a great way to ask after you've handled their objection is not to say, hey, do you want to do it? That's not what you want to do, because that involves pressure. I'd simply say, do you believe that we are aligned? Or are we now aligned in this decision together? And the reason why I love the word aligned is because, 1, it does not sound like a sales word. It sounds like a word where, are we in this together? Are we doing this together? Are we aligned? I stay away from every word that sounds like a salesy word. I don't even call the call a sales call. I call it a discovery call, a consult call, a call to find out more information. Even the money is an investment. Every word is spun in a way where it's against the sale, against talking about sales, because when we think about sales, we think instantly reject, because we're being sold to every time. You look at your phone, Instagram selling to you. You look at a billboard, you go on a drive, a billboard selling to you. You go out, someone's selling to you. You go to a marketplace, someone is selling to you. You go on the TV, someone is selling to you. Everywhere you go, you're being sold to. So the way you need to handle objections and sell is through a human, compassionate, and intelligent approach, which is against what everybody else is telling you online. Now, if you implement this strategy, you will close more deals, you will be able to handle more objections, you will be able to turn over more decisions in your favor. And that is the beauty of persuasion and influencing and how to handle these objections. If you like this video, if this is useful to you, subscribe. There's more videos that we're posting every single week on different topics. First one, it's all about sales teams. The next about sales processes and sales tactics. And then third, it's more about my journey, what I'm doing with my business and how we actually build leaders and what we actually do internally. So if you want to learn more about us, watch more of our videos and subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next one.
In this video, I'm going to give you all the tactics that you need to reduce your cost of acquisition. I'm going to give you some easy tactics that you can follow, which are going to be to do with your show up, reminders and incentives, offer percentage, and if you need to use a 1 or 2 step method for your calls, whether they're actually booking just one call and have another call after. And I'm going to go through all of those tactics with you in this video to reduce down your CAC. By the end of this video, you will know how to reduce your cost of acquisition. And you will also have a bunch of tactics to follow on actually implementing those today. Now, if you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani. I'm the founder of Guided Growth. We're the UK's leading sales training consulting business. And today I'm going to give you all the tricks that we've used to drive acquisition costs down, as well as some of the sales tactics that we have within our sales process. Now, just to go straight into it, the cost of acquisition needs to actually be as low as possible. If it is not, it will hurt your business overall. Now, if you think of a lot of businesses within the info marketing space, they should be at 30 to 50% margins. So many business owners that we speak to, they come to us and they have 20% margins, they have 15% margins, 25% margins. And I'm asking these founders, these business owners that are a lot of the times making between 1 and 10 million a year. We look at their data and we think, why are you not actually making any profit? Well, the first thing that we look at is their cost of acquisition. And when they're acquiring clients for extortionate amounts of money, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 per client, and they're selling a product that's $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, it a lot of the times does not make sense. And we look at the simple tactics that they're doing within their sales process and by tweaking a few things. Now, the first thing is the show ratio. If you've got 10 sales calls booked, and those 10 sales calls, each of those calls cost you $200, that's $2,000 in actually those sales calls being booked for you. Now, if half of them turn up, that's cost you now $2,000 for 5 calls. So each call now is worth $400. So your cost of appointment is higher, which means your cost of acquisition will be higher because your sales reps aren't going to be closing everyone. They're going to be closing 30% if they're good. Now, if you can tactically look at where your show ratio is right now, let's say it's not where it should be, which is 75%. Let's say it's currently at 35 to 50%. We have a lot of business owners that come to us with a 30% show ratio, 50% show ratio, and we look within their sequences. The first thing that we look at is what is the workflow behind the appointment being booked. So we look at how many emails are going out, how many texts are going out, what's the cadence of those emails and texts going out, and what kind of information is being sent. And I'll give you an example that we've implemented into a business owner just recently, and it shot up his show ratio by 20% within a week. After a call was being booked, he would have an email go out to every single person who booked that call saying, hey, welcome, I'm really excited to have a call with you, confirming the appointment. And the next email will be dripped through and they will just get a sequence of a bunch of emails. And this client specifically was using HubSpot. And now within HubSpot, you can't send messages out to the US. Like on Go High Level, you can just text everyone, but you can only send messages out to the US, within HubSpot. And now what we actually did was we used an external SMS dialer that we actually put in. We added a workflow in, so then now he can actually send messages out as within that cadence of actually a call being booked. So we added the text messages in. The next thing that we added in was we got him to make a YouTube video explaining what will be happening on the call, but going into a lot more depth about their product, about their service, what they actually do, a bit about the company, and he uploaded it on YouTube, and that YouTube link will be within the first email. By adding those two things in, more information and text messages, we shot up the show ratio from 50% to 70% simply within a week by just tweaking those things. So a lot of the times the show ratio is very simple things. And the easiest thing that most people miss is you should be getting your setters or your closers to call up their daily appointments that day. So if your closer comes in at 9 a.m., at 8:45, the closer might come in, get to his desk, and see that sales rep has 6, 7 calls. They should be calling those calls back to back and just saying, hey, just confirming a call for later today. We got great, or a WhatsApp message. Even a WhatsApp message is great, a call is good. Just these simple processes, most people are just missing them. They're just not putting these things in, and that's why the show ratio is low. Remember, on the prospect side, they also forget. don't remember. If things aren't mentioned enough times, it doesn't seem like as important. The pain that they had that day when they're actually booking that call, later on, a few days later, they think, it's not really that bothered, not really that fussed anymore. And then a massive thing that helps show ratio is on Saturdays, what we actually do now for our clients is we've actually told some clients not to even take calls on Saturdays. Now, look, I come from an environment that we want to take sales calls every single day, but we look at the show ratio on certain days. For this client, the show ratio on a Saturday was at 10% compared to the rest of the week, which is a lot higher. So what we did was we just said, we're not going to take sales calls on Saturdays, and then we're only going to offer them on Mondays and Tuesdays and throughout the rest of the week. By not taking them on Saturday, the salesperson wasn't waiting around all day and getting demoralized by people not turning up. So we made that one tweak. A lot of the times I'm a big advocate for like taking sales calls 7 days a week, because I do think a business should be active 7 days a week. But in this scenario, we actually took them off for that business. So no sales calls on Saturday. So those things will massively help you increase the show ratio and reduce your CAC, because if more people are showing up, that means your CAC is going down. Now, the next thing we're going to cover is reminders and incentives. For your clients, a lot of the times, or your prospects, you want to be sending out reminders which we messaged in their workflow, but incentives for them showing up. An incentive is also like a reminder, so I'll put it in like a reminder / incentive, but an incentive for them showing up is we will a lot of the times mention to them. I'll give you 2 examples here. So we'll say to them, if you turn up to the call, we'll go over everything with you and just give you value on what things you need to be covering. So that's like one way. The other way what we do is when some businesses have a 2-call close, so the first call is all about information gathering and the second call is more about the proposal. What we would do is we give them a reason to show up to the next call. So we'll say, great, in this call, the first call that we would speak about, you can leave your wallet at home. There's nothing that's going to be sold to you. We just want to understand everything about your business. Plus, any questions that you have, we'll be able to answer them straight away. It's an incentive. You've dropped their guard. You've told them not to bring their wallet. Then at the end of that call, we'll give another incentive and we'll say, if you turn up to the next call, we'll share everything that you need to be doing and share what we can actually do for your business and how we can help you. So I share that incentive of why they should actually be coming up to the next call. So that's a massive win. The next thing is the offer percentage. With the offer percentage, now let's say again in this scenario, 10 sales calls and 7 of them showed up. Out of those 7 that showed up, we know we've got a 70% show ratio. Great, we're happy with that. But how many of those 7 people actually got an offer presented to them? Now, offer percentage is a dictation of like, was that sales lead quality good? Or was the salesperson doing a good enough job to qualify them and give them an offer? Because we look at the close rate, but we also look at the offer rate first. Now, if there's 7 calls that are booked, I'm gonna give you 10 calls that have showed up, because it's just gonna be easier for the example. So if 10 calls have shown up after you might have booked 14 or 15, so 10 calls show up to your live calls, and then now, how many of them are you gonna give an offer to? Let's say you give an offer to 7 of them. That's a 70% offer ratio, because when you measure that metric within your business of how many people actually got an offer, you'll be able to work out, are these leads the right quality? Is the salesperson pushing at the right time, giving the offer? Because the higher the offer rate percentage, the higher chances that they're going to actually close that person, because they're offering the deal to the right people. If you're getting a really low offer percentage, you're going to know that you're not really getting qualified deals. You're not getting qualified leads. So that's when you look at your media buyer, you look at your media team, you look at your ad agency, and you think, why are the leads not qualified? Why are they not answering those questions? And a lot of the times, we can sieve that out by adding some more questions into the type form or to the questions on the appointment booking stage, because we'll look at what are the problems and pains of that person? Why are they not the right people when they're not getting the offer? So why are they not getting the offer? We'll ask the salespeople, why do you think these people aren't the right fit? Then we might add a question into that type form, which will then deter those people to give more offer percentage. Because if we're getting a lot of people, 6, 7 people turning up to calls that aren't the ideal client, that aren't their ideal customer, you know what will happen to your sales team? They'll get frustrated, because they'll say, we're giving all this time to calls, we're commission only, we're not even getting paid anything. So we actually manage them really correctly by giving them the best opportunity to sell, by giving them the best data. Another example of offer percentages, if you have setters that are triage calling and pushing people into sales calls, if the offer percentage is incredibly low, a lot of the times they're not sending over qualified people. They're not qualifying people in that triage qualification. They're not checking their pain points are relevant to the offer that you sell. So you need to be looking at, are your setters actually doing a great job of actually asking those questions as well? And the last thing is, do you need to have a 1 or a 2-step process with your calls? Your CAC, a lot of the times we'll find so many businesses have a 2-step close when they could just have a 1-step close. And I've even seen 3-step closes in some businesses. And remember, every stage it drops people out because some people just won't turn up again. So I look at the absolute minimum that lead will need in their journey. Can we do it off 1 call? If not, why do we need 2 calls? What is the reason that we need to go on 2 calls? What is it broken in our system? I've seen 3 calls a lot of the times. Unless you're doing enterprise deals and you're doing massive deals, you do not need a pipeline that goes on and on. Especially in the info marketing space, when you're selling high ticket courses, when you're selling information, you just need 1, if not 2. Like recently I did a mystery shop with an ad company and I saw that they did actually a 2-call close. There was no reason for them to do a 2-call close. And this is an ad agency that's incredibly popular on YouTube. And I did a mystery shop with them and I realized they're doing a 2-call close when they don't need to. They gave me the same cookie cutter offer that they were giving everyone. And there was no reason for them to do that. And I actually got really deterred from working with them because even though I was mystery shopping, I was really inclined of working with someone from my YouTube, but I didn't end up working with them just because I saw that they weren't very productive. And I remember letting the sales closer know. So you need to look at your 1-step or your 2-step and really think, do you need to have as many steps? Can you drop a step out? Can you make it more streamlined? And then if it's more streamlined, how do you get more offers? If you can give more offers, then can you give more incentives and reminders to those people and actually get the show up ratio as high as possible? If you're doing all of those 4 things, you will drive your cost of acquisition down. Remember, one key component of cost of acquisition, which we find is most people don't add their marketing cost, don't add their video editing cost, don't add every cost to do with marketing. They'll only look at their ad spend. We actually add everything together and then we work out the cost of acquisition. So use this video to be able to drive your cost of acquisition down and to make more sales because more people are actually showing up and buying from you. If you like this video, like, share and subscribe. On this side of the screen, you'll be able to see our next video for sales and all the tactics that you need to be able to develop your sales side of your business. And on this side, you can subscribe. Subscribe because only 1% of our current viewers actually subscribe to our channel. So subscribe and follow the next video. I'll see you in the next one.
Do you need to hire a setter first or do you need to hire a closer first? You're probably a business owner, you're not sure who you need to hire first. What's the difference between the 2 roles? In this video, I'm going to break down exactly who you need to hire first, and I'm also going to be explaining how to get them to KPI explained as possible. Now, there's a big problem in a lot of businesses. Most business owners don't hire the right person first. They confuse the roles, they're not sure which role does what. They also try to hire both at the same time and fail because they don't have the training designed for them, they don't have the right systems. But I'm going to explain to you everything in a few different steps. I'm going to explain the roles, I'm going to explain who you need to hire first, and at the end, I'm even going to explain how you need to go about hiring them. If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani. I'm the founder of Guided Growth, UK's leading sales consulting business, and we will show you how to build and train high performance sales teams. So first, let's break down the roles. Let's go over what a setter and a closer actually do before we actually work out which one you need first and how to hire them. But first, let's explain the 2 different roles. A setter. Now, the setter's main job is to be able to create opportunities for the closer. The closer has no opportunities on his calendar. So the setter needs to be able to create those opportunities. Where is the setter going to get those leads from? Well, you would have leads coming through a myriad of different places. It might be through your ad, it might be through landing pages, it might be through your organic content, it might be through partnerships, it might be through affiliates, but wherever those leads are coming from, the setter is there to qualify them. The setter qualifies those leads by calling people who have opted into your different lists onto your CRM and moving them into a book call. Now, that's the common way a setter is used. A lot of businesses also use setters for cold outreach. Now, they might be in your Instagram DM doing the cold outreach. Now, doing methods like this tend to be a lot slower for the setter. You tend to get a lot less return. And it's usually by the business owners that don't have enough ad budget or knowledge on ads or not bringing them in. Now, for the businesses that do have ads coming in and they do have leads coming in, the setter's main job is to be able to find those opportunities, give them a call. Let's say it's from a lead magnet. The individual might be calling them and saying, have you accessed that lead magnet? Have you managed to use it? And identifying why they want that lead magnet in the first place, and then qualifying the problem, moving them into a call. The main job for the setter is actually not only to call your leads, which we have a term called speed to lead. So the time the lead comes in, we want to have 5 to 10 minutes before we actually call the lead as soon as it lands into your CRM. The faster we call a lead, the higher chance we have of actually booking it onto a call, having the appointment show up and having the appointment closed. It's just also a very efficient process because if you think about your prospects, most prospects, when they're in the buying pocket, when they're eager to buy, they might inquire in a few different places. So the faster your setter calls them will be the faster that you're going to get them booked in and the higher chance that you are to be able to close them. So the setter is mainly on the dialer, is mainly in the messages. If you're someone who uses social media a lot for your business, you might actually be transitioning people from ManyChat's automation, from conversations. The setter might be in the conversations and also on the dialer to be able to create the opportunities. Now, a closer, on the other hand, or in the UK, we refer to them more as sales reps. Now, the main job for the sales rep is to be able to close down the opportunities on the calendar. So the calendar has sales calls and the sales rep is there calling them. The salesperson's job is to be able to close as many opportunities as possible, i.e. having the highest possible close ratio. What a lot of businesses do, they would combine the roles as a setter and a closer. Now, if you're a really small business and you can't afford to hire 2 people, you don't have to hire them, you might hire 1 person. Or if you don't have a lot of leads, you might combine it into one role, more of a development role, where the salesperson might spend a bit of time generating some leads, more of like a marketing development rep, and then actually call the leads, book them in, and also sell to them as well. So you do get a hybrid role, but most commonly we have setters and closers. If you're a smaller business, you don't really have much lead flow, you don't have offer validation, then a lot of the times you can hire that one combined role before you start hiring. And now let's break down when to hire them. Now, when you're hiring a setter, it's down to a constraint. The constraint is there's not enough appointments. So simply, if you think about your calendar and you think about, does this calendar have enough appointments to even warrant a salesperson? If no, you need a setter. And the main thing that you're going to be doing with a setter is getting them to generate more appointments. An easy KPI for the setter would be, we want at least 2 of the appointments that they've booked, the setter has booked onto a sales call to show up. So 2 out of 10. So we want, if the setter was to book 10 calls, we want 2 to at least go live. Why only 2? Well, a lot of the times we have to have a minimum KPI. The setter might book 5 to 10 every single day, but we know realistically a lot of those aren't going to show up but we know realistically many might not show up, but the lead quality issue is important. So if your setter is booking your calls and no one is showing up, then we obviously know the setter needs to actually improve the quality. If they are showing up and there's not enough showing up, you might need another setter, or you might need to ask your setter for more volume. So that's the main job for a setter. Now, a closer's job is to be able to be available on the calendar and close down all of the appointments set by the setter or set maybe from any one of your ads or someone hitting your booking link from your organic or paid content. The closer is there to be highly trained to be able to close down any opportunities that come into his or her calendar. Most business owners, they don't know how to manage the 2. They don't know how to pay the 2. They don't know what to do with the 2. They don't know how to really oversee the 2 to manage them. And I'm going to give you the quick hacks. You're managing the setter to just generate appointments. Your KPIs are all around generation. For your setter, your KPIs are all around close, deposits, and revenue. By making the measurables very specific to their output or what you need from them, it makes it a lot easier. Rather than focusing on the total amount of sales you need to make, which a lot of early business owners do, they'll ask for a certain amount of sales for their sales rep. It's far better that you actually just focus on the actual KPIs. If your KPIs are focused on a set amount of calls and set of appointments and set amount of quality, you're going to get more out of the reps because it's far easier to measure the input rather than the output. For example, if you asked me to post on Instagram and you said, I want you to post every single day compared to, I want you to get 1,000 likes on this post. Well, I can't control I get 1,000 likes, but I can control that I make 7 posts every single week. So by controlling your controllables, you end up actually managing the team far better. So you want to be able to manage the setter and the closer in a way where you can actually get them the best results. And remember, it's on the constraint of your business. So you need to identify which constraint you have. If you have a calendar constraint, it's obviously going to be a closer. if you have an appointment constraint, it's going to be a setter. That's number one rule I just want you to remember, because that will simply allow you to differentiate who you need to hire first. Now, how are you going to hire these people and where are you going to get the talent from? The easiest hack, if you look in the description below, you're going to see a link to our community where we show you an entire guide on how to actually hire a sales rep. So if you click the link below, go into the community, you'll be able to access a lot of our resources. We even have an entire full sales training course. If you do have salespeople or you're a salesperson, you can go and get yourself a 4,000 sales training course absolutely free within the community. Now, how to hire the setter and closer. The main thing I would do is looking at and understanding different platforms. Of course, if you go on Indeed and CV Library, the process is going to be very different compared to Facebook groups or compared to your personal network. The easiest way, I would say, would be to have a hiring flow. So if you have a Google form or have a project management system with a form or a job form, you're going to be putting the link out of the form. By having the link out to the form, people will fill the form out. Once they fill it in, you get a notification. You then have a list. Then I would have a clear board. From this board, I would take people through the different stages. So I would have people who are sat at the interview stage. I would have people who are sat on the interview 2 stage, and how to have people at the offer stage. By having a clear flow, you can actually look at all of your candidates and actually monitor them far better. And then you also know if you're not getting enough people onto your board and enough candidates in, all you'll do is go onto another platform and post a job on there. Upwork has been working well. These platforms do work well, but it's really about finding out for your offer, for your high ticket business, which platform you're going to find them from. For me, personal networks has grown a lot because obviously we work in sales, and for a lot of our clients, when they need sales reps, we have such a big personal network. We can put a call out and we can find them sales reps a lot easier. So that is one of the easiest methods to be able to hire within your personal network. So even try your Instagram story, put up a post, and you'll tend to find a lot of people blow up your DMs. But have that form ready for them, because then you'll be able to get them in, get them to apply, and get them to go through the process far quicker. Hiring is one of the longest processes for a business owner because it takes up so much of your time. It never truly feels productive. So by having a system behind it all will make it far easier. Now, if you enjoy this video, you can click on the left side to subscribe, or you can click the right side to see more sales team tactics. And I'll catch you on the next one. You want to learn how to sell? You don't know how to structure a sales call. You fumble the bag every time it comes to a call. In this video, I'm going to be breaking down how to run an effective sales call. This same format we've taught to many 7-figure, 8-figure businesses. I've now used this to train over 600 salespeople, and this is the most incredible format that I've seen, that I've come up with to teach sales, to get salespeople to performing better. So you could be a salesperson watching this and you want to learn how to close high ticket, or you could be a sales manager or a founder. Either way, this will massively help you and show you how to make one-call closes. We've had people close one-call closes, myself and our clients, 40, 50, 60,000 off one call with this format. It also works for course sales, high-ticket sales, fitness sales. No matter if you're selling $300-400 plans all the way up to $10,000. It works for every single format. And I'm going to go deep into the sales call. It's going to be super in depth, and we're going to break it down step by step on how to run an effective sales call. And before I do so, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Usman Kiani. I run a company called Guided Growth. We're a sales consulting business here in the UK. Now we're here to change the way salespeople are seen. Salespeople right now are seen as sleazebags. They're seen as anyone that just pushes you into a sale. It's only benefiting them. We believe in a conscious way of selling. Being compassionate, being emotionally intelligent. Selling is serving. We want to serve people the right offer, because when we do that the right way, that's when a business builds. Because they're only going to extend LTV, they're only going to stay with you a long time if they've been sold the right way from the very start. And that's what we teach you. We teach you how to sell the right way. Not only tactically how to persuade people, but also sell it for a mega amount of money that you now know that you can actually guarantee that sale. Before we go in, there's 4 things to note that we don't cover on this sales call that we'll be covering in other videos. Before we go into the sales call in true depth, maintaining authority, tonality, saying less, knowing when to shut up, and note-taking are things that we'll be covering in other videos. But in this video, we'll be covering the complete structure of a sales call. Just to tell you, I made thousands of sales on the gym floor before I ever learned anything about sales. Then I had great sales mentors. Then I read sales books. Then I studied sales. Then I had sales team management. Then I would manage large teams of salespeople for 8-figure businesses, for 2 8-figure businesses. But now we teach selling on a grand scale. We teach it to so many people within our offices, within our head office down in London. We teach it down to people virtually. We host calls. We listen to call reviews. We are so involved within the selling space that we teach sales the right way, and we really want to change the way it's done. We've got clients all the way from Australia to America to every corner of the world, and we want to be able to show you our selling system. And I'm going to break it down for you step by step. Let's just jump straight in. The first thing that you're going to do on a call is simply introduce yourself. You're going to introduce it. We're going to work step by step, so I don't want you to get carried away. I don't want you to look too far ahead, but I'm going to work through it with you. You're going to introduce yourself on the call. You've just said hello. It's just literally, they've just answered. And a little bit of a trick here. If they've not got their camera on, the simple thing I say is, hey, can't really see you right now. And the reason why I do that is I want to see them. Selling in person is the easiest way, but you can't sell in person. You want to see them. You want to be able to not only hear them, but body language. I want to be able to see them because the way I move my head, the way I lean in, I can see and I can view them. I want to see if I can read them as well. So I want to be able to have that extra touch point there. The first thing that I do is I'm going to build rapport. I'm going to just talk about how they're doing, how's their day, just enough to not be rude and go straight into the call, but also not so much that I start to become their pal. I'm not here to become their pal, their best mate. I'm here to maintain authority and sell to them the right way, but doing it by questioning their beliefs. So I build rapport. This usually 30 seconds to a minute. Hey, how you doing? How's your day? You doing all right? Nice, yeah. Just been busy, not much. Yep, just going to get and frame into the call. Then I start framing the call. Just going to tell you a bit about today. What we're going to do is we're going to go over a bit about you, and then find out if I can genuinely help you or if not. And I'll do that because the first thing that they want is the price. They're on the call and they're thinking, how fast can I get this price off this guy? What can I do to just find out a bit more about it? They don't know really what's next. So I frame the call to show them what to expect. And now, with a lot of our people who sell in person, we're coaching people within 24 different industries at the moment, but the people that sell cars, real estate, sell properties, they sell gym memberships. This same format we customize into enterprise level businesses. We will customize into any business, but this license model that we have truly works for any type of business. If we have a 2-call close that involves multiple proposals and the scope of work, we build this system, we just tweak it slightly. But very similarly, it is the same system. After I've built rapport and framed the call, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to start finding out more about them, because I'm going to find out everything about their current situation. I cannot sell to them if I do not know their problem, if I do not know their pain, if I do not know what they're struggling with. So I have to know that. So the first thing that I do is I start with their why and their pain. So I'll just say, tell me a little bit more about you. Tell me what you're struggling with at the moment. Tell us what's going on with you. And I'll go into that straight away. And the main reason why I do that is I open the conversation up straight away to allow me to get the broadest answer from them. Because I kind of want it to be so broad that they kind of don't feel constrained by my question. Imagine if I ask a very narrow question in the beginning. So you put on your type form that you're wanting to lose 10 kilos. Can you tell me a bit more why you want to lose 10 kilos? Now, when I make it so specific, I've really kind of self-engineered that conversation, but I want it to take a life of its own. I want them to open up. So I'll say, tell me a little bit more about you, what you're struggling with, what's going on with you. And this is where we ask a lot of who, what, when, why, how questions. Then this section here, just to add this section here could take 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes. This is the bulk of the call here, right here. I'll ask, so how long have you been struggling with that? How long has that been going on? What else has been happening? I might say what else a few times. What else has been going on? Tell me a little bit more about that. And If I'm skilled, I'll find up to 2 to 3 problems. If I'm not so skilled, I'll think I found one problem. I want to lose 10 kilos, or I want to get my business to 2 million a year. But I'm looking at why. Why are you looking to do that? I'm looking for the deeper emotional trigger about them doing that. And this connects with our message of like real compassionate selling, because we find out everything about them to truly help them. Then we discuss their desire on a deeper level, because there's a big difference between desire and pain. Desire is something they'll like to fix. Pain is something that they have to fix. So I want to be able to discuss, yeah, it's nice to lose that weight. It's nice to get my business to 3 million annual revenue. But I want to discuss what is the deeper reason why they want to do that. And this where the depth of the call is involved. After I get all of this detail and I'll be able to gather all the information, I'm taking notes at the time as well. So I've put pain, problem, I'm writing notes. If you do want to see a bit more about how we take notes, comment below, notes, we can send that over to you. You can comment within the YouTube and we'll find a way to send that over to you. Or we might even put it below in this video, in the description. And if you put it below, you can actually download it. So we'll put that accessibility for actually how to take call notes, because it's a massive thing that we get asked all the time of how should I structure my notes. So we can do that for you. We might put it in the description below. Now, once I know everything about them and I've got all their detail of what they're struggling with, what their main pains are, the next thing I'll move on to is, can you tell me what kind of things you've tried? And I'll start to find out what they have tried and what is their gap in their knowledge. Because I can't sell to them if I don't know what they don't know. Now, this will tell me what they're struggling with, and this will tell me what they've tried, which then usually towards the end of the call later, you'll see how I insert the solution based upon what they've tried and what they're struggling with. So I really articulate it based upon the gap that I develop. And I develop a gap of all the things they've tried and where they want to be, and I kind of then bridge them to that gap. So I build this big, I make it out to be like, you're struggling with this thing, what's going on, what kind of things have you tried? And I'm kind of like breaking their beliefs through questioning, because what happens a lot of the time during the breaking the belief part of the solution awareness section of the call is, obviously I've found out everything about them already. I found out all the detail, I found out a lot about them, I know all the problems, I know all the pains, I know their dog's name, I know everything that's going on by this time. When I ask, I'm going to go over a specific scenario with you. So let's say it's a business owner that wants to make 3 million a year, he's struggling with his sales team, he's not sure how to convert more sales. I'll simply say, so you mentioned that you've tried upping your ad spend and hiring salespeople. Why was that not successful? Okay, and what would you have done instead? And I'm questioning their beliefs. Because if I don't do this, if I don't understand everything they've tried and understand their current beliefs, what will happen is at the end of the call, they'll say, I'm just going to try it on my own first and let you know. I need to know that they have a problem. I need to know that they want to fix it and what they've tried, and also what they're willing to do to fix it. And when I know that in detail, then I can really focus on that and dig into it. Without that detail being there, you're going to find it very hard to sell to them. And now after I find out all the things they've tried in the past, all the things that they've been thinking of trying or they want to try, I'll then start to move on to asking them cost of inaction questions. Most people are way too aggressive with the cost of inaction questions. They'll ask, so why do you want to do it now then? How you actually want to do this is, I'll ask potential objections. So what kind of things would stop you from blank? What kind of things will stop you from achieving blank? What kind of things will stop you from fixing blank pain, blank problem? And they'll talk about, it could be partner, it could be money, and I cover those obstacles a lot earlier than most people on a call. It's an objection when it comes up later, but it's an obstacle now. For example, if they say partner, I'll say, and are they supportive of you actually fixing blank? Let's say if it's money, I'll say, so are you willing to invest in blank? Because if I do it after I price present, it's going to be far too late. And now what's going to happen is I'm now selling rather than consulting. And I want to keep the call in a consultative manner as much as possible. Not consulting as in coaching them, which most people get confused. I'm only asking questions, but I find out. Then in some way, I try to articulate cost of inaction. Now with B2B businesses, making this about money is far easier, because in very early on, I'll talk about how much money they want to be making, what they want to be doing, or how much weight they want to be losing, or all the things they want to achieve, whatever the service is. And I'll say, like, so is it costing you a lot by not doing that right now? And then they'll say, yeah, kind of, quite a bit. And I'll say, well, you want to be making 250k a month. You're currently making 100. That 150k gap, is that something that you really want to fix? What's going on with that? Like, is that something that you believe you can fix? Because the reason why I'm asking it in that way is most people, a lot of people, don't believe in themselves to invest. I'm going to say that again. They don't believe in themselves enough to invest, but they believe in themselves enough to just find out more about the problem, find out more about what they could do to fix it. And I'm really going into a lot of detail to find out the cost of inaction from them. And I'll ask them, so why do you want to do it now? Why is this something important to you now? Why did you not do it 6 weeks ago? Why did you inquire now? And I'm slowing the call down at this time. I'm slowing my pace down because I'm asking quite direct questions. So my tonality is soft. I combine direct questions at times with a softer tone. And that's this part here. So now just to recap, we're about 3/4 of the way through the call of time. I introduced myself. I found out everything about them. I found out all the things they've tried, been wanting to try, and that they believe work and don't work. I've also spoke to them about all the things that happen if they don't take action. And now it's my turn, because I'm now going to pitch. We design an in-depth pitch for our clients. Super in-depth. We will do a custom pitch, and at times we teach them how to pitch and break down all the formula for it. But how I start, I'm going to teach you now, is when I move on to the pitch, I make a promise straight away. And I make a promise based upon the desire. So let's say the desire was to take 250k a month in sales, to have each sales rep closing at 30%. I'll say, we'll make sure, so just to make sure we're on the same page, you want to get your revenue to 250k a month and each sales closer to X amount, and we'll make sure we can do that within this time. So they feel heard upon what I'm going to do. And now I've got their attention because they know I've heard their problem and I've presented a solution. Then I'll say, the way we're going to fix that is within our framework. This is where I share my unique mechanism. On this part, I share something in 3 steps, never more than 5, but in 3 simple steps I explain. So what we do simply is we fix it by doing 3 things. And how we do it for businesses, how we would explain it at the moment, would be we do it in 3 different ways. We have a consulting session with you, your team, and find out everything about the data. We look at your systems and CRM, and we look at sales team training. They're the 3 things that we look at, and then I'll go over the features and how. And I'll briefly go over how we go over sales call submissions, how we go over consulting, building high-ticket products. I'll go over the how in a slide. So I'll have slide 1, 3 steps, slide 2, the how and the features of the program. Visually, I put brighter colors, make it really easy to see and what we do. And I put just 2 or 3 steps. I don't put so much on the screen that they get confused and overwhelmed. And then at this point, like something that I love from Hormozi's $100 million book is how he adds scarcity and urgency. But where I add it into the call is, if I was to add scarcity and urgency after the price, people always think it's authentic. They always think like, oh yeah, of course there's an offer. So I add that way before I give the price. And the reason why I give it way before I give the price is it comes across way more genuine and authentic. I build scarcity by either limiting the stock. I might say, well, we have this many resources. And a lot of the times it's actually genuine because we only have so many sales trainers. We only have so many hours. We only have 2 HubSpot developers at the moment. We have a system. We have a Go High Level team. We have a CRM specialist. We only have so many of those people, so we can only onboard so many businesses at once. Because as we're now scaling up to 3 to 10 million, we don't have the manpower. So we genuinely have a scarcity that we can give. Same with you. If you're a coach, you know how many places you can take, so you know there's some sort of level of scarcity. We'll build urgency based upon the scarcity. So if you say, we do offer this if you do it now, we won't give the price, but I will say what we will give. And then I'll also give a bonus. And the bonus that I give, at the moment, we use our events as a bonus. So when we run events of £500, £1,000 for one of our sales events. And we'll throw that in and say, we're running a sales event every quarter at the moment, and we're more than happy to invite you down. The tickets are £1,000, the tickets are £750. And at this point, because the bonus is being discussed, it's like, what else am I getting? How much is it then? So if I'm getting this thing for £750, what else am I getting? And I dropped that in early, and that's been working really well because I'm nowhere near the prices yet. I'm actually about 5 minutes away. But I've dropped in something about urgency, scarcity, and bonus. I stay away from making it discount driven though. So I won't say something like 20% off, 30% off, because I don't want to devalue things and devalue my service before I give the prices. So I'll save all that talk, but I'll develop some sort of scarcity and urgency early. Then I'll simply ask straight away, I'll transition in from here to here very quickly. I'll say, how does that sound? Does that sound good with you? Great. Is there any other questions, or is there anything that doesn't make sense to you so far? I'll ask that because I know that I've shown them a lot of information right now. I've shown them our offer in some way, urgency, show them our features, show them our next steps, made a promise, and I'll ask them clear feedback. Is there anything that doesn't make sense so far? Sometimes I'll reword this question twice. I'll say, is there anything else that you think I've shown that wouldn't make sense to you, or it doesn't sound right to you? And they've said, no, that sounds great. And I want to get them to say yes as many times as possible. So I'll say, does that look really good to you? Yes. Does that look like something you want to do? Yes. I'll always lead them to say these yeses. Then, final time, I'll paint the picture. And I'll say it just like this. Within the next 90 days, you will achieve blank with our system. And I will say blank. Something like, I will guarantee this to happen. So I've painted the picture of the dream island, where they're going to be. So let's say it's a B2C offer where it's like a fitness offer. I'll say, you want to lose 10 kilos, I'll make sure that you lose 10 kilos and you're on the beach, just like you said, you're in Ibiza and you're partying, looking your best within the next 12 weeks. And I'll paint that picture in clear detail. I'll get them to visualize it. I'll say it with such detail. And then I'll stop. And then I'll do something very different that you don't see on many sales calls. I'll just stop and say, so where do you want to go from here? And I'm looking for them to invite me to say, so how much is it? I want anticipation to build. I want them to be like a pressure valve that's just going to pop. And they want the price. They want to know how much it costs. And this is where our price present. And now price presenting is a separate video, how we anchor the price and give it a really big price at one stage, and then we can actually figure out all the different services and how to serve the price, and that is going to be a separate video. So subscribe to the channel to see how we actually serve prices and how we price present. I'm going to break that down in a lot of detail. So if you subscribe to the video and ask for that, if you comment and ask for it, I will make that video for you. So we'll price present and we'll go over all of our prices. Now, the next thing is I'll assume at this point that they're doing it. They're now a yes. I'm expecting objections. I'm not shocked if they give an objection. Most people, where they drop the ball is they'll get an objection and instantly they're like, oh God, they've said no, they're thinking about it. Whatever objection I get, I'm ready. And I do want to shout out to Cole Gordon and how he actually does objection handling, because I actually learned a lot from him as well. I do think the way he handles objections is an excellent frame, and I've kind of changed the way I handle objections. I do have my own twist on it, but I love the way they teach objections. I'm going to break down that framework to you. So as soon as I get an objection, if any, I know it's going to be one or three. It's going to be an uncertainty-based objection where they're not sure it's right for them, they're not fully sure, they've got questions, they're not fully convinced. Spouse, business partner, like your actual soulmate, your partner, or money. Now, what happens a lot of the times is these two are used as smoke screens when it's actually this. I'm going to break it down for you. I would love to do it. It's just slightly expensive at the moment. Instantly, what I'll say is, sure, I hear you. It is a big investment. Is it something that you're 100% sure on? Or is it just the money? Is it something that you might not be sure with, or is it just the money? I'm opening the door for them to escape and make sure it's not uncertainty based. Because I'm just checking, have they thrown a smokescreen objection? Are they fibbing? Do they actually have the money? Because most people have the money. They just don't want to do it. Or they don't need to speak to their partner. They don't need to. So I won't say, I'll say something like, is it something that you have to speak to your partner about? Or are you definitely sure on this? Are you 100% sure on your side? If I hear something like, well, what it is like, and instantly I know it's uncertainty based, and I promise you, 80% of the time, it's an uncertainty based objection. And I'll say to them, so what's the main thing that's making you feel unsure? Or what's the main thing that you got doubts about? I'll open it up in a softer tone to allow them to tell me what makes them concerned. And then I'll start asking them questions about it. That's a separate objection handling framework. I'm going through the sales call with you now just to go into much detail. Buyer's remorse is something just that you tackle, just making sure you explain the onboarding. But this is actually how we actually teach sales within a full sales call. When you're going from introduction, the situation-based questions, the solution awareness questions, the cost of inaction, the promise, the pitch, and the commitment stage. Those stages, and as well as the objection handling, is exactly what we teach. And now, if you're looking at growing your sales, looking at making more sales, closing more deals, you're a founder and your cost of acquisition is going up week on week, you're not sure why your sales team aren't performing, you're not sure why you can't close. If there's no structure of your sales call, you're always going to drop calls. There has to be a clear structure. And when we implement this system into any business that we've given it to, and we train people and we get them to train on it, and we do drills and we do the role plays, we know that we can see incredible result. We know that we will, a lot of the times, double the closing ratio of a lot of businesses. If they're stuck at 5, 10, 15%, we can double it. And we can get them earning twice as much. And their CAC goes to half. Because if you're spending $10,000 a month in ads, and now you close twice as many sales for that leads, and when you're fixing a sales process, that means you're now getting, your marketing spend has stayed the same, but you've made that much more money. And that's what business is about, making the most amount of money from your marketing spend, because then you know that you've really got a business when your CAC and your LTV are in incredible ratios. And that's what we work on with businesses. If you're wanting to learn sales, if you're wanting to learn more about how to make more money from each sale, on how to grow your business, there's going to be a link somewhere down in the description below where you can get in touch with us, book a call with us, and we can see if we can help your business. If you're a salesperson and you're new to sales or you're even experienced, this will massively help you close more deals and win even more. Just if you're closing more deals, you're making more money, and that's what I'd love to see. So it's been really good showing this to you. I'm really excited for you to implement it. Maybe you have to watch it twice or 3 times to finally understand it, but I'll catch you in the next video, and I'll see you in the next one.
I recommended this one book to all of our 7-figure clients. I'm one of the few people who have multi-7 and 8-figure clients, specifically helping them with sales and operations and growing their sales and operations and becoming leaders. Now, this book that I've got right here, I first read around a year ago, and it changed the way we operate our business. It developed clear strategy on how we should be managing our staff. And then in turn, it also grew our sales because everything was far more organized. Everything had KPIs. Everything was super refined towards a set goal with scorecards. Now, if you're a business owner, you're making more than 50 grand a month, this is super relevant for you. If you're not making more than 50 grand a month, you will be able to use these strategies after. But if you're making just over 50 grand a month and you're making up to $1 million a month, this is mega powerful for you. The book is Traction.
Now, this book here, I'm going to show you how many copies I have. I actually have multiple copies of this book, and they're all sealed. Why do I have so many copies? Well, it's because every time a client starts with us, I actually post this book out to them. We actually send them a pack, and this book is now in their pack and we actually build a scorecard for their business, KPIs for sales, marketing, operations. Everything becomes super refined and organized, because in the book, they actually show you the EOS model, and the EOS model is a system how to run the operations of your business. I actually first came across the operations for this business when I was working at a business where I was making 30 million in revenue for that business as a sales manager. Now, that company was Virgin Active, and I worked there between 2015 and 2020. In those 5 years, that business was running off this model. So that's the first time I actually came across it, but I was more of an employee. Compared to most people on the internet where they'll tell you, yeah, I'm young, I just started my own business, now I'm mega successful. I didn't go through that route. For 10 years, all throughout my 20s, I worked for 2 8-figure businesses. And those businesses, I was managing large salespeople as director, as a sales leader, and I was training, developing sales teams. Then in 2020, when I went into consulting, we actually have now working with all the biggest brands within the UK and with the leading sales consulting business for businesses that sell in the high ticket space. So if you sell in the high ticket space, and you're a sales leader or a salesperson who really wants to develop, you'll see our community below, and you'll see what we actually do. And I'm making a segment on this book and how we actually do the operations for businesses. You know, it's mega powerful knowing exactly what each person is accountable for. So we have a clear KPI for every single person. My creative manager, the one KPI that I actually look for, that actually measures success of, is impressions. But that's for organic. But what about paid? Well, the one KPI that I look for, if it was a CMO, someone above that manager, or that manager progressing up, would be cost per book call. What is a book call costing us? Or total book calls. Because if every person is accountable for just one single KPI, that makes it far simpler to manage that person. What KPI is our video editor managed on? Well, total watch time. What KPI is our salesperson managed on? Well, the sales rep is managed on cash collected. What about the setter? The setter is managed on how many booked triage calls ended up and showed up to a call. So to show up live calls, every single person has one KPI. And the simplicity of having one key metric that you measure someone's success is what makes your business more refined. And I had to actually learn that system, and Traction was an incredible book. So now what we actually do with our business owners is they'll already be making more than 50K. Some would say they're more successful. Every one of our clients are in the 1% club already. But they're not just chasing money. They're chasing true business growth. They're someone that actually wants to grow their business, and they know there's a missing link from them growing their sales. If you think about it in a sense, which is in marketing, one person can generate millions of dollars for you. One person can run the ads, do the marketing. You don't need a lot of bodies. Sales is where people drop the ball because they need to understand operations on how to do the setting team, closing team, the sales manager. It's heavily driven on operations. In marketing, you can get one person who runs ads, manages the funnel, and actually generates a lot of money for you. But to close that money, you have to be great at operations. Most salespeople are terrible at admin. Most sales businesses and most businesses that sell in the high ticket, they have an operational issue. They don't know how to actually set up the meetings, set up meetings between sales and marketing. They don't know what KPIs each person should get. And because they don't have KPIs, there's no clear direction. I only spoke to a business owner this week and I said, what KPIs do you have for your sales team? Well, he said, we want to close at 4 deals per week. Okay, great. So what is in place for them to close that? And their calendars were a mess. There's no setting team. They just merged it all together. And the sales manager was progressed up because it was the best salesperson, and then they progressed up to a manager, not giving that person all the tools to be able to win and to be able to manage the team properly. This is the trend for most businesses. Probably 50% of the businesses we speak to, the CEO wanted to just delegate it out and has let go of it too early, or doesn't know how to actually build the infrastructure for that. We build that infrastructure. Not only do we build it, we actually run it with you like a fractional sales manager or a sales director. We build it so that way your business can close the business. All the ad spend that you're spending, all the organic traffic that you're getting, you can then close it. Without that being there, you don't know. So this book was incredible because it helped us determine KPIs, operations, and I combined high level operations, 8-figure operations that I've learned from businesses that were making 30 million, another business that was making 15 million, another business that was making 12 million a year. And all these businesses were high operators. And I combined operations and sales in a high level for sales leaders. Most businesses drop the ball, and that's what we developed for them. And that all came about by not only running large sales teams and sales companies, it was knowing the right operational knowledge and how to apply it. And now we have a clear system for that. So if you're looking to actually build your sales team, you'll see our link below, and you can actually contact us, book a call directly with us, and we can do an audit to see your sales process. Our call is not about, hey, how bad do you need it? It's more about, show us your current conversion on the call, and is there an opportunity to improve it? If that's something that interests you, I suggest you book a call, and we can do an analysis on where you're currently at. If you want to see more videos like this, click on this side right here, and you'll see more of our sales management, sales leaders content, and on this side, subscribe. I'll catch you in the next one. Have you ever looked at one of your sales reps and thought, I should really strangle this guy? He's not making me any sales. He's losing me money. This closer, this sales rep is here to make money. Why are they not closing? Why are they not making me any money? Why are they pissing all these leads down the drain that are costing me so much money? And you know something? Everyone goes through that feeling where their sales team is in a rut. Their sales team is not performing. And it's super frustrating because you put all these processes in place. You know the product's good. You know your marketing leads are good. Well, the salesperson might be telling you that they're not, but you know they're good because you've verified and you've called those leads. But the sales rep is not closing. And what you want to do is you want to just scream at that rep because you're thinking, why are they just not closing? I can tell they're not trying. I can tell they're not punctual. I can tell they don't care. But there's actually 3 things that you need to do to get them to perform better, which does not involve strangling them, shouting at them, screaming at them, or throwing them out the window. Here's how you should actually start. And the first thing is actually just doing a structured one-to-one. So a one-to-one, I'm going to explain to you in this video the 3 things that you need to do to be able to get these guys to perform. The first one is a one-to-one and how to actually do an incredible one-to-one. Now, in all honesty, we want to actually speed up the results. We want to just say, why are you not closing more? But you know, a lot of the times, people are emotional, especially in sales. Sales reps and setters, when they're calling and trying to get their commission, they actually want to make money. They, a lot of the times, will have blockers in place. You, a lot of the times, won't even know what's going on in their outside life. You don't know what emotions they're going through. You don't know what's the thing stopping them. It's easy having that ruthless mindset, which is, well, if they're not performing, they can get out. But I can tell you, that type of leadership approach does not get you far. Because you've got to be able to nurture people. You've got to be able to develop people. You've got to be able to show people that you care. And this is the thing about one-to-ones. I'm not just going to go over like a one-to-one structure, but I'm going to go over what your one-to-one needs to actually have. Because your one-to-one session is actually almost like a therapy session at times because, that says therapy. So the therapy session is when I'm speaking to a sales rep and they're not performing, I'll simply say to them, so what's going on at the moment? What's happening? How's things outside of work? And do you know why I'd ask about outside of work first? Because not only does it disarm them, not only does it show them that you care, but it also allows you to understand, is there actually something happening in their outside life? There was like a big transitional point when I became a manager. So in like 2017, 2018, I'd started managing my first sales team. And when I was managing my first sales team, I instantly managed the team far better than their previous manager because I came in at a time where they hated their previous manager. He was just not a really good guy. They would tell me all the complaints, as they would do. If you're a new sales manager or CEO, they would just complain about the person they just had. When I came in, they were complaining about him. So you know what I did? I did nothing. I got there and I just said, just want you guys to carry on doing what you're doing. And they saw me not trying to overly assert myself and put all these things in place. And I would just ask them for the first few weeks, what do you guys need? What things do you need for support? And they would say, we need this from this manager. This person needs this. We need to be able to get access to these documents. And I would just be able to give it to them. And by me being able to start my relationship with the sales team in that way, it allowed me to ask for more favors later on.
And what I've realized is a lot of the times when we have sales managers, sales directors, VP of sales, sales managers, they're in charge of a team, but it's not actually the great salespeople, not the top seller, not the top closer of the team that makes the great manager. It's actually the managers who are very people driven. Now, I was very people driven, which is what made me transfer to being a really good sales manager. But the transference from going from a sales rep, where you're aggressively chasing numbers and mowing people down who are in your way, all the way to being a sales manager is such a big transition. I was lucky that I had a great mentor and a great person to look up to, who I was kind of learning those soft skills from. But you've really got to be able to show in those one-to-ones how you care. And it's almost at times can be turned into therapy session. It's like you're just talking to them about them. You're deep diving about their life. You're deep diving, asking them what's going on with them, why are they struggling, what's going on. And you're not saying things like, why are you not hitting these numbers? What you might say is, what support do you need to be able to hit these numbers? There is a time, by the way, to be direct, but I would always start off consultative. So let's say 6 weeks of bad performance. In the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I'm consultative. The next week, I might be more assertive and I set the standard. If the bad performance is continuing on week, remember 3 weeks it might sound like a long time to you, but I know sales leaders that have gone through this for 6 months, 7 months and not knowing when to draw the line. And this is why the framework that I use is 3 weeks of continuous support, constructive criticism, giving them all the support they need, maybe even giving them a message here and there and being right there for them. And then starting to say, what commitments can you give me? And then around the 5 or 6 week mark, obviously saying to them exactly what they need to do in a more of an assertive manner. And I usually use it in that timeline because a lot of the times it gives you the ability to suss out what is the issue. Is it a skill issue or is it a will issue? And now in your one-to-ones, this is how you would structure it. So in your one-to-one, you have will. And your will is how much someone is actually trying. How much do they want to be there? Remember, anytime someone starts a job with you when they're first in, they're high in will. A lot of the times might be low in skill. So they might start off around here because they just knew they've not got as much skill. Your job is to get them into this quadrant so they can just manage themselves, which is keeping their will high and keeping their skill high. Keeping their skill high is all down to you doing their development and training and support. Keeping their will high is not just about their attitude to work, because you have to look at your side. Always look at what more can you support? How much can you actually trigger them to think and drive them to actually do better and want more? What do they actually want deep down? What are their deeper goals? And that way, if I know those, I can drive those towards them actually wanting to be there. I'm going to relate back to this in the other parts because the skill and will chart is a great indicator of how we actually manage our staff. But the one-to-one is the first thing. Also in the one-to-one, I would cover KPIs, so all the KPIs, and I would get their commit. These are the main things that I actually cover into one-to-one. So I'll show them that I care. It's almost like a therapy session at times. Not all the time, but at times it can be about like what's going on at home. KPIs, where I ask them, so where are you for your KPI? I'll ask them all the time, how are you doing for your KPIs? Because if I ask it all the time, they're thinking about it all the time, it's getting measured all the time, and it will improve. So I ask all the time. And then I always finish the one-to-one towards the right. The second last question is always, what commitments can you make for the following week or the next few days? And I get their commitments. What I don't do is I give them the numbers. Let's say I want them to make £50,000 or dollars in new revenue. I won't say, I need you to make 50,000. A lot of the times, if someone is not performing and you put that pressure on them in that way, they will not perform. Some rare diamonds will perform in sales like that, but most people will not. So what you would actually say is, what can you commit to? If the sales rep says 40,000, you'll simply say, well, can you do a bit more? What more could you do? I feel like you have the skill and the will to be able to do it. And then they might say 50. You lead them to say a bigger number, but you get them to say it. By getting them to say it, it means so much more. I always want them to commit to the number that they said, that not just the number that I gave them. I won't make the mistake here of saying, can you do 50,000? I will say, could you do more? How much more? You could do 50? Great. And once they say 50, I'll agree, shake hands and say, deal, let's do it. And then, because they've committed to that number during the one-to-one, after you've already showed them that you cared, after you spoke about the KPIs, you're going to find it's a far more productive one-to-one, and it's far easier getting them out the rut. The next thing that you need to cover is culture. Now, culture is something that most people don't fully understand within businesses. They think it's actually just the overall feeling of staff, the atmosphere, but I'll tell you what it is. It's actually your mission, vision, and your values. This is your actual biggest component of what makes your culture. So your mission is where you're actually trying to go, where you're trying to actually try to take the business and why you're doing it. It's the deeper why. So mission is actually why you exist, why you're doing what you're doing. Our mission at Guided Growth is we're trying to change the way salespeople are seen and reshape the sales industry. In my experience, when I looked at sales growing up, every time I would tell someone I work in a call center, I work in sales, I work X sales job, and I worked a plethora of sales jobs, there would always be a sense of embarrassment because people would judge. I would feel like people would judge me. And it's also because sales were notoriously known as just the cold callers, just the annoying guys. But now, when I actually get asked what I do, I just proudly say I work in sales. And the reason why I say that so proudly is because I really want to represent what that industry should be going towards. Now, that is my mission. I should be able to identify what your mission is within a couple of days, within maybe even a day of working at your business. Because the first thing that you'll cover is why you even exist. So every single staff member, every single sales rep that is in your business, they are a part of a mission. Now, if your mission in your business, let's say you're a DJ, you sell DJ courses, and your mission is to spread the best DJ knowledge in music, every single sales rep that comes on board, you would make sure that they know what the mission is and they are fully aligned. Your vision is actually where you're trying to go. Where is it in 5 to 10 years that you're trying to go? So everyone knows why you're doing it and everyone knows where you're trying to go. Those two things alone will be able to attract you far better talent. Because if every single person that's onboarded within your job application, it says clearly mission, vision, values, and this is what we expect, it's always being mentioned. And I have a rule, which is I want to be mentioning it around 7 times before they take their first call. So I've mentioned it again and again. It's in a document, it's in a folder, it's in your company wiki, it's in your company document library. It's always there, your mission, vision, values. The last thing is your values. These are 3 to 7 core values that your business has. A great book to read for this was actually Traction, because Traction helped us kind of build our values, and now we're really big fans of the EOS method. With the 3 to 7 core values that you have, like one of our core values is speed of execution, another is commitment to your success, another is integrity. So we care so much about these values, whether it's our VA, whether it's our PA, whether it's a C-suite director, whether it's a sales rep, those values have to be carried by that person. So every single person carry those values. Now, what you'll find is when you have bad performance in sales reps and those mission, vision, and values have not been spoken about, it's a big indicator towards them not being fully aligned. Because if one of your core values was commitment to your success, like our businesses, every single sales rep, they know their KPIs, they know the numbers they need to hit, they've got the support for their job. Are they committed for their success? And it's far easier managing someone for business values than just that daily task. So it's far easier if someone doesn't hit their monthly budget and they were supposed to close, let's say, 40 deals that month. It's far easier for me to be able to say, you mentioned that you wouldn't get 40 deals. You've only got 25. You mentioned about you would get these deals throughout the month, and I checked in with you. You know, one of our core values is actually commitment, and I just want to understand why you've not actually got that. By actually wording it in a way which is more about the values, you tend to find that people connect with it far more because it's a collective. Everyone's included in that. It doesn't make someone feel like they are wrong, they are alone. It's a shot on their character. It's not a shot on their character, and it's not personal. It's that this business has a role that you fit into, and the business has core values, and you should be able to match those values to fit into our team. So this is why the culture is so important. So number 1 is your one-to-ones when your sales reps aren't performing. Number 2 is culture. And then number 3 is something that most people actually never do. I don't know why this pen's changed colour. I switched the pens without even realising. Driving high performance. Now, driving high performance, what does that even mean?
what does it mean to drive high performance? Well, if you have a team that's just turning up on time, that's okay, that's standard. If they're turning up 15 minutes early, ready at their desk, ready to go, with the right attitude, that's high performance. If they are making a coffee on their break and they're taking 45 minutes to just lounge on the sofa, doing nothing, just because they want to rest for the sake of resting, is that high performance or is it not? What would someone with high performance be doing? They'll be preparing for their next call. Will they be running late for the next call? I look at every single attitude. Like, I would even care about the posture of the sales reps that they sat in the desk. Because when I go to a sales office and we'll have sales reps down at our offices, and this is our studios that we're filming this in. We have our London offices that we invite companies down to, and we've been down to companies all over the country that are sell within the high ticket space, and look within the office or the place where all their sales reps are, and we'll see their sales reps dressed manky, they stink, the BOs, they're all in the office, they're all hunched over. That's not high performance. I'm not an athlete, by the way. I've trained for a long time, but when I worked within sports rehabilitation, I met so many athletes and I learned the way they think, the way they act will be completely different. A little story for you. When I was in 2014, I think, was it 2014? Yes, in 2014, I worked at the Institute of Sport in Sheffield, and I would sit on the reception desk and I would watch Anthony Joshua come in every single day. Remember, this is 10 years ago, so he was obviously not as big of a boxer then, but he would come in super tall, 6'6", and his posture was always good. He would walk straight through and he would be walking at a certain speed. He wasn't just lounging and walking. The way he would walk to his training, he was looking dead ahead, and he's always going straight towards a certain task. Someone could walk and represent high performance. When you would watch Anthony Joshua come in, and I was just a skinny kid sat at the reception desk, I would see this guy come in super focused, and it was inspiring. He wasn't this world champion at the time. It was super inspiring watching this guy just walk into the gym and just go straight at it and then walk straight out. No fanning about, no laughing, joking, straight in, straight out. Listen, there's a time to have fun, but when it's time to play and time to actually make some money with your business, with your sales reps, on making your commission, you've got to be treating it seriously. So I really care about driving high performance, but how do you actually drive high performance, and how would you actually do that? Well, there's a few different things that I do to drive high performance, which is I show them testimonials of current clients getting their result off the back of their sales. So if a sales rep has sold something in January, I'll find a testimonial from that months later that they've got fulfillment from, and I'll show them that testimonial, and I'll congratulate them on the work that they've done, because that testimonial is the client that they sold months before, explaining how they've seen so much success, how happy they are in their decision. And think of how the sales rep will feel when they've not only made commission on this, but they've also had a thank you. They've also know they've done a great job. The product was really good. And that actually is an incredible feeling for a salesperson. The other way to drive sales performance is your morning meetings. I do not see morning meetings either being done incorrectly, non-productively, or I'll say them not being done at all. In any sales office, you've got to have a morning meeting every single day. It could be a 15-minute huddle, it could be a half an hour meeting. I do like the 15-minute huddle method, which is every day we meet 8:45. Let's say it's 9 a.m. is the first call, 8:45. If it's a remote job, we'll all meet on Zoom. I'll get everyone on Zoom and I'll just go over daily wins. I'll go over the testimonials. I might go over some quick wins. I might go over a shout out or I might go over the leaderboards. I'm doing something to drive performance. I'm measuring some sort of KPI every morning. I'm congratulating every morning. I'm rewarding every single morning. I'm there to motivate and drive performance, because all I'm doing every Monday, you'll be able to hear it in my voice. When we do that Monday call, my voice is elated. I want to be there. When we hear managers and we look at their Monday mornings, we look at the recording of it, and it's like, guys, really nice to have you here. I can't wait for this week. We know it's not real. So be the person, be the leader that you needed when you were a kid. Be the person that's going to really inspire your team to really grow your business. And you have to be that guy. Even when it's tough, even when you're getting kicked in the face, even when you're not making money that month, even when there's been 3 people that have just lost their jobs and now you're going to recruit, you still got to be elated. You still got to be a winner. You can't show any cracks. And the last thing is actually accountability.
With accountability, I want to be holding all of my sales reps accountable every single day. And the way I hold accountability is I will have what their projections would be. And the way I hold accountability is I ask them what their projections would be. And I'd say, what happens if they don't get it? And I'll have them sometimes have some sort of forfeit. There's actually a video of me screaming at the top of my lungs because I had to give into a forfeit back in 2019. I do have the video. I don't know if I was going to release it because it's horrific. But after the gym closed, I ran on the treadmill, top of my voice, screaming because the forfeit for that day was whoever does not do X thing has to do it. It was like whoever makes the last close of the day. It was some sort of silly forfeit. But I do love the idea of some sort of accountability. And accountability doesn't need to be a forfeit. It can a lot of the times just be like, what happens if you don't get it? What happens? How are you going to make yourself accountable? And you've been asking them all the time. If someone tells you on a Monday that they're going to hit these numbers that day, on Tuesday you have to ask them. If you wait until Thursday and Friday, the energy's gone. It's now no longer as important. You waited 3 days. The sales rep didn't think you were that bothered. I'm on it. I'm asking them the next day. I'm asking them what's going on. Why is this not being done? You said that you're going to hit this number. You said you're going to close 35%. Why have you not closed it? You said you were going to close 30%. Why have you not done it? You said that you were going to close those 2 deals. You said that you were going to do these follow-up calls, but I can't see them logged in the CRM. You said that you were going to leave these notes, but you've not done it. I hold people accountable. And by simply asking the question, a lot of the times that is enough to hold people accountable. Now, that's 3 ways to help sales reps that are not performing and what to do. One-to-ones. And so that's 3 ways that you could be helping your sales reps perform better with one-to-ones, culture, and high performance. So if you want to see more sales tactical videos, click on this side. And if you want to subscribe, it's on this side right here. The video description below has a link to our community. Come and join us. We host a monthly call. We've got a bunch of content in there for sales teams and helping you improve your sales reps and full training for them. Join, I'll catch you in there. I'll see you on the next video.
This video is going to teach you how to become a ninja with upselling. It's going to teach you how to actually make a 7 and 8 figure business. You cannot make an 8 figure business if your business does not have upsells. You will only ever have a 6, maybe a 7 figure business. But the art of upselling is a lost art that most people don't know, because most people are great at selling, but they're not great at upselling after. And how do you make more money as a business? You have more LTV. How do you get LTV? You have to have an upsell, and that's exactly what I'm going to teach you in this video. If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani. I grew up absolutely poor as shit. And now I'm building my 8-figure business, and I teach you all the lessons that I learned after getting kicked in the face for years, so you don't have to walk out with a bloody mouth after life's kicked you and being so poor for so long. Now, the lesson that I'm going to teach you today is all about upselling. First, let's just cover what an upsell is. An upsell is a sale after the sale. So you make a sale and you actually have a customer or a client who's worth $2,000, $5,000, $15,000, $20,000 to you on your front end offer. But then you have another offer for them. You have another thing for them to buy to level them up, to get them even more results. Because remember, after you fix one problem, you create another problem. In our business, we fix the problem of sales for a lot of businesses. When they're between the 7 and 8 figure mark, we fix the sales for them. But what's the problem that we create? Well, we create another problem, which they need to know how to upsell. They need to know how to run their operations. They might need to run their project management system better. They might need to run their company better with their operations. And this is what we have as an upsell. But what can you do for your upsell, and how do you actually sell it? Now, there's actually 3 sales teams in every business, not 2. There's not setters and closers. That's the lie everyone has been telling you. There's only setters and closers. The 3rd sales team in every business is actually your CSMs, your customer account managers, your customer success managers, your executive leaders in your business who take people and fulfill on your product. Most people have told you that's not a sales team, but I'm going to break down to you exactly why they are a sales team and why they need equipping with all the sales skills. Now, if you think about your customer success managers, we'll just call them CSMs in this video, whether your business labels them as account managers or delivery managers, whatever you label them as your CSMs are coaching your clients and taking them through the program that you've built out, there's a point of an upsell. Now, you have activation points, and on these activation points, if you know about business and you've got your activation points mapped out and you have the golden path for someone to achieve success in your business, which is taking them from their problem to their solution, which you've sold to them, and that golden path that you've got with the activation points, and activation point number 1, you have to remember what it does. Activation point number 1 gets them to feel that value that you've sold, gets them to feel like they've initially felt something, some sort of benefit. And as soon as they felt that benefit, that's when you ask for the referrals and all that side. And that's going to be another video for another day. And there is videos about how to get referrals and upsells in our community. So if you look in our description below, there's a link right there that you can join our community. It's absolutely free. I put tons of video out there, and I even run a monthly call. If you're a business owner, you want to just get free access to me and speak to me about, and you have a question for your business, that's the place to do it. Now, back to the video. And now with your upselling, your customer success managers, they're taking people through a golden path, these activation points, and there's a time to sell an upsell. But what do they sell? Well, ideally, you have your core product and you have another layer of product that you've designed after. If it's something that you don't have, you think about the problem that you've created for the business after you've solved one problem. And that problem that you've created, or the things that you've left out, are the things that you actually put in your upsell. Now, your customer success managers are going to be giving one-on-one support, or going to be giving group support, whatever the format is. Now, if it's the 2018, 2019, Ty Lopez type of group coaching program, which is they get a group call twice a week and then there's a group chat, or if it's the more modern day of one-on-one support, which is the more one-on-one calls as well as a group format, which gives more people more value, which is actually what we run, because we actually pride ourselves on giving more one-on-one support, as well as our sales trainers actually running those weekly calls. And when we actually do those calls, on the one-on-one calls, it's an ability to do an upsell because you're able to give more value. Now, your customer success managers, you need to be able to put them through all of your sales material. If you don't have sales material, you'll access a company who has sales material. It doesn't have to be ours. It can be any company that you can actually train them on selling and when to do the upsell. And there's points on when they achieve that activation point. Ideally, we would say the upsell needs to be done at a time where the activation point, it's not the first one, it's around the second or third one, but you mention where they're going in the long term. Now, how the upsell will be done would be during your onboarding, you actually understand where the journey is, where they're going, and you ask them about their long-term goal and short-term goal. So let's say in this scenario, you're selling a 90-day plan. And on a 90-day plan, you want to sell an upsell at the back of it. Now, the formula for your upsell is normally, so I'm going to give you all the secrets right here. There's nothing being held back. Your upsell should be twice the cost and twice the length. That's the standard format for an upsell in an info marketing business. So if your product is 10K and 3 months, your upsell is 20K and for 6 months. That's a great format because the customer sees that value and thinks logically, yeah, of course I'll do that. And what have you done? You've got that customer to not be worth 10K. Now that customer is worth 30K. And let's say your CAC is $1,500. Now your LTV to CAC ratio is 30-1, which means you can absolutely put even more into marketing and your machine is just far bigger because of this upsell. And the upsell is initially spoken about. It's not sold. It's spoken about where they're going in the long term on the onboarding call. And during the one-on-one calls, which you should be logging, which your customer success managers should have a clear diary of where they log the customer's journey, and which is we actually teach people how to actually do that. When the customer success managers actually label there's an actual opportunity here, you should be having 40 to 50% of people buy your upsell. An amazing business can do 60%, but we aim for 40% of people to get the upsell. Now, if 10 people have bought that 10K product and they're running through the program and they've done the onboarding, the 10K was 100K so far into your business. During the onboarding, we discussed their long-term goal. Then during activation point number 1 or the one-on-one call, we would say, how are you doing for that long-term goal? How are you achieving it? What's next? What are you doing? We don't sell. We just ask the questions. You get your customer success team to just ask the questions. The customer, you know they're having a good time with your service. You know that everything is good. If they actually allude to working with you in the long term, if they actually almost hint that they would actually be interested in that because they may know about that long-term offer, the bigger high-ticket back-end offer. By the way, upsell, back-end offer, same thing. Now, the upsell is spoken about during the activation point, or it's mentioned, or the long-term goal. And it's great if the customer mentions it first. But what you do here, when the customer mentions it, your customer success manager says, yeah, what interests you about that offer? And they'll say what it is. And you'll say, the customer success manager will say, or you as a founder would say, let's just focus on this being your first goal right now. And do you know what that does? That unless the prospect is just ready to buy, then you sell it. But a lot of the times they're not ready to buy that. They're just thinking about it. And what your customer success manager has done is planted the seed, but said to them, we're truly just going to help you with this product right now. Let's get you to see the value here and make your money back. And by delaying that sale on the next one-on-one call, this gives your customer success manager the opportunity to bring it up first, because they brought it up the first time and you told them to focus on what they're doing. Now your customer success manager would say something like, well, you mentioned last week that you were interested in X offer or X thing that we help people with, and I think it would definitely help you. Is that something that you're still interested in? And gauging their response, this is the time to upsell it. Usually on activation number point 2 or 3, aka in your 90-day program. If it's day 20, 30, 40, 50, I think that's a great way to do an upsell at that moment. Because if you leave it until day 75, day 80, and like most people do, leave it on day 90, do you know what happens? They just say, nice, okay, because the customer has already thought about what they're doing next. They've mentally deposited money into their next venture already. Even though they might not have paid or gone with another customer, it's now too late. You didn't plant that seed early enough. That seed has to be planted early for you to make that upsell. So when we actually do a flow chart with our clients and show them where to put that upsell into the journey, we slot it in to around week 4, week 5. And then when we actually put it in, we actually may sell it on week 5 or week 6, rather than leaving it till week 9, 10, 11 and just selling it then. And that's the easiest way to do your upsell. So what you need to do, twice the cost, twice the price. Mention it early. Mention it early enough to be able to sell it a week or 2 later. And if the customer mentions it first, you tell them to keep focusing on what they're doing unless they're super ready to buy, and you can gauge them, which is why your customer success managers need to be trained, and you gauge them and then you can upsell. And remember, your customer success managers go into the call, the one-on-one call, with the links and everything ready. They're going in to support them on being successful on the activation points, but they will have the upsell link ready to be able to ascend them to the next product. If you like this video, comment below, tell me what you found helpful, and share with a friend. If you've got a friend who's got a high ticket business, share this video with them so they can see the benefit and they can make a lot of money. And thank you for giving them all this free value. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you on the next video. You'll see on the right side that you can subscribe, and you'll see on the left that you can follow this video that I think is going to be absolutely killer and help you with your business. So if you click the video, I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye. If you want to sell high ticket, this video is for you. You're probably wondering, why should I listen to some guy on the internet? Well, I'm going to tell you exactly why. My name is Usman Kiani, and over the last 16 years, I've been working in sales. And a big portion of that was selling for myself, selling high ticket products and services, and then training, recruiting, and building sales teams. Over 1,000 sales reps trained and over 100 sales teams that I've built. Now I'm going to give you all the secrets on what you need to do on actually to selling high ticket. And I'm going to break it down into just 3 simple points for you. Now, the first point that you need to be able to do to be able to sell high ticket sales is to learn to sell without a script, which is the absolute opposite of what everyone is telling you online. Everyone is saying to buy their script and follow their script. And the reason why they tell you that is so if you follow their script, you're paying them money. Now, we have a script and we use it as guardrails. We don't actually sell with a script for every single word. How can you? If every single person is saying something different, if every single person has different problems, how can you follow the same script for every single person? I'm going to tell you about one of the early jobs that I had when I was 21 years old. I worked for a company called PepVend, and this company was selling coffee machines. And it was coffee and vending machines that I was selling. And I was cold calling offices to sell these coffee and vending machines. But this is where I met one of my first early mentors. And he gave me my first script. He helped me write my first script. You know, I sat with him right next to him on the table, and I was eager. I was 21 years old, saying someone's going to finally give me a script. Because years before that, I'd worked in a call center and it was all just a guessing game. When I sat with this guy, he wrote down the script for me. He said, what you're going to say, this is exactly what he gave me. He said, what you're going to say is, hey, I'm just calling from Pep, and I'm just wondering if you can point me in the right direction. I'm just looking for the person who deals with the coffee and vending machines. Do you know who I could speak to for that? And now that script was a great opener for me. It managed to get me conversations, but how would I know if it's a good or bad script? Because it's my first ever script. But then you know what happened? Every time I tried to call without that script, the people in the office, the owners of the business, the directors, because it was only a small business, they would say to me,
can you just stick to the script? Because it's going to be way better if you stick to the script. So me being young, I was like, of course, yeah, I'll just stick to the script I'm being told to. I would call all day, all night. I would get the numbers off Google. They did not give me any fancy tactics or tools. They said just find companies off Google and call them. I'd call these companies and I'd tell them, hey, like, do you have anyone that needs a coffee machine? And can you point me in the right direction? And every single time it was a no. Well, a lot of the times it was a no. One day, the managers and the directors, they left the building. And me being the rebel that I am, I thought, you know what? I'm not getting any luck. I'm just going to try saying what I'm going to say. I called up places and these offices and these buildings, and I knew the directors weren't in this day. And I was just determined to make some commission. And I said to them, hey, my name's Usman, and I'm just calling from prep. Have you I just paused and I'd be like, just wondering, can you point me towards staff procurement? And they would say, why do you need to speak to them? And I would just be acting like I'm looking for someone specific there. But then I tried the next tactic. So this is me doing trial and error on my own, working away off the script. And the next time I called up, I said, hey, I was speaking to someone in staff procurement, and I don't know, it was a few weeks ago. It was just about the coffee, the coffee situation that you have about drinks machine. And the same reply would happen every time. What do you mean? And I'd say, oh, well, we spoke to someone a while back, but I'm just working out I'm not really sure who I spoke to. Do you know who deals with the coffee machines again? Instantly pointing me in the right direction, giving me the name, allowing me to add them on LinkedIn, allowing me to then message the right decision maker. And that was me going off the script. But then what happened was I enhanced this point even further. I then developed, over years now, we have an emotional way of selling. So we connect with people emotionally, with compassion, with emotional intelligence. And now we have a script that we give. But the script is actually more guardrails that you need to follow. And now what we do is we connect with the person. And if you've got a script, think of this. You've got a script that you're following. And then a few moments later, someone gives you this big bad news that they've had. Someone's passed in their family, they lost their business, or something tragic happened. Are you going to stick to your script? Or are you now going to leave that script for a minute and connect with that person human to human? Now, most salespeople, do you know what they do? You listen to their calls and they'll say, I'm sorry to hear that. And how's that affected your sales? Or how's that affected your business? They twist it back into the product. And you know what happens? Sales resistance goes up. That person's not buying from you. This is why if you stick to a script, solely stick to a script, it's going to hurt you in sales. You're not going to be able to progress the sale on because people can tell you only want the sale. And if you only want the sale, people aren't going to buy. So you truly connect with people, but you do that by understanding people. Books that I'd recommend to improve your human psychology are Robert Greene, Laws of Human Nature, or Dale Carnegie's How to Influence and Influence People. These books will help you connect with people. Combining these with sales is how you actually are able to sell. And the script is there. We build a script for businesses. We build a script for 7-8-figure businesses. We build a script for sales reps. We build a script for sales development reps. But we also teach them how to work away from the script. If you're only ever sticking to the script, it's only going to take you so far. And then the other example I would give about moving away from a script. In 2015, I was working for a gym chain, and people would walk into the gym. And they'd walk into the gym and they'd say, hey, can you show me around? Now, I had a very specific script for the gym. It was, they come in, I sit them down, ask them everything about them. Then I show them a tour. And then after the tour, we shake hands, either we make a deal or not make a deal. And I was good at what I did, so I closed a lot of deals. But I did this thousands of times. But how I changed mine was, the tour that I was giving was different to every single person. Because if I sat with someone and they said, well, the main thing I'm looking for is yoga classes, or one guy said, the main thing I'm looking for is to do leg training and grow my legs. Do you think now when I give the tour, I'm just going to give them the generic tour like everybody else is doing? No, I'm not. I'm going to pique their excitement. So what I did was, if it was a lad and he said, I want to grow my legs, the first thing that I would do was take him to the leg machines, take him to the squat rack. And if it's a girl who said, I want to do yoga classes, the first thing that I would do is take her to the yoga studio. Because what I realized everybody else was doing They were showing people around the same way. And then the same tour was given to every single person. And imagine you go into the gym and they take you on the same tour. They've asked you what you want to see. Then they show you everything in the gym, even when it's not relevant. Showing you the pool when you said you can't swim. Showing you the pool when you said you're never interested in swimming. I show what you're most interested in. I might mention the other stuff. I might mention that it's there. But I'm not going to waste your time and waste your attention, because I need your attention to stay on the things that you want to see. There's times to move away from the script. There's times to move away from the standard way you do things. Now, if you're selling at the moment, I want you to truly look at the way you are selling. A great tip I can give you here is, if you record your sales calls, listen to your sales calls, and don't listen back to the words you've said. Listen back to the replies that you gave from when the prospect was giving you information. Could you have pulled on the thread even more? Could you have got even more information from them? Could you have said something completely different to what you have said to change the conversation? Because what determines a conversation is the questions. Depending on what questions that you ask is what determines the flow of the conversation. So this is why there's a time to move away from the script, which is sometimes going to be completely different to the sale itself, and moving towards actually getting to know that person better and moving away from the sales. Now, the second tactic I'm going to give you on making more high ticket sales is being audacious enough to ask for a lot of money. I'm going to tell you about the first time that I asked for a lot of money. So I was making sales for, I've worked for 2 8-figure businesses, multiple 7-figure businesses, but the 2 8-figure businesses that I was working for, I was selling gym memberships in premium locations. Sometimes it would be £1,000 sale if you combine the personal training in, or they were paying for a year up front. But when I started selling for myself, for some reason, when I started selling for myself, the first thing that I did was I asked for a low ticket price, because everybody else was selling low ticket in what I did. So in 2023, I spent a big portion of that year helping a lot of fitness coaches, business fitness coaches, grow their business. And I had over 200 personal trainers that we helped. So we grew an incredible business helping fitness-specific personal trainers. But the main bottleneck that it would have would be leads and sales, because they weren't good at sales. Now, these people would come to buy from me, and the price point I was giving them was £1,000, £2,000. 1 month, I thought, my competitors are charging £4,500. So the people who are the most popular in the industry. So the only thing that I changed here was I thought people link value to the price a lot of the times. What they link, when you go to buy jewelry and you see 2 gold chains in a shop, they look the same. It's hard to tell the difference between gold and gold. And one is £500, one is £100. You're naturally going to think the one that's £500 is better. That's what you're naturally going to think. Just because price, a lot of the times, it'll dictate value. People will want more from it, expect better things, think it's higher quality, simply because of the price. So I doubled my price, more than doubled my price. When I got new clients and they had a big enough business, I would simply say, I want 10K for this. And I'm going to give you the benefits of actually asking for a lot of money. But as soon as I got my first yes for a 10K sale, it absolutely changed the way I see sales. Again, and this is from someone who's already selling for over 10 years. And the way it changed the way I see sales was, price is only an objection when the value that you're providing is not enough to justify the price. That's when price is an issue. And now every time I would get a price objection, I'm always going to be accountable that I did not provide the value. So if someone ever was to say, that's too expensive, I do not think they don't have the money. I think instantly, shit, I didn't show the value. Why did I not show the value enough? What did I miss? And I'm accountable that it's always my fault. But the first part of becoming accountable is actually being able to ask for it in the first place. And being able to ask for it, the benefits of that it will have in your business would be, if you ask for more money and you can push a lot more money into your business, the next month you can hire more people. You can run more ads. You can't build a business if you're asking for a low ticket price. If you're wanting to run a solopreneur business on your own, making a couple of grand a month, then it's ideal for you. Ask for a little bit of money. But if you truly want to build something big, If you want to build a business that lasts, if you want to hire A players, if you want to attract the right people, if you want to run ads and attract all the right customers, you've got to ask for a lot of money. And then what that allows you to do is to give an even better service, because you can hire for better delivery. So without you asking for money or enough money, you won't ever build your business. Now, with our business, we build and train sales teams. But when we build and train sales teams, we make sure that we give enough value to be able to charge the amount we do. A lot of the times what we do is we'll charge an amount that we think the time to value, so that the money that business can make the money back on, will be a couple of weeks. And because we have such a strong 100% money back guarantee, we're able to give a higher price, but we're able to also at the same time provide enough value that we win them the money back. Because if they've got 4 sales reps and we move their closing ratios up by 5% or 10%, and the sales reps were already making 50k a month, and we move them to 75k a month or 60k a month, instantly that business has won more than their money back of their investment with us. So we're not scared to ask for a lot of money, only because we can then use better tactics to deliver more expertise. And because we've done that, we've been able to hire better sales trainers, better account managers, better systems. Now we're moving all of our systems over to HubSpot, and it's a lot more expensive than Go High Level, but I know that the use points of HubSpot and the data points and the dashboards are just far more detailed. So we'd only ever been able to do that if we asked for the right money. So that's a big component of it. Now, the last thing about asking for a lot of money is the shock value. It will actually allow you to price anchor your second product. So if you have a core product, I'd always suggest that you have 2 products. I never say you want to have 3, 4, 5 options. I always actually give 2 options. So when you're price presenting, you're going to pitch the price that you have. Let's say you've got 3 options. You might show the third option, but you won't put any emphasis on it. You might even have it on the screen, but you'll say it's either this or that. And I use the alternative close, it's either this or that, because it's the best way to close. It's stopping that person overthinking, and confused customers never buy. So you want to be able to say, hey, which version do you want, this or that? And then when I sense their energy is leaning towards one thing, if I think I can push them over, I'll say, well, this one will help you in this way. Or I will agree with them and push them into the sale and secure the deal on that call. It's just the easiest way to be able to anchor the price really high and then have a secondary core product. So your gold package would tend to be your big price anchor and then that audacious price. So in my scenario, when it was a 10k price, I was able to say, well, it's going to be 10k, or the second option is 5k, but the 10k has a lot more support and a lot more resources and resource library and one-on-one calls with me, instantly saying, yep, I'll do the more expensive option. So the first thing you need to do is just ask enough money, so then people will tend to go for that more expensive option. It will surprise you. And the last thing about asking for a lot of money is the shock value. You actually want to deliver shock on a call. I don't avoid someone getting shocked with a price. I call it a knockout close. And the knockout close is where I've given so much value, given so much consultative questions, shown them what we do, shown them the features, and then I'm going to give a price that I think, right, this is going to daze them. I want to give a really big price. Because then what I can do is, if I've given the highest price possible first, they can go for the core product, or we can negotiate, and then we have room to negotiate. Because the one thing that I realized about sales is everyone needs to feel like they've got a great deal. If someone doesn't feel like they've got a good deal, they're not going to keep buying from you. They're going to leave. They're going to refund. They're going to have buyer's remorse. So that prospect needs to always feel like they've got a bargain, even when they've paid high ticket. So when they've paid high ticket and they said yes to the same product straight away, you need to provide enough value. You need to make sure that they think it's a good deal and they know it's a good deal. Because without that, you're going to really struggle to capitalize and close high ticket. Now, I'm going to go over the last point. And the last point is the third and final point that you need to know to really excel at high ticket sales. But the first thing I would say before I progress on to the last point is, if you like this video, like and subscribe, comment below on the videos that you want to see from us, and share with a friend who needs to learn more about high ticket sales. Now, this last point is something that I'm going to cover it in 2 sides. So I'm going to cover it from a salesperson side and a sales management side, because I excelled at both simply because of this one thing. Now, when I was a salesperson, I'm going to go back to 2015 again, 2015, 2016, 2017, in those 3 years that I was just selling gym memberships over and over again. And every single day it was just a churn of memberships. Every single rep I was up against, every single membership consultant that was against me, used to look at my sales, used to look at the sales board on why is he doing so good? How come he's got so many sales? I never used to look at the sales board. I'd only solely ever look at leads, because I knew if I look at leads, the appointments will convert and the sales will come. Whilst everyone's focus was on sales, because what would happen, a memberships consultant, a sales rep would come in that day, come into the desk, sit down and think, oh, no sales. And they'd get demotivated. They look at the board and think, I've got one appointment, not making sales. Hopefully someone walks in today, and it would never really happen. But what I would do every time I would sit down would be, how many leads did I generate yesterday? How can I beat that today? Whilst everyone was focused on making more sales, I was focused on making more leads, generating more leads. And I would go and get leads from different places. I would go out on the gym floor, speak to people. I would go to corporate businesses and get leads. And that was a great thing. I did B2B and B2C selling in one position. And it gave me those expert reps to be able to sell to multiple different industries, multiple different corporate accounts, multiple different people, everyone from a different background would be coming into the gym, whether they're from a business or they're from just a customer that walks in. But I would always look at the leads. And because I would focus at the leads, I would outshine everyone. Now, when I was managing sales teams, the reason why I won Sales Team of the Year, Sales Manager of the Year, every accolade again, was whilst everyone was focused on their sales team's sales, I'd only ever look at the leads. So I trained my team to go and look at the leads first. And every time they would come in, they would say, oh, I didn't make any sales yesterday. You know what I would say? But you generated 20 leads. Totally fine. And it would be a shock to the culture of that place, because this is a gym, it was in North London. And they were used to a manager shouting at them. They were used to a manager being horrible to them and looking at the sales every single day. But when they did not make sales, he would have a go at them. So what I did was, when I started, I did the absolute opposite approach. I said, it's okay if you do not make any sales if your energy goes into generating leads. And then I started a culture where membership consultants would be like, this day is focused on really generating leads because I don't have much in my pipeline. Because I would ask about their pipeline every single day, and I would focus on that. So I'd go into a lot of detail about their current pipeline, where they're at, what they need to be doing, how much is coming in. And that's the first thing I would work on. And I used to look at the flow of the leads. After you look at the flow of the leads, you then look at appointments. Appointments will have their own metric. So I'll break down the two metrics. Now you should have a lead metric, which is how many leads that you expect to get today. Now, no matter what you are selling online, whether you are running ads for your business, whether you're doing cold DMs, whether you're doing LinkedIn ads, whether you're getting leads off TikTok, anywhere that you get leads from, there needs to be a lead to appointment conversion. Or you should even know the lead to sale conversion. But the lead to appointment conversion is the total leads that you get to how many convert to a lead. So if you have 10 leads and you've got 4 appointments, that's a 40% conversion from lead to appointment. And every single time, I would look at that ratio as the next metric. Because if that metric is good, then I know those leads are of high quality. If the leads aren't high quality, then I'm going to change the targeting of those leads. So it's simple, whether you're running ads, the lead to appointment. The difference when running ads is, when you run ads and you're getting leads in, it's all about the speed of you calling them. So you have your specific points of, am I calling them fast enough? Have they got enough touch points, emails, texts, getting all those on point, and then making sure the leads are actually booking onto appointments. So I want to make sure that there's at least a good conversion. We have different metrics for different industries that are booking onto appointments. Let's say we get 10% of all leads booking onto appointments. We could then know after that how many appointments are going to be booking on towards having actually being closed and making a sale. But there's a metric in between, which is show ratio. The show ratio between an appointment to a show up, appointments booked to showing up, should be at least 75%. Now, a lot of businesses that we work with, one of the main issues that they have is not just their CAC is so high or their leads are so high. It's also because their show ratio is so poor. Their show ratio will be 30, 40, 50%, We get up to 75%, and the two things that we simply add is an appointment confirmation with a video and detailed, and texts at specific times. By doing those specific things, we are able to move their closing ratio up, their show ratio up, in turn closing them more sales. So the output is just far more off the same amount of leads, driving their cost of acquisition down because they've managed to get more people to show up and more people closed. And let's say in this scenario, you're a sales rep, you're getting 100 leads. You've generated 100 leads over a week. And the next thing is that you got 10 of them to book onto an appointment. So you got 10 appointments. Now, you should be getting 4, 5, 6 sales from that, ideally. Now, you're only going to make those sales if the appointments show up. So whether your closing percentage is 30, 40% of the, or let's say in this scenario it's cold ads, whether your closing percentage stays the same, if you get more people to show up, you close more sales. It's just a domino effect. So if you had 100 leads and 10 people booked an appointment, and then your goal was to sell to 5 of them, what if only 5 showed up? You're only now going to sell to 2 or 3. But if you get at least 7 to show up off those 10, and your closing percentage stays the same, so your sales rep skills, your sales skills, or your sales team skills do not increase and do not change at all, you would make more sales simply because of the show ratio. And it all starts with leads, appointments, and sales, and just putting it into just a simple order and just mastering every single level of that. Now, if you're selling high ticket, you need to make sure that you got these 3 things in place. Are you selling away from the script at the right times? Are you asking for the right amount of money? Are you brave enough to ask for an audacious amount of money? And are you looking at leads, or are you just looking at total sales on the board all the time and struggling with the same thing every single day? If you do these 3 things, you'll make a lot of sales. And if this information is useful to you, give us a subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next video. After over a decade in sales and hiring over 1,000 sales reps, I'm going to go over a complete SOP of everything that you need to be able to onboard and hire a sales rep and give them the best possible start. But just to tell you why you need to watch this video, the churn rate in sales reps is one of the highest of any industry, of any job role. And the reason why it's so high is because most employers and companies have no onboarding. And what do they do after? When the sales rep doesn't perform or doesn't know how to do a specific task, they blame the sales rep. And they continue to repeat the same problem again and again and again, resulting in your costs of training people, onboarding people going up, never building company culture, and never truly making the sales that you need to. All because you do not have the SOP. So I'm going to go over a complete 23-step SOP that you need to onboard your sales reps. We're going to break it down step by step. And what you can do is you can also see down in the description, we're going to put this entire document down for you to download. So you can also access this list and you'll be able to implement it into your business. And it will be guaranteeing you to onboard sales reps and give them the best possible start, and they will be able to get results sooner. They'll be able to make more sales sooner. Their closing rate will be higher because they were trained from the very start. And not just that, culturally, they're a way better fit because you have onboarded them with your values, with your company, and shown a level of professionalism. Gone are the days where you hire someone and it's like, yep, we'll send you a bunch of logins and just get started and just try to sell for us. It sounds ridiculous when I say it, but that's what most people are doing. They have no onboarding sequence at all. So I'm going to break down what a world-class onboarding sequence looks like for your sales reps. Now, if you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani, and I've worked at 2 8-figure companies managing sales in a leadership role. Now I'm building it for my business, and we build it for many other businesses just like yours, specifically within info marketing, within the high-ticket space. We build, recruit, train sales teams, and we do it in a revolutionary way, which is completely different to the industry because we don't do pushy sales. We do it with tactics. We don't just teach you what to say, but we also teach you what not to say. Now, let's get stuck in with number 1. The first thing that needs to be done, of course, sign the contract. So you're going to sign the contract. You're going to have a contract ready. The contract will have all the details about your company, about what you expect. What most people do wrong in step number 1,
before we go into everything else, in step number 1, they already mess up because the job doesn't tell everything they expect from the sales rep. Most job owners, most job employers, what they do is they undersell the job just to get someone in rather than oversell it. What I would do is I would rather tell the sales rep how hard it's going to be, how they're going to make an incredible reward, but it's going to be tough. Because if you tell them it's going to be easy just to get them in, what's going to happen? They're going to expect it to be easy. So put everything in the job or contract that you expect from them. And at times, I will put things more than I will expect. An example of that would be with my sales team, I would often say to them that you've got to come into the office every single day. But I know remote work is now the norm. So they're probably just going to come in 3 days a week. Ideally with the sales team these days, I would prefer it to come every day. But with remote working, I do think we're a remote working business. Specifically within info marketing, you do have that. So I sometimes will set the expectation of them coming in more days than we require. Simply because it puts you in a safe place as an employer, but also sets the expectation that they need to be on hand. And then when you do ask them to come in for a meeting or for any reason, it doesn't hurt you. The expectation's already been set. Now, for number 2, an NDA. Most people never protect themselves. The naivety of thinking you'd never need to sign an NDA with an employee is going to hurt you in the long term. If we think about it like this, if you're going to hire 50 staff over the next 2 or 3 years, one will do you wrong. It's just the theory of numbers. And that one doing you wrong will only hurt you because there was no NDA. And that document alone will just protect your business. So what I would do is I would put an NDA into a DocuSign document. I'll put it into DocuSign and I'll have that emailed over straight after the contract. So step number 1, DocuSign, send over the contract. Step number 2, you're going to do the NDA. Specifically, use the same software, send it over. You can use PandaDoc or you can use DocuSign. Very easy to send it over and get those 2 things signed. Remember, your sales manager, or if you're smaller than 2 million, you're probably the founder who's managing the sales reps. You need to oversee this checklist and you need to have either a project management system, a Trello board. We use ClickUp in our business. And how we would do it is we would have a checklist for someone to oversee and check it over. That way that's been done. So how we would manage that process from start to finish would be the sales reps have a checklist checked by the sales manager. And then the founder or the director, sales director, would just oversee that checklist and just tick, is that done? And that's really easy. And you'll do with the odd pulse check to make sure things are being done right. Step number 3, doing a personality test. Now, the method that I use is a website called 16 Personalities. And I send over the personality test, which links to number 4, which is a screenshot of the results of that personality test sent over as soon as it's done. The reason why we do this is a good leader in sales needs to understand his team. Everyone is different. Everyone has different emotional capabilities. Everyone thinks differently, digests information differently, works differently, learns differently. Now, as a leader, as a manager, as a founder of the business, you need to know the mix of personalities that you are attracting. Not only that, you will also develop an eye for the type of personality that you are looking for. So I will always do a personality test with the sales reps during onboarding to make sure they are the right fit. Over time now, I know exactly the type of personalities I'm looking for. And over time, when you're doing this, if you've got a current sales team already, get them to do the personality test, understand your team better. And I promise you, the trend that you'll see is your highest performers and your lowest performers will be completely different. And what will happen is you'll know how to manage your the lagging performers, the guys who are not doing as good. You'll be able to know how to manage them better because you'll understand them on a deeper level. You'll understand their personality. And a lot of the times, most people struggle, not just because of their motivation, because the leader, the manager, the founder does not know how to motivate and drive performance from them. So number 3 and 4 are all about the personality test and sending that personality test straight over email. Now, the next thing is you're going to do number 5, which is complete a Google form to tell us about yourself. And I want the sales rep to just tell me about where they're from, a bit about them, because I use this in a few different ways. For point number 5, the reason why I want to know them is as a founder of a business, as your business grows, specifically if it's between 10 to 15 million, you should be knowing all the employees that you have, but you might not be hiring them. So what I will do a lot of the times, the founder of the business, you'll just look a bit about the sales rep, and then when you meet them, you can greet them properly.
Imagine as a sales rep, you are greeted by the company owner, the founder, the director, and they feel like they know you already. They ask you something about yourself. So it's a massive win instantly to buy someone into the culture, and it gets someone involved into that company a lot deeper. So that's one tactic. But as a manager, if you're directly managing that sales rep, you should want to give a shit about that person. You should want to care about them enough to be able to manage them, to be able to get them to perform better. And you can only get them to perform better if you feel like you've invested time to getting to know them. So you have to get to know them to be able to get them to manage, to be able to get them to perform. And they're only going to perform when they might be, some people are going to be self-motivated, but some people will need that bit of extra motivation, which comes from feeling like they know you. And then the next thing is identity verification. I put that in the list because I want their driving license and passport. And I just want to know more about their sensitive information. And I want to block out the details that are sensitive that I don't need. And I can upload that information into like a G drive just so we have the information. Because as a business, you need to just protect yourself in as many ways as possible and also professionalize your business. You know how many times I've been into companies and we looked at the sales reps, and I just have a checklist that I work with companies. It's a 50 list checklist. And I'll just ask them, so you got their IDs? And they'll say, no. You know where they live? No. I know instantly. One, they kind of don't give a shit about that employee. They're just there, and that's why they're turning you through so many staff so quick. But also, they're missing important things. There's a point where your business needs to professionalize itself. Think of if you worked at a big company in the past. The standard procedure is to ask you for ID, and your business needs to do that as a clear SOP. So that is number 6 on the list. The next thing is social media platforms, specifically LinkedIn or any other channels that you are using. I will get them to have it on their company profile. Specifically within LinkedIn, I'll put it in the SOP to change that on their company. The reason why is, as a brand, people will be searching for your employees after they speak to them or after an appointment. Commonly, if I get a cold email or I get an email to booking of an appointment confirmation, a lot of email apps show you a link going to their LinkedIn. Now imagine how it would look when you have XYZ company, an appointment's been booked, you see a LinkedIn automation that you can go onto their page, or you might even search for them, and it says that they're at college, they don't even have a job. And do you know how many times we see this? Do you know how such a small thing can lose faith within that prospect? So that is number 7 in the list of ensuring LinkedIn is synced up. And if you are heavily involved into Instagram, you'll also want to put that in the bio there as well. Now, the next thing is I'll change the headers on social media platforms. So in their bio, it will say which companies they're working in. That's step number 8. So I'll detail exactly that they work at that company, at that place, and tag the company as well. The main reason why this is important is brand standards are key. And the way customers buy is heavily built on trust. And again, same point again, your company has to look professional, has to look like it all syncs together, and that syncing of the company needs to be even down to your sales reps. As a business right now, we're ensuring that the language, the font, everything used between website, our documentation, the words used on our LinkedIn, on our Instagram, on our YouTube, they all are in sync of the company and the brand image. The reason why is because most people will actually go on and look at different platforms, and they need to tell one story. Imagine they go on one platform, they see one story there and a different mission statement on another one. It all needs to link together and it needs to make sense. So you want to have that same standard for your sales reps. So I also want to change the bio on LinkedIn and Facebook just to make sure it was sent over, and I'll send them over the bio that I want them to put in over email. So by the end of this list, you'll be able to also download it in the description. But this 23 checklist, you'll be able to just have it on an email with all the things that you need to send them, and you can send them over one email and have it in a clear template. And once you got that template, every time you onboard a staff, they get it sent over, and they just work through that template. And then on the Trello board or on your project management system, you can just say, right, as soon as you've done these things, tick them off. The next thing I will do, I will add all the features to their LinkedIn profile. So I will put all the booking links and everything that they need to go over on their LinkedIn profile, because I just want it to be in sync. I just want to be able to say wherever people are coming from, whether they come from IG, LinkedIn, or any other platform, it's all in sync and it all makes sense. Obviously TikTok, YouTube, we can't really book appointments on there apart from the YouTube description, but they're not going to be posting videos on the platforms that you can. I want to make sure those links are very clear. The next thing is I want them to make a Google account specifically for the company. So you as a business need to be paying this, I think it's like 15 quid, 14 pounds, $20 for a unique Google account for every single employee. The main reason why it protects your business, most businesses that I know, they do not even, they skimp out on things that they don't need to skimp out on. Protect your business on one side by adding someone in to the right Gmail, but also it all needs to look unique. When they get an email of an appointment confirmation, it needs to look very clear that they work at your business. Remember, a lot of this is about maintaining brand standards, and I'm very big on brand standards of it all looking in sync. And when the onboarding is professional and clear, your staff will tend to feel as though this is a professional place. I best come with my A game. And that is number 11. Number 12, they configure the Google account and they make sure that the account has a picture, and it doesn't really need a bio on there, but that account has a picture and it's very clear on that they work at your business, they have that email and the picture is on there. Number 13, they're going to join the Slack account. So you're going to send that over email into that same email. The reason why the Google email needs to be made first is because that's the email that would be invited into a Slack account. So we make sure we do that first. So after the Gmail is made, after the picture is added, step number 13 is they join the Slack account and they get involved in the company. Just a little tip here about joining the Slack account. You want to make them feel welcome. So I want everyone in the team to have the culture that when someone joins, it's like, hey, how you doing? Really good to have you here. Amazing to have you join. You want them to feel welcome. Do you know how many times I've looked back at company conversations and we look at the onboarding of a staff and we go into the detail of when they were added into Slack? It was like added into Slack, no communication, no welcome. They've never even spoken to other sales reps. They don't even know of any relationships being built. And think of, as businesses now, when we're working remote, very hard to keep that company, like that company culture. And culture is created on the very start, on day one. And on day one, when they added into the Slack channel, they should be greeted by everyone, by the sales manager, by all the directors. I want to get all the directors to even message in and just say, hey, welcome, really good to have you here. Just because it just sets a precedent of that this is a place that actually wants you here, and it's a company that wants you to win. And the best way to make people feel like you care about them is simply just by welcoming them in and saying hello. That's step number 13. Step number 14 is giving them logins to your DocuSign, to your Skype if you use Skype, or Google Meet, just to give them any logins that they might need regarding contracts, pay funnels if you use pay funnels, or if you use any sort of payment software, you just want to be able to give them the right login so they can start taking those payments. And that's step number 14. Number 15, you want to be able to send them a Google Drive folder, and just let them know to bookmark that folder onto their browser. And I just want them to send that reminder because that folder needs to be easily accessible for them, because that's going to have all their training, and I ask them to bookmark it so it's easily accessible. So many times we look at company onboardings and the staff is asking, where's that folder again? Where's that resource? Where's this? And everything is everywhere. And they should have a clear link to access it, and they should have that bookmarked onto their page, and I just give them a reminder. Remember, a lot of this is just about making that salesperson, making it like dummy proof so anyone can win. And like, I can tell you, I'm not the smartest guy out there, but because I can follow instructions, and the instructions have always been simple for me, that's why I was successful in sales, because I was relentless and I was able to just follow SOPs. But I can think back to companies where I worked in with no SOPs, to think back to the companies that had SOPs, and I was always more successful at those companies. And now when I look at all of our clients, the one that have the SOPs are always going to be more successful, because the onboarding was more professional, sets a precedent, and it's clarity for that sales rep. And then the next thing is number 16, understanding terms, payments, and your contracts. Now, you have contracts. An example is, I spoke to a sales rep at a company recently, and I just asked him a question. So if someone misses a payment, what happens? He went, I'm not sure. And I knew the terms weren't explained. So the terms of contracts, the terms of what happens after the payment, the terms of your guarantee if you have one, your bonuses if you have one, all need to be handed over so that person can read through them. And it may seem like one of the most boring things, but a good sales rep reads through the contract of the product, the customer contract. The reason why is, I want you to do this test. If you have a sales rep, ask a sales rep a question about a term in the contract, because if they can't answer it for you, what happens when a customer asks? They'll say, not really sure. How will the buyer perceive that sales rep if they don't even know the terms of what they're buying? So do yourself a favor and provide your sales reps with all the tools, including the terms of actually being able to understand what the client will be agreeing to. So they need to be able to read through that, all the sections of it. And as a company, you should definitely make sure you have that. Number 17 is adding in their picture onto their Calendly, Slack, and Zoom, so all the pictures match. I just make sure they have a shot of their head, looking happy, looking clear. If you have a company uniform, you can put that on and just make it your brand colors. But I just make sure that syncs all across the board. And now that they've got logins for Calendly, Zoom, and Slack, all the picture is synced. So because you'll just get known, you get branded, especially in like remote closing businesses, you need to be able to have as many touch points as possible, and the picture does make a difference to know who's messaged at a quick glance, and it all looks like it's in sync, depending if the customer's looking or if we're looking internally. The next thing on number 18 is joining the Facebook group as a moderator if applicable. So if your salesperson, if they are more of a marketing sales rep, where they will go into Facebook groups and sometimes find leads on there from people who have maybe asked for a lead magnet, you need to make sure that they will actually be in that group as a moderator. So make sure you add them in as number 18. Number 19, going through all these SOPs over email, but going through all the SOPs of your training for the sales rep. So everything that you expect a sales rep, how to start the call, beginning of day notes, end of day notes, the notes for how to add things onto the CRM, that entire folder resource needs to be there for the sales rep. So that sales rep needs to be able to access all the information. Something that we do with businesses is that we build all those SOPs for them. We will write them, we will build them, we will implement them, because most businesses do not have them. So we make sure that they have all of those ready. So the salesperson starts, those SOPs and everything are ready for that salesperson to be able to read through. And there's a checklist saying, do you know the SOPs? And you'll ask them just random questions like, do you know what to do when this happens? Yes, I know when I'm closing down, I need to send a closing down end of day email. I need to put a message into Slack to say how many appointments are closed, to say who's the following up, just so there's a clear process of how things need to be done and they understand it. The next thing is I create a Calendly account with the Google account. So now the Google account is made, I create a Calendly account. Calendly is a software to obviously do your round robins or to be able to take on the appointments. If you use any other bookings platform, you can use any others, but I just make sure Calendly or the one that you use is in there as step number 20, so they can literally sign up and they can now do their availability. They'll put their availability in, and I just have it in my diary that it's for my checklist to be able to just look over that availability, and it's clear. Availability is such a big component of people booking sales calls, because if the availability is not there, your prospect will still book the appointment, but the chance of them showing up is far lower. So I just make sure that Calendly is done and the availability is there. Then I'll integrate their Google workspace and their Calendly as one, so it all syncs. So their Google Calendar shows everything from their calendar, so it all is one and it's clear. And that's step number 21. Step number 2, I will link their Zoom and their Calendly. So that's they will do that. They will link their Zoom and Calendly. That way, people, when they book a call into their availability, the Zoom link is there and it's produced and it's sent over email on automation. And the final and last thing is accept Google Calendar viewing requests, so you can view their calendars, because most people don't even send and don't view their sales reps calendars, but you should be able to see them, so you can actually see no shows and pulse checks, and sales manager can have good oversee of everything. So those 23 points is a full checklist of everything that you need to onboard a sales rep. Now, if you're something that you need in your business, you can see the link below, book a call with us. If it's some SOPs or systems that you need for your business on hiring, maintaining, building, training sales teams, world-class sales teams, we can do that for you or with you. And if you're interested in working with us, please get in touch. But if you like the content, subscribe. There's a lot more deep sales topics coming. But if you need to see more videos, comment below and tell us what you want to see. I'll catch you on the next one.
This is probably going to be the most in-depth video on how to run an effective sales rep meeting, on how to actually meet with your sales reps on weekly one-to-ones, how to manage them, how to get the best out of them and drive performance. I'm even going to go over what to do when they're not performing and all the things that need to be done. So in this video, I'm going to break down how to run an effective sales one-on-one meeting with your sales reps, how to manage them, how to drive the best performance out of them, and I'm going to give you a simple framework on what to follow in 5 easy steps. If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani, and I've worked in sales for my entire career. I worked at 2 8-figure companies, and now whilst building my own 8-figure business, I share everything that I learned along the way. And now let's go into point 1. So the first thing is preparation. So prep for sure. So what type of prep do you need to be doing before your sales meetings? Well, you need to make sure that you've looked at all of the data for the salesperson before the meeting. Most managers, when we look at the sales reviews that they're having, they're not bringing all the data from that sales rep to review their performance. They're just going off how they feel. And when a meeting is done based on emotion, it's a lot harder to manage. When it's based upon your business's values and the mission, and based upon the metrics that they should be hitting, it's far easier because it's more of a numbers conversation, which becomes more logical. Making the conversation logical is probably the easiest part. So the preparation that you need to go through is in a few different stages. You need to make sure that you've gone on the dashboard and then you've checked all the KPIs. So you've downloaded all the information and you've got all their metrics. And then also, you're going to make sure that you've got their targets. You're going to make sure that you've got all of their targets that you should be hitting and looking at where they're tracking right now. So then you know, are they on track and how off track they are? Because before the conversation, they will probably know, well, they should know if they're doing good and if they're doing bad. And you also being prepped with the knowledge of exactly what's been going on. Now, if you're a good manager, you will not only just look at the dashboards, but you will go into the detail. You will look at the lead sources. You will look at where each lead has come from. You will look at how it was stored. You will look at the notes. You will read through a couple of notes. You might dip into, listen to an old sales call from that and just pulse check everything. But being super prepared for that meeting is a massive component, because that sales rep is going to feel extremely valued when you've actually looked into their performance, and then you can actually praise them on the things that they've done good. Without you actually looking into it, how will you be able to actually analyze their performance? And we see so many meetings that sales managers and founders are doing with their sales teams, and they have no data to go off. So I'll do a deep dive into their data. I'll probably spend, if the meeting's half an hour, I'll spend 15 minutes before the meeting looking through all the metrics and all the information about that meeting on what they need and where they've been tracking so far. So I'll go into a lot of detail on that area. And then point number 2 is about setting the stage. And if you notice, setting the stage. Now, if you notice, 2 of these points are for you to do. And you'll be surprised how most one-to-ones turn into bashing and conversations of your sales rep and just talking about all the bad performance. But look how a good meeting is structured. The first 2 points are all around how you should be understanding where they're already at, not just on the emotional level, but on the data. Now, setting the stage is all about when you speak to them, what you're going to be going over is, hey, I'm going to be covering over these things. Just as you would frame a sales call, you might frame that sales meeting, but it's easy to build rapport. Now, this is what happens to a lot of us. We'll have a sales meeting with our reps or our frontline staff. And in that meeting, we're so amped up, we've got so much stress, and we've got so many things that are happening to us in our life, we'll go straight into the meeting and go straight directly into the point. Now, if you jump straight into the point and you're super aggressive and super direct, what happens? They instantly get defensive. Their hands go up. Oh, why are you coming at me? Why are you coming at me so strong? Like, they feel attacked. When someone feels attacked, they get defensive. And then you're wondering, why are they defensive? They don't want to learn. But it's initially because of the approach that you started with. And one of the best things that I'd say how to start is by just building rapport, the same as you would on a sales call. It's funny how similar a lot of the sales calls are to actually a good one-to-one meeting. Obviously, there's no sale at the end, or is there? Is it because you're actually selling an idea to them? Who would argue, Daniel Pink would argue, you are selling something to them. But setting the stage is such an important part, and how I actually do this, it would be by saying to them very early on, so how are you doing? How's your week been? How are you finding everything? And I will take my time to really understand that. I won't rush through that. It's not like, hey man, how are you? And then jump straight in and give them feedback. I would set the stage and say, going to go over everything that you're struggling with. There seems to be a lot going on at the moment. So whatever you need, I want to just be here for you. And comfort them, be ready to open the door for them to actually confide in you for something they're struggling with. Part of the setting the stage is all about how you will give them an opportunity very early on to say what they're struggling with. If you go in first and criticize them before they've had a chance to explain, they're not going to feel heard, they're not going to feel listened to, they're not going to feel led, they're not going to feel like you're really in it for them. So this is the first thing that needs to be done straight after the preparation. So prep and then set the stage. Now the meeting's about to start. So what's the first thing that you cover with them in that meeting? I make it all about the data. So what I do is I do a method called review and reflect. So I review and I reflect. Reflect. That says reflect. So review and reflect is where I will say to them, so let's just go over the stats this week on how you're doing. I do this every single week as a standard. Of course, I want to talk about all the issues and all these things that have been happening, but I hold back, I show restraint. Just like on a sales call, you might just want to share the price and close them. You do a lot of fact finding, you find out a lot about them, and that's why the structure of these meetings works so well. The review and reflect, how I would do this stage in detail would be, I would go sit with them and say, how's your week going? Just go over the data with me and we go over it together. So I'll probably print out the data or I'll have it on the computer. It is nice to have it printed out because then you can kind of annotate it and then it's more visual. You're going to be reviewing a lot of the stuff that you found in your prep. You actually review everything that is based upon their KPIs. So if it's something that they're KPI'd on, I would actually review on it. So I would have, they would know that it's coming because it becomes just like second nature. You're always reviewing that information all the time. They know what to expect. And the reason why this structure works so well is when they know what to expect, they now know what you're going to be asking them, which allows them to prepare for that, which allows them to improve their performance every week. You may think this is one meeting, but it's the repetition, it's the way the meeting's structured over a long-term basis. I've managed one rep for over 3.5 years. That was my longest standing salesperson within my team. And when I managed one person for 3.5 years and the meeting was done the same way all the time, constantly tweaking the process allowed me to get the best performance out of him. Because when we compared his performance from year 1 to year 3, it was completely different, but it was the same things being measured. But his targets would grow, he would develop, and we were just pushing him more and more, but the structure of the meeting would stay about the same. But every single week, it was super valuable. I often got feedback saying how valuable they found that meeting during that process. So they'll say, oh, these one-to-ones are like so good for me because I can just come and I can realign myself and I can know exactly where I'm going. So you want to review and reflect all the numbers. And how I would do that with them is I would say, so how are you finding it? Go over these numbers with me. I get them to go over their numbers with me rather than me go over it with them. So they explain their numbers to me. And let me give you a difference in example. One would say, so just go over these numbers with me, and then they'll simply reply saying, yeah, so what's happened this week is this and then that. And they'll either talk about themselves in praise or they'll talk about themselves like they're doing bad. The reason why you want them to talk first is because when they talk and they're either being positive or negative, it allows you to quickly understand, do they actually know where they're at? Because if they're absolutely smashing all their budgets and targets and going above and beyond, they will simply say, yeah, things are only going well. I'm just trying to chase the top spot at the moment. I'm just trying to see how much I can overachieve. Or if they're not hitting the top spot and if they're underachieving, they're missing their KPIs, they might even say, it's been a real tough week. I've been struggling a lot. This allows you to let them bring it to the table rather than you going in. It's a real consultative approach, and it's one of the most effective mechanisms of running a sales team where you ask them to come to you, and it's done through that method. So reflect and review all that process with them, and they will go over all of their stats. Part number 4 in the meeting, they've gone over everything of their performance. They've told you how they're doing. You're just simply complying and saying, yes, that's how it's going. And now it's your part. Your part is to develop and train them. This is the first time that you intervene, and you probably will do a lot of the talking. So develop and train is the next phase. And with develop and train, what you're doing here is we've prepped them. You've had your prep. You prepped for that meeting. You set the stage. They know what to expect. They told you everything they was to able to review and reflect all the stats that you brought to the meeting. Now you're developing and training them. And how are you doing that? You're doing that by recognizing where they're falling short in their short-term and long-term goals, which you would write down, and you see how you can support them. You ask them, what areas are you developing in? And you have that continuous development with them. You might be saying, come off the dialer, come off the phones, come off your lead generation for half an hour a week or 1 hour a week and work on this area. And this is your development point. In this meeting, this could take between 30 and 45 minutes. At times, if someone's struggling, they might need you for an hour. But running a sales team is not easy. This is why sales managers need the time. This meeting, if it's a good hour meeting, that developing and train could be taking 10 to 15 minutes of that. And in that meeting, you're going to be going into a lot of detail about what they need to improve. With the development part, you'll be going over enough detail that they feel as though they're learning from you. If they don't feel inspired by you, if they're not learning from you, if you're not teaching them all the things that they want to learn, which you ask them, then they're not going to see you in that way. Part of this role is you actually being a real leader. And for them to want to come to you and learn from you will be a big driving point, because it is a mentorship for them. And when I think back to when I was a salesperson, all the best mentors that I had, they were my best managers. And they're the ones that got the best out of me. Training them could be as simple as going through drills, going through some repetitions with them, and going through a bit of like back and forth on how they've been trying things, what they have said. I could do a little mini role play with them. But that little bit of training would just be in there just to give them some tips. Every single meeting, I make sure that I give them 1 or 2 pointers on something alongside the praise. The praise comes and then they give them 1 or 2 pointers. You've probably heard the term about the shit sandwich, which is give them good feedback, give them shit feedback, give them good feedback. I will always ensure that there's good feedback on either side of me sharing something constructive. There is time to give shit feedback. If there's a time where I've got 3-4 bits of feedback that are really negative, I might hold 1 or 2 of them back because I want to make the most effective ones. You can only learn so many things. Like when you go to the gym and let's say you're doing a set of squats and your knee buckles in and your back rounds over and the coach tells you to change 2 things the next rep, it's so much harder to change 2 things. When the coach says, just keep your knee out on this one, then you do it right. And the next set, just keep your back straighter on this set. By doing one thing, you're able to implement changes so much quicker. And that's what makes a good coach. He knows when to recognize the learning behaviors and when to give 1 point to change each time. And this is why I make sure their training is so specific. At times I will focus on 1 point solely, but I might just dig into another point. But never I'm going to give 3-4 bits of training during one meeting. And the last thing is strategy and planning. So strategy and planning, I actually word it as, what do you need from me? That's how I start it. Do you need from me? So I will always ask, what do you need from me? Because I want to make sure that they feel supported, that they have any bit of advice and any bit of knowledge that they need to be able to go ahead. Because the worst thing is in that week, if they was to turn around and say, oh, you never showed me that. Simply by saying, what do you need from me? You can document it and you can give them the support they need. But strategy and planning is how to leave the meeting and by finishing up and saying, great, how are you finishing this meeting? What are you going to be working on this week? What support do you need from me? And you get them to plan and commit to numbers. So they're in the strategy and planning part. So in this framework of the 5 steps, prep, setting, review, development and train, and strategy and planning. In strategy and planning, I will go over what they need to hit their KPIs. So if they're lagging behind, I'll say, what support do you need from me? Nice. And how are you planning on hitting these numbers? And they tell you. And then how you drive accountability is you'll say, when are you going to get it done by? And are you sure? What happens if you don't get it? And what would be a potential thing that could happen if you wasn't to get this? And what would you do if that doesn't work? By asking them questions, that's how you prompt them. That's why it's so similar to a sales call, because it's all built on questions rather than built on you telling them. And this is how I was able to maintain such high-performing sales teams, because I would simply just ask questions rather than go out and tell them all the time. These 5 points will help you build an incredible sales team and will help you run effective one-to-ones. If you like this video, like and share. Comment down below to tell us what more you want to see from us. Thank you. Bye. Founders, CEOs, sales managers, you run an online business, you need setters and sales reps. You don't know how to hire them. Well, you might have tried to hire them before, but they come and go. The churn rate of staff is ridiculous. Like I say, they're like video editors. They're hard to find. When they're good, they stay in your business, but it's very rare because they're just constantly in and out. It's the highest churn rate of any staff member. So how do you find these people? Now, I've hired over 500 sales reps myself, so I've personally recruited over 500 sales reps. I've trained over 1,000 sales reps. I've built over 100 sales teams. I'm going to break down my entire system for you, and I'm going to break it so it's going to be so simple, going to put no fancy edit on it, just going to make you a clear flowchart on how you should be actually hiring them, what you should be doing. If you don't know who I am, let me just break down who I am and why you should actually be listening to this video, why you should be watching this video. Let's break it down for you so you understand a bit more about me. Okay, so a little bit about me. I was an employee for a long time. I wasn't like these internet entrepreneurs who started and was rich in a year. I actually grinded for about 10 years, and I had to be a sales rep up until a sales manager, up until I worked for a company that was making 48 million a year as a sales leader, opened my own businesses, sold my own businesses, and now I run one of the UK's biggest sales consulting and training businesses, and I worked with people who are within the industry, some of the biggest names that you've seen, who I've collaborated with: Gary Vee, Ali Abdal, Simon Squibb, Ravi Ababula, who I've recently met in Paris, and most recently acquisition.com, where I went to meet Alex Samosi, and you can watch that video on my page because that's been one of my viral wins. A little bit about me: I love dogs, chess and traveling. That's what I like, and I'm looking forward to getting a new dog in the future. But I'm just going to break down the simple formula that we've used for hundreds of businesses, and how do we actually hire sales reps and get them to last? How do we hire sales reps and they actually want to stay in the business? What are we doing different? Well, let me break down. I'm going to break down every part of the flow one at a time. So first off, you need a job description. Now, this video is going to be just straight talking. It's going to be technical. I'm going to give you the entire playbook on what you should be doing. So you might want to use a pen and paper. You might want to come back to this video, but I'm going to give you the entire playbook. There's not going to be any fancy edits here, like some of our videos have done. Now, the job description is really simple. Most people slip up on the first thing. They get the first thing wrong. What they're doing is they're trying to convince people. They don't have the job description nailed. They don't really know how much commission they can give to people. They don't really know what the opportunity is. Well, first off, you need to define what is needed in the job description. Now, what makes a good job description? To make a good job description, you need to include 4 different things inside there. It's got to have the role, it's got to have the responsibilities, it's got to have the results, and it's got to have the requirements. So you've got to break down what you actually expect from them in all 4 areas. So results, requirements, responsibilities, and the role itself. If you can break down all of those 4 areas, you can clearly state what KPIs need to be hit for that job. So if you have a setter, you need to know how many leads are going to be coming in, how many are going to be called, what kind of commission you're going to be given, what kind of role. If you can't define that and you're stuck on that very first bit, what's going to happen is you're going to advertise for a sales role, you're going to have mediocre talent or the wrong talent come in because they didn't know what the job involved before they applied. And also, a big win that what we're doing at the moment is including our company mission statement within the job description as well. So we make sure people are fully aligned. Like, we are here to change the way salespeople are seen as a business. That's our mission. So we make sure every single person that we take on, every one of the sales reps, they are like aligned with that mission. And when we place them and we help our companies, we look at their mission statement for their business and we make sure we include that when we do the write-up for their job descriptions. So it's really simple. Now, the job ad, we will show you where to post it, because you need to know where to post it. You could be posting on LinkedIn, Indeed, Facebook groups. You could be posting it on an actual ad. Where are you going to post it? That's what you need to do next. So work out the job description. Then it's the job ads get posted. Where is it going to get posted? What channel are you going to pick? So you need to pick the channel where you think you're going to find the best talent. At the moment, we've been using Facebook groups for some closers and setters, and sometimes it might be LinkedIn. Sometimes it might be Indeed. It just depends on the type of person you are looking for. Remember, if it's specific to high ticket experience, you're probably not going to find them on Indeed. There's just not a lot of high ticket experience guys. You might find those in Facebook groups, and then they're going to want to know, the experienced guys are going to know, what kind of offer have you got? How is that offer validated? How much lead flow you got? And the non-experienced guys will just come in and they won't do as good of a job. So you need to be clear on who you're looking for. Otherwise, you will attract the wrong talent. And these are just common mistakes. I'm saving you so much time and effort by just giving you the answers. Now, you should have a hiring pipeline. A hiring pipeline is something that is within your project management system. You could do it within a Trello board, and it's a simple board. I'm going to pause this video and actually show you our hiring pipeline that we give to our clients. So I simply went over to our project management system and I've screenshotted our actual entire hiring board that we actually give a template of. So when you actually are working with us, we give this template, but you can actually just copy it here. So we want all the new applicants to be dropping into here. So as people apply, the applicants actually drop into here because they might be filling out your specific form. You might use your project management form that's native to the platform, or you might use like a job form and have an automation and that syncs into here through Zapier. So your new applicants all drop to here. You will go through the applicants and you will slide them through the board, and you would customize the board specific for your business. 1 interviews, 2 interviews. And as you slide them across, and the accountable person within your business or yourself, if you're a smaller business, you would take them across, and then you can see the applications that are coming in. Without a clear board and a clear system, it's very hard to manage. It's hard to manage like the amount of talent that's going to be coming in. And also remember, you need to build a system that is repeatable. If you just do it as a one-off and then the setter goes within 2 weeks, what will happen is you now need to repeat that system again. So build a board and then have bench. So you ideally allows you to have a bench warmers who are going to be there for the next round, because you should be continuously recruiting as you grow, or having people ready if that person doesn't work out. Then you're going to shortlist. So obviously you'll slide them across to the shortlist board. So remember, these next stages, after you now showed you the hiring pipeline, you'll slide them across the board on there. So the shortlist is people that you think, right, this person looks all right. In this hiring pipeline, I would have always put the question, make a Loom video, 30 seconds telling me about yourself. So I'll watch those Loom videos, and those Loom videos will clearly tell me, can this person talk? Do they look like a sane human? Are they good enough to even put forward to the next stage based upon what they've said? And I'll start to shortlist. Then what I'll do at this next stage is I'll do an initial interview, but if I've got more than 10 applicants, I can't be doing 10 one-on-one interviews. I will bang them all into a group interview. So I'll send them an invite, we'll do a Zoom call, and everyone goes into a group interview, which I will conduct. If it's less than 10, or if it's like 5 or 6 guys, I might just run through 15, 20 minutes each one and actually do an initial interview with every single one, ask them some easy questions. And the questions that we actually lay out in a template, if those questions are something that you're interested in, if you go in the link below, we have a community, our guided growth community. So join the community. And if you put in the community that you need these questions, I'll actually put them in the chat, in the group for you. So I'm more than happy to actually give you those for free. There's no charge. And I love saying that, there's no charge. And then the skill test, we'll do a skill test which is quite specific to the role. Sometimes we'll do a personality test. So what I'll do is I'll go onto the Google and I'll search 16 personalities, and I'll get them to do a 16 personalities test. I'll actually show you the personality test that we'll get them to do. I've got you the screenshot of my personalities test, so you can see this is off the website, 16 personalities. So you can see on mine the type of personality that I have. I'm a commander. You can see my skills. You can see my weaknesses. If you zoom in close enough, you might be able to even see my weaknesses. You can see there's something there. I think it's more of the creative side. But you can see a lot of my strengths or what I have. And this document, you'll get them to send you that over during the skill test. And that just gives you a good oversight. And the reason why I think this is also so important is when I hire sales reps, I want to create a team that kind of complements each other. Remember, how an individual behaves alone and how you see them is different to how they behave in a team. You might hire 4 individuals, and those 4 individuals are going to be different, are going to behave differently on how you see them differently, on how you see them individually when they're together as a team. So you want to make sure that you're finding complementary personalities. Now, I'll do the second interview. This is more of a depth interview. I'll do more like role playing. I'll go through specific sales questions. I'll make this one more challenging on actually the role itself. Remember, the main initial interview is more focused on culture, fit. Are they a good fit for the company? This one is more for like, do they have the skills? Now that this is all like skill assessment, checking their ability. Here it's culture fit, and here it's skill fit. Culture fit is always number one. The reason why is because you can train people, you can get people better. But if someone's a bad egg, if someone's a knobhead, you're not going to really get them to change. So you check, are they a good fit initially? And then after that, it's more of a skill test after that. Then it's going to move into the offer stage. And the offer stage, you will have everything ready for the offer, and you'll present them the offer, or you'll see them as an offer potential, one or the other, and that's when you'll start the onboarding. If you want to see an onboarding video and you want me to show you the next flow of how we do an onboarding video, what I'd like you to do is actually comment below in the video below, in this video, and actually comment onboarding, and I'll actually make that video, and I know you guys are interested, and I can make you that video too. This is the flow of how to hire sales reps and setters. We use this same board. Sometimes we have slight tweaks in it, depending on the volume of people that we're hiring. And remember, for the companies that we hire for, and we help them build these systems so they can actually take these systems and use it within their business. Because think about it this way. You are selling a course product online. You're a coach, consultant, agency owner. And now you have a high ticket offer, 2 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand, whatever it is. When you're selling this online, you're going to need a constant churn rate of good salespeople. Once you fix the first problem of ads, leads, organic, the leads are coming in, the next thing is sales. Very rare you're going to find a sales team and they're just going to start closing for you straight away. You're going to find bad eggs, but you need to build a system so you continuously hire. And now think, like, I'm not sure where your company's at, so I'm going to talk directly to you. Whether you're making 30, 40 grand a month and you just need a setter, 150 grand a month, you just need a couple of closers, 200, 300, 400, 500k a month, you need more sales reps. You need to ramp up the sales team and actually have a bigger team. When you have a business that's growing, you can't just hire one sales rep and it's done. You need to build a system that can continuously be used as you grow. So as you grow as a business, there's actually a system built of recruitment that's plugged into your business within the boards that I showed you. So something like this is built inside your business, and then you actually can continuously hire. So we actually have boards for video editors, we actually have boards for sales reps and setters. And when we build our project management systems for our larger clients, for our clients who are between like 3 and 10 million a year, we will actually give them these systems and build them for their business. And for the other clients, we'll actually provide templates and actually give them the actual drag and drop templates so they can actually put it into their business and they can start hiring. Because the problem that you might have occurred is, yeah, you hired one sales rep, you found a good one, but you need to build a system that you can continuously hire salespeople. And as they continuously hire, the bottom performers who don't perform are out and the new performers are in, and you have a constant cycle of people coming in because you have built a system. If you like this video, like and subscribe. Tell me that you like this format, because we're trying different type of formats, sometimes Loom, sometimes these like fancier edits. So just got to know which ones you prefer. And if you want to see my coaching session that I mentioned earlier with Alex Samozi, click on the right hand side. You'll see the video that I did with Alex Samozi, and spent 65k getting coaching with this guy. What did I actually learn? And I'll explain it in the video. So I'll catch you on the next video, and thank you for watching.
Hey, welcome. Have you ever had sales calls and you're not really sure how to actually go through that sales call? You have a script, but you never seem to follow the script. It just ends up going everywhere. Every time you're on a sales call, you get thrown off. Someone will say something to do with a story that they had years ago. They end up saying all this stuff and it distracts you on the sales call. And you never end up closing. You get to the end of the call and you've not closed it. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani and I'm on my journey to make 10 million a year. And what I do is I show you everything that I know along the way, and as I learn things and as I find the best knowledge around the world, I show it you live as I learn it. So then that way you can implement it in your business and we can all become incredibly rich. So let me talk to you about the timeline of a sales call and how it normally looks. So if we go into a sales call and we said it was on the basic timeline, and let's say an average sales call could be between 30 and 45 minutes. Yes, they can be longer, but a lot of the times they're around 30 to 45 minutes. And if we can just put the start points in very early on, and I can just tell you, we'll break it down. So if at the very start it's the intro and you're framing the call, and at the very end of the call it's the close. Now what needs to happen in this entire timeline in between on the sales call for you to be able to close that person? It can get really confusing. What if they throw you off in the middle of the call? You don't know like how to move towards that close. Have you gathered all the right information? And I recently taught this to over 25 personal trainers in a video session to train a business on how they're helping their coaches. And I realized many of them did not know how a sales coach should run. So I've made this training for you so you can actually put it into your business and you can make sure that you're closing all those people. You're working so hard to get all these leads and you're not able to close them. And then later on in this video, I'm going to give you some gems on how actually you can implement it in yours. And I'll be using some analogies on how you can actually put it into your business and how you can use it. You might be using it for yourself, or you might even have a team of closers who might want to use it for themselves as well. So you can show this training to them, or you can use it for yourself. Okay, now if I break down the intro and the framing in the beginning of the call, what is it that normally happens? It doesn't need to be long. It doesn't need to be so detailed. Most people, what they do is they'll end up saying things like, oh, what's the weather like where you are? And where are you from? And they end up talking garbage for around 4 or 5 minutes. And you know what that does? It drops authority and you lose that ability to really command that call. Just because in the very beginning, you were so friendly. It's very different on being overly friendly to building rapport. Rapport is enough so they feel like they can trust you. That's the main goal. And I want to be able to remember, before this call, they should have already received some sort of automated email. They would have consumed your social media. There's something that would have happened before this call, ideally, for them to feel a bit warmer to you. You should not be a complete stranger. If you are a complete stranger when you jump onto this call, it is going to be a bit harder. Now, what happens when you're framing the call? So I'm going to write it out above here. The main thing is you're just, how I like to say, you're breaking bread. So commonly what happens is, on the sales call, I'm just trying to do enough so I feel like I know them and I know their problems. I'm just trying to share something that I've read on their type form, something about their business. And I'm just trying to get to know them in something like in the most basic way, just so we have a connection. Let's say I've seen them on a holiday on their social media, on their Instagram, and I've gone on their Instagram and I've seen, they went to Italy last week. I'll just say, oh, hey man, saw you in Italy last week. I saw that you were doing this and saw you doing that. How are you? You all right? And I won't make it a fake interaction. I'll just genuinely be like saying, oh, I've seen this and I've seen that. I won't say, hey man, how was Italy last week? So how did it go then? And that's what I hear all the time when I listen to sales calls. You do not want to be doing that, because now I'm going to be digressing from this timeline that I'm going to be building for you. After thousands of sales calls and teaching hundreds of salespeople on how not to do things, I can tell you how actually to do things and break it all down in a specific timeline for you today. Now, what happens here, straight after this, it is the pain. So I need to be able to establish the pain on the call. I need to be able to establish what is the problem, why do they need me, why do they even book this call? And that's my first number one objective on this call. So I've introed myself and I've framed the call. And framing, by the way, is, just in case I've missed it, it is where I've said, this is what we're going to be speaking about in the call. So normally I'd say, on the call, we'll go over a bit of questions to understand a bit about your business and see if I am the right fit for you. And then we'll see if we can work together, or we can see if I can help you. I'll say it that way because if I come onto the call and I say, we can definitely help you, we can definitely do this, I know it's not authentic. So I want to really break that down from the very beginning. And they also, remember, most people come onto the call hoping for the price. They want to just get the price and get off the call. That's what they want to do. So you want to be able to settle their expectations very early. So I'll frame that part very early. Then when I come onto the pain, I'm finding the problem. So what I'm doing here is I'm finding the core problem that they're struggling with. Finding the problem. And the main thing I want to do is I want to establish, what is this person genuinely needing me for? Not just the what, but the deeper reason. So if they are running a business and they're making, let's say, 100K a month, and they want to go from 100K a month to 200K a month, so they want to double their business. And for them to go from 1.2 million to 2.4 million a year, something is really driving that. There is a deeper desire for them to be able to do that. There's something internally that they need for them to feel fulfilled, for them to grow their business. There's something that they need, and I need to find that out. It's not just, I want to double my business and get 200K a month. It is why. Why do you want to do that? What's the deeper reason why you want to do that? Is it because you truly love building businesses and you want to connect people and there's some sort of fulfillment there for you? What is that main purpose? A lot of the times for my business, it's very much about changing the way salespeople are seen, we really have a core mission for our business. So I'm really trying to be driven to be able to fulfill my mission. And a lot of my insecurities that I had are now being linked to how I fulfill myself through my business. So as I've got better as a human, or hopefully better, I'm trying to fulfill myself in different ways by helping more people in the area of sales. So that's why when I seek knowledge, and recently I invested in Ravi Abavula's program in his Scaling with Systems. Why did I invest? I invested that money because I really wanted to learn how to set up my delivery and how to run my ads properly, and I needed to understand that properly. So I joined a program, and I do want to say I went to his mastermind in Paris, and it was absolutely incredible. Okay, so that's the pain very early on in the call, and that's the main thing that I need to know. If I don't know this, then it's very hard to even move on towards anything else, because what will happen is if you get this pain early on, you'll get to the end of the call and you'll be able to use that if any objections come in. Without it, you'll get told, not really sure, I'm going to leave it. And over here, I'm looking for history. So this is just a sketch out of a normal timeline of how it would look on a sales call. So find the core problem, and then I'm looking at how long you've been struggling with it for, why has it been bothering you, has it been 6 months, 12 months? A lot of the time someone will say to me, yeah, but I wanted to do this with my business and it's been around 6 months, I've not figured it out, or 12 months. And I'll say, why has it been so long? What's been stopping you? And then you start to find out, are they solution aware? And the main reason why I ask these questions is I need to find out, do they actually know what the solution is? If they know what the solution is, why are they on the call with me, and why can't they do it alone? Because commonly a lot of people will know what they want to do, but they don't know how. So why did I join Ravi's program in this scenario? I knew how to run ads. I've even managed a media buyer, but I just don't know how to click and do it myself. And I need to learn how to do it myself because I keep hiring agencies and never seeing results. So that is me being solution aware, but I don't really know how to do it myself. So I need to learn. So then that's why they asked me on the phone. The guy on the call was really skilled. He said, what do you need? Why do you need it from us? And why do you want to buy it here? And he got all the answers out of me. So he was able to close me really easy. And I wanted to sign up anyway. So it was a really smooth process. So I do want to give a credit to the journey that I've had there so far. And then what will happen next on the call is, so I've worked out, are they solution aware? Do they know what kind of problems they have? Are they even aware of the solutions available? And then around this part of the call, I'll go over cost. So what's the cost of not taking action? What happens if they don't do it? So by this point, I know what they're struggling with. I know how long they've been struggling with it for. I know what they've tried, what they've not tried. I know what happens if they don't do it. And now if you get to this call and everything's been muddled up and you don't know where things are and you're stuck in the middle of a call and you're thinking, shit, I don't know their pain, go back and ask those questions and then just follow this timeline. If you follow this timeline, you will massively increase your chances of closing, because we've done it with hundreds of sales teams and it will work with you because you're getting this knowledge for absolutely free on YouTube. So you'll be able to you'll be able to close people a lot easier. And now here would be the pitch. And then I will start going into the pitch and working out what the promise. So I'll also kind of say this is like the promise area. So this is where I paint the dream island. So dream island, and I'm saying, so what would it look like when I do the pitch? What would success look like? And I'm kind of painting that picture. I'm painting that picture because I know what they want and I know where they want to go. So they gave me the problem, and I'm now giving them the solution. And this is the part where I'm pitching the solution to them, taking them to that dream island. I'll even try to paint the picture for them and say, this is how it would look in the future if we're working together. And now here's the dynamic change in the sales call. The sales call changes as soon as you give the price. So as soon as you've done the pitch, now what's going to happen is you're going to give a price here. Now the energy has changed because now you're selling. Up until this point, you weren't selling. You were just asking questions. You were finding out more about them. You were getting all the detail. There was no sale. But as soon as you gave the price, the energy shifted. The ball's in their court now, and now they're deciding. Up until here, you were the one working out, are you the right fit for me? Let me work out where your business is at. And then as soon as you handed over the ball, they were like, now I'm going to decide. But if you've got all of this done properly and you've come across as an authority, you will still hold weight on that call and you will still close them. So you want to be able to get to this part of the call and you want to be able to share the price, and they feel like, to be honest with you, if you're selling high ticket, your price should be so high that there is a bit of a shock, and you know how to handle that shock. You know when to pause. So commonly, if I was to give a price, like recently, we quoted someone like, let's say 15,000, and he wasn't expecting 15,000. He thought it's going to be a couple of thousand. We still closed him, but how did we do it? I said it's going to be 15,000. Well, what I will actually say is it's going to be 15k to work with us. I didn't say 15,000. I said 15k. Here's a little tip for you. I said 15k, and you can prepay or you can pay in installments. Prepay sounds like it's way cheaper. Pay in full is a no-go. I don't ever say that. So how I'd normally say is you can prepay to get a discount, or you can pay in installments, and it would total like 15.5, 16k over installments. And then the instant reply was, that's a lot more expensive than I thought. And you know what I did? I stayed quiet. I went, yeah. And by me not justifying and jumping in, I didn't ruin his chain of thought. That was his time or her time to think. That's the time for the prospect to just think and let that settle, because they have a barrier in their head, which is they need to justify to them, is it worth paying this? And now they're thinking, they're mulling it over in their brain. So I pause, and I always want to be able to have that pause here, because if there is that shock, if your pricing is right, you should be priced at a really good price. So people, it's an unbelievable deal for them, but also it might be a lot of money for someone. Not everyone is making 100k a week and can invest 15k. Some people are making 15, 20k a month. They have staff to pay, and you're asking them for 15k. So how would that work? You might be asking them for 50k. If it's a larger enterprise sale and it's a 100k sale, you might need to pitch it in the right manner or a two-step close. So we just make sure that pitch is done perfectly. Now, on this part, it's objection handling. And then with the objection handling, it is literally being incredibly skilled to know what to say in that flow of the conversation. And then you can move towards a close. Of course, there's going to be objections. They're not sure. They just want to speak to the partner. There's money. So if you're trained, you know exactly what to say here, which is the training that we actually provide to a lot of our guys. And this is your timeline of a call from start to finish. The bulk of the time is spent here. Most of your time is spent in this area. Your pitch, 2-3 minutes. This part, it can extend on. If we're going into a negotiation, sometimes it can be 5 minutes, sometimes it can be 15-20 minutes. Because this part of the call, sometimes it can't be predicted on how long it goes, because you find a lot of untrained salespeople just pushing and trying to get someone through the call. Instead, this part needs slowing down at times and just needs talking through. The more depth that you got here, the more ammunition that you have in the objection. So the more depth that you have in the early part of the call, during the pain, during the problem finding, during the situation-based questions, the more ammunition you have during objection handling phase. And that's why you'll be able to close them. If you're liking this video, subscribe, share, tell us how much more I can help you. Tell us what advice that you need on sales. Are you building a sales team? Are you a 7 or 8 figure business trying to grow your sales team? Tell us on how we can help you grow your sales business, on how we can help you optimize more sales to manage your CAC at a better rate. Drop your CAC because you're converting properly. You're running ads or you're acquiring customers through any fashion. But is your sales team squandering those leads, or are you just wasting them? Are you as a founder still selling? Do you have a sales team around you? What kind of process do you need to actually start building and scaling your team? I'll catch you on the next one.
Founders, do you struggle to give away your sales calls? Is it something that you do not want to give away? Is it something that you want to keep close to you because you feel as though you cannot let that revenue go? Because if you hand it over to somebody else, what if they don't close the same as you? I'm going to help you break out of that today with a simple method and a framework on how you can actually delegate it and not lose any money. In this video, I'm going to break down exactly what founders struggle with. It's actually something called founder syndrome. And founder syndrome is where you as a founder feel as though, if I give this away, it's not going to be done to the standard I'm going to be able to do it in. In the beginning, you have to assert control over your business or else it won't grow. That skill is needed. But what got you from 1 to 2 will not get you from 2 to 3. And what I mean by that is, as a founder, when you hit over 30, 40, 50,000 a month, you now will bring a setter in. The setter will now start to regenerate your appointments. And the thing after that will be, you're going to start to do your fulfillment because you still want to do the sales calls because that's your baby. That's the one thing you don't want to let go. Maybe around the 70, 80K mark, maybe even for some business owners that we've seen, up to the 200K mark, they will start to let sales go. But I'm going to show you how to do it and how to protect your business. First off, as a founder, you're first taking 100% of the sales calls. And legit, if you hired 2 closers that are commission only, closer 1 and closer 2, and you gave them all your sales calls, it's a big risk for the business, because what if these guys are dog shit? What if they're not any good? What if they don't close anything for you? It's going to be a bit shit when these guys who you don't really know, who you don't really trust, that you've just bought in, do not actually bring you the revenue in. So this is what you're going to do, and this is how you're going to protect your business whilst delegating and building your team. Remember, you've already got a setter. This isn't the first thing that you delegate away. The only time I delegate sales away for a founder is if they're really terrible at it. Usually, even when you get SaaS developers or who are founders of businesses, or we get very product and operationally led business people, those guys are still able to close sales simply because they know the product the best. Their sales skills might not be the best, but they still happen to close the best because it's their baby, it's their business. So this is how you're going to break away from the sales. So first off, you're going to take 50% of your sales calls and you're going to delegate 25% to each closer. Now, if you want to see how to find these closers, you're going to find other videos on my YouTube channel around recruitment, onboarding, and how to find these sales closers or these sales reps. And these guys are going to take 25% of your calls. You're taking 50%. So what's happened here is 50% of the revenue is protected. These guys are going to be able to show you very early on if they're good or if they're not good. What will happen most commonly, one of these guys is dog shit and he gets a sack. That's just how it works. The sales rep is not able to perform, so they obviously will not stay in the business. Now, this guy or the girl, closer 2, was taking 25% of the calls and did a good job. So what you might do after this is you might actually hire another closer. So let's just say this is closer 3, because obviously closer 1's gone on a bit of a holiday for permanently. And closer 2 and closer 3 are now taking 25% of the calls. And now you compare good performance between the two. This guy's not any good, but closer 2 is now going to be taking 50% of the calls. So it's a 50-50 split. And what would happen here is you've now got someone solid in your team who can take half your calls. So you will stop taking sales calls, you'll employ another closer. This might be a repeatable process where it's the 4th guy, 5th guy, but this is the process of actually finding a good sales team, because there is a high churn rate in sales. So this person, let's say we give them 50% of the calls, you could even hire 2 people and split this 25% each, because they're commission only. We've done that as well. So we're getting a bit messy now, but closer 2 is taking half your calls. We only kept him on because he was good. Closer 4, and this closer is now taking 50%. Revenue is protected because we had someone who was legit good, who was close to your closing ratio. And this closer, whether they perform or not, we would now develop a bench. Now, developing a bench of closers is the number one thing that you need. And we actually have it in our business, not just for closers and sales reps. We have it for setters, we have it for video editors. We have it for so many departments where you find a high churn rate of staff. So what we would do is, you've gone from taking all the sales calls to having 2 people, to having 1 perform, giving them half your sales calls. After you gave them half your sales calls, you gave another guy the other half your sales calls. And you repeat that process and you continuously find good talent and you keep that good talent by incentivizing them. By the way, none of this process actually works if you're not paying correctly. And just to cover how you should pay them, to be able to delegate this part of your business, remember, time is more important to you, so you need to win that back. And what you should actually be paying your closers is around 10%. When you pay these guys 10%, and let's say in this scenario, you have a 5K plan, for a lot of our clients, it could be a 15K or a 20K, or a longer term, it could be 30K. But let's say it's just a 5K plan. It's 5K. So this guy is getting $500 or pounds for every single close. Now, when you can create an opportunity where someone can make a lot of money, if you can create a legit opportunity for a closer or a sales rep where they can make close to £10,000 or dollars a month, you will be able to attract great talent. Most great talent want to make money, and most business owners are too stingy to be able to pay them. This is the thing that most business owners struggle with. They're too stingy to pay enough, and they're too controlling to let go of it. And both of those two things will actually stop your business from growing. So those are the two shifts that you need to make to be able to grow. Here's the exact framework that you need to be able to find yourself a closer. I'm sure you can work it out from what's left here now, and what to pay them. And when you can pay them the right amount and you can get them to earn a lot of money, you're going to be able to win back your calendar. When you win back your calendar, now you can work on your business again. Now you can start to move the business forward and not just close sales calls. You've won back so much of your calendar, because if you're making 5, 10, 15 sales calls a week and you still got to run your business, this can get really impossible. Where I would rather you dedicate your time is, if you have a personal brand, you dedicate more of your time into making more of the marketing material, more of the content, more of the ads, more of the organic. Or if you're a business owner and your time is really good on the project, actually developing new content for your courses or your services, spending more time in the creation rather than the sales part, you're going to get higher leverage in your business. Delegate sales with this simple system, which I call the 50-20-25 method. So use my 50-20-25 method of actually building a sales team without dropping so much revenue, and start to really grow your business and let go of all the things that are holding you back from growing something that's really going to take over. If you manage to make it to the end of this video, I did an amazing job, because I'm under the weather today. So where I'm going to send you now is to one side to subscribe, and the other side to actually click and watch the next video on more on sales. If you want to join our community, the link is in the description. Subscribe, like, and comment, and I'll see you in the next video.
How much commission should you be paying to your setters? In this video, I'm going to break down exactly how much commission to pay to setters and what's the best way to keep them motivated so they can fill up your calendars with all the appointments so you can close and make a lot of money. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani, and I grew up poor as shit. And now, as I'm building my 8-figure business, I document my entire journey, showing you everything that I'm doing and learning along the way so you can save yourself all the time, and also use my sales team tactics to build your business. So when it comes to paying setters, you need to just make sure a few things are set up first. First thing, you need to have a tracker. Most people, they don't have a system behind actually paying commissions. So before we actually get to actually how much to pay, it's important that you actually have trackers and data recorded. So you can have a tracker, and the tracker is actually filled out by the setter every single day. By the end of their shift, they will update the tracker, and it will tell you how many appointments were generated and any comments that they would need, and obviously passing those comments on to the sales rep who's going to be closing that call. Now, once you've got the trackers in place, you now just need to work out how much to pay the setters. Now, the standard rate to pay a setter is 3%, but this is a mistake most people make. You should be able to create an opportunity for a setter where they can make $3,000 to $5,000 a month. If you can't create that opportunity from your product, it's very hard to find good setters. Think of it this way. In a lot of industries, especially like the fitness industry, they might be selling coaching for $200, $300 or pounds every single month. Or if they're selling you something for $1,000 and they're going to get $30 as commission, 3%, it's not very exciting. It's not a great opportunity for them. But if they're selling something for $10,000 and now they're going to get $300, that's a great opportunity. That's well worth their time investing it to be able to track down leads and book them in for a call. What you tend to find is, if every appointment is worth between $200 to $500 for every single setter. Now, what you're going to find is, if you can create an opportunity for a setter where they can make between £2,000 to £5,000 a month, you're going to attract far better setters. Especially if you can create an opportunity that can make $5,000 plus for a setter. Imagine the quality of setters that your business does attract. Now, what makes a good setter is obviously business acumen. Most people look over the fact that setters need to have enough business acumen to be able to close your offer. So let's say you're selling a course on DJing and how to become a better DJ. Your setter needs to be able to understand that industry in some capacity. If they don't, when they're speaking to potential DJs or current DJs, how will they be able to actually speak to them on their level and identify their problems? So the business acumen for that industry really needs to be quite high. This is why training needs to be so good, because you need to be able to create an opportunity where they can earn a lot of money. And that goes into not just your commission structure, because this is what you're here for in this video. You're like, how much should I pay my setters? What should I be paying them? But the system around it needs to be able to create a good enough opportunity for them to make a lot of money. If they can't make a lot of money, it's very hard for them to be motivated to actually get you a lot of sales. So this is why in the beginning, as a business owner, you got to make sure that you're paying them enough. Now, if you go into the realm of 5% and 10% for setters, how this actually hurts your business is, If you're paying your closer between 7.5 and 10%, you're going to find that your margins get eaten away. I've seen it too many times where the sales teams, setters and closers and sales managers and sales coordinators are paid so much money that including the ad cost, a third of the revenue is all gone into acquisition. And if that's happening for your business, it's very, very hard to scale it, because if you're paying 4,000, 5,000 in acquisition for, let's say, a 15K offer, and a third of your cost is gone, it's very hard to now scale that business because you're spending so much. This is why it's so important on like finding the right people and also giving them the right training and setting the right comp structures in advance. We speak to so many business owners when they come on board and their sales team, they're overpaying them. And then when they're overpaying them, it's very hard to go backwards. We do have a method where we actually transition it and we reposition the commission package for the reps and setters, but it's just really important that you're actually done from the start. So 3% is a standard rate, but if you do have a lower ticket package, you're going to find it very hard. There is times where someone would pay a monthly salary to a setter, but by doing that, you don't attract the right talent. I was a salesperson for well over 10 years, and in that time of working for sales, I would go for every opportunity that would earn me commission. I would not care what my salary was. I would always say, so how much commission do I get? And I knew I was the type of person who just backed myself, who was like, I know I can make a lot of money in this role. I know I can do it. And one of the most bizarre sales jobs that I did, and I was actually a bit of a setter for that role, it was for an outdoor fitness company where you would play school games as an adult outside to stay fit. I know, bizarre. It wasn't working. The business was failing. But I was asked to be a sales rep at a time where I needed the job. So this is going back 10 plus years. I was brought in to work remotely to be able to set the opportunities for someone to close. And eventually I did work as a closer there as well. I wish I knew what I know now then, because I could have told them a lot more. But they were running a Facebook ad and trying to find instructors. Instructors would run the classes, so they would pay a franchise. I would call the instructors. I would know nothing about the product. I got no training given to me. So every time they would call, I would just use my natural ability of sales, being chatty, rapport building, going off what they've applied. Eventually, I did get better. But when no training was given to me, it was very, very hard to actually be able to set these appointments because I had to know enough about the product. Because every single time one of the coaches would say to me, well, what does it include? What's on offer? How much do I earn? How much money do I make? When's this? When's that? I wouldn't know any of the answers. And because I didn't know any of the answers, it was very hard to actually make sales for them. But that's why the business didn't do well, because they didn't give any training and they had no good opportunity. Because I was getting like $15 per close. And if you're getting $15 per close, you're not going to be the most motivated. So I've been a part of businesses that have terrible comp structures and businesses where you make incredible comp structures. And one of the businesses I was having an incredible comp structure, I was working for gym memberships and I was selling gym memberships and I was getting £18 for every sale. I would make 120 sales in a month. I would triple my salary at times based upon commissions and incentives. And I would come in on days off, come early, come late, simply because the comp structure was set correctly. So if you're a business owner, you need to just make sure that your comp structure is set at the right level. And the number one rule is, if you can create an opportunity where somebody else can make a lot of money, you will be incredibly successful. And if you do have setters, or you might even be a setter, there's a link below in the description where we've actually made an entire DM course on how to actually set and book appointments and the actual framework for it. So click the link below so we'll actually be able to send it to you for free. So if you want to watch more of my videos, click on the left side to be able to watch the next video, or click on the right to subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next one. I had a one-on-one coaching session with Gary Vee in his new London offices, and I made £100,000 the very next week. And he gave me 3 pieces of advice, which I'm going to break down for you in this video. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani, and I grew up poor as shit, and now I'm building my 8-figure business. And whilst building my business, I give away all of my lessons and teachings for free, so you can do the same and not be as poor as I was. Lesson 1 from Gary was all about simplicity. You've probably all heard from Gary say on social media, well, how many times a week are you posting? What platforms are you posting on? Are you posting on TikTok? Every single time you'll see the same thing repeated and repeated over and over again. But why does he do that? Why does he repeat the same thing? And do you know what he did? He said the exact same thing to me. But it took me a second to realize the simplicity of his question is the genius, because when he asked me how many times a week I was posting, logically I knew no matter what number I say, unless I said 50 times, he was going to say, well, just post more. But when I asked him what I should be doing with this specific problem I'm having in my business, and the specific problem was getting in more leads, because my skill is really in sales I'm an expert within sales. As soon as the lead comes in, the sales process, the actual selling, sales teams is our skill as a business. But we needed more 7-figure business owners for our business. So I asked Gary, how should I be finding these business owners and where I should be finding them from? And he didn't say to me, well, how many times a week are you posting and what are you posting on? He said, are you posting on LinkedIn? And the reason why was he knew the saturation of the market for the audience that I'm looking for is LinkedIn. There's hardly anyone there posting with a lot of volume. Instagram, Meta, TikTok, they're flooded. TikTok, I'm not really going to find my audience. Instagram, they're there, those 7-figure business owners are there, but the absolute ad cost, the amount that you have to spend to acquire them has gone up. And Gary knows this. So he said to me, how many times are you posting on LinkedIn? And I said, well, I'm posting here and there. And he said how I need to be posting more. And internally, I thought, well, I've just done all of my strategy for Meta. I've done all of my strategy for YouTube. The video that you're seeing now, this is a part of a strategy where we're trying to give away a lot of value, give away a lot of free value so people can actually benefit from it, build their business. And if they want it, need our help, or even if they want to join the free community that we have linked below in the description, they can join and get a lot of value from us. But when Gary said I'm posting on LinkedIn, I honestly didn't even think to post on LinkedIn, because if you do look at my LinkedIn, it's Usman Kiani on there. I have all of my career, so you can see from the very start when I started at, when I literally left college, when I worked in a call center, when I had a gym, I sold the gym, then I worked for a gym chain, multiple sales jobs in between then, worked 5 or 6 years for one gym chain, working up to more senior roles, and then opening my own businesses after. That entire journey is there on LinkedIn for people to see. But the actual posting and the actual text isn't there. But why is it not there? When I actually did a deep dive that evening, the truth is I wasn't posting on LinkedIn because when I was young, I labeled myself as dyslexia. I didn't actually get diagnosed. And I find a lot of people do this. What we will do is when we don't have a skill or we have a deficiency in a certain area, we label ourselves as, well, I've got this thing. This thing is wrong with me. That's why I can't do it. We justify to ourselves why we can't do it. And you know what I was doing? I was justifying to myself, well, because my spelling, grammar, English language isn't as good when I'm writing, because speaking skills, I feel as though my speaking skills only developed because my writing skills were weak and I relied more on speaking, which means my speaking got even better, which is why I'm able to make these videos. But the writing skills still need development, and I didn't really do that. This is why a lot of the times when you look at my business, the weakness was, well, we didn't have our ads going because I didn't write the copy. We didn't have LinkedIn posts going because I didn't write the copy for that. We don't really send out emails. But then how do we fix all these sides of the business? Well, it was me that needed to overcome that. So when Gary asked why am I not posting on LinkedIn, I was really candid and I was really honest. I said, well, the thing that stopped me was exactly like I've just explained to you. The barrier was actually me feeling confident about my writing. And he said to me, and you could probably give me the same advice and I'd probably give it to somebody else. He said, no one cares. And the truth is, no one does care. And I am going to go into some more lessons that Gary gave me, because I think the second and third are absolutely killers, which I'll be going through in this video if you stick around. But when Gary actually explained that no one actually cares how good your grammar is or how good something is, because the thing is, on LinkedIn, when I had my previous managers, my previous directors there, I would get shy about posting my new business because I would think, oh, there might be some area of judgment for me. They might think, why is he posting this? Why is he saying that? Oh, there's an error that he's not articulated himself good enough. And because of that feeling of being judged, I didn't post it. What did I do? I hurt myself from making so much money. So all I did was I just watched 5 hours of YouTube videos because I knew that I need to start posting. And what's the quickest thing I could do? I could go home on a Thursday evening. That same night, by the way, I went home that same night and I got home at 8 p.m. And do you know what I did? I watched 4 to 5 hours of videos to educate myself on copy. And I learned every bit of advice said, you don't need to sound like everybody else. Yes, there's a framework of where you can get intrigue and there's a character and there's a story arc and there's storytelling, but you say it in your own way. So what did I do? I came up with a strategy where I could repurpose all of my content from LinkedIn, email, and posting it out on different written platforms like Twitter. So now I've come up with a clear strategy where I can post on this platform, which I was not doing. I was not emailing us. And now we have a newsletter. So if you're interested in our newsletter, which I'm writing myself, it's not written by my team or a copywriter. It's written every single day. And the best way for you to access this newsletter is, if you go below in the description, you're going to see an access for our community. So in our school community, it's free value. We've got loads of courses on there on teach you how to sell, manage your team, sales. There's tactics on every single level, from more junior tactics around selling all the way to more senior tactics on running a company and running sales management techniques. So we have that free community there for you if you want to plug in, sign up. And then as soon as you sign up, you're going to start to receive emails from me. And I write those every single day. And those emails that I'm writing now are all around giving value. They're not around selling. So this was my biggest lesson, because now I can repurpose that same content from my email onto LinkedIn and onto Twitter. So what I've done is I've overcome something that I had a bottleneck with. I was so shy on posting because I was the barrier. And what was I doing? I was hurting and losing my own money. I was losing money. And now on LinkedIn, the truth is the sales services that we offer are absolutely incredible, and we get great feedback. As soon as companies come in, they can come down to our London offices. We'll train them here. We'll even work with them remotely. We have so many different formats that will work with companies from 7, 8 figure and maybe even 9 figure companies. But the main focus for us is these 7 and 8 figure businesses. And when we're working with these businesses, a lot of the times they would have come through different channels. They could have come through Instagram, they could have come through YouTube like you're watching today, or they could have come through LinkedIn. And to be able to be everywhere and not just be repurposing what the original plan was, well, you know what I'll do? I'll just get my assistant to just repurpose my reels or my short form content or my YouTube videos and just say that same stuff on LinkedIn. And the truth is, it doesn't go down the same way. It's not the same language. So you have to see the persona, which is what I really have been learning. And I've just bought the new Gary Vee book. So we just got this book, and Day Trading Attention. And it does talk a lot about algorithms, but the main thing that I'm going to be doing is when I deep dive into this book, because I've not actually read it yet. And the main reason why I got this book was actually to understand the different persona of different platforms. So let me just explain the different persona and exactly what I mean by that before we move on to point number 2. Because I think you understand fully what I mean by point number 1, getting over yourself and not actually being able to being your own barrier. With the persona of platforms, if you think of TikTok as a bratty teenage kid, and every time you post, the kid has ADHD and you need to keep that kid's attention, that's why the content needs to be edited that way. And if you think of Instagram as some mom who's wearing Uggs, wearing a fur coat, and everything needs to look nice and clean and presentable and have a cleaner look to it, when you think of platforms having a persona, that's when you'll actually post very differently. And LinkedIn, I had labeled it as a persona for what it actually wasn't. I labeled it as something that it was my old work colleagues and people I used to work with and people of an environment I didn't enjoy. But what it actually is, it's just a professional place to connect with companies, and to the language is just used completely different. So I'm able now to post on LinkedIn, and we're able to have an entire strategy where we have email, have LinkedIn, and have our Twitter posts, as well as every other platform, so we can reach more people. Your brand needs to be everywhere. And Gary, the great thing that he's done is brand. And when you look at his website, his Instagram, his TikTok, his Twitter, everything is cohesive. It's one language. And that's one thing I was missing. The simplicity of him asking, are you posting on LinkedIn? It triggered a bigger conversation. And this is exactly what we spoke about and how we went through it. And that is lesson 1. The second lesson Gary Vee taught me was humility. Now, when he was talking to me, his cadence, the speed of he was talking, his eye contact, everything completely slowed down. He did not rush me. He just answered my questions. And before I finished, he said, is there anything else that you need to know? Now, if you think about it, his attention, everyone wanted his attention in this day. He's opening a new office and everyone wanted to speak to him. But he didn't make me feel rushed. And the lesson here for me was, at times I'll speak to a business owner that's completely junior, not even starting their business, not even running towards the same goals I am. And in the past, I've been short with that person and not given them enough time. And I've given them 1-word answers, 2-word answers, and say, just try this. Because I think a lot of the times, well, he's probably not going to listen. She's probably not going to listen. Is he going to even follow this advice? Because their questions aren't very specific and they're just asking a lot of the times for the sake of asking. And what I realized is, I had to watch Gary Vee for 7 years before I actually listened to posting online. And although this person that I might be giving advice to, they may not listen to me that one time, but I might be just one voice in their journey of them asking 100 different people over 5 to 10 years that will trigger them to make a decision. So the lesson here was humility, but also knowing that you're just a part of someone's journey. You don't have to be the pivotal person to say, go and do this. Because Gary's meeting with me was pivotal. But the 7 years before that where I followed him and I wasn't posting online, because it's been probably like close to 10 years now, and I've been posting for around 1.5 years or 2 years, but I followed him for 7 years and I didn't post. I used to see him on social media. It was more entertainment, listening, fake motivation. That's what I was watching him for. But if I never watched him for all of that time, I would have never actually left my job and actually thought, you know what, I can do this, because I had so many influences throughout the years from all the people and their accounts that I've been following. And everything influenced me, because there's no friends and there's no family around me that do what I do. They're all, their dreams aren't as big as mine. They look at me and say, well, they're so proud of me and this, like they think I've achieved all this stuff. And my dreams are far bigger than theirs. So they couldn't have influenced me as much as all the people that I was looking at and thinking, I want to go above and beyond and want to be there. So that's one big lesson regarding humility and regarding giving people your time. And you don't have to be the one person who's going to actually make the decision and actually push them to do that thing there and then. You could just be one part of their journey. And being a part of someone's journey is absolutely incredible. And it does go to, like, when making these videos, this might not be the time that you actually make the decision. I hope it is. I hope that you watch this and you start to act different. You start to sell more, manage your team better. You start to change the way you're doing things. And you start to earn more money. That is my goal. But this might be just one of the goals of the future. This might be just one of the videos that you need to watch to be able to cause action. And that action that you will cause will create another reaction, which will cause another action. Do you know, when I got this office here in London, I knew I had to film. But what did I have to do to force myself to film? Well, I had to build out a studio of $20,000. I had to hire someone to be in here. I had to set up everything to be in the studio to force myself to get the videos out. Did I actually want to do that? Could I have filmed on my iPhone? Yes, but I would have made excuses. So what did I do? I put myself into a corner where I had no choice but to do so. And that's what really worked for me. And that lesson of humility on how you actually need to give everyone their time and actually slow down and listen and be present was a great lesson from Gary. Now, the third lesson that I got was the absolute killer. I asked Gary why he just asks people to post a lot of the times and why the content that he puts out is just post more. And I wasn't calling him out. I just wanted to understand his strategy. Because if I understand his strategy, and I'm going to share it with you today because it's an absolute killer strategy. Because if I understand his strategy, then I can understand the thought process behind why his content, which will influence the way I go about and make my strategy. And what he told me was, in the simplest way, if he just asks you to post more, what will that do? He can't affect your SOPs for your business. He can't affect the way you train your staff. He can't affect the way you run your ads. He can't affect you making more sales. But what thing can he say and can he do to make sure you actually grow your business and grow your personal brand? Well, if all he does is to do the simplest form and ask you just to post more, just one thing, what would happen? You would inevitably get more leads. You would get more people into your business. And even if you're absolutely terrible at selling, and even if you're terrible at fulfillment, what would happen? You would gain more business, because with the rule of numbers, if you had 1,000 leads come through and you close none of them, well, what happened if you had 10,000 leads come through? You might close one. And because you had so much attention, the amount of volume that came in from the top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel, enough people sieved out and bought something because you had enough attention. And this is what I see for a lot of influencers. I've worked with a lot of influencers. At one point in 2023, I worked with a lot of large influencers on growing their business, specifically within fitness and other industries. But I've worked with a lot of course creators and in the high ticket community. But when we worked with a lot of guys who had a big audience, in the beginning, I used to almost be annoyed and think, his sales process is shit, his sales skills are shit. And I used to think, well, that's not good. He's just going to lose all this money. He just needs to improve. He needs to hire people. He needs to improve himself. And I used to give him all this training, all these modules, and they would never do it. But the lesson here was they have such a big top of funnel because their skill is creativity. Their skill is posting on social media. Their skill is making content that others want, which allows them to not be good at the sales process, which allows them to not have the greatest product, but they're still able to make money. Now, this is provided this influencer is not just a brand whore who's just making content to just get brand deals. But as long as you're someone who's trying to monetize, if you have enough of an audience, you will sell. And if I put it into a tactical term for you, if you have 100,000 followers on Instagram and you are terrible at sales, you are terrible at messaging people back on the DM, you are terrible at every part of the sales process, and you make a story post and you say, if you're interested in working with me, drop me a message. A terrible message too. Just with the rule of numbers, because you've been posting for that long and the good quality content that you've been putting out, you will make a sale because there's enough people there to message. And because of the rule of numbers and your terrible skill of sales and the terrible skills of posting, you're still able to make the sales. Now, you know that I'm an advocate for good sales techniques because this is why we can influence these business owners really well, because when we improve their sales process and their sales skills, they'll close far more. Their bottom of the funnel, their middle of the funnel is just far more effective because we'll capture way more sales. But this simplicity of Gary telling me just post more, and his strategy just telling people just post more content was the simplest thing. And those were the 3 lessons that I learned from Gary. If you're interested in joining our free community, link below. I'll catch you in the next video. If you're interested, subscribe, or you'll find the next video on the left-hand side. Click, and I'll see you in the next video.
In this video, you're going to watch me with a one-on-one session with a business owner, taking his business from 500,000 a year to over $1 million a year, step by step, planning it all out for him. If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani, and I go pro as shit, and now I'm building an 8-figure business, and I want to show you everything that I know along the way. So stick around for the video so you can save yourself all the scars that I had to pick up whilst building mine. What I want to do is work out where your business is now and then where could it go. The reason why I think I've structured it the way I have is because I think fitness is capped. So I think that how much you can earn in fitness is limited because let's say whoever is the biggest in fitness in the UK, they can only grow with their model if they hire more staff.
Yeah.
And then because they have more staff,
They've got
eventually
more overheads.
with more overheads, and after a certain amount of staff, you now have to add another person to manage them. So the margins come even lower. So let's say he has 10 coaches or she has 10 coaches. Eventually you have to bring someone in to manage those coaches.
100%, yeah.
And then you have to pay another salary, and then that margin drops. And then the overall reward from the amount of work you do is lower. Like if you just serve someone who would pay more, you can earn more. So like if I think of your total output of energy that you have, if I think of it in what you enjoy, that's going to be different. I'm going to think about like how much energy you put into your business to how much money you pull out. How can we better it? So whatever you want to disclose, that's up to you. But where's your business at right now? Like staff, team, size, your day.
So as a brand, we'll be quite transparent. We're sort of above a mid 6-figure business. So above a mid 6-figure business to date.
Okay.
So that gives you an understanding of sort of where we are in the last 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
Possibly starting from 2022. Where are we in terms of staff? If we look at it, we have a PA / brand manager.
We'll do like an organization chart. So that would be you at the top. So it'll be Jace. And then
Catherine.
So she manages the coaches.
Brand manager, PA, yeah.
So there's Catherine. And then who does she manage?
Well, in par with not in par with Catherine, but in line with Catherine, I'd have Charlie because he's the sales closer.
So he would go
for the team
in sales. So Charlie would be here. But that's more of an agency. So you wouldn't normally count as a staff member. So Catherine oversees your coaches.
We embrace him to the team. Yes, Catherine oversees the coaches.
Coach 1, Coach 2, Coach 3.
Coach 4.
Okay, nice.
4. Maybe by end of year, Coach 5, potentially. That is the next step.
Okay. Is there anybody else in this business?
Yes, videographers.
So, see, these are like additionals. These are like outsourced. But you manage them directly, so it's never Catherine.
I'll take 50-50 now. A lot of that is delegated onto Catherine to deal with invoices, to deal with when they're filming.
Who would they message if they need something?
They would invoice Catherine. I would just set up the dates. That's why it's 50. I'll take myself.
And then, so you've got Charlie, and then you got a videographer. Anybody else?
If I need to, if I do self-film content, I've got a personal editor,
Okay.
which is obviously going to come into play quite massively. And then I would say agency systemized to scale. I still think that's
That's
big,
software, so that's not people.
Okay,
so in
so
an
yeah.
organization chart, you wouldn't put softwares in there. But that's like your current setup at the moment.
I would say
Now-
7, yeah.
Okay, so hypothetically, if you didn't change anything and you doubled this business, so because that's our goal, how do we double it? So if we went to 1 million, that's the goal. If we went to 1 million, what would need to happen here?
Well, from my perspective, looking at this, the only way for the company to increase revenue is to either one, hire more,
And then,
or two, the current coaches get busier, which again increases revenue but not essentially profit.
do you have enough leads coming in? Because if you don't have enough leads coming in, then you're going to add another cost of ads.
Well, potentially we're sort of got a solid base of leads coming in organically, but again, naturally we would be looking to incur a cost to upscale and add a sort of agency.
Do you know what it costs you to get a client? For example, your current cost to get a client is your editing cost, your marketing, everything to do with marketing and sales. If you total that up, so how you work out your cost of acquisition would be, let's say,
We do have a breakdown on the sort of cost for Charlie per call, which makes sense. I couldn't tell you that exactly, but in terms of content that sort of brings in a lead, I couldn't break that down.
How we would break it down would be, because we want to make it all into a maths equation, because this is, if you just make this numbers rather than people, it makes it a lot easier to manage. So how that would be, you add up the cost of this and any marketing software, then you would divide that by how much business you bring in every month. So if you sold £5,000 worth of new business last month, new business, and it cost you £5,000 to get it in, the cost of acquisition for those, let's say there was 10 clients, and they cost you £5,000 of actual sales marketing.
Yeah.
Each client costs you 500 quid.
Yeah.
And then a client normally stays with you for how long?
9 to 12 months. Well, 9 to 18 months, I'd say. The lifetime value of a client.
So let's say it's 12 months on average.
Let's say on average, yeah.
And the average yield, and yield is defined by, let's say you're charging 250, 300, and your coaches are charging, you're getting from them 75.
Yeah.
So what you actually get is, because you work out lifetime gross profit, so you're not lifetime revenue. Lifetime revenue would be an inflated number.
Yeah.
So lifetime gross profit. So let's say 200 times 12, 2,000 is £1,200 profit per year. And let's say each client, you get a client for 500 quid, and the client gives you £1,200, for example. Does that equation sound about right?
Yeah.
And if I count in yours pushes it up because you get 100%. It might round up to about 1,700. So when you put in this is a made up number because obviously I don't know your cost of acquisition. But when we get £500 cost of acquisition, and then each client brings in £1,800, these are hypothetical numbers because I just think this rough.
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
That means the ratio between lifetime gross profit to customer acquisition cost is about 3.5 roughly. So for every pound that you put into your business,
We're getting 3.5 return, essentially.
so you just see on a simple equation, if I break this down, what your business is. A business like this, 3.5, is hard to grow it because as you grow this formula, for every £1, I get £3.50 out.
So what would you say is a good return on investment?
My business,
Because I was always told any return above 3 was quite good. In my
3 is
opinion.
minimum.
Okay, yeah.
Because that allows you to function, but it doesn't allow you to really grow.
Okay.
My business is, for every £1 I put in, I get 32 out.
How much?
32.
Okay.
So that's how your formula needs to be for its scale. 15, 10, like if you get it like for every pound you put in, you get £10 out, that's when you can truly grow a
So you
business.
start to scale, yeah. Well, when you say scale, you're not talking just business, you're talking about scale business, but scale back your time as well.
Yeah, so then
Okay.
you can only, because you can't, with these margins, after profit is paid, wages are paid, there's not a lot left. Even though most people would say you're in the 1% and you're earning 500-600K, I would say you don't have much left because if you pay yourself a good salary and you go on a couple of holidays, how much is actually left? Are you gonna buy a property every single year, year on year?
I would disagree.
How much is left?
the business is 80% profitable. I bought a
But
100k
that
coffee shop.
doesn't show. When
Well,
you
maybe
actually,
them figures are skewed, but
Yeah, yeah.
do you know what I mean? This year I bought a 100k coffee shop and I'm buying an 800 grand house. So.
you are good with money.
Yeah, in that sense, I don't think you're left
By
short.
the way,
Don't
I
get me wrong.
haven't given you accurate numbers.
Yeah, and I think
working
like
on
with
equation.
the accuracy, we obviously, my video editor is probably cheaper than most video editors, and
Let's
stuff like
even
that.
let's say you're very profitable and you're doing great. Because I've worked with a lot of fitness businesses, and most of them.
I would say we're in the 80% profit margin, 75 to 80% personally. I would say.
Okay, so if you're here, you're making probably. If you're giving 50% here, how can it be 80% profit?
We're not giving 50%.
Oh, you're giving less.
Less.
All right, okay, that's good. That was just my assumption then. So I just thought we had a different conversation about that. So let's say you finish with 400 profit or 400 after this. That's good, but I still think, how do we get there?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's
No, I
the
totally
number one goal.
agree.
Because if you were happy with this, like you'd be thinking, right, there's no growth. But the goal is, no matter where you're at, how can we go to like 1 million revenue? And that's what we want to map out. And we'd map it out based upon your offer, because your current offer is, let's say, you can make £300 from each client roughly, or 350.
Yeah.
That's your best offer. So how do we, in the simplest way, if you currently have a cost of acquisition of even £50, let's say it's dirt cheap, £50 to acquire a client, the odd boosted post, Charlie, video editor, a videographer, it's 1 to 6, let's say at best.
Yeah.
That's the absolute best. But how can we push it so it's so much bigger, and where can we get that money from, and how can we design an offer that gets you money? So that's our main challenge. That's what we want to work on. And I just wanted to map out roughly where we're at.
Yeah.
Let's design an offer that you think is good, or we think is good, and then we work out how we can actually sell it and how we will sell it. And then you can see, is this like a good idea for you? I want to start simply at if you was to sell something for 5K or 10K, just to start with, so we can just have so much more revenue, because I know you can sell it, because I know loads of coaches doing that.
Yeah.
But they sell something different, they're not fitness. Which, within your personal brand, so without you starting again, who would you target? Who would buy 5 to 10K? I have an idea. If you
My
wanna hear me.
upper end, I work with a few upper end CEOs of recruitment companies,
Okay, so this first avatar is a CEO. Who's the second one?
that would probably be project managers and CEOs would be my biggest.
What about celebrities? Or influencers, people who have
I wouldn't necessarily. I'd probably turn down more influencers that are looking for a discount than to depart with.
not the
income.
influencers who are Love Island guys who actually are celebrities.
Yeah, probably high end celebrities.
Because if I look at your brand, you position everything towards conditioning, bodybuilding, fitness, lifestyle. But with your look, who do you think would also buy from you?
I think people that are also interested in performance, so that's where you could look at the celebrity route as well.
Okay, so if it was celeb, and then it would be, because do you know, if I said CEO, then the targeting is very different, the language is different, because now you've got to post content
Yeah.
relevant to them.
But yeah, we are sort of trying to change our demographic of content from August anyway.
Do you know what you want to do then? What's the plan for August?
We're just sort of trying to we're trying to resonate with the upper end lifestyle client, if that makes sense. So sort of, it sounds cliche, but busy professionals that want to get into elite shape and sort of take health at a forefront as well.
All right, I do think these people would spend money.
But again, also providing the knowledge so that the deed of trust is there before selling a package.
So busy professional, if you put them into a CEO category, or they also want to look good, your type of lifestyle that you promote, what would this person buy from you where you can give them an unbelievable deal? It can't just be food, because that's what you're used to. Yeah, obviously your main services are diet. This comes without saying diet, nutrition. But what would be, rather than asking what we would sell, What are they struggling with for you to give us
A lot of it would be mindset and motivation. I feel like that's a factor in a sector that sort of a lot of people are willing to invest. I know you've had a mindset coach, I've had a mindset coach, so I know that's also a big thing because a lot of these people can do it, but it's the motivation to get started as well. So a pain point, yeah.
So their pain, and then the solution obviously is going to be packaged properly. So what would be their pain?
Not having the motivation to get the job done.
Okay, motivation. Motivation, like what are they really struggling with? Because this person with the money, so they have, how much are they making? They're
600, 700, 800, not a mil, or anything above 800.
all right, okay. So they earn more than, they're in the 1%, they earn over 500k a year. So they can afford to spend 5 to 10k very easily, not an issue. And by the way, I'll talk you to how you would deliver this. So I'll do it on how you would find them and then how you would deliver it.
Accountability, you know, a big one for these high-end guys is just being.
That's what you actually, that's not like a true pain point. It's more like an insecurity, like the really.
Oh, pain point.
Yeah,
is,
like,
listen,
what's
I've
the
got a
pain?
lot of guys that are CEOs. I'm like, you're the CEO of the company, but you're not the CEO of your health and fitness. You know, being in control of yourself.
So how does that person feel?
Low in confidence,
Yeah.
low self-esteem.
Because this what makes your marketing, because let's say it's motivation, low confidence, and now you can actually make content like, are you a CEO struggling with low confidence and motivation? And then all that does is, you have this problem and I have this solution.
Yeah, and then we start to make that solution.
Because, for example, if all of your clients were struggling with low confidence, then simply you would have something specific to boost confidence.
Yeah, 100%.
It wouldn't just be this, it would also be like, we have a confidence shoot,
Yeah.
we have this, we do coaching.
I would probably put on there low testosterone as well, because a lot of them who don't take care of themselves
I was waiting for that.
in
That's
the
really
upper
good.
30s lack that T as well.
And this person's over 30 as well?
I'm going to say, yeah, to be in that position, I'd say upper end 28 to 30 plus.
Okay, now we're onto something, because it becomes clearer, because that 30-year-old who's 500k, he's got a family.
Yeah, and I'd probably put health in there as well, because a lot of the guys I'm coming over, they're having bad cholesterol and just learning how to fix that very quick.
Okay.
Health.
So it is a broad term saying health is a pain point. It would be more like very specific, like what part of health. But if it's low testosterone, if you go down this angle, this is a lot easier to sell 5 to 10k, because this is a life change. Like just diet and nutrition is enough to get me to pay 200-300 quid. Low testosterone, partnerships with doctors and
Well,
clinics.
it'd more be like low testosterone and improve your cholesterol. So that would sort of be.
I want to really think what this guy's struggling with, because everything that they're struggling with, we just do the opposite, that's a solution. And then we think of like, what's level 10 of low confidence? So level 10 of low confidence would be, the easy one would be a guide for confidence. Yeah. Level 10 would be like something not affordable, would be like a one-on-one coach to help you with confidence, who's experienced in confidence for high CEOs. That's like the extreme of solution. Low testosterone, the lower version is a PDF or a video guide, and the absolute 10, 15, 20k version is we're going to get a doctor to come to your house, take your bloods, do the absolute best service. Because there is a celebrity trainer out there who's charging someone £1 million to go to their house, cook their meals, train them, just doing the level 10 version.
Yeah.
And he's making that much money because he's able to do the level 10. Anything else this guy's struggling with, we want to map him out properly, because then if we can connect that to your brand, connect the solution, you leave here today thinking, I know what I can sell. What would it be?
As in what, sorry?
What else is a pain? I want to like really get in this guy's head.
Trying to remove myself from my character. Motivation, low confidence, OT.
How's his family, kids, family?
Yeah, a lot of the guys I work with in that position, you know, a lot of the fuel is get fit for your family, get fit to move around with your kids. So again, I think the main one is going to be about, you know, as much as the pain there, a lot of the time the pain there is body image, and that's one of the biggest ones we've not gotten there. I know it is one of the basics, but feel good, look good, perform good, any CEO. But naturally, a lot of the CEOs, they don't look good, they don't feel good.
So there's a trend between like low confidence, body image. You know the base of this is good. So let's say you do there was diet and nutrition, which you know you're an expert in. If someone paid you 50 grand and they said, can you help me with my diet and nutrition? What would be the absolute, apart from going to their house and cooking their meals, what would be the absolute maximum you can do for them?
We'd probably look at daily accountability. So, you know, having that communication on a touch point daily to just check all variables are ticked.
Okay.
Sort of fixing any bottlenecks that are
You can
happening
easily
day to day.
facilitate that because there could be a Slack channel which has got daily accountability coaches in there who you can automate. Like if I think of the delivery, they can literally check in with you every single day. How are you feeling today? How's your weight? What's going on? And they would have, maybe on a Monday, they would check in more about motivation. Tuesday, they would ask more about this.
And then we'd probably have a weekly motivation call with just the CEOs. So fairly...
Would you call it a CEO call?
Yeah, CEO call. So fellow CEOs can see that they're not the only ones in that scenario as well.
So now you're selling a one-on-one service because let's say the same coaches that you're paying right now, you was to say, guys, we've also got some new clients in. We're going to be giving them daily accountability. So these guys were trained. Would those people that you currently have be able to serve these people if they came into your business? If they were trained?
Yeah.
Okay. So like when you think of your guys, you said you give them to training. So you'll record your sessions with a couple of CEOs, how it would be in a trial, in the first 5 to 10 clients. Then you hand it over to another coach, but then they're not coaches anymore. They're labeled something else. They would be labeled like
Specialist or...
And then how much would it cost you to get a doctor to do optimization?
A blood panel is probably 150 quid. Someone to read it's probably...
So you include your blood panel, you include the blood test. Let's say you did the blood test every 12 weeks. So you just do the absolute maximum. And I'm sure you can strike up a deal with the clinic.
Yeah.
So this guy now, he's struggling with these things. He's getting a blood test from you every 12 weeks. He's getting a blood panel. He's getting a CEO call. Does this, am I on the right track? Does it sound like something that you would love to do? Is this guy...
I think there needs to be sort of like a performance tracker or coach in there.
Okay. Would the performance tracker be
a
for...
lot of the guys I'm seeing in the CEO worlds, they're going out for 2-mile runs. They're going out for things that they can do in their own time. So I think tracking somewhat of a baseline performance is also good.
So there's different levels of tracking when you think of high ticket. So there's Whoop bands where you can be like, we need your Whoop band data.
Yeah.
Or it could be like, we need your heart rate, we need your, like to go super deep with people.
Yeah.
Like how in depth can you go with data tracking?
We can go, I would think, tracking metrics via Whoops or Apple or something along them lines.
So the deliverable would be, you give like tracking of, this guy's program is obviously custom built, but how would a 10K program, compared to like you do someone's Google Sheet diet training, which is loads, it gives them everything to do. What level 10, what would that look like for someone's program?
It would be a bit more one-to-one, more live interaction with myself, because I think that's what you pay for.
I don't even think it needs to be with you directly.
Or it can be with a specialist in one of them fields.
Yeah, and like, you can find specialists within, like Hyros, for example. Let's say, what's it called? Hyrox.
Yeah.
So let's say you had a Hyrox coach.
That would be the performance coach, potentially.
Okay. So let's say now, I'm not saying niche down into Hyrox, but let's say it was, we also do Hyrox and you show that.
It is something I thought about. Because like everyone, you know, I like my fitness, I like my boxing, I like my running.
And let's say you documented your journey, doing from what you're doing.
You know, it's funny because we actually had a discussion with someone about launching a performance section of our...
We're on the right tracks then. So you document
Whereas you've seen my journey change, I'm like, that's my hobby, I want to bring that in.
So let's say the marketing, I know you can work out. Because you'll be like, I know how to promote that. I know how to make my short form content, long form content.
Are you calling me a marketing genius?
Well, you're good at your content because you understand your customer. Your content right now is heavily driven on social proof.
Yeah,
that's the heaviest
that was actually the goal this month was get rid of all our social proof. So when we do the talking content, at least all the social proof's been used.
And I know if you had way more lifestyle, fashion, fitness.
And I feel like that's why the content's changing from hardcore training videos to how do you lose your first 10 pounds if you're looking to go on holiday, because you then open to a wider audience.
Yeah, but then this is extremely narrow. This is like super narrow.
So yeah, we could potentially scope it like every 2 lifestyle videos go into a high-end lifestyle client potentially.
And just to like, if you wanted to protect revenue, what I could even do is, I would say, rebrand your YouTube first. It does hurt the business because what happens, some people go on YouTube and then they come to your socials, but not often. Sometimes people just keep liking long form content.
Yeah,
But
no,
let's say you just said, I'm going to keep my Instagram how it is for now. I'm going to put a few things in there so when that customer comes through, they're not totally like, this is nothing to do with what I wanted. But let's say everything on your YouTube over the next year was all about this guy and all about you, how you've become this man, and you're turning 30, getting married. Like, true, like authentic content.
It's actually quite interesting because I thought about, for the lifestyle stuff, documenting it on my personal Insta, but then I was sort of like, then you've got two fitness, which I don't care about personalised Insta. But I thought that's showing a demographic of a CEO sort of getting in shape, because I am a CEO and then I am getting in shape, then I am documenting how I manage it with a wife. So I actually thought about that last week, maybe rebranding, not the normal Instagram, what it's known for, but rebranding the personal Insta into sort of following my journey of a CEO.
And linking that to your YouTube?
And linking that and the other Insta to the YouTube, because I still think what I'm seeing is a lot of the elite lifestyle bodybuilders are walking out that space into sort of other businesses and still staying on track.
Okay, and let's say we also ran ads. Because you have so much social proof, let's say they click onto your landing page and they see all the testimonials and what your, like a script was done. And the script would sound something like, you've conquered already making $500,000 a year, you're above that revenue, but something's wrong. You're tired. Every day you wake up, something's up. You know something's not right. You don't find your missus as attractive as you used to find her. You also feel this. You also feel low in confidence, but you feel like something's off. I'm going to tell you what's off. What's off is your testosterone's low, your cholesterol is not where it should be, your body image is down, and some guys are watching and be like, that's me. Then he goes to your YouTube and then he watches more of your content, then he gets nurtured, and then this guy will spend 5 to 10K.
Having a light bulb moment.
But that's what you came here for, yeah?
Yeah, I might just rebrand my personal, the CEO coach in the tagline.
Is it silly to say you can sell 100 10K packages?
No, I don't. I've sold.
That's £1 million.
Good high bundle package.
That's £1 million. So if the only challenge was, let's say over the first year, right, Jace,
I think genuinely, not off topic, but as you get older, your demographic change. Your interest in business when you started this was very different to what it is now. And I feel like as you get older, your demographic shifts. And I feel I'm in a point where my love is there, don't get me wrong, but my demographic is shifting because a lot of what I do now, it's purpose. And I feel a more sense of purpose.
Not just that, you can now help more people than you used to help before. When you were in your mid-20s, you can't help this guy. But you can help bodybuilders because you're living it. But now you are a CEO that's making 500K. So who can you help? A CEO who's making 500K. You're being really authentic. It's not by saying, let's trick people, let's pull the wool over eyes. Who are you? What do you stand for? Where are you at? And how have you got there? How can you help other people get it? Have you probably had low testosterone? Yes. Have you had low body image? Even when you look
I was on Zero Animals last
year. Yeah, and that story, when it's genuine, it's in your YouTube, you can show the blood results, you can show everything. And then I know that could you sell 8 of these every single month? If you had a proper funnel, which we'll do now, funnel system, and then a delivery mechanism, that's £1 million a year.
We need to review this footage in 12 months.
I'm sure you'll get it. So now the challenge is, you know roughly what you want to sell. We've not packaged it properly, but I want to cover as much as I can in this. Obviously, you can take this footage away and you can brainstorm with Catherine or branding. And all you would do is, you would think, right, my current logo, branding, does that sit well with this guy? Do I need to have...
But that's why I would position myself in the market with the current socials as they are. I don't know if that's the right thing. And then my personal, I think it's an account with 10K.
I think, look, I've done it. I've had to change.
Or would you rebrand everything as a whole?
I would rebrand, and the reason why, I'm not saying rebrand now. The reason why I would rebrand would be, let's say, all the current customers were bringing me 35K a month without new sales. And we stopped new sales altogether. We know we won't because old clients will come back.
Naturally, that method.
So let's say we stopped, and we've now stopped the business at 35K. Scary because we've got 15K, and now we've got VAT coming out, we've got tax and bills. But 35K revenue, that allows you to think, I only have to sell 1 or 2 of these in my first month
you're selling
to be able to make the same income.
You did it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did. I changed, and I just sold 1 or 2 packages and beat the revenue. So this is what all you had to do was to sell 1 or 2 packages. And your current DDs keep you afloat. You still give that service, you still give everything, but then what happens over time is as people drop off, you don't renew.
But then I also think the reason I'm always keen on keeping that brand as it is, because I don't take on that brand. I haven't in probably 3 or 4 months. That brand serves the current coaches, whereas this brand I'd have it as a separate entity serving a different level of coaches, if that makes sense, because they'd be more specialist.
It is. It's a good thing to do that because obviously you've got your loyalty to your coaches.
Yeah.
But I do think then you start running 2 businesses, and it's very hard to build a new business. You're trying to do something that you've never done,
I agree.
and run your old business.
No, I agree.
So
Would you not give it a time if I said, oh, let's run it like that for 12 months and then have a rebrand in 12? Or,
no, I would
or have a
think
ceiling?
in my head. I'm not saying you should, but I would think I'm going to dump everything. I now know that this is better. I have the self-belief. I had no YouTube subscribers and I built out a 20 grand studio.
Yeah.
It just takes like so much self-belief
quite
to do things. So, and I know you can sell too.
Oh, no.
You've even got a closer there.
Yeah.
All you had to do was actually generate it. And then what I would actually get you to do is for the first few leads, you take the calls because you get a feel of that person.
Yeah, the CEO.
You need to feel their struggle. You need to feel all of this in the call. And then you record those calls. You might say, this is what this guy's struggling with. And when the ball's rolling, who do these guys refer? More of these guys. Yeah. When you were making 50 grand a year, you didn't know no one makes $500,000, but now you're making $500,000. You know, everyone's making $500,000.
No one's different. Yeah.
So far, are we on the right tracks?
No, but I think, yeah.
Yeah. Remember, I'm not here to tell you what to do.
No, of course.
I just want to say, here's another option of how you would go from where you are to where you want to go. Let's rub this out, and then I'm going to go for how we would build a funnel and a system very clearly so you know exactly how you would grow this. Do you know the terms top of funnel, bottom of funnel?
No.
All right, so top of funnel is people who have never heard from you the first time they see you. In like marketing terms, you call it like awareness. So like it's this is like a Facebook ad. So let's say awareness is a Facebook ad or like some sort of ad somewhere on any platform. It could be a YouTube ad, Google ad, wherever it is. That's like the awareness stage. Then the next stage is engage, which is your socials. Let's say it was YouTube long form, and then
I'm so keen to get into the long form. I better not say TikTok.
well, they're just your short form, long form platforms. So let's say,
Do you use TikTok?
yeah, we post on TikTok. We don't get anything from it.
Yeah, I think, or is it just more eyes on?
It's just post it. Like maybe after 2 years, one customer might come through, but who knows?
Okay.
I don't know. I've not done it long enough to know if it's worth it or not.
Right now, what's more valuable for you, YouTube or Instagram Reels?
YouTube. Everything's YouTube. So people who have never heard from you or never heard Jace before would go here into a meta ad, and they're in the awareness stage because they've never heard from you. An example is if Coca-Cola did a billboard, it's not really an engagement type of campaign, it's an awareness campaigin because you're just not really going to buy from it, it's just you've just seen it.
Yeah.
But these people would go straight into an
I
opt-in.
disagree with that.
Go ahead.
I do think people buy off the back of awareness.
They do over time, but they move through different stages. So the first time that you saw a Nike trainer, you didn't buy.
Oh yeah, you don't buy, but then it puts you top of mind.
Yeah, but then you move into a different stage. So you've gone from, this stage is called subscribe. So these are like your 5 stages of awareness. So like you've seen my ad, and because it's an ad, there's no long form nurturing. So you go straight from the awareness stage straight to a subscribe, which is your VSL video, like a video sales letter where you just literally direct the camera and you'll be talking to your guy.
So that's awareness landing page.
Yes.
VSL.
So that landing page would be like a VSL page and a thank you page.
Yeah.
And then they basically see an ad, they click, they see a video of you. So
that's a landing page video, yeah.
Yeah. Then, so they first see the ad, which is, are you a CEO struggling with low testosterone? If so, and then they click this, and then you talk about the method in the VSL, saying, I've now worked in the coaching industry for over 10 years, and I never used to do this before, but now what I realized is guys who struggle with low testosterone don't know one thing. And that one thing is, now you engineer this VSL, and then that goes to a booked call.
This is where I would probably intervene.
Yeah, go ahead.
My personal experiences before a call add value, add trust. Wouldn't you take them from a VSL, hey, please book a call, but in the meantime, why don't you catch up on where you can then direct them
So
to
these
the
are
long form?
automations. That's an email automations. That's called a drip sequence. That's called a bottom of funnel email drip sequence.
Yeah, but wouldn't you put that in after the VSL before the book call? Because I always think I like to have someone visually watch, hear, or connect before
let
they
me
get
just
on
go
the
through the
call.
stages. So the VSL is actually an opt-in. They give their information, book the calendar call. The next page has more videos.
Yeah, perfect.
So
okay, yeah.
you would have a thank you
So
page.
yeah, you've just got it on. I've
Yeah.
had it before. Yeah, yeah. We're on
So
the same
there's
page.
so just to show you the breakdown, there's 3 pages: VSL, booking page, and then the last page is a thank you page with your method.
Yeah, I've got
and
that.
then case
I've
study.
actually got that exactly how it is now on one of my.
So that's your. This is an opt-in funnel. So you
Yeah.
do have different types of funnels. Like if you run boosted posts, it's just like a follow ad. But this is an opt-in funnel. The reason why we do an opt-in funnel is because you've not run ads before. We just want to see how it would test and how it would work. And this is dependent on the ad, the creative. This has to be really good. You would test 50, 60, 70 of these. You might make 20 a week. And then you would test different VSLs. You might have 3 different VSLs because the metrics on your CRM would show you. We had 100 people see this ad, and then 7% of them clicked on this. Let's just random number. 7% clicked on this.
What's a good what's a good click rate to ad ratio?
I like everyone's different and different ones. I would say like 10%.
Okay, so that's the sort of ballpark figure.
Yeah, but like everyone's got like different ones.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then you might have a drop. You have a drop-off rate. So let's say 10% of people come here, then 3% drop off here, 2% drop off there, and then you test a different text here to see if less people drop
And
off.
you just test your text which works well.
Yeah, the
you
copy.
test your graphic, your thumbnail, whatever you post there.
And then all of these people, the YouTube and Instagram, I would put them into a community. Let's say your school community that we've made, because I
How
want.
do you find school? Is it still?
It's really good for me. It's good.
You don't think it's a platform that's dropped off slightly?
No, because you're not pushing it.
Yeah, yeah, no.
It's
I've
growing
not-
month on month. So this will be a free school community because what I want to do is I want to move all the CEOs.
Sorry, how much hours do you dedicate to school currently at minute?
I don't. I just literally just half my week is promoting content now.
Oh, so you just put your content that you'd put on YouTube
Yeah, like-
into school?
Yeah.
Okay.
School also gets like the email that I send out in like a daily email. It goes
Okay.
into school as a status as well.
Okay, no, makes sense.
The reason why I would make a free school for you, or like any free membership community, is because from your socials, I need to strip all the CEOs and low testosterone guys, and I need to put them somewhere.
And then put out the content regarding that.
Yes, and then I can nurture them here. And then what I do with those CEOs,
You know what's actually quite interesting, because we spoke about school previously, and I was keen on it, but I
you
wasn't.
don't know where it fits in.
It didn't fit in because I was like, I'm just going to put out what everyone else is putting out.
No,
Whereas
no.
now we're discussing this, I'm like, all right, this is a hub that's a deed of trust. And now I'm like, all right, school does make sense. Whereas before, I was a bit standoffish because I was like, I'm just going to put out what everyone else is putting in. But what I have seen in the fitness industry, no one's actually in my space utilized school.
They haven't.
A few of the coaches have. I'll show you theirs
With
later.
mentorships, but not.
With mentorships, but not essentially in
No
terms
one's doing
of
it properly.
advice. Yeah, no, which
They're-
is quite
because they
cool.
don't-
Which
I
I think a scaremonger for me, I was like, everyone's going to get on it, and they haven't. So in my head now, I'm like, oh, let's actually get on it.
The reason why the main school is really powerful is because I want to strip away all the CEOs and all the low testosterone guys into one group. So this group will actually be rebranded.
Do you vet them?
Yeah, because you would do call to actions. You would say in your Instagram post, you would make CEO specific pain point content, and you'd say, if you're interested in having my free guide for CEOs, click here. The free guide is.
But would you still vet them? How many times would you hire a videographer and you'd have someone say, I've got 10 years experience, you get them here, and they're like, no.
What do you mean vet?
How would you ensure that you're only actually getting the CEOs in the group?
Oh, because every time they join, there's a questions.
Okay, yeah.
So there's questions. As soon as they click, there's 3 questions. Like, which one best describes you best? I'm a CEO. I own a business. And then, if this was called like CEO something, or like if it was rebranded as something specific to these guys that you want to get in. And then all that happens is,
Why are you so confident I should target CEOs? Is it a skill set of mine? Like,
well, you
what
mentioned
is-
the word CEO.
But why are you so confident, not just as an individual, what do you see that I can target high ticket?
Because I have to think,
You work with many
what
fitness
is,
guys.
I do, the reason why I mentioned CEO is, who is the closest like you? Who do you represent?
Okay.
Because if I had said like any somebody else, like a different type, if I said to you corporates who are directors of a company, you've not been a director of a company. You don't know their pain points.
Yeah.
And you've probably had them, and how many times I said I've got meetings back to back.
Yeah.
You won't be able to make the same calls and give the same interaction. And you say, in between meetings, when you've got this director saying this to you, say this. You can't have that conversation.
Yeah.
As a CEO, you can be like, what's your calendar like?
Yeah, makes sense.
You understand them better. But then if you want
Because
to
again,
target-
it's actually one of my CEOs who owns a recruitment company. He said he hasn't got time. I said, screenshot your calendar and let's see where we can fit things
There
in.
you go. Okay. I can only say this just in case the camera's thinking I'm making it all up. I feel like when I'm speaking to you for that long, I can work out who you can target.
Yeah, no.
The setter would call everyone in the school group because they would have given you the number. So they go from here into school. They instantly get a message
Would you have
saying
the same setter on your Instagram and school or separate
the
setters?
setter is in 3 places. He's
And
on your-
that's one setter across 3 boards, yeah?
in the beginning, yes. So the setter has access to 3 platforms. He has access to your CRM. So he has one list that he's calling for people who came to the VSL but didn't fill out the booking page. Hey, I saw that you recently clicked onto our page, but I didn't see your appointment come through. What made you click on the ad? I'm struggling with all those things. No problem, let me book you in for a call. So this guy triage calls and books them in for there. So he's doing calls. He's just calling people off the
Do you
CRM.
believe in triage calls over a light message?
Yeah, for setters, because it works. Because these people have opted in. They're not cold.
And you think CEOs are always responsive to pick up the phone?
No, but you try them 4 times and you message them and you WhatsApp them.
No, I'm curious. That's what I mean. There'll also be a text touch point
No,
as
they're,
well. Yeah.
they're busy. But if they're in the school community and you can put a direct call to action and you can send them to a book call as well, that sends them in. If you can host a live call once a month for CEOs for free, tell them about blood work, that will get people into the book call. There's so many ways, because that's a live webinar that you're doing in your community. And then all you do is you put on your Instagram, guys, I'm doing a live call in my community for CEOs. If you are, join here.
It's actually very interesting.
So it's, okay, so these people from your socials, there's a ManyChats automation. It sends everyone to school automatically. So the automation is, I can show it to you when we do the breakdown. Landing page, fill out the details, they get an invite via email into your school. They go to school, the setter calls them saying, hey, you entered our school, how are you finding things? He might not even sell it the first time.
I want to just take a picture.
Let me finish it and then you can take a picture. I'm not done with it yet.
when you're finished, I'm not going to understand.
Yeah, okay. But you have the video as well.
Look like algebra. No,
Okay.
it's actually quite interesting because we spoke a lot, and this is, I'm always honest, this is, a lot of the times it's sat on the surface, and I think just as my mind shifts, I'm like, all right, this is actually sinking in. It's actually quite
Now,
interesting.
what else needs to be here? See your target demographic communicate via email. Even though you've said to me emails are dead.
They're not dead. I'm
you
going to tell you why they're not dead, and I'll eat humble pie here because it's going to sound so mad. I needed white Nike socks. So everyone who knows I wear white Nike socks. For weeks, I said to my missus, I need white Nike. So I sat home, I got an email, JD, why not? And I bought off the back of the email, but it was my prompt that, all right, you need to do this right now. Since that day, I've said, and I've actually got 1,300 emails
Okay.
that I've never sent an email to.
Right. So what would happen would be we would start emailing those people.
Emails, copywriter or self-developed?
In the beginning, copywriter, only because I'm not a good writer and I'm forcing myself to do it. Because I know if I hire a copywriter in the beginning.
Interesting, because I had this convo last night and Catherine said the copywriter people know it's not you.
Yeah. So you have to sell. Like when I write in simple English, no elaborate, people know it's me because they see in my content how I talk and they can hear it in my voice.
So surely you're not a copywriter.
The reason why writing the emails is so easy is because every time you post a YouTube video, you just describe the video that you posted and say, guys, I just posted this video, here, watch this.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
we've got planned for the first YouTube we're putting out.
7 emails a week. Those emails will be 4 call to actions or 3 call to actions of your YouTube videos, 2 value-giving emails about your life, what's going on, and 1 hard call to action every week. Guys, if you're interested in actually working with me, why don't you book a call? So everyone from the email list, as soon as they go into school, we've got that email, they also go into your email list.
Can you automate school to the email list?
Yeah, easy. So as soon as they get an automatic email, I'll show you how it actually looks technically on the computer. Remember, all of these people, they get onto a sales call. And then these people will either say no or yes. So if they say, let's say that's the decision, so they decide yes or no. If they say yes, great, they move on and get onboarded. If they say no, no problem, you go back into the email list. So what happens now is you've got a full...
Do you not see if they say no, you find out why they've said no, whether it's price point?
Yeah, that's on the call. That's on the call.
Yeah, if it's price point, we
Yeah.
downsell them to a normal regular package.
The downselling might not happen on here. It might happen on the call, but you might do a re-offer. So what happens is...
Yeah.
So the re-offer is like...
Like,
let's say-
for example, 2025 re-offer.
Yeah, so this is why everyone who says no, says yes, gets onboarded, no back into your email. Now what you've got is you've got a really easy system. YouTube is your big component sending people to school. There's also this sending people to school. This is free, this is for CEOs. The setter is calling people here. He gets paid, let's say 3% commission. So he's only on commission only, he's not costing you any money.
Okay, so, yeah.
He sends people into book call. If you sell a 10K plan, we want the setter to have at least 2 of the calls that he books show minimum. So then we know he's actually he's doing good quality calls. If he was to sell one person, was to buy,
or the closer, or do you just
so
call
the
them?
setter was to book a call that closed.
Yeah.
If he gets 3%, he gets 300 quid.
Yeah.
300 quid for every call. What you can do now is you can create a really good opportunity for a setter to work for you on a commission only, because you have the margin, 10K, to be able to create an opportunity on commission only. The closer, 10%. So this is 13% in commissions. The closer, you can even do 7.5%.
I think my closer is 10%. Yeah.
You can do 7.5%, but what happens here is you have a full-time closer, because this is a 10K a month opportunity now. Because if he sells 10K packages, he makes 10K a month on closing.
Yeah.
So what you've done is, why your business can grow is because you have the margins that you didn't have before, or you don't have right now, you're able to get amazing salespeople in. You don't have to do it.
I think my salesperson obviously won't say who, but who you know.
I think he is good, and I think he'd
he's
be
pretty
good.
amazing. I think
He'd be great for this as well.
The bottleneck right now we've got is obviously we'll discuss is potentially a good setup across platforms, but that's such a conversation for later.
Is there anything here that you think that looks complicated?
No.
So simple, isn't it?
I think when it's broken down, it's quite a simple methodology.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Non-biased, I think, as an individual, we've got all the tools to be able to put that in place.
Yeah. Or the only constraint that you would have right now would be this would take you testing. But let's say you went
But that's something I was prepared to do anyway.
and I can show you, I've given you access to stuff already.
Yeah.
You can start this. You can even find someone to help you. But let's say it takes you 2 months of trying because you've put it off for a while.
Yeah.
Let's say you do it wrong for 2 months and then eventually you get it right. The fact that you started in 2 months, it will be right. And let's say each client costs you, cost of acquisition with everything, let's say it's £2,000. So every time, ad cost, commissions, it's expensive.
80% profitable client though, isn't it?
Yeah. But what you've done now is you're going to have a 90-day or a 6-month plan. 50% of those people should buy a bigger package after.
Yeah.
So you will sell double the time, double the value. So double the time, double the price. So let's say you sold a 10K package on the front end. In the back end, you've sold a 20K package for double the time, because now 50% of those people will buy again.
Yeah.
If you've got everything optimized.
And they're already pretty much set up. Not the bottleneck, but the main time constraint is getting a new client set
So
up.
then, if every client is worth 30K, and it costs you 2K to get them, that's now every pound turns to 15. Really easy. That's the number one metric of how your business is, like currently where it's at. And because you have these margins, you can now afford doctors and afford low testosterone people.
Yeah, I'm in that field already.
Because even if you gave away,
I paid for a call
1/3.
this week. I took 2 clients on a call discussing PCOS for females. So we're in them circles.
if you gave away a third in delivery, 5K in delivering this, you still have a lot of money.
Yeah, no,
left
the
over.
health call's already sorted.
That's basically how you would acquire clients for that offer. So that's the offer, that's the client, and that's how you would acquire them. The delivery I'm going to do another day with you because that's a whole different engine. This is like a growth engine. Then the delivery engine will be different because when they're onboarded, what automations add them to Slack, and that's like another one. So I'll go that because I'd rather focus on one element today. Sound good? There's your business.
I left school at 16 and I've been working in sales ever since. I'm 32 years old, which gives me 16 years in sales. Half of my life I've been working in sales. And now after training over 1,000 sales reps, building over 100 sales teams, I'm going to put everything into one video to give you all of my knowledge of 16 years in one video, to go over all the lessons and all the how-tos so you can save yourself all the time that I had to put in to learn. So this is a very easy, digestible video. We're going to explain it all into 10 simple, actionable points that you can put in today to learn all about sales. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani. And now previously, I've worked at 2 8-figure companies. And now, whilst I build my own 8-figure business, I document and I show my entire journey getting there because I wish someone had done it for me. So this is why I document all of my lessons and teach you everything that I know, saving you the money so you can build your business. Now, the very first thing that you need to know about sales is how to build rapport and how to actually build good relationships, build rapport with people so you can actually persuade them. You know, when I grew up in a environment which was low income, there was high amount of crime. The house that I lived in, because of the neighbors around me, the house got shot at 2 to 3 times simply because of the neighbors and the local crime. The street that I had was the only street which is called in Sheffield. It's the only street with cameras on the street that the police put in because of this crime was so bad. Now, growing in an environment like that, you tend to think the only way to get ahead is by doing someone wrong. And that's the environment that I grew up in. But what I quickly learned was, when I worked in sales, when I was good to people, I always progressed faster. If you do someone wrong, you might get that one bit ahead, you might get that one step ahead, but in the longer term, your reputation catches up on you. And this is why the single most important thing in sales is building great rapport and reputation. People are going to buy from you the first time, maybe because the product's cheap and they think there's a good deal, but they're only going to ever continue to buy from you when you have a good relationship. So I'm going to put into the first point all about building rapport and keeping a really good reputation. When you build rapport with someone, the first thing that you actually want to make sure you do is you want to ask questions about them. You don't want to tell them about me. You know, I had a bad habit of speaking to people. And every time I would speak to someone, I would talk about myself. But then when I read How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie, I learned a lot of things I need to do is actually to ask the right questions and get to know people about them. People love talking about themselves. And a big component of building rapport is actually about talking to someone about themselves, what they're working on, what they're doing, and just asking about them. If you go in with the sale, trying to find the problems too early, trying to find the tactics to sell to them too early, people are going to see right through it that you don't genuinely care about them. And the one way that I've managed to progress has always been by networking and building rapport with others. And the way I do that is simply by truly caring about others. So the one thing about your reputation is all linked to how you build rapport with people and how people will see you. Because the way people will see you is how you get branded, and they will tell others about you. And either they'll be sharing good things or bad things. It won't just be, he's okay. If he's an okay type of guy or girl, it's probably a negative. So to blow people away every single time that you meet them, build rapport, care about them, and give a shit about your reputation, because that will massively help you in getting more sales. And every time you meet a prospect, you're going to be able to learn far more about them simply because you shared interest in them. It's way easier to sell to someone if you know a lot about them rather than just talking about yourself. Even I have had a habit in the past of just talking about my company and what I'm doing. But now I just want to know about others. What's your business doing? How are you growing? What do you need? How can we help your business with sales reps, which is a lot of what we do. So we make sure that we ask about the people first to make sure we're finding the right people, which links perfectly to the second point. It's about ethical selling. Now, I used to find this term boring because I'm all about the money. I want to make a lot of money. And I would commonly think, ethical selling sounds boring. What does that even mean? Well, the thing about ethical selling is if you are truly matching what you do with the right people, you want to make sure that they actually need the product. They actually have a problem that you fix. By truly selling to people that have your problem, you're going to find that people, again, pass on their reputation. It goes a long way. And they're going to want to buy from you repeatedly. Ethical selling is not just so you can sleep better at night. It's also the way you sell to people will allow you to keep people in your business for longer. Selling to people not just the one time, but for 100 times. Will your current customers buy from you a year from now? I want you to truly ask yourself, because if you've not truly got that down to pat and they're not buying from you a year from now, or you're even doubting if they will continue to buy from you, a lot of the times there's a lot of things in place of like ethical selling. And ethical selling could even be the delivery of your product. It could even be how you run your team and how you manage your team. Every part of you and your values and your core values and your characteristics sits into ethical selling. And ethical selling is all about matching what you do and doing it the right way. Now, for number 3, it's the key component in the sales process. And for any salesperson, you need to know how to gather information properly. Gathering information from a prospect when you are speaking to them is the key component of a sale. If you don't know enough about them, you will not be able to sell to them if you can't establish a problem. Now, an expert can establish probably 3 to 4 problems on a sales call, and someone who's new can barely establish one. Because when you're talking to someone and you ask them all the right questions, who, why, when, what, all the open questions that you need to ask to be able to uncover the problems to sell to someone, you need to make sure that you don't just have one, because you want to add enough meat to the bone that when it gets to the objection handling, there's enough that they need from you because all those problems have been established. So the one thing that I do is I make sure that I gather enough information. When I worked at Virgin Active and I first started selling there, so this was in 2015, a year before that, I was working at a local leisure centre and I didn't really know truly how to sell. People would come in and I would just pitch the product to them about the membership available. They would say yes or no. And I'd always work out like, why does everyone not say yes? Why are some people saying no? But then when I met a manager at Virgin and I got my first job in a proper sales training environment, and I had sales training for the first time in 2015, which was one of my first sales trainers, Jono. And Jono taught me how to ask questions to find the why. And this is where we linked together Simon Sinek's Golden Circle, start with the why. And I connected how Simon Sinek writes about finding the why, how that actually links to sales, because the way we sell is not just the who and the what, but it's also the deeper reason, the why. And a great example that Simon Sinek uses is Apple do not say, do you want a 12 megapixel camera? This camera is really good because it's 12 megapixels and it has a 5x zoom. What they actually would say is we believe that our customers want to share the best memories, and we want to be able to share the best memories in the best quality photos possible and videos. So to do that, we've given you a 12 megapixel camera. You see, there's a big difference in explaining the why behind something rather than the what. You never see MasterCard talk about 3%, their interest rates of 3% or 4% or their processing fees. What they do say is we believe in freedom and accessing your money anywhere you are in the world. Again, within sales and marketing, we always talk about the why. And you can only truly find the why if you are doing the information gathering properly. So that is one of the most important components on the first part. And also, when you get to the objection handling, which we'll be covering later on this video, you're going to find out that you can handle objections with so much more ease because you know everything about them. If you know all their life and their problems and their struggles, it's way easier to objection handle and to be able to do that with them. But step number 4 is about setting the agenda. First thing that you would do on a sales call is always introduce yourself and set the agenda, or how we call it, framing the call. The reason why we set the agenda or frame the call is prospects come onto the call wanting the price. They've just come onto the call and they're thinking, how fast can I get onto the price? Even myself, like recently, we were looking for a new ad agency and I called up and I just wanted the price. I was like, how much does it cost to work with these guys? And he gave it to me. He gave me the price within 30 seconds of the call. I said, oh, just wondering how much it is. And then what happened was his price was $15,000 to run our ads for X amount of months. And for that investment, I didn't really know what I was getting. So there was no context, but I thought, right, that's 15K. But when I spoke to the next person, his price was also 15K for, let's say, 3 to 4 months to run our ads. And what he said was, well, what we're going to do is we're going to create you over 100 creatives on week 1. We're going to test these many hooks. We're going to test this many pictures and images and videos. And it's also 15K. Now, you see the value difference between the two, simply because he showed me what he's going to do with that money. And this is why it's so important to set the agenda. If we get the price too early, it doesn't actually serve us the right way. A lot of the times we need to know, is that the right product with us, for us, by asking the right questions. So we frame the call by saying, really good to have you on the call. I'm going to be able to go and ask you some questions about your business, about your physique, about your dating, or whatever you're selling. And then what I'll do is work out if we're a good fit. And the reason why I say to work out if we're a good fit is because there's 2 ways. Linking it back to point number 2 about ethical selling, you don't truly know if you can help someone until you know their problems. So you need to establish their problems first. So you also need to frame the call to say, I'm going to find out everything to see if I can help you, I will work out what we can do with you. Now, that's ethical selling, to work out if their problem doesn't match. But also on the other side, if you say to them, and I'll work out if we're a good fit, it's positioning the call as we'll decide. You're keeping authority really high. By keeping authority as high as possible, you're not going to drop authority. And someone who drops authority says something like, oh, why do you not want to do it? Do you not want to just give us a go? That comes, I'm not going to say begging, but it drops your authority so low, they feel as though they are in control of the call. And now, you've got to remember, the only person that's in control of a sales call should be you, because you're the only one who knows what's happening next. The prospect does not know what's coming on the sales call, only you do. So a lot of people tell me they're nervous on sales calls. How can you be nervous if you're the only one who knows what's happening next? The prospect should be the one that's nervous. So this is why I always make sure I set the agenda. So I tell them, put them at ease, let them know what to expect, let them know the price is coming at the end and if we're a good fit. Because it won't be asking for a price if you're trying to work out if they're a good fit. You see, it makes a lot more sense when you do it that way. And now, number 5. So we're halfway through, and if this is something that you enjoy watching and you're getting a lot of tactics from here, what I'd like you to do is subscribe to the video, like, and share with a friend. So if you need to know more about sales, give this page a follow, and we'll be working with you to grow your business through any sales tactics which you can get from free on this channel. And now, step number 5. Your offer and the solution that you provide is the key component in sales, because your offer is make or break. Once you've pitched and you're now saying, we're going to do this to fix this for you. Now, if you use Hormozi's offer book, it's absolutely incredible, because what he added into the book was how to provide scarcity, bonuses, guarantees, pricing, and he breaks down what makes a great offer. So that is a great component of makes a good offer. But what I have added to that is how you also want to be able to pitch that offer, because the offer needs to be so perfect that they'd feel silly saying no, as you'd say. So they should feel like that's too much of a good deal, because there's a money back guarantee and they've got to do it within a certain amount of times. There's only a similar limited amount of resources or availability for that product or service, and the price is discounted if they say yes today, so they'll get a speed discount as well, as we call it in the business. If you can build an offer that is truly compelling, people will buy. And one of the greatest offers of all time was Domino's, when they said, we'll deliver a pizza within 30 minutes or your money back, or it's free. This is what they said. So Domino's said, we'll deliver a pizza within 30 minutes or it's free. And then what people did was they would order the pizza hoping that they don't come within 30 minutes so they get the pizza for free. And by Domino's putting that offer on, it was one of the best offers ever created, because it truly changed how we order food. Because previously to that, we used to always be wondering, well, I'm hungry for a pizza, but I'm not sure what to get. Maybe I'll get something. And the fact that you knew it's guaranteed to come within 30 minutes would always make you think, you know what, it's only half an hour, let me just order it now. So you'd pay for the speed. And if you think of if it's fast and if you get it at good quality and it tastes great, why would you say no? And this is how, and they gave you a money back guarantee, and they would put urgency on them delivering it within a certain time. So if you can create an offer that is truly compelling, that people can struggle to say no to, the sales that you would make would truly be enhanced. Because no matter how good your sales skills are, if your offer is poor, you're truly going to struggle to convert it. So I always make sure we have an unbelievable offer so people feel silly saying no. And you want to be able to look at your current offer and make sure it's packaged the right way. And I would definitely recommend Hormozi's book, which is $100 million offers, and many other books that you can find on actually building your perfect offer. Number 6 is all about obstacles versus objections. Handling objections can be tough for many people because it gets to the end of the call and you can get told mainly 3 different objections. There's uncertainty-based objections, aka I'm not sure, not ready, not fully sure if it'll work for me. There's money-based objections, financial objections, which is I'm not sure if I can afford it and budget. And number 3, which is partner, business partner, or spouse. They're the 3 main objections that you're going to get on a call. Most of the time, your objections of money and partner are smokescreen objections. They don't really need their partner's permission and they know how much money they got before the call. So we will use those 2 as smokescreens when they're truly not sure. Now, I can go over a lot of objection handling tactics in our videos. We're going to be uploading a video for objection handling and detailing that with you. But in this one, we're going to cover how to actually handle obstacles instead of objections and how to not get objections later in the call. And how you would do that is an obstacle is something that you can avoid and it stops an objection coming later on. So how you find obstacles is earlier on in the call. If the prospect was to say something a bit about their partner or they use the word like we, then you would say, hey, is your partner supportive of what you're doing? If they talk about their business partner, you'd say, so who's the decision maker? If your partner, does it need to be present on this call? Or if they've mentioned their budget or how much they've been struggling with money, you can say, hey, are you in a position to invest? If you do this too early, if you do this early enough on the call, you're going to find that people will often not be a lot more open and receptive to actually talking to you about that obstacle. If you wait until the price is given, and when the price is given, it's now an objection. Because when the price is given, the dynamic of the call has now changed to you selling. Before the price was given on the call, it was all consultative, talking, asking questions. The energy shifts after the price is given because now you're trying to close them. And now, as you know, to avoid that feeling of pressure from the prospect where they don't want to agree to just feeling highly pressured, and which links to our ethical way of selling, you want to make sure you get all the obstacles early on. So then that way, there's less objections, if any at all, after the price is given. And it's just the simplest way. So I used to manage a sales team of 4, and I remember the sales team of 4, we would drill objections every single day. What's the objection that you've got? Okay, what would you say next time? What if they say this? What would you say there? And we will drill those objections with the team every single day. So then that way, it just becomes like, it's just like second nature. When someone does mention it to you, you just can simply just give away that, how to handle that obstacle straight away. So it becomes a lot easier, which allows you to do point number 7, which is securing commitment. Now, a lot of people call it a temperature check. I call it securing commitment. And the main reason why is I want to make sure that they are ready to commit to themselves, because the one thing that stops people investing a lot of the times is the belief of investing in themselves. It's not often your program. Think of if you've ever invested in a program or if you've said no to someone. It wasn't always if their program is right for you. It was, do you believe in yourself, to invest in yourself to actually see this program through, or the service or the high ticket course. Now, we work a lot with companies that have a high ticket course or a program or a service, and that's our main core demographic that we work with. And for those people, we want to make sure that they actually have the commitment to it for themselves, and do they actually know that there's a problem. So securing commitment is such a key component, and ways you can do this are simple. You can say, so can I just ask you, if this is fixed, what happens next? I paint the picture of that commitment. I paint the picture of the vacation, of what happens after. And then when they say, well, if we fix this problem, my life would be a lot easier because I'll win back my time and I can hire. Great. How committed are you to getting that done? That's an easy way to get commitment. That's one version. The next version is actually just doing like a temperature check and saying to them, based upon everything that I've shown you so far, how does it all look? And if you say that before you give the price, it allows you to give the price knowing that they're actually more certain about things, which will reduce the chance of an objection, increasing their commitment. So it's a great way to get commitment from them and securing that commitment before the call. So that's the easiest tactic, to get commitment before you even give the price to the product or service. Number 8, cultivating a good environment for sales teams, becoming the right sales leader. Now, the points before this were all around sales tactics. The last 3 are all going to be around sales teams. The sales team tactics that we have are always start with cultivating the right environment with people. Now, if you've got a room full of A, B, and C, so if you look at your current staff, whether you've got 5 staff or 500, and you've got staff who are A-level players, B and C, the C-level players will make the A-level players want to leave. The people who are the most driven for their job do not want to be surrounded by people who are mediocre and average. So if you've got a company with 10 A players and then 2 C players, you're going to find that the A players are not going to stick around for long because it's not a high performance environment. So cultivating the right culture, the key component is that by recognizing and grading your staff, where are they? What I would often do is I would have all of my sales team in a list and I would grade them with green, amber and red. Green would mean that they're hitting all their KPIs, their scorecards, and they're doing everything right. Amber would mean there's been a few mishaps. They're coming late, they're not really fully engaged, but it's moving in the right direction. Red would be anyone that I think is halfway out the door. And my standard for being halfway out the door is if you're doing a couple of things wrong and they're repeatedly happening again and again, I'm going to mark you as a red in my document. And the reason why I do that is because I can foresee things that are happening in the future. In my sales experience, keeping the culture in your sales team is the key component of actually a successful sales team. And that happens when you keep more A and B players. You're never going to find a sales team where everyone's an A player, because every time you have a lot of A players, naturally someone has to become a B player. If you have a group of men who are all having leadership qualities, men and women, and let's say there's 10 men and women in a room who have great leadership qualities, one of them will just naturally become the leader. So even if you have 10 great leaders, you have the term a leader amongst leaders, and the right people will become the leaders amongst leaders. It's the same way as your staff. Cultivating the right team is all about recognizing who's a leader, who needs reward, who needs lifting up, who needs encouraging, and to be able to do that. Point number 8 is you being the right leader for the sales team. Now, one was about the sales team actually spotting the right leaders, but number 8 is all about you actually being the right leader, you actually knowing what type of person you need to be. And the first way to do that is by doing a clear diagnosis on yourself, on your personality, is by working out what type of leader are you. Now, when I did this test for years ago, I did an insights test at one of my jobs, and I found out I was way more of a consultative leader, which meant I'm not a dictatorship. I wouldn't say, hey, I need you to do this or else. I would be more of, I'm thinking of you doing this task. I think it would help like this. What do you think? And that's just the type of leader I was, very much a consultative, which also helps with sales because I'm a consultative seller. So I always ask for the other's opinion before making my decision. So as a leader, I'd always say, understand what type of leader you are to be able to dictate how you're going to manage people. Because if you don't know your own leadership style, you're going to struggle to connect with people. Because the first step is you knowing your leadership style, then targeting the right people with the right methods and techniques. And that is point number 9, all about you being the right leader for the sales team. And point number 10, I've left till the end because it is something that most people miss out on. And it's all about data and numbers. When you're running your sales team, you want to make sure that you are on it with the numbers, that you know every metric that needs to be known. The reason why I was successful as a sales manager was anytime we had to have a director visit, a sales director, the MD of the company, they would love speaking to me and they would give continuous feedback, because they would say to me, hey, how are you doing? And I would give them every stat. Show ratio, appointment show ratio, leads generated, close. I would know the number of not just my team, but I would know all the team members' individual numbers. Because I was monitoring them every single day. Now, you can't hide that. You can't just go and look at all your numbers and KPIs and just remember them and then feel like you know them. If you are looking at them every single day, you will have an amazing pulse on your business. I make sure that I look at every single day. Something that I do, which has helped me a lot, when money has been tight, I would look at my bank account every day. If you can relate to this, if you've overspent on your credit cards or you've spent too much money, you avoid looking at your bank account. You avoid looking at it because you think, I know how it's going to feel when I see that number. Now, what I would do when I would have that feeling is I would look at my account every single day. And the reason why I would do that is I would understand the flow of money. I would feel there's no money that's coming to my account today. I know that I have to make a sale, which puts me in the right mindset that day. So data is one of the biggest components of actually success, because you start to measure every single thing, measure the KPIs, having everyone on clear scorecards, knowing how much money is coming into your business and out of your business. And then the level 10 of this is when we switch to a business from having a growth mindset to an EBITDA mindset. And having an EBITDA mindset is when you start picking away and looking at what can you take away from a business, or what can we drop to become more profitable, rather than just looking at just top line revenue. But that all starts with looking at your sales team tactics, looking at your sales team's numbers and how they're performing every single day, so you can understand the flow of money. Something that we often do is, one of the first things that we do with a sales team when we go into a business is ask them about their current numbers. We speak to the founder or the sales management team or the sales director, and we'll say, can you tell us about the sales team's performance? And we will know instantly on the back of that conversation if that leader, that manager, knows their numbers. Because if they don't, that's our first thing that we work on, is teaching them the numbers they need to measure every single day. So just within that first bit of consultation that we'll do with them, because we input all the numbers that they have from their business, we give them a template, and we get them to tell us everything that they're struggling with and everything that they're doing good with within the first meeting, so we could understand their position of their business, because we are a data-led business. Although we're all about sales and culture and leadership, we are a very data-led business. So we make decisions based upon data, and that's how we show our results to our clients. Now, if you're interested in learning more about sales, give this page a follow. I'd love to bounce some ideas. So if you've got some comments that you want to make and tell us what more you want to see from us, we can make some videos about that. But we make videos all around sales tactics, sales teams, business, operations, leadership. So tell us more about what you want to see, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Have you got a sales team or salespeople that you're managing and they seem to not be performing? Your cost of acquisition is going up simply because the sales team is not closing down all the leads. Now, in this video, I'm going to break down 3 simple tactics that you need to be able to manage your team effectively, to drive down the acquisition cost, getting their closing percentages higher, and also focusing on revenue per employee. So how you can actually have the maximum revenue from every single salesperson, and then how you can make it predictable, and how you can make sure from these people that you've got in your team, whether they're setters or closer, when they're not performing month on month, you don't know what's coming next. It drives anxiety. It drives you to feel nervous. You don't know what's going to happen. So in this video, I'm going to break it all down for you and explain what to do and how to fix it. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani, and I'm the founder of Guided Growth, UK's leading sales consultancy. And I grew up poor as shit. And now, whilst building my business and helping countless other businesses with their sales function, I show everything that I'm learning and doing with my clients along the way, so you can implement it right here for your teams for no charge at all. Now, we've generated over 30 million of new sales revenue for our clients. And a lot of the times they come to us and they're stuck in a rut. Their team's not performing. And there's 3 simple tactics that you can implement today, which I'll break down for you, which will be one-to-ones, culture, and driving high performance. So let's get into it. Firstly, one-to-ones. Now, most people do one-to-ones sporadically. What I will always advise for our sales managers or CEOs and founders to always do the sales one-to-one with the sales reps or the setters at the same time every single week. The reason why you want it at the same time every single week is emotionally, a lot of sales reps, they might need to vent. They might have an issue. It gives them the consistency of knowing that that's their time where they get to check in with you. If you're the right leader for them, they'll be looking forward to that meeting. They'll be wanting to be mentored. They'll be wanting to be led. And they'll have things they're struggling with. They'll have questions about training. They'll have questions about the team. They'll have questions about commission and money and everything else that a salesperson will be thinking about. Psychologically, they need that time in the diary to look forward to. But also, it's not just for them in the sense of support. It also creates a sense of pressure, because if you know that you've got a meeting at 4 p.m. every Thursday, you're now thinking, I need to make sure those numbers are in. I need to make sure those KPIs are in. It's no different to, I have a coach for my physique. Every single Thursday morning, I send in my pictures for my physique, send in my weight. And there's times where I haven't eaten right. And you know what I'll do sometimes? I'll do a bit of extra cardio before the check-in days. I might do an extra run. I might clean up my diet. I need to make sure that I hit the weight, because if I don't, he's going to take away my calories. Because if I'm not losing weight in the right amount of food that he's given me, he's going to take away more food. Very simply, it's not just about punishment, but also with the team, when you're managing them, you want to make sure that there's a sense of pressure there. So they're looking forward to that weekly one-on-one. Because at the end of every one-to-one, you would have got a commitment. Now let's move in towards the commitments of the one-to-one. With the commitment of the one-to-one, you're going to ask them, what can you commit to over this next week? And they'll commit to a certain amount of closing ratio, a certain amount of calls being taken, a certain amount of dials, a certain amount of quality. However you're going to measure it, I would suggest putting something in quantitative and qualitative, so you've got both sides. And then when you actually meet the next week, the first thing after you find out how they are and how they're doing, you can say, so how are you doing for your numbers? They will know. You'll be able to see just from their energy, their body language, and how they speak to you if they're doing good. With salespeople, if they're avoiding you, they're quiet, they're not really looking to learn, they are feeling shy, they've been because week on week, when the results haven't come in, their behavior will change. And it's for you to be able to find that one-to-one and lift them up and be that right mentor and leader for them. I recently did an event with a sales leader. He brought in all of his sales reps. He had 8 sales reps. We brought them in. And the commitment component is just such a key player towards driving performance. So in the one-to-ones, you want to make sure that you're getting KPIs. You want to make sure that you're getting commitment. But also, this is one of the most important things. The one-to-one is like a therapy session. You feel as though you are got to always talk about numbers. You got to always talk about, hey, this is how you need to do this thing. This is how you need to say this thing. The truth is, a one-to-one is actually just you genuinely caring about that sales rep. You're sitting down with them and you're saying, so what's going on? If they're having bad performance, the first thing that you would double check is how's things outside work. What most leaders will do is only focus on what they can see. We don't know what someone's going through outside in their life. We don't know if they've got pressure at home, are they missing their bills, are they earning enough, are their basic needs covered? So you need to always make sure that your sales reps feel cared for. So by you asking those questions, you'll be able to manage them far better. And also, it'll be incredibly embarrassing when you put so much pressure on them and then you come to find out that their home life is just a mess, that they over a reason that they couldn't even control. So you just want to make sure that everything is good. And a good one-to-one is all about caring. It's all about getting commitment and managing them to the KPIs. Now, the next thing that you're going to look at if your sales team's not performing is the culture. Now, this is down to the culture that you create. We always feel as though it's others messing up our culture. It's them doing it. It's actually you as the leader who creates the culture. So the first thing that I would ask is, do you have your mission, vision, values? Do you have them written down? Years ago, I read Traction, the book, and it made me realize how I needed to have my mission, vision, and values, because I connected that to when years ago, back in 2015, when I worked at Virgin Active. I remember when I started work there, the first 2 days was all about indoctrination of Virgin Active. They're going to give you the history, why they opened their first gym, how they opened, what their values are. And at the time, I was like, how's this important? I just want to sell some membership. I just want to make some money. But what you realize is they install that belief of what the company's about. And now when we look at a lot of big businesses, when I worked at other companies that had mission, vision, and values, they always found a way to align everyone towards it. When I worked at smaller businesses, there was a business that I worked at 3 years ago. It was an 8-figure business, but everyone hated being there. It turns out they had no mission, vision, and values. They were never spoken about. They were never around. And come to find out, when I spoke to the founder, he did actually have them. He just didn't know how to articulate them. He wrote them out with someone in marketing and branding years ago. But over 10 years of his business, the churn rate of staff, he stopped putting energy towards mission and vision and values and started just focusing on actually just pushing the team and creating a high pressure environment. And when you have a high pressure environment without high performance and culture, what happens is the team will eventually think, I hate this, I hate my job, I don't like coming into work, I'm not enjoying being here, I'm just going to leave. So you just want to make sure that your mission, vision, values are clear. So when you're writing your mission, everyone knows why you're doing what you're doing. What are you doing it for? What is the deeper reason that you exist? Now, my mission is truly, it connects to when I first started out in a call center at 17, 18 years old. I didn't have a lot of money. And when I first had the feeling of making sales commission, it changed the way I viewed money, because I grew up incredibly poor. Having a £1,500 salary was alone enough to make me feel like that is a lot of money for me. But then when I doubled it in commission, that changed my perspective completely. Because when I received £1,500 in commission as a teenager, I didn't know what to do with the money. I was confused. I bought all these trainers and I bought G-Star jeans and all this garbage. I didn't need any of it, but I didn't even know what to do with the money because I never had the money before. I never knew what you could do with money. So, but it changed my perspective, because what it showed me was simply by using the words that I have, because in school, my writing was so poor, I developed the skill of speaking far better. So when I went to the call center, I already had some sort of natural ability to speak, mainly because there was a deficit in other areas. But now, when I'm in the call center and I'm making sales, it changed the way that I actually viewed money. So this is why my mission has been connected all the way to actually what I do now and help other people, other salespeople, other sales companies, and it's been that integral part for my business. And every time you have anyone join, they know my mission. They know it on a deeper level. The vision is all about where we're going. So you can do like a 10-year picture of where you want to go. It's very hard a lot of the times to articulate where you're going to be going in 10 years. But if you can truly think, what would be the maximum? What's the absolute best? If I did not fail, what would I do? And if you could think like that, how big would you dream? How big would you think? Would you say, I want to make 100 million? If you knew that you couldn't fail, would you say that you would make 1 billion? And then if you can truly have that vision and articulate that to the team and your belief in your work, it will carry over. Because if you're a business owner and you're making a few $100,000 a month and you're getting just over a million, 2 million a year, your goal might be to get to 10 million. And you can see it. You can think, right, if we just do a bit more of this, we'll get to the 10 million goal. Because a lot of business owners that we speak to who are between the 1 and 5 million mark, the number one goal is always, we want to hit 10 million. We want to hit 8 figures. But I can tell you this, as soon as you hit those 8 figures, your natural thought is expansion. Because if that thought process got you to 1 to 10 million, you're naturally going to think, how can I help more people? How can I create even more change? So then your vision might be on 100 million. But it's truly good to think, where would you go? And then when you can truly believe that you can get those stats and those results, share those with the team and truly believe in you. Now, values are the last thing. Like some core values in our business are speed, integrity, honesty, commitment. We've got values in our business. Just like one of those values at the moment that we've already been speaking about as a team has been speed of execution. Because how efficient can we be with our time? How organized can we be with our time? And then what happens is when I'm managing the team members, it's not about, hey, why is this task not done? It's, well, if we value speed in this business, we value efficiency, how come you're not living by our core value? And we express those core values in our mission statement at every part. We mention it all the time. We mention it in our daily meetings. We might mention it in our recruitment and our job ads. We might mention it on our one-to-ones. We might have company posters every time someone's onboarding to the company. We share our mission, vision, and values. And what happens is sales reps and the staff in general into your business would come on board and truly be aligned in what you're doing. And there's not two different voices. Because if a sales rep is on the phone, a lot of the times they're one of the first people that the prospect will speak to before they work with your business. If they're saying the exact same thing as your marketing says, and the exact same thing as you say when you might coach them, now you have brand standards. Now you have a thing where everything is the same across the board. And that's how you truly attract people. It looks professional. You professionalize your business by making sure everyone is stuck with their mission, vision, and values. And the last thing that you're going to do when your team is not performing is thinking about high performance culture. Now, how you create high performance culture for your sales team, and specifically for the team that's struggling, I start showing them testimonials. I show them the testimonials from our clients, and the belief goes up every single time. Imagine every single morning when they come into work and you have your meeting, you play 1, 2, 3, or 4 testimonials from your clients. You play those testimonials out loud of the client saying, I've achieved this, I now feel like this. You can do the epiphany bridge where someone will say, I used to feel like this, I used to feel internally stressed about that, externally that was my position, and then I was thinking about working with you guys and this was stopping me, but then I took the jump and I did it and now I'm here. And by using that model and showing your guys testimonials all the time, it will change their belief. You'll start to have sales reps on the phones and on the dialer and on Zoom calls, and they're speaking to the prospects, not just say, hey, I think this is the right offer for you. And when they get an objection, they're handling the objection. The belief in the voice will be so different because they're going to be saying, no, I know this will work for you. I've seen it work for so many others. As soon as you're in, we will make sure we will do all these things for you. We will make sure that we get to X result. Because you speak directly to them and they hear your belief, they hear it in your voice. You can't fake belief. And when belief is instilled in you, because the leadership of the sales team, aka you listening, is showing those all the time. The testimonials are being played continuously. Every time in our Slack channel, we get great feedback from our customer success managers, our account managers, we take that feedback and we also share it in the sales team. And we share it in the Slack channel and we tell them, look at the great work you're doing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because they already got commission for it. But imagine a sales rep feeling like, I'm getting paid for this. I'm getting a great commission because they've created a great opportunity for me. But I'm also changing people's lives. I'm also helping a lot of people. It covers every part for them. And because you would have attracted the right talent with your mission, vision, and values, and then they see people achieve those things with your business, with your values, it just installs that high performance for them. The next thing is the morning meetings. Morning meetings that we spoke about, where you would actually speak about the testimonials. The morning meetings are just such a big component, because there's days where you think everyone's performing well, sales are great, I don't need to do a morning meeting, I don't need to kickstart the day, I don't need to drive performance today. But you know what happens? That takes a toll over time. People will slip, not because of the bad day. It's the build up towards the bad day. It's all about prevention, not cure. And how you prevent bad days is by instilling those good behaviors every single day. So that morning meeting, it might just have sometimes a 20-30 minute cadence where it's every single day. But I'll show the testimonials, I'll give good shout outs, I'll reward good behavior. I might go over a previous sales call that they've done. But that morning meeting that we have an entire structure for, because if you want to see a bit more on how to actually run your morning meetings, I've made an in-depth video. You'll see it below in the description. If you go in the description below, you'll see a clear video which will show you our link to our community. In the community, you'll be able to access the entire training of how to run your daily meetings. So if you want that training for free, just see the link below. But those daily meetings will absolutely be a game changer for you. And the last one for today, to make sure your team get out of this rut, is accountability. Best way to drive accountability is actually by asking them, what can you commit to? And when they tell you what they can commit to and they are willing to do for that next week, that next month, it's going to be far more powerful because they came up with the numbers. Let me give you an example. Let's say the closing ratio for a sales rep is 17%. We want to get him to 30%. That's our number one goal, because we know he's dropping a lot of revenue for the business by him closing at 17%. So I'll say to him simply, what do you think you can get in this next week? And if he was to say, I'm going to try 18%, I'm going to try 20%, and I think, no, he can do 25. He's had the training. He knows how. He's done a good job in the past. He just needs to get out the rut. You know what I'll say? I won't say, I want you to do 25. What I will say is, do you think you can do more? What more could you do? And then he'll say, I don't know, maybe 24, 25. And I'll be like, you can do 25? That's at my total change. You can do 25? And he's like, yeah, I'll try. I'm like, are you going to commit to it? And then I'll get them to commit to the number that they said, rather than me saying, I need 25% from you. I like that consultative approach, because it's far better to hold someone accountable for the numbers that they gave you, not the numbers that it was forced upon them. So that's a really simple way to be able to drive accountability. We have an entire accountability module for our sales teams, how we actually ramp them up, how we train them, how we actually bring businesses in, and we actually explode their sales simply by using these sales tactics. So if you are interested in that, you can see the link below. There is a link to actually book a call with us. Your business has to be relevant for us. So it has to be a business that is looking for sales reps, is wanting sales reps, or has sales reps already, or setters. If you're not in a position where you don't have lead flow, where you're struggling with leads, we're not going to be the right people for you. We take on businesses that have ads and leads coming in. They're just the leads aren't being closed. And that's where we take over and show you how to build that world-class team. Now, if you're interested in watching more sales tactic videos, you can go on this side and click this button. If you want to subscribe and actually watch us on the next video, you can click this one. And I'm going to catch you in the next video. See you later. I spent over $65,000 to work with Alex Hormozi one-on-one, and I pivoted my entire business after just one conversation. In this video, I'm going to break down everything, what we spoke about, what I learned, how we're going to implement it, and how I ended up in a position to fly from London to Vegas to be able to get coaching from Alex Hormozi after following him for the last few years. Just to recap exactly where this has come about. If you've not heard of Alex Hormozi, he's an entrepreneur who's worth over $100 million, but what he actually does is he's able to teach high-level business tactics whilst also even building his business. So after following him for the last few years, I invested $5,000 into a workshop, which I applied for on their website. It wasn't much of an application. It was pretty much checking that your business is earning more than $250,000 a year and allowing you to come down and spend time with the team. On that workshop, there was an upsell where they said, well, you can work with us for even more support for a 4-day event later in the year, which is another $15,000. So then I opted in for that event. But later that night, they had a bit of a cocktail mixer after the event. and I spoke with Alex one-on-one, and I showed him my entire business, and he worked out and said, you're going to change this is what you're going to do. Later that day, they called me and said, hey, do you want to invest another 50k to work with Alex one-on-one? And that would be more of an intimate setting where he's going to work with a small group, but also have one-on-one conversations with you, working and tackling all the problems in your business. Now, because that half an hour conversation that I literally had was so impactful, I thought, great, I'll opt in for that too. Now, whilst that conversation is set up for the next few months, which I can keep you updated, off the back of our first conversation, I've changed my entire business. So let's go over everything in 3 different sections. First, we'll cover why my old model wasn't working, what was broken about it, and why it couldn't scale. The second thing, why I was not serving my ideal customer and not using my best skill set. And third, what are my next steps and what am I doing now, and how has his advice changed my business, and what step-by-step takeaways can you take from mine to implement them into yours for free. I've spent all this money, so you don't have to. Now, last year, I was working primarily a fitness audience where I was helping coaches build their business from anyone from 0 to all the way to 30 and 40,000 a month, and I was charging them 5k to do so. And we were working out a 90-day plan where we worked with over 200 people. We had an incredible success rate, and I worked with coaches throughout 2023. And what we did was we mainly got them to speak about content, sales, and covering everything with them. But after speaking to a lot of competitors in my space, I realized no one was actually making the money that I wanted to be making. The goal right now is to be able to hit 10 million a year. And when I spoke to a lot of my competitors, none of them were making 10 million. So then you have something called a total addressable market. So you tend to look at, is there enough scope within the UK to be able to serve that market if I was to capture 1%? Now, when I looked at that market and I spoke to my competitors, even the bigger competitors that were doing 3, 4, 500,000 a month had a high amount of ad costs and their profit was very low. And I knew I just didn't want to egotistically just chase a high amount of revenue, but to give away half of my money in ad spend. I spoke to 3 of my competitors and they were spending between 30 to 35% of their revenue in ads for the next month. And that business model seemed so expensive because their operational costs were high as well. And they were both running at 30 to 35% profit margins. My ideal goal was to find a business that I could make 10 million, but ideally have 50% profit margins. So if the EBITDA was so low after everything is paid and everything is done, it's not really going to serve for the business I want to build to allow me to gain the freedom that I want to have. So that was one core problem that I had with the old business model and why I couldn't scale. But what I also did was I realized there was a lot of operational complexity while scaling that business, because you build out a method to serve an online coach, you have a system which was working, which I did. The next step is actually hiring success managers and building a team around you and pushing up your ad spend and getting more leads in, and then having a team deliver on that product. But the model was not as exciting for me because what I found was linking point 2. I was actually doing things for the customer that I didn't truly enjoy. What I was doing was speaking so much about content, which is not my key skill. So I had to go and find people that were great at content because I've never truly seen social media growth. So a part of me felt as though I'm not being totally authentic by helping fitness coaches with their business. So what I did was really simple. I thought, my best clients have seen the results because they needed more support with sales teams and sales tactics, which were the bigger businesses. And every business that I worked with that struggled with lead flow, the only time they were successful is because when the individual was creative and they were really good at content, or we got their ads to convert through an agency. But if it wasn't one of those two things, I wasn't able to truly grow and scale their business. So what was happening was I was having a bottleneck. Every time I was working with a client, I wasn't working with my ideal client because I was speaking about things like content. To be honest with you, now I'm making this content, you can see that I'm truly enjoying making YouTube videos, but I don't like speaking to people about their content. It isn't something that I love doing. My core skill is not telling people, hey, you should make your content like this and this is how you go viral, because I've never been viral myself. So it'd be totally inauthentic to be able to say to others, hey, this is how you go viral, this is how you should do it, because I've never done it myself. So the first thing that I did when I pivoted my business was bring in a creative manager. And the creative manager is now able to help a lot of the fitness clients that need focus on the content whilst we pivot away from them. Like, we still have a few fitness clients that we work with that are under the 30, 40k mark. And those businesses that we're working with are getting that support from the right person. So I was able to fix that bottleneck because reputation is so important. But the next thing, whilst transitioning out of that industry, was also having a creative manager who can put out all the content that I need to grow my business. Because the YouTube, Instagram, short form, everything takes work, and it goes into a bigger piece where you combine it with your ads and your organic, allowing people who land onto your page through the ad to be able to verify that, hey, this person does what they say. they have client wins, they have testimonial, they have organic content. We believe and trust and we're willing to invest. So whilst I pivoted my business, which links to number 3, what am I doing now? Well, it's actually working with sales teams, which is what I was kind of doing over the last year, but I was doing it with a broad type of audience, but not truly advertising it for it. So I was working with business owners from Amazon FBA. I was working with businesses that sell high ticket programs. And what I was doing was helping these business owners work out how they can build a sales team and have a sales team perform. And all of those businesses got far better results than the struggling client from 0 to 5K. Now, I will say there are amazing coaches out there, mentors and business coaches that can help the 0 to 5K fitness coach. That's not my core skill. My core skill is building elite level sales teams. And the elite level sales teams that I want to build tend to be from a customer that has a bigger business, a 7 and 8 figure business, because they have multiple sales reps and we can do their training, their systems and their consulting and work out everything for them because we have a proven system, because it's something that I built over 10 years. And which goes back to the conversation that I had with Alex. It was, this is what I'm doing right now and this is my core experience and this is what my greatest skill is. And the simple advice that he gave me was, well, you should be targeting people, which is your best skill. And you're able to create a far bigger LTV because you can charge a lot more. He spoke about gym launch and he went how on gym launch they had a LTV for over 50K for every client because they had a 40K front end sale. And then often than not, many of them would buy the back end offer. So similar with my business now, we have an offer that we're able to provide sales teams incredible amount of value very fast. So within the first few weeks, we're able to really truly grow their business through actually optimizing their sales process, training their salespeople, which gives us a lot of trust, because when we do build a lot of trust, we're able to give a back-end offer and say, hey, we also offer these services for your operations and your sales. Because we've built a lot of trust and we delivered on everything that we said, probably times 5 on the investment that they've put in, they're more likely to actually want to invest and work with us on the back-end offer, which increases our LTV, which has already been happening. So by pivoting our business all towards sales, sales teams and sales functionality, that's what we're now doing. And that would have never happened if I had spoken to Alex, because when I spoke to Alex, it was pretty much, how do I get this thing to work? So the main lesson that I want to share with you in this video is, are you actually doing these 2 things? Are you serving the people that you can help the most? And are you finding an audience that's already half convinced? By doing those 2 things, you're going to tend to find that you attract the right people. You work with the right people and they're already half convinced to do so. So that's the main thing that we're doing. We're now acquiring the customers that we can help the most. If you're interested in more sales team tactics and more videos like this, give us a subscribe, like, share, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I recently spoke at an event in Marbella, and at the event I met Rob Lipsett. He was also one of the speakers. And after the event was done, I sat with Rob and I spoke to him about his business. He's one of the biggest fitness influencers in the world, and I was guiding him through on how to build a low ticket platform for his business. Now, if you're someone like Rob who has a massive top of funnel, who has so much traffic coming into it, how can you actually monetize it? Where can you actually send all these people? Because the mechanism of actually building a high ticket course is not for everyone, because it involves work, it involves management. And now a lot of people want to do something passive where you're just running on the side. Because what I've noticed is there's a lot of creators out there who actually don't want to be like me, who don't want to run a really big business. Like, I'm someone who runs a business but makes content. But there's guys out there who make content but don't want to run a big business. But because they have the audience, they can monetize that audience. And what they need to do is develop a product. So what I do is I sit with Rob and I show him everything that he needs to do to grow his business. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kioni. I'm on a journey to make 10 million a year, and I show you everything that I'm doing along the way. So stick around for this video and you can see how I'm coaching Rob through building his new school platform.
So there's tactics that you set up within your school, which is as soon as people join, they introduce themselves. What I do with mine, for most of our clients, how we do it is, for each person that gets the most points, you get a point when you comment and like. The person who gets the most points, I'll reward them. Maybe I'll give them a call that month, or maybe I'll do something with them that month. And then that way you're incentivizing people to actually comment and stay active in the community. Yeah. The more active your community, the lower your churn rate. Because think about a gym. It's easy to leave a gym, it's hard to leave a community. Yeah. So this is why you're trying to get people in the community as quickly as possible.
And so, like, do you have, when you click classroom, like, is this a list of videos and everything? Like,
yeah, so now the classroom.
If you're building a school, what's the first thing you need to do?
So the first thing that you do is, the first thing that you do is you set up a course. Have you got a course?
No, I don't.
Okay, so should we go over the course first or the school platform layout? What's the biggest gap in your knowledge right now?
What I need to do first.
The first thing, because a platform is just hosting it, so the first thing is actually showing you how to build a course. So in a course, how you normally think about it, let me show you like a consult call I have. So in a course, I did a consult call with someone about school yesterday, so I can give you that example. So the number one thing with your course is there's a problem that your user has, which you know your audience really well, and there's an ideal outcome. And the journey between that, you have activation points. So I'm going to use this one as an example for one of my clients. The problem he's a content creator, 40K on Instagram, and he wants to make a course for PhD students to be able to do their PhD as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So the problem, PhD ends up taking too long, they're confused, they get mental stress. The solution, him showing you how to do a PhD and get the solution. So what you do is the activation points are the first thing is onboarding, getting them onto the platform. The next thing he'll show you how to prepare for a PhD, activation point number 1. Activation point number 2, how to conduct research. Activation point number 3 is writing research. So if I said to you, the easiest win for you is either to do a YouTube one or to do a fitness one.
Yeah.
Which one are you leaning towards?
Well, I've already kind of got the fitness one covered with all the people on Game Plan, so it would probably be a YouTube content creation business one.
Okay, so let's say we did it on YouTube. Have you, in your analytics, how many people do you have that are YouTube? Do you think are you fans of YouTube? Do you want to run a poll soon?
Yeah, I'd probably run a poll, so I wouldn't know it off the top of my head.
So let's say we did it like this. So the first stage. So the thing is, they want to get on YouTube, or they want a personal brand, or would you say or YouTube?
Probably
their
a personal brand. Like they want to be on every platform.
Okay. So they want to get a personal brand, and their solution, the outcome that you're providing through your course is you will know everything how to get a personal brand. And you're saving them all the time and all the pain of everything. Because just like thumbnails alone, you can make all modules on that. You can make 30 videos just on thumbnails.
Yeah.
So the first thing that you do is it's called activation points in a course. And an activation point is what is the first thing that I do? So the first thing is I've got them in, and module number 1, what would that be for, let's say, building a personal brand? Why do you want a personal brand? What would you say it is?
It would give you the lifestyle that you want to live. So guys, they see the lifestyle I live and they say, how do I achieve this? So what would be the roadmap? I would even put in there like lifestyle instead of.
So the outcome,
be a similar lifestyle to me.
What would that lifestyle be called? It's not digital nomad.
You have a lot of freedom. You get to make a living doing what you love to do. Usually through like fitness, social media, content creation. You get to travel a lot. And then just kind of off top of my head.
So good. Like recently, what's your friend's name?
Mike Thurston.
Yeah, he released his course, but it didn't go down too well.
Yeah.
And if you do you know?
No, how do you know? How do you know the back
Because if you look at the comments, on the comments, the way it was perceived online.
Yeah.
If you saw the comments, the way the ads were run,
Oh, yeah.
I feel as though you could see a lot of negative comments.
Yeah.
Because your personal brand, you have to be very careful on how you sell something. You know this as well.
Yeah.
You're probably always feeling a bit hesitant about promoting something.
For sure, yeah.
Because you want to give, not take. Yeah. Now, how the best way that I found for YouTubers who are above 100K to release something is they document the journey of them making the course. Because if you just one day turn around and say, hey, here's the course, go and buy it.
Yeah, it's a
the
bit
resistance
in their face.
Yeah. And if it's like, hey, people always ask me about personal brand, and I really want to work on it. I'm thinking about doing a course. Let me go and work out how I would do a personal branding course. And then you document the journey of you making it.
But I've never even heard of that. Like that's a brilliant approach.
It's the
kind
easiest.
of like a soft launch, and people know it's coming. It builds up high.
So much easier. And then you could, specifically because you've got top of funnel that's so big, you would cap it at like 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, and then you would do capped releases, the same as like Eddie Abu. Eddie Abu does capped releases.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why they do capped releases is, the FOMO, urgency, and it's so easy to create that. And because you've got 2 closes, it's easy for you to get that done.
Yeah.
And because you've got that 2 closes set up, I would actually front load your rather than having it 100 quid, I'll have it as £500 for the first month and then £100 for every month after. The reason why, or euros or dollars, the reason why is the chance of cancellation goes down a lot because I don't want to cancel.
It's like less.
Yeah. So there's so many ways to kind of do it, but it's all based on, if it's business based, you can charge more. If it's fitness based, the market will pay less. So this is
Oh
why,
yeah, exactly. That's one thing as well. It's an easy sell when it's business based because it's like you'll make it back. You know?
Yeah, like I was just, you know Ali Abdal?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
So I've just been doing. We went to Paris as well. So we.
I've followed him for years.
And with he's now releasing a high ticket. So he's had his low ticket, £1,000, how to become a YouTuber Academy, and with his high ticket, he's coming up with a one-on-one support for that exact course and a new lab, and it was all about how do you get people to want that high ticket? What's the system that you build? And because you're starting off on low ticket, if that's what you want to do, you just have to have the activation points. When I say this term, it basically means the course journey. So what's the first thing they do on that course? What's the second thing they do? What's the third thing they do? The first thing is so that's the problem, and that's the goal, that's the outcome. So the first thing is roadmap, welcome video from Rob, intro, that type of video. Then the next thing is where to start, what's next. So best platforms, I say it was that. And then you might start on YouTube here, and then YouTube, and then might talk about, you wouldn't talk about analytics very early. You might leave that to later on. But then you break down the modules of what someone needs to know in activation points, and it's built with those activation points, with leading to that outcome. And let's say you've planned it, and then you film it all. Then you'll get your assistant or VA to watch those videos and make PDFs from that. So then there's resources to reattach.
Nice.
So it's super easy.
Yeah, it's the sitting down and just getting to it all on top of me recording for YouTube and everything that I'm you just get to find something.
It will take you 2 hours of planning, the course. Then you'll record it. What commonly happens is as you record it, you'll be like, shit, this shouldn't be here. This should be moved around here. So be flexible in your approach, and then you'll be able to plan it. And then when you know that you are at least 12 weeks away from release, then you'll start thinking about your content strategy to release it, because you want to do a good 12-week run-up. A lead magnet for this would go probably on week 1 out of those 12 weeks. So if you were going to release in August, 12 weeks before, you would release a lead magnet. And the lead magnet would be how to do a specific task on YouTube. And then you will see the downloads, you get your closest to call and say, hey, we've got this course coming out, early bird offer, promote in public, sell in private, so not many people know you're even selling it.
Yes, I do.
And then that way you can get those leads in, they can be sold to, and you've got an early bird offer there. There's so many ways to do this.
I need to hit you up, and you need to send me a plan for this, and we do it properly, you know?
Really easy, man. If once you plan it, you've got my number on there.
Yeah, for sure. But no,
just drop me a text.
Yeah.
It's Usman.
Okay, perfect.
And then once you've kind of planned it all out, then you just release. Then it's all the funnels and all that stuff. But the first thing is actually plan. If you do speak to most marketing agencies, because you have a good following, you can easily speak to Genflow or someone big. But what they would commonly do is say to you, "Oh, Rob, we want 30%, we want 50%." And then they'll build your funnel, but you'll still do the course. You're actually just paying them to do your funnel for you. So I'm sure you know someone who can make a funnel. I know 10 people that can make funnels. Getting the course done, and then when you're 50% of the way through the course, then you'll be like, right, Usman, I want to release it on this date. Get the promo out and start documenting, and then it'll be really easy. But document every part of it.
Unreal. Here, look, really appreciate that, and I'm gonna hit you up, and we get it done. Sweet,
Respect,
easy,
man.
nice.
Thank you.
Now, I have to say, it was an honour sitting with Rob. He's a really good guy. I could tell that he was really passionate about fitness, but he was also really knowledgeable about building his personal brand. And that's what he was there speaking at the event. So even I took away some learnings from him. But the things I was able to share to him, hopefully he can implement them and build out his platform, because I know he can build a mega business. If you like the things I'm sharing, I'm trying to change the way salespeople are seen. They're not all sleazebags. They're good people who want to make a good living. And they're the people that we want to train and implement into businesses. You might be a business owner with a sales team. You're
sales team might not be performing, and this is where we come in and we actually help you grow your business, grow that sales team, help them convert more so you're not spending all this money on ads. If this video has been of value to you, share, like and subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next one. I'm going to tell you one of the biggest hacks to sales. It's actually linked to your self-worth. It's not linked to any of these tactics that people teach you. How will you ever ask someone for thousands of dollars, thousands of pounds, if your self-worth is low? You don't have the ability to say to someone, I want 10K, I want 15K for this sale, if your self-worth is really low. So in this video, I'm going to break down everything around self-worth and how I actually didn't feel valuable in myself and how I got to where I am today, where I can make sales of $30,000 to $40,000 per transaction. And how do I do that off a single call? If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani and I'm on a journey to make 10 million a year. And I show you everything that I learned along the way so you can actually implement it into your business for free. I'm spending hundreds of thousands traveling the world and educating myself and learning all the knowledge to build an amazing business. And what do? I put it all here for free because I build and train world-class sales teams for entrepreneurs between 1 and 10 million. And I show them everything they need to do to grow their business. But this video here is really relevant to you salespeople. If you're selling a product, if you're a business owner, you are selling something at some stage. And a lot of the times what stops us truly progressing in our business is our self-worth. When I was young, I just didn't have a lot of faith in myself. But one thing I did have was always ambition. I never actually let my ambition go. But I had all these dreams and all this ambition. I didn't know what I need to do, what steps need to be taken to achieve that success. But what I realized was one thing's blocking me was my own self-worth. At times, if I was asking someone for £1,000 on a sale, I didn't feel worthy. I didn't feel like I could sell something for 1,000. I would say, but they can go somewhere else for cheaper. They can go to somebody else and get this for way cheaper. Why would they go to me? Which was a link to self-worth. But after I studied and after I put in the hours and after I put in the graft, I learned that there's so many people out there charging more than me, who are worse than me, who are getting worse results than me, which boosted my confidence. Then I was able to sell. And what I used to do, I used to sell a product. I used to sell coaching initially for £200. And I used to put my price up by £5 each time. There was a time where I owned my own sports rehab clinics and I used to charge £60 per treatment. But what I did was I thought my competition's charging £90. So I'm going to charge £100. I charged more than them because I knew the way people see price. If they see that I'm valued at less, they're going to think I'm not as good. I might not be as good. I might not be as qualified as them. I was doing sports massage, but people were investing in me, which allowed me to learn more. Because I was charging more, I was able to funnel more money to my education. Then I was able to hire a better clinic. Then I was able to actually build a better business. I was able to get an assistant, which freed up my diary to handle more appointments. So I was able to serve and help more people simply because I was able to charge more. Charging more is one of the biggest things that you can do in business because when you charge more, you attract a better customer. You're able to build a better business. You're able to pay your staff. You can't scale a business when you're charging nothing. I see fitness coaches all the time. I'm from the fitness background originally. And in fitness coaches, I get coaches charging £150 a month. What kind of business are you going to build when you're charging £150 a month? You can't build anything. There's no business that you can build off the back of that because when you're charging £150, unless you've got a massive following, you can't really hire anyone. There's no margins. You hire another coach. What margin are you going to give to that coach? How are you going to give them any salary or any revenue split? What you need to do is you need to charge more. You will attract a better client. You will attract better people. You'll be able to keep them longer. You know, there's that big difference between a client that pays $500 to $50,000. You know, the client that pays you $50,000, he's like, let me know when it's ready. Can't wait to see your work. But the one that pays $500 is messaging you day and night saying, what happens now? What about now? Oh, when do I get my money? How fast can I make my money back? Because when money is made, it takes a certain type of person, and that person has certain traits, and you want to attract those people with those traits towards you. So for you to be able to attract those people, your self-worth needs to be enough where you can actually attract other people that feel as valuable about themselves like you should. So your self-worth is so linked to how your business grows. A lot of people don't feel as though self-worth and business is linked. I see so many entrepreneurs and they put themselves down. They talk negatively. I never talk negatively. I would never talk negatively about myself. I never put myself down. When there's someone around me talking negatively, I hate it. I don't have any friends that talk negatively. I would just hate that energy around me. I find it absolutely drains me. I'm so lucky to be just surrounded by people that are always positive, always moving forward, always doing bigger things. And they're the people that I want around me. If I'm having negative people around me, it's just going to suck all the energy from my atmosphere and That's where like all the problems occur. Everyone with drama in your life, everyone with problems, they're always complaining. I don't want no complainers around me. I want optimists. I want people that want to win. I want people that want to see me win, want to see them win. I've got friends where I shared what I wanted to do with this business 2 years ago, and I shared how I wanted to do it. And I was in my sports rehab clinic then, and one of my friends said, yeah, I can't wait to see you do it. And at the time, I was doing nothing apart from sports rehab treatments in my clinic. And I wanted to make a business that's making 100K a month. But he supported me. He was like, no, you can do it. How many people will actually believe in you when you do that? Have you got the right friends around you? Without the right friends around you, you can never grow a business. But you'll never have the right friends around you if your self-worth is low. Your self-worth needs to be in a place where you can attract the right people. If others recognize that you're insecure, that you're not positive, that you're not optimistic, that you're not moving forward with good energy, they're not going to want to be around you. They're not going to want to be around someone who's got low energy. You need to be someone who's got the right energy, who's really driven, who's hyper-driven on his own success or her success. And with that being said, self-worth is the biggest thing that you need in your life. And if your self-worth is low, your business is not going to grow, it's not going to progress, and that's going to be the biggest bottleneck, because you will be the biggest bottleneck. Your business is an extension of your own character. And if your character is weak, your business is going to be weak. Your business is going to crumble. And that's the one thing that you need to have in place to make sure your business grows. Your self-worth needs to be high enough, and you need to have enough compassion, you need to have enough emotional intelligence. Most people in sales aren't talking about this shit, about saying you need to be emotionally intelligent. They're saying how to trick someone and how to push someone into a sale. It's not those techniques. People are very aware of how to sell. The market is very smart. You can't trick someone, but what you can do is be genuinely honest with people and have great emotional intelligence. You're going to have all the sales skills. You're going to be trained. You're going to be an absolute killer, but you're also going to be empathetic, compassionate. You're going to be caring of that other person, because when you are, that's when you see the best results, because people can recognize that. You can't fake caring. You can't care about others until your self-worth is at a place where you can actually look after yourself first. So look after yourself first, and then look at what you can do for other people. Look at how much more you can grow your business, and how much, if your business gives to others, how much more you can grow. If you like this video, like, share, and subscribe. I'll catch you on the next one. Right, guys, today I'm going to talk to you about, so many of you founders have an issue with your staff. You have a performance issue. Let's say it's your sales team. We're going to really focus in on sales teams and sales teams' performance today. And I'm going to show you how I managed hundreds of salespeople. Going to show you how, for 2 8-figure businesses, how we grew their sales. I'm going to show you the number one secret on how I'm managing to grow multiple 7-figure businesses for so many of our clients, and what I'm actually doing. And it's the most simplest process that you can ever find online. There's no one really talking about simplicity in business. Everyone's giving you these complex scenarios and all these things that you need to do, but it's actually just one thing that you need to manage your staff. And specifically for the sales team, this works all the time. And I'm going to give you the exact activity, and I want you to carry out with your team. By the end of this activity, your team will not struggle with sales, because you'll find out if it's a performance issue, if it's because they're not trying, what is the issue. And culture within your office needs to be broken. The bad culture that's going on there, and the performance that you see your sales team could be achieving so much more. You're probably spending so much money on ads, and they're pissing it down the drain because they're not speaking to them correctly. They're not driven to call them. They're not calling them as soon as the lead comes in. They're not calling them with the right energy. They don't sound like they believe in the product enough. But you know your product's good. You know everything about your product is amazing. They're not going out and selling it like they should be selling it. And what is missing? So if you don't know who I am, my name is Osman Kiani, and I'm on a journey to make £10 million per year. And I show you everything that I know along the way, and I'm spending hundreds of thousands of pounds in my education to learn, to level up to the next stage and to grow my business. But as I learn it, I share it with you for free. There's absolutely no charge. And the only thing I ask is that you might just drop a comment, like the video, and subscribe. But apart from that, it's free. There's no catch. Just that little one thing. So what I'm going to talk to you about is one of the simplest things that you can do within your team, with your team together. And it's this. So on this side, you've got skill. And on this side, you've got will. So the skill and will. Let me just break down both of those for you. Skill is, if you're managing someone, let's say it's your sales team. In this scenario, we're really going to focus in on the sales team and performance and culture of the sales team. Let's say it's a skill issue. They need sales training. They need upskilling. They need to learn how to close. You see specific things that they don't know how to use. even the CRM system, even the computer systems, even the admin, raising tickets, project management, anything that needs to be done regarding their job, which they've not been shown how to do. It's a skill issue. And remember, some team members take longer to learn. Not everyone will watch it the first time or listen to you the first time. I know you don't want to repeat yourself and you want to sign things off correctly. But the best way to teach someone is actually to have a clear process. 1, have all the video tutorials that they need to know. 2, get them to work off a checklist. And 3, get them to sign it off with you, understanding that you both know. And if you've not done that one thing, then you don't really know if your team's been skilled. Most people think their team knows it because you've said it to them once. Then you can't understand if it's a skill issue. But a lot of the times it's how we've taught. We all learn so differently. When I was in school, I was a terrible learner, but the teachers that really engaged me were the ones that sat me down and spoke to me and really showed me a couple of times, and I really got it. That was me as a kid. Now I'm the same. I have to still read things a few times just to get the grips with it. But when I get the grips with it, I never forget it. And will is the effort level. How much effort are they actually putting in? How much effort are they putting in towards their work? So with your sales team specifically, if they're working a 9 to 5 job or 11 to 8, whatever shift that you've got for them, now, are they turning up right on the time? Are they turning up 1 minute before? Or are they getting there 10 minutes before, grabbing a coffee, sitting at their desk, looking through their CRM? Are they turning up half an hour before, just making sure their appointments are confirmed? Do you know how many times salespeople have a 9 a.m. appointment and they turn up at 9 a.m.? You know, that used to just rattle my cage. Turning up at 9 a.m. for a 9 a.m. call, you're now just going to get all flustered. You're not even going to look at their website. You're not going to look at any of the client's information. You're not going to read the notes. Just going to turn up and just call them, and then say, "Oh, why didn't it work when they didn't sign up, or when they didn't close the deal?" And they're just throwing away thousands of pounds. And this is a will issue, and this can also be a cultural thing. When they see the leader, the founder, the owner of the business, or the sales manager behaving a certain way, looking relaxed, it's a will issue. When I see the sales manager slumped in their chair like this, and then the salespeople are set to perform, that's a will issue on both parts. Because if the sales manager's not engaged, the founder's not engaged, do you think the salespeople are going to be? Look what they're learning from. If I've got team members, if I'm running a sales office, I'm sitting upright all day. Not because I'm a militant, not because I'm really uptight, because I want to set the standard. Even in the way I sit, I want to set the standard. And that's how I'm going to drive performance, in setting the standard. How else are you going to get people to put in more effort, to do more, if you don't do enough? And will comes down to so many factors of people. Now let me just break down this example for you. So it's skill on this side and it's will on the bottom. Let's say you've got someone absolutely new. This is what you're going to do with them. This is how you're going to coach them, and this is what you're going to do. You're going to simply say, "Hey, just want to do a quick one-to-one with you, set the scene, make sure you've said something good in the beginning." So you've said something good, said something positive, and you just said to them, "Can I just ask you, based on how much skill you have within sales, on selling this exact product that we have, and based upon the will and the effort level that you believe that you have for this job, can you put yourself somewhere on here?" And what they're going to do, let's say it's a staff member that's completely just got no clue. You're going to manage each scenario differently. So let's say they got no clue. They think they're doing a great job. And they're going to say, "Well, I'm really trying, but I could learn more." And they say, "I'm about here." And now you're going to say, "Okay, so you believe that you're trying your absolute best." Now you know that person actually believed that they're doing enough work. And this is going to be the biggest realization that you're going to have in your sales office, because that salesperson thought they were working as hard as they could. And they thought it was a skill issue. But when you said, "You know, I'm going to put you, if I can gain permission," I always gain permission from them, saying, "Can I be really honest with you? And can I tell you where I would put you on this chart?" I'd say, "I'm going to put you about here." I think there is more learning to be done, definitely within skill. But I feel as though you could be trying more. If I can say that, and also say to them, "I want to work with you on this. We will work this out together. Because if you do this without any sensitivity, they will be deflated and they'll not want to work that day. Their will go down even lower. So this conversation needs to be had in a very intelligent manner in this scenario. And you're going to say, this is the gap that we have between us right now. Can we talk about it? And now you're going to discuss why you believe they're not trying as hard and why they believe they are trying as hard. And that single conversation will change the way your sales office works. That will change your relationship with that person. Let me go over scenario 2, because you'll get the trend on how you should be supposed to be having these conversations with your salespeople. Scenario 2, the person says, to be honest with you, I'm feeling a bit deflated. A lot of stuff's been going on at home. I don't believe I'm trying that hard, but I believe I'm really skilled in this scenario. And you say, well, I actually think you have a lot more to learn. And I do think you are trying hard. I think you're actually being quite tough on yourself. I actually think it's a capability issue. So maybe we need to give you better training and support. And I'd actually put you here. And now this is the gap. And now you can discuss that. You discuss it together as a collaborative effort. Sales officers work in different ways. You get sales managers and founders that are just running a complete dictatorship. Those officers never seem to last. The staff can't seem to maintain motivation for very long. They do things out of fear. They do things because they know they're going to get a bollocking. They're going to get a form filled out. They're going to get a late form, a complaint form, or whatever it is, a PIP form that you'd fill out with them. But having a consultative approach with them will change the game, because then each session is actually about them and not about you. Make the coaching about them, not about you, because when you make it about them, that's when they'll perform better for you. Change your perspective on how you run your sales office, on how you see your sales team, and this will massively help you. If you like the content that I'm putting out, like, share, and subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next one. If you're interested in building out high-ticket products for your business, learning how to get over the 7-figure mark, this video is for you. I recently invited down Fahad and Manx, and Fahad and Manx manage large influencers. Some of the influencers like Eddie Abu, where they run the entire backend for his entire operation, building the funnels, running the school for them. They literally manage end-to-end for digital services for large influencers. And I wanted to be able to show them on how to create another high-ticket product, on how much more leverage they can create within their business, on how they can even go even further from where they are right now. So in this video, you're going to see everything that I did with them step by step on building out their high-ticket product. You're going to see how to build a high-ticket product. You're going to see how to, from start to finish, run the onboarding for that product and how to deliver it. In this video, you're going to get a step-by-step guide on how we build the high-ticket product, how we would actually ascend people towards a bigger product after, and step-by-step onboarding for the entire product itself. So stick around for the video, and if you're interested in seeing more, subscribe to the video. Okay, show you my roadmap. Okay. So what happens in my business, step by step, is I have my course, which is mapped out within segments. So my course specifically is intro, and then intro has like, welcome to the course, goal setting, what's your purpose, that type of stuff, and like welcome to the course. Then it's got brand, and then on brand we do market research, audience segments, finding your audience, avatar, all that stuff. Then on here, after that it's offer creation. So you make the offer, how to make the offer, what's the current offers in the market, how to create a pitch, how to make an irresistible offer, and that uses the same value equation in that method. Then here I do content. This is like modules on like editing, filming, paid ads, organic. So it shows you all the different types of content, why it's different from each type. So these are all like 30-minute videos with PDFs, and this is the course in short. And I'll talk you through the roadmap. Then it's lead gen. All the lead sources, everything from like IG, LinkedIn, covering where you would get leads, how you get leads, what's the script. And then sales training, which is the main bulk. This is like in so many sections. It's like mindset and high ticket selling offers, deposits,
scripts, like everything within sales. And then here is sales teams. And it's called sales upshift, which is how to hire a setter, how to hire a closer, how to get a sales manager to run meetings with your closers, every part of that journey, which is like how to manage a high performing sales team, how to run beginning of day meetings, end of day meetings, on managing a team, and that's there. That's the bulk. This is the main thing, but most businesses that are on board, they might have an issue somewhere here. So I have to provide all of this context to them within the course, within the program, because if they come here and they have something that's broken within their offer and brand, this needs to be fixed. So this has to have, they have to go through this flow. So what happens is they get onboarding, which will be all the automations, and then they get email to the course, email to the Slack channel and all that stuff. After that, they have a call after every section with the expert of that place, of that area. So here on intro, if I was to do this call, it would be called a business audit. So each of these calls are called something different, because that way, if I have 100 clients on the system, I can look at, out of those 100 clients, what's the time someone goes from here to here? Because the quicker in the offer section, we get them to launch an offer and make some money. If we don't get them to make some money very early on in the program, they're not going to be able to go further down and get the back end offer or believe in the program or do anything like that. So we have to be able to get them through from intro to completing their brand to getting their offer launched within 2 weeks. If I can do that, if I can sell to a business for 15K, get them to come on board, then get them 5, 10, 15K, because remember, I've got them to sell a high ticket, 5K, 10K, 15K, coach them how to do it, and then show them the sales training. If I can get them to make those sales, even 2 or 3, they've won their money back that they've invested. Instantly, they're now going to be more receptive towards a back-end offer and staying with me long term, and then being a part of my community and masterminds. So it's all designed not just in the information they need, but also time to value and how fast we can get people through it. And the normal journey is, if we have a sales company that has 4 closers or wants to build closers, the founder or the CEO will focus on this module. The brand person of that business will go here. The different experts or different department heads will go on different areas. And then their closers, if they have 6 closers, they get access to this. And this will eventually be a separate school, which will just be for closers. And then when we onboard businesses, if they have 5 closers, they'll send them all to here. Within this school, we'll be running coaching calls for closers for the businesses that we're working with.
Okay, so for this whole roadmap, like, who is your ideal avatar?
It's a business that's making at least 20K a month. Okay. Because if they're not making 20K a month, they haven't fixed lead flow, they haven't fixed brand. We have these sections there, but we're not there to fix that. We're a sales training, sales optimization company. And we coach people in this section, but we have all this material there.
And what type of companies do they need to be? Like, what niche? What
Any
service,
internet online business, digital business, so service-driven business, coach, consultant, agency owner. If they're not like that, then they can't work with us.
Okay.
Because if we had like some guy who's got a barbershop and wants to make more sales, none of this stuff a lot of the stuff isn't relevant. Yeah. Even though he could learn some stuff, it's not relevant. That's my journey on how it looks. Then there's the mechanism. So this is the actual points of my course. The mechanisms are, I actually missed out something here. Over here, we give them an option to take our CRM. And this is our SaaS play. So what we do is, straight after we've done their offer, I know that we can't generate them any leads until they have somewhere to house those leads. Yeah. So over here, they get a prompt to take our CRM, and then our CRM will be a white labeled version of Go High Level. So if you were to do it in your business, we'll come up with your structure, where to put that CRM in, how to put it in, how to add that SaaS recurring revenue into your business, and how you would structure it. But that is overall. And then they have a call with the CRM support team over here. They have a call to offer refinement call here. So that call is with the account manager to look over their offer, make sure it makes sense. Because if they've come with a sales issue, sometimes it's because they're not targeting the right people. So we make sure we have the offer call with them. Let's say we need to talk about brand in any way. We got multiple sections on that. A lot of it's like market research and brand clarity. And we don't really talk about brand colors or brand specific stuff like that. It's mainly just their brand overall. But that's normally the cycle that they go through. It'll take, some people will go through this within 2 weeks, and some people are just slow when they just come onto courses, which is just the nature of it, and they'll just take a long time to go through it. But most people can get through all of this within 90 days. And ideally, if they think of this scenario, they have 2 closers. The 2 closers are closing at 25-30%. We move them up by 5%. They're selling 10K packages. So now the closer who's bringing 100K is now bringing 130K. Each closer is now bringing in 30K more each. So they invested 15K with us, and they got 60K of more sales within the first month of their closers closing at a higher rate. Nice. So the system is all built on metrics and KPIs. Okay. And like this sales upshift is so comprehensive. It's like when you hire a setter, how do you interview them? What do you say? How do you run group interviews? How do you give them a script? How do you check if they're good? How do you hire a closer? How do you interviews? How do you recruit? How do you make a recruitment funnel? That is like, there's not a lot of people already doing that stuff. So that's like my area of expertise there.
How comes you have so much expertise there?
Just because I've done it for that many years. Like, I worked for a big company for a long time. Like, you guys are, in one way, lucky. You might not feel it, but like, you guys figured out what you wanted to do early on. You found purpose and you found your skills. I worked for a company. I slaved away for a company. I worked for 2 8-figure companies, and I worked for 1 8-figure company that was making 30 million. A sales trainer, sales manager, managing all their salespeople. Then I worked for another swim company that was in London. And these companies, I was just on a salary. One salary I was on back in 2017, 30K a year, and then a commission double that. One commission was like, another company was like 50K a year plus a commission. So I never used to make as much money as you guys make now on that same skill set, but I was doing it. But then when I do it for myself, now I have to add marketing and personal brand on top of my skills, which is why I'm weak on it. So it's very obvious why my weak points are what they are. And this is for me to ask the right people the questions. Does this make sense of what I do?
Yeah, it makes sense. This is your coaching program, right? Do you have any accountability things in place?
Yes, so Slack channel. So there's SOPs in place where if they don't complete a set task or they don't reply within 4 days, the CSM will reach out, customer success manager will reach out and say, how are you doing, what's going on? There's a bunch of automations at the back end as well. And then like all the other things are like accountability. There's also, every section has a call at the end of it. So that is the accountability. And then the group calls aren't really accountability, they are more knowledge and Q&As. But like after brand, we make sure we're happy with the avatar and all that stuff. So that's accountability for that, with the offer, CRM. So this is served as also accountability. Then within Slack, on the top bar of it, you can see a support call. So they get an opportunity to book at least 3 or 4 support calls. We say you can book at least 2 support calls within that 90 days if you need them, but we actually give 4 because you give more than the customers are paid for. Yeah. So logically, we always promise less and give more. Mm-hmm. So then that's the secret behind it. Let's map out what the solution is at the end first. What is the solution that they're going to get from you?
They have an audience that they need to obviously monetize. They want to be making consistent cash flow from their coaching program.
Can you say how much?
50K a month.
So you have to have an outcome. I know you say logically you can't because it's like, well, we can't promise money.
And plus it's different niches as well. And plus it also kind of depends on the creator. With Eddie, for example, he does low ticket and he's got quite a big following. Whereas someone like Okpa, he's Airbnb, doesn't have that many followers, but he's high ticket.
Okay, I'm going to talk about things a bit differently. I don't think Eddie's using his business properly at all. Because you've obviously done an amazing job with him to monetize it all because he's making great money. But the truth is, he's not selling high ticket. He's not really creating those packages and doing it properly. He's doing like school and ebooks. Yeah. That's just not, it's not like, he's had to have such a big top of funnel to make that a success. And you have to think of like, what made that work? That was based upon an algorithm really pushing him rather than your mechanism working. So a business can't be reliant on an algorithm. You have to have your format. You come in, right now your format might be, you come in, we make a membership site, we also make ebooks and e-products, whatever the format is. We have to have a high ticket element, because otherwise people don't see return of money, and you rely on them having such a big top funnel, which takes them time, which means your time to value, the time that you give them reward, is too long. Does this make sense? So I think you get people in, you come up with a high ticket product. Are you good at making offers?
Describe to me what an offer is.
An offer is something that's compelling enough for people to look at and think that's going to help me, something of a lot of value. So if you're charging 5k, it's giving 20k of value for you to sell it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, if you can do that, and I think you are good at it as well. If you're good at that, people come into your system, you're funnel builders, but you do it based upon the bottom of the funnel being a high ticket offer. Okay. If you just run your format of school, you have to wait for that influencer to blow up, for you to make money, for them to make money.
That's why we're going to focus our attention more on the high ticket people now.
Yeah.
Eddie's just one example. He's just kind of like a one and done type.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to be monetizing high ticket products for people of a large audience, it would make sense for you to also have a high ticket product.
Okay.
Because then you've got experience on selling it. Because you're going to be coaching people and helping other businesses sell 5, 10, 15k plans, but you're not doing that for yourself. So there will be an implementation issue that you've not done enough, you've not seen the problems that come up, you've not seen the objections enough, you've not seen the follow-up sequence enough. So
we become our own client, basically.
Yeah, and I think if you come here and we just did this revenue split model and mapped it all out, you don't actually need that today. We will do it, but the biggest thing that I can help you with is getting high ticket sales in of something that we can monetize from your skill set. And I think you can have a school community, you can charge the $100, $200 just like Max Prezon, and you can show people your funnel building methods and all that stuff. But I think at the back end of that is a high ticket product, maybe a done for you or do it with you system with coaching calls.
Definitely, that's what we've been discussing recently, is that the money is in the high ticket, and it's more like intentional, because like you said, being pushed by the algorithm, you're relying on a huge top of funnel. If you really want to squeeze the maximum value out of someone, you add value, make you a compelling offer, but with the high ticket it makes more sense.
Do you want customers like me who are got a poor social media and potentially a good business, or do you want guys who have got a good social media and you want to sell them a high ticket offer to help them monetize? Which one?
Ideally the latter.
Okay, so let's, so the problem, so if we did problem and solution, and then we mapped out the journey in between, that makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. But you see with our high ticket offer, right? So right now, where our plan is to do the whole revenue thing, when does the high ticket offer come into play for?
It's a separate thing. Because your revenue model, like, it is good, but it's only relevant to large partners. Because if you become a partnerships company that's doing revenue splits, you have to scout those people in the beginning. They're going to be harder to come by, and it has more operational drag. It takes a lot of your time. I just think if we put you in a high ticket program, you can give value to a lot more people. Those people will ascend up to, I've just clicked on for me as well. If we was to do this high ticket program, if you're selling high ticket programs, the people who see success turn into partners.
Yeah, that's the
yes,
main part.
Because then what we've done is we've got money on the front end, protected you, invested your time, but also the people that are successful will only ever find you and take the offer because they've been successful through your program.
And it's like more recurring.
Yeah, no different to Hamosi, consume our free content and then we'll invest in you.
Exactly.
But with us it's consumer.
Yeah. And then you become like a portfolio company that takes investments in shares, which is how you actually grow a massive business. Like my goal is to, let's get to 10 million for my business, and then after I get to 10 million, find other founders that are running a good business, invest and take their share of 30%, use my team and build their business with them. That's like how the biggest leverage that you talk about in business to grow.
Yeah. Ideally, that's how we want to do it. We want to have a pool of creators that we do have percentage from, and obviously our team comes in as consultants to help grow them up. But in the beginning, like you said, we need the 10k, 15k.
So should we do a back-end offer on your business, which will be a partnership, but it's for relevant to the right people? And very quickly, within the first few activation points, you'll be like, we know they're going to be good. And that's when the conversation will change. And that 10K, you'll say, you know what, we're actually going to help you grow and scale to 7 figures. And this is what we're going to do with you. And we're not even going to charge you. You'll make the offer so irresistible. We actually, you know what, we've seen so much potential. We believe in you. We will help you. And we're not going to charge you. We'll run it all. It's a done for you system and we'll just take a cut. Or it will be something like, I can tell that you're really struggling on this side of the business with the sales element and it's causing you a lot of stress. And we don't normally do this, but we're happy to take you on as a partner because of you. We believe in you. So why don't we just partner up together?
So would you say the high ticket offer is a done with you or done for you?
Your high ticket offer is a done with you, because it's done for you if you were posting for them, if you were doing their content, if you were doing every part of it for them, then it's done with you, then done for you. If you do a done,
it only comes in with the revenue.
Yeah, because that's when your model really works, because you're going to do it for them, because you've already know that they have potential. And the issue that I was having with the model initially was, how do we make sure you attract the right people that you put your energy in? And this is how. Okay. And let's say we attracted, we just set a goal. Let's say we set KPIs for you, 20 people per month selling 10K plans. We can move it to 15K over time. Let's start at 10K and we're going to come up with how we provide 50K of value, but sell it for 10K. Then at the back end of that is a revenue model, if they're good. And then you want to sell 20 of these per month as a KPI. We'll see how much we can get through your organic. Then before you turn on ads, if the offer converts organically, we can put ads behind it and then really push it. And that's when the business will really grow. And then it's all about hiring the right service delivery managers to deliver it for you. You guys are just the brand face and they're delivering it all. And then you have the program education built out for other people to deliver. Yeah, and then for bigger clients, you can hop on for the revenue clients. Yeah? Are you happy with that? Yeah. Okay, we come up with it together, really. It's never alone. It's all collaborative, isn't it? Like you do it through collaboration. So we're going to map out your 10K offer. Yeah. So if I said to you, because it has to be an element of like you want to do it, if you had this mapped out and you went away and built the material over the next month, because I can tell you how to map it out in the next 4 weeks. Are you prepared to start selling these if people were wanting this and you're happy to start selling it?
Are you talking about right now?
You know, within the next 4 weeks.
As long as, I think, then the whole issue just comes down back to the fulfillment.
It's like we need to dial in our own fulfillment process before we can start.
This is what we're going to do. Okay. So we're going to work out the fulfillment for the 10K plan.
And who you need to hire.
Yes, and then we're going to work out who you need to hire. So we're going to work out what you're going to do, then how you're going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess in 4 weeks' time we can start selling this.
Yeah. And I don't want to just do this with you and then you're like, that's a good idea, but we're not really fully bought into it. No. If you're not fully bought in, that's okay, you can say. And then
I'd say we're bought into it.
Yeah, I think once we've done the process, before we can teach it, then we're ready to actually teach it.
And then for me, it's like, when you sold these 10K plans, initially you will sell it, but then very quickly you'll have a closer in place, you'll have a guy delivering it, and you will attract the right people. Because money will be coming in, you can hire really good talent. You can pay 5K salaries, 6K salaries to the right people, and then you might even hire for 8, 9K a month an operational director who will handle everything, and then you just get an email at the end of every night who's like, this is how many people we onboarded, this is everything that's happening in the business, and you guys are just like, great, we'll just keep promoting. That's the ultimate goal.
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah, and we only build that fulfillment, that level of fulfillment where it's hands off from you, if the activation points are done from the beginning properly. Okay. So solution is easier to think about first. So the solution that you're offering on this 10K plan, it is what?
So by the end of set amount of months.
Yeah, so who's the avatar for this, for the 10K plan?
An influencer that's educating their audience.
Yeah. So would you say, are you an influencer who has more than 10K of audience and you're looking to truly grow your business, but you've never really found out how people are doing it, the way we've done it with Eddie, the way we've done it with this guy? We're going to give you all the secrets. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right.
So it's avatar is 10K. They could be on
IG.
IG. But if the YouTube, they're even easier.
Yeah, YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. 10K IG, and then we can just put, we won't promote it too much, but you can even say if you've got at least 5K YouTube, yeah? Are you happy with those numbers?
Yep.
Male or female? Fitness, non-fitness, in online?
Education is health of relationships.
Great. So if you work, do you run online, actually some of these people don't even have a business. Do you have an audience within health, wealth and fitness, at least 10K on Instagram or 5K on YouTube? We will help you come up with a high ticket, we will help you come up with your business and build it from the ground up with you, getting you to X per month at the end of 90 days. What is that?
What would you say is a reasonable amount? 50K? Enough to be...
Within 90 days, if you're doing 50K, they have to be a great business owner. They have to be really efficient. If they're coming from zero, it depends where we're at. If they have an audience, remember you have to also check audiences legit. They're not from India. They're not like, you've got to do that bit. But like solution, what can you guarantee? You take some guy on who's got 10K. He's got a great engaged audience.
And if we do a high ticket program, we can definitely do over 10K a month.
Yeah, I know you can do 10K. How much would you be confident to say this much of your money back?
It also kind of depends on the niche. So let's say someone's in fitness. Let's say someone like Eddie had 10K.
Yeah. Fitness is low yielding, so which means the plans are like £200, £300 usually.
Whereas if someone in Airbnb niche had 10K,
Yeah.
then it's like we know we can make 100K with it.
So then this is why you'll attract a bunch of people. So what happens in any business is you might close 100 people over the next few months on this. There'll be 20% that get results. Then those 20% will be your next new avatar for the business, because you'll be like, now we know who to target. Yeah. Right now it's vague, but 20% will get the results, which will make up the future avatar.
I'd say if we were to come up with an avatar right now, it would be the biz up niche.
Yeah.
This one?
Wealth niche.
Yeah.
And then
So specifically wealth.
Yeah, so that's business.
But one resistance, I'm just being devil's advocate, you've been in fitness so far.
It's true.
So if you do get your Airbnb get a guy to pop, that'll be even better.
I think that's probably better.
That is,
The Airbnb, because I think
Okay.
advertising high ticket with biz up is
Yeah.
easier than...
let's do that. And we can test as well. So like, let's see what happens. You will, maybe you can say wealth in a vague way, in a way which is attracting others as well, but we can see how you would do it.
Yeah, this is just to niche down if we had to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is what will be our ideal situation.
Yeah.
But obviously market dictates.
And the solution is 10, 20, how much? 20, okay. 20K, and what's the time? 90 days, are you happy with 90 days? 12 weeks, what are you happy with?
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, if it's just like a sales tip, if you're saying it as to sell, it's 90 days because it sounds quicker. And if you're saying it to deliver, it's 12 weeks because it's longer. Yeah. So 20K in 90 days. And now, you know, the effort and sacrifice bit, make them feel like it's hardly any effort on their side with a system that's completely done with you. Yeah. Which is, you need to name that mechanism with our something system.
Yeah. Like
So-
W blueprint or something like that.
Yeah. Do you want to give it a name? Anything that's top of mind?
Well, it's just our name office scalers is one thing.
Yeah, that's your company name. The reason why you can give strong money back guarantees and say, or 100% of your money back, and a great way to say this is, we will even sign a contract to say we will give your money back if we waste your time. Because if someone was to do this and they did not follow your advice, they'd never be stupid enough to ask for your money back. And
Would you say it's like a conditional guarantee?
well, guarantees are always conditional. You can never, every guarantee online is conditional. If I don't ever log into the platform and I don't do it, I'll give you, by the way, a contract that you can give to your clients, which can be signed, and it has the details in there, and it words it perfectly. I've spent a lot of money getting that contract worded properly, so I'll give it to you guys for free. And that way, you never have that issue. And what will happen is when you have a high guarantee, you do have a refund rate, which as your business grows, because if you sold to 100 people, you will get one person, 2 people, normally 2, that say, I need a refund, you promised me this, but that's the nature of business. You give it to them and you show goodwill, because we do business with good integrity, but also the amount of people that you attracted was way more than you lost. Yeah. So this is the solution. So then the problem becomes really obvious. It is audience making no money, broke. Everyone else is making money online, but I'm not.
Yeah. Is that broke influencer syndrome?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great name, that. Broke influencer syndrome. That's your marketing right there.
That's not from me, by the way. That's from another growth operator, Eddie. Eddie comes actually.
Oh, I love his content's good, isn't it? He makes his reels like so engaging. Really can still use that term. And like, we're offer scalers. We work with people, we work with businesses, we're offer scalers. We work with influencers that have got at least 10K audience. And what we'll do is we'll take you from having no money coming in or the broke audience, how you want to word it, and we'll get you to at least 20K within 90 days on our proven method that we've done here. Does that sound compelling to you?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what happens with the onboarding? So they get onboarded. This is the juicy bit. So they get onboarded. It's like obviously your Slack, all your automations go here. And you want to get them in. Are you going to run this on school? Where do you want to run it?
The video modules.
Yeah.
Probably GHL.
Then you have to use their client portal for the community side, or you have to put the community in Slack.
Do you recommend Slack or Discord?
I think Slack, just because of preference.
Okay.
Yeah. Some will say different. If you prefer Discord, use Discord. I'm just used to Slack. Once you used to go start with one, it's hard to change.
Because I know someone who does this sort of program. He uses Discord and he hosts his video course on GHL.
GHL's membership site is really good. It's the same as Kajabi.
Yeah.
You can just run it on there. It's really easy to build as well. Like for lead magnets, it's good to build them off GHL. So I like building lead magnets on GHL because let's say you want to liquidate some of your ad costs. So you're running an ad, you put £1,000 behind an ad, and you launch how to do X, how to make your first 2K online will help you, because 20K is what they pay you for, but maybe the 2K is what you'll be your lead magnet, because to give them some initial value. And then you'll run a lead magnet, and that course will be on GHL, and then all the setup and automations to chase them up and follow them up will be on the back end of that. And then because they have a separate login, and all that stuff, it's really organized to keep it all in GHL. I would
even on because Slack, I mean not Slack, school. When people are consuming the video course, you can't track their progress. However, on GHL, you can see their account if they watch certain videos.
School will have updates for that. They have. You can see gamification, so you can see that chart. But I do think they'll have more and more updates for it.
Eventually.
Yeah, I know. It takes time. I just think I'm not saying do school for sure, but I just think you guys are known, starting to build a name for that, and if you're like. You can tie you winning the school games to you running it on there maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
Don't know.
We'll see.
That's not the most important bit.
So would you say this will be a community once someone's closed in?
So once they're closed, let's say you've closed 20 people in the month one, all 20 will be housed in a community, because what makes people stay in a high ticket program is not just how much they pay, but it's also how others help them. Because when they get others helping them within a community, they'll connect that value to you.
So you see the Slack communication, is that just one-to-one between your team and the...
So Slack will have 2 channels. So channel 1 will be the group, if it was doing it my way. And then channel 2 would be directly within the team, you, customer success manager, and everybody else, and that client. So there'll be 2, which is client name and then group for everyone. So let's say this was called Offer Scalers Accelerator, Offer Scalers, Offer Scalers for Content Creators, whatever it was called. This program now we're going to map out for them. So what they need to obviously learn about sales. That needs to be there. They need to learn about editing content, or they already got that editing content.
That's the thing.
They've got that.
Ideally want to work with people who are already
okay.
dialed in.
So then that's good. So let's not focus on what is the first thing that you want to cover with them.
We maybe do want to briefly brush over it.
Go over
so
content.
Branding.
Okay.
We still go over content.
And do you want to do this over modules and then a call to confirm it all?
Yes.
Great.
So this will be about branding, finding who the customer avatar is.
Market research, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, great. I do the same with mine. Let's call this brand section. You can give these all names to do with your brand. Yeah. And then within this, you'll do all the modules. And then so you can see how my program was structured. how you have a call at the end of it. And then what that does is, so how an intelligent way to run this is, let's say that's a video. So let's say it's on school, for example, or on GHL. It's a video, and underneath that video is a resource for that video on the document that they can fill out. But then underneath that is a jot form. So all the questions that you've asked them about their avatar, they complete on a jot form, they submit. After the submission, it gets put into the Slack channel, and then instantly they have a record of what they submitted. And then as they move through the course, everything is documented in Slack, and the customer success manager can see their progress. And then as a business, what we can do is start to take measurements in the back end of, by the way, behind all of this will be a project management system like Asana, Monday.com, ClickUp. What you can do is you can start to look at how fast people are completing stuff, because then you can start to manage your team, your success managers, and say, can we add another touch point in so we can get people to complete it quicker? The quicker they complete it, the higher chance of success, the higher chance of you getting a revenue partner. Brand, and then what do you want to cover next?
Probably the offer.
Great, perfect. This is a offer. And now, who's going to build their funnel? Are they going to build it themselves, or are you going to build it?
So to make it as easy as possible for them, so for example, effort sacrifice, we may have someone, maybe an automations guy, a funnel expert, to just set up the automations. But you see on GHL, can't you just like
give a template?
Yeah, give snapshots.
And that's where you can say done for you. So you can say done for you funnel because you are providing it. And then because the good thing is that when you're working within one niche, you have a templated funnel that you know works.
Replicate with everyone.
Yeah. And then you change the words, change the brand, change the logo, and then copy. That's how most agencies work, by the way. Yeah. Okay, so then here, straight after that funnel offer, then what you're going to do for them, what do you want to call this section? This is the done for you bit.
Systems,
Funnel
systems, creation, something like that.
Well, yeah, so let's say funnel build. You want to give these like nice branded names, because then it's like, which bit are you on? Oh, I'm on this bit. And so once you do the offer, and they've submitted their offer, which will then go in the Slack channel, which the customer success manager can see, great, he submitted his offer. This guy who we've onboarded has no clue about offers. We don't think he gets it. So when we do his call, before we build his funnel, we need to make sure we give him more time to go over that with him. Offer refinement. Some people, he gets it straight away, he's ready to go into funnels.
Would you recommend we should have an expert in each section like you do? Or does a client success manager have a...
In the beginning of scaling, you don't. Eventually, you will hire a team of customer success managers and running them on a round robin, which is basically where you have hired CSMs within funnel, within different expertise. And I'll share with you a job ad for a CSM. And then you end up hiring them, and then whoever is helping that person on whichever section, they have that support. So one day you might create an ad. We're looking for a customer success manager that has experience within GHL, funnel building, and offer refinement, preferably 3 years experience, paying this salary. That's how you find that person. You build a funnel for them, completely done. You take the information that was in the Slack channel from brand and offer, because then now you would have asked for their logo, you would have asked for all that part, and then all of a sudden a funnel is built for them. And then there's a call here, and then a call here. And then this call is here, we've built this for you, and this is what we're running. And this is the call where it's like time to launch. And now the goal is for you to get your clients through. How fast can you get them through? Which you'll see. If you can get them through this within 7 days, that's quick, because then within 7 days, they've signed up and they can potentially start making money. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then remember, if they are just off organic and not ads, you will get some people who will have like not a lot of trust built with their audience. The only bit is why I said the 20% of them will convert, will get you results, because some people have rinsed their audience for value. Some people haven't. Some people have got an audience that's just, they've never even pitched anything to. Some girl has got thirsty guys on there. So only by doing it, you'll find out what works. And then you'll have that avatar even more refined eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why I wouldn't be afraid to sell to fitness guys as well.
Yeah. In the beginning, we'll go broad and then we'll niche down on the market.
And then at this point, when you launch the funnel, if they start smashing it, this is where you can give the, do you want to come on as a partner?
Okay.
And then it's like really slick. Now there's one delivery method. This business works in one fashion. When you have one avatar, one solution, you can scale. If you're doing tailored plans for every single person like you're doing now, you can't scale that. You see the simplicity of this business now, how easy it is. Funnel building, and then there's got to be an element of like building a machine here, which is like, do you expect them to do the closing? Do you expect them to hire a closer? Do you expect them to, what happens at that point? This is what you got to set up.
To make it more done for you, it's more about we have like a pool of appointment setters and closers that we've trained, that we have, that are ready to be placed into.
Okay, so that's great. And that makes now your 10K offer unbelievable, because not only will we sell for you, we'll also build a funnel. That's great. The only bottleneck that can happen is if you have, are these always organic, never ads?
Yes.
Okay, then you just need to make sure your salespeople and setters are highly trained so they can get that influence of results.
Okay.
And then like the setters just need middle of funnel activity, pushing people to appointments. So all this bit you can take care of, and then they bank the money. You then use a tool like Databox. Oh, sorry, you've got them on your GHL as well. So you've built them on GHL, and this adds, like I would charge them 200 a month here to add GHL, and then instantly they always have a software now, and then your LTV with clients will be extremely high because
they don't want to leave that.
They can never leave it. Yeah. So then what you've done is you're now becoming an agency model, which is like we're not only doing it for you, we're building it for you, we're selling it for you, literally doing everything.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, I really think it's cheap for 10K now.
Yeah, to be honest, because like even doing the whole setters and closers sourcing revenue, that means we on the side have to start training people and start hiring people.
And that comes from our own pocket, obviously.
Yeah.
Unless, like how you're doing, you're selling school coaching on how to become a good salesman.
That is another arm of the business if you do that. You can do that because you might partner up with like, we have like so many closers, so you might even say to a business like mine, can you give us closers? And we'll just send you closers that are trained, or you can use any business.
Yeah, we've got a network who you know, like,
even this Chris, you will have.
Yeah, we have 3 people who manage sales.
You won't be short on finding good sales setters and closers, but you'll be short on finding good loyal people that will stay. So you want to, like with the setter, how much to pay them, because you want to give them a small salary. Most people do commission only. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you're liking the content that I'm putting out, drop a comment. It really helps boost the algorithm, helps us spread this content to even more people. And see you on the next one. In this video, I'm going to go over 10 things that you need to run a successful sales team. If you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani, and I document my journey getting to 10 million revenue. And I show you everything that I learned along the way. And in this video, I'm going to go over all of my key tips that you need to run a successful sales team. For the last 10 years, I've dedicated towards sales, working at 2 8-figure companies, and now working with multiple 7 and 8-figure businesses on building their sales team and sales processes. And I'm going to go over 10 of the key things that you need to actually build a successful sales team to make sure all those leads aren't going to waste. Starting with point number 1, you need to set clear expectations and goals. If you know the framework of SMART goals, making it specific, measurable, achievable, relatable, and setting a time for it, and that's the framework of your SMART goals, you need to make sure that your team all have those goals in place. You need to make sure that you sit down with every single one of them every single week, and you'll be ensuring that they know where they're going, where they're at, and where they are with the KPIs. Commonly, I remember working at a sales office. This was in North London when I was running gyms. I would commonly just go up to the salespeople and just say, so how many sales you got to do this month? And they would say, oh, I'm not really sure. They would look at the whiteboard and look at their computer, check the dashboard, and I would know instantly that he doesn't know his numbers or she doesn't know his numbers. Their numbers, their run rate, the daily numbers, they should know at any time. So a great thing as a sales manager or a founder, you need to be able to ask your salespeople, how are you doing for this month? How are you tracking? And just by asking that question regularly and often will make sure that it stays on top of mind. It makes sure that it's important. You're measuring it in some way so they know that it's always being asked of them.
And when you have a salesperson and they don't know their numbers for that month, for that week, for that day, instantly it's a red flag. One, it will show me that salesperson really doesn't care. Because I would ask salespeople in my team, how are they doing for that month? How are you doing? I would know the answer. I would already have looked at the dashboard, but I would ask them because I wanted to know, do they know? So if I would ask them, he or she, that salesperson, so how are you performing for this month and how are you doing? If they would say something like, I'm not really sure, I'm just going to check for you. That's what commonly would say. I'm just going to check. I would know it's too late. And I would say, you should know your numbers, shouldn't you? Why don't you not know your numbers? And I would say it in a tone which is like joking, but they would know that they need to know their numbers. And now the first and second time, you'll nudge them. The third time, if they don't know their numbers and you're asking them the same month, you probably know that salesperson is not the one who's going to hit his numbers, because the salespeople that are always lagging are the ones that don't track. Simply the salespeople that measure, that track, know their run rate, know how many leads they need to get that day, know how many appointments they've walked into that day. The ones who know that data off the top of their head are the ones that are always the most successful. I've done this for over 10 years, and I can tell you, when I was a salesperson, if someone asked me about my numbers, I would know them straight away. I would never even hesitate. I would just always have them at the top of mind. And just simply by knowing the numbers, you can always make sure that your team is held accountable. Too many founders, they find it scary. They find it hard to ask the salespeople that question. And if you found it scary or hard to ask as a sales manager, as a founder, your team aren't going to want to be able to focus on them. They're not going to focus on those numbers because they're not at the top of mind. So I would always make them accountable for the number. And an easy way to break this down would be, if I've got a salesperson and let's say over the month he's got to make 100,000 in revenue for that salesperson. Now simply, if his lead flow is equal throughout the month, I would say, right, you've got to get around 33,000 by the 10th, 66,000 by the 20th to make sure they're staying on track on run rate. Most people never break it down day by day. I would break down the daily run rate, every 10 days, every 20 days, every week, and they would have that there on the whiteboard, on the office, on the monitor. Without that data being there, your salespeople aren't being held accountable. And it's for you as the leader to hold them accountable for those numbers. And I would continuously always drill those numbers with them, ask them how they're doing, how they're performing on those numbers, and I would communicate expectations all the time. So there's ways to do it and there's ways not to do it. The way not to do it is to say, why have you not hit that number? I might say that very rarely, but that's not the way I would communicate on a daily basis. What I would say is, what support do you need to hit that number if they're lagging behind? And by asking what support they need, they're always able to say either one or two things. They'll say, I need this from you, and they'll tell you they need whatever they need, and you'll support them with that. Or they'll say, I don't need anything, I just need to work. Or of some sort of answer like that. And by doing that regularly, you know that they have all the tools there. And by them saying to you, as the sales manager or the founder, I don't need any support, I've got this, it actually internally makes them feel as though, right, I've got to get these numbers now. Because I've just told this guy, I've got it covered. And you've got to be able to ask them all the time. You can't be afraid to ask them. So that's the number one thing. I set measurable goals, I make that a clear expectation, and I'm asking about it regularly. But to accompany that is the second thing. And the second thing that you need in place is adequate training and development. Now there's two sides to training and development that I work with the salespeople, the closers, sales consultants, business development, SDRs. There's a few different types of training and development that I do. The first one is the easiest, which is the one-to-one. Now, I would do this in a weekly scenario. I would block out half an hour every single week in the diary. They have the invite and they know that's there, non-negotiable. That's there every time. And you know that meeting there, which is their one-to-one, I would actually put that so it's all about them, not about me. Even I've made the mistake before where when I've had that meeting and I start talking about work, I've started talking about me, I've started talking about the business rather than them. That's the half an hour which is about their development and what they need support with. So I'd commonly say, I would structure that one-to-one in a format which is, how are you? How are you doing? How's everything? And commonly, the first thing that they would say when you say, how are you? Is, yeah, I'm doing okay. I would always press again and dig a bit deeper. That shows that I genuinely care, because a good sales manager, a good founder truly does care. And then after I get the answer, we'll just talk about the numbers, how they're doing, how they're performing. And commonly, their one-to-one can turn into a therapy session. This is why emotional intelligence as a sales leader is so important. You have to have it. Without that being there, you can't articulate to your sales team on how you can really have their back, because you need to be able to recognize when they need the support. So I would ask them how they're doing, how they need for what kind of support do they need for the numbers. And the last thing that I always cover is, what do they need from me? What do they need from me to hit their numbers, to hit KPIs? Let's say something that I would cover in the one-to-one would be, let's say they're coming late regularly, or punctuality or performance. I will cover that in the one-to-one in more of a supportive sense. Of course, if they're not performing month on month, week on week, you're going to have them on more of a performance management plan. And I can tell you this, any time that I've had someone on a performance management plan, which I don't do so easily because I go through and give them support after support, I know that they're not going to last. I know it's just a certain amount of time. I can't even think of a single scenario where someone's been on a performance management plan or a PIP and turned it around. It's very rare. So that covers the one-to-one side, but I make it all about their development. If they're coming late, I don't say, why have you come late, and cover that in the week. I'll talk about how that connects to their KPIs. I'll talk about how them coming late will affect them hitting their numbers and affect their commission. I'd rather talk about it in that sense, about their commission and numbers, rather than saying, I don't like them coming late. Because that is that expectation there as a leader. That should always be there, that level of respect. But when I make every single KPI, whether it's numbers that need to be hit, or attendance, or punctuality, or time on the desk, or productivity, when I make it about their commission, make it about where they want to earn, make it about where they want to go, make it about their goals, I'm always going to make sure that they're going to be hitting that number. They're going to be focused on hitting it for them, not for me. And them doing it for themselves is far more powerful. It's way more powerful, a salesperson hitting their numbers for them rather than a pressure. The pressure needs to be there because that's what the sales role is. But if that's the only thing that's making them hit the numbers, they will eventually burn out. They will stop performing. If it's because they're highly driven. When I was in selling gym memberships, so back in 2015, 2016, I outperformed every single person in the company. We had 400 salespeople at the time, and I would outsell every single person. And people would often ask me, how are you so motivated? How do you keep going? Simply by having that number one spot used to become like the key thing for me, because I wanted to be number one. When I came into the company, everyone used to look up to that guy who was the number one seller. Then I wanted to become number one, and after I became number one, I wanted to keep it. And that's what was my motivation. Everyone's different, but that was my thing. But then the development side of recognizing that of your salespeople is so key. Now, within this second point, you also have training. Some of the training and the points will be overlapping, so we'll be covering those in the other points later in this 10. But training is so important for our salespeople. If you're not continuously reinvesting and giving them training, you're never going to get them to get buy-in from you because you're not investing in them. Now, we're a sales consulting company, we're a sales training company. We build sales processes, CRMs, and trainings for companies. We have an entire license that we come and train their salespeople. Now, if you have your salespeople not being upskilled, not being trained, eventually they're going to lag. That's just a natural order of things. Profit is not a natural occurrence. Profit in a business is a forced occurrence. If you do nothing of its natural state, it shrinks. If I stop going to the gym, I shrink. If I stop, I'll get fatter. But naturally, the order of things is not profit. So the natural order of things is not to grow within business. It has to be forced. Therefore, training has to always be there. It has to be there in a way where it's continuously supporting them, continuously doing drills, role plays. Now, I'll be breaking down a lot of how you do these role plays and drills within other videos, but in this video, it's all about having that training there as a standard. 100% I would have a monthly training there every single month in the diary, where we take all the salespeople off the dialer and we have it there. And I used to actually take the risk of actually closing the diary for an hour for everyone, and the phones wouldn't be covered for that hour. And there used to be a pressure all the time on why is the phone not covered for that hour. But for me, the investment in the people used to be far more effective. An hour being lost in a month of 160 hours of a salesperson working on a full-time employment, 1 hour being lost into training is so key. And I work with founders all the time, and they struggle to find that hour. If you can't give 1 hour of training to your salespeople at least every month, then I'm going to say, like, you're really going to struggle to develop them and get them to get buy-in with you. So that is such an important point of always having that regular monthly training. Then I would additionally have resources for them to consume. So every single week I would design some sort of CPD training. Now, for our salespeople, that when we go into companies, we have an entire module that a salesperson should be going through. And it's probably like, I think, at least 50 hours. We'll get them to do half an hour every single week. If there's a company that needs jump starting and they're really struggling with conversion and their conversion's dropping under 25%, we'll go in and we'll do things at a really fast speed and really push them and take them off the dialer for a whole 2 days and really push it and really push their training really hard and get them to do drills and then get feedbacks and sales calls. But that training needs to be there as a regular baseline, because without that being there, you're going to really struggle for your salespeople to continuously perform. Point number 3 is motivating and driving performance of your sales team. Motivating your sales team is not what you see on Instagram. It's not shouting at your team, hitting your chest like Wolf of Wall Street. That is a way to motivate. That's very culturally and tribally driven. That isn't the energy that I had with my sales team. The sales team standard that I would have would be the first thing that I'm acting as the leader. So if I'm the sales manager or founder, I would jump onto calls. I would do the calls at times. And when I do the calls, often when I would do the call, I would make sure everyone is in the office when I'm doing the call, so everyone can hear me take it. Because in any business, the founder, if his closing rate is 40%, the salespeople tend to be less. That's just the natural order. The salespeople will just be less than the founder. Very rarely you'll find where other people can close better than the founder. So I want the founder to be sales trained and then ensure that each of the salespeople can hear that call happening when I'm making that call, when the sales manager is making that call, so we can continuously drive performance by leading from the front. Leading from the front is one of the best ways to motivate your people, not shouting and beating your chest. And I would often just take calls for people. And there's been times where I think, right, I've got a spare half an hour, spare hour, and I can see someone's got a call, and I would offer, should I take that call for you? Do you want to sit with me and I'll do it for you? Do you know when you're doing that call for your salesperson, for them to get the commission off the back of your time, do you know how much that's going to drive them to win? And if you close that call for them and they're going to get paid off and watched you and learned from you and got paid for it, that is incredibly motivating for a salesperson. Now, commonly, like we've got a sales company that we worked with, and they sell 10K packages. So the package is $10,000 and they give 10% commission to their salespeople if they're hitting a certain tier and a certain bracket. Now, on that, that's $1,000 for a salesperson. We got the founder to sit in on the calls and to take calls for salespeople just randomly. And he would always close at a higher rate because he's got a personal brand. People recognize him, they're enthusiastic to speak to him, and he can manage to close them. He's also great at sales, but he wasn't taking the sales calls now and again. When we got him to do that, the salespeople's performance shot up straight away. Their closing ratios all grew simply because the leader was acting from the front and they were all a lot more motivated. It's a massive point to really do things with the team and really drive performance with the team together. There is a point about product knowledge as well, because you tend to find that the founder just knows the detail of that product. And one thing is actually the sales skills, but also on that call, they end up hearing details of the product that end up being so valuable to those salespeople that they learn from them as well. So that's a massive point of like really jumping in, taking those calls, motivating and driving performance by good actions as a leader. That's a super powerful one. And that's one of the ways that I used to motivate and drive my sales team. The next thing is, whether you've got a screen in your office or a whiteboard, those metrics need to be updated daily, if not as they go along throughout the day. Now, if you've got a digital board in your office, you want to make sure that that board is live data, that they can see something happening all the time. And even if you've got a bell or something happening where there's a sale made at any time and something happens, that sound is massive. Because I found a lot of the times when I've gone into sales teams and in a lot of businesses, they said, oh, we used to ring a bell here. And then we stopped ringing the bell. Why did you stop ringing the bell? Well, we were ringing it all the time. And then what happened? We stopped ringing it. So the founder thought the bell's not as important because we're ringing it all the time, until the bell stopped ringing because it wasn't there anymore. I don't know if you can relate with anything like this, but this is a big one where the actions that are getting you to win, even when repetitive, they need to stay there. They need to be there all the time as a standard. Your non-negotiables need to be there all the time. And having that feeling in the office when a sales meets needs to be there every single time. And the metrics and dashboards that we spoke about need to be live. If it's a whiteboard, what I love is a salesperson making the sale, going up to the whiteboard and updating it live, taking a minute to stand up. And psychologically what that does is it allows them to write, and it feels like they're achieving something, and it becomes a point where the whiteboard needs to be filled or the board needs to be filled. It's such a psychological trigger with the team, having that whiteboard continuously needing to be filled out and updated. On our sales board in the gyms, we used to have like a board with like 50 joiners that could join. So we used to cross off how many people have joined that day. A good day was like 7 or 8 people. So we would cross those out as we go along, and the salesperson would add their revenue and updating that revenue all the time. And you know, eventually when it became standard, the salesperson, the membership consultant would get up, update the board, update their revenue, do a little fist pump, sit back down. That itself used to feel incredible. And everyone used to see that person stand up. He used to feel as though, or she used to feel as though, I'm filling out the board, I've just made the sale. And everyone would see them fill it out live. And it would encourage others to want that same behavior. You've got to recognize a lot of behaviors are very psychological with the sales team. So you want to make sure all those behaviors are there and are being initiated. And it takes a good leader to be able to spot when those aren't there. And these are a lot of the SOPs that we put into businesses, because when a lot of the times if I'm working with a big company and they're, let's say between like 5 to 15 million, I might just go in and just sit and watch and just see how they're behaving. And I can find out very quickly within the culture of that team for things that they don't know what we're looking out for. Because the salespeople in that team might be thinking, what's he looking out for here? Is he just watching us? And I'll be looking out for all the little things that they won't even know. So it massively dictates the culture of that team. The next thing is the sales process itself, having not just buy-in from the membership team or the sales team or the SDRs or BDMs, but also that sales process is clear to everyone from the top down. So pipeline on the CRM, for salespeople it's clear, for leadership it's clear. So many times I'll go into a business and I'll look at what are they doing, what's the journey that the customer's going through, and I want to see the pipeline of how they're showing up, what happens next, and how many leads they've got in the pipeline. And commonly I'll see so many things being missed and being done differently within the team. And that standard needs to be there for every single person. And by having that standard there for every single person, it becomes the norm. And then things happen the same way every time, which gets things to get better every single time. By having one standard operating system for the sales team regarding the pipeline, where as a leader, you know exactly what's happening with every lead on the dashboard, you know where it's going to go, and the salespeople know what kind of pipeline we're following, it becomes really clear. And it takes the founder to be good on CRMs. What I find is I speak to a lot of founders and their CRM knowledge is not very good. It's not very clear. they'll say, oh yeah, I've got this system, I don't really use it. It's like sometimes, and I just do an audit and I check the notes and I check the logs and I can see all things aren't there. So if those basic actions aren't being done with metrics and dashboards and all those actions with that sales process, I know they're always going to fall short. And that's point number 5. Now, point number 6 is just building a good, strong customer relationship. Too many times we find salespeople don't have a good connection with the customer. So the first thing that I do to build that connection with the customer, because what can commonly happen is after you have someone on the sales team and they're performing week on week, month on month, there's a detachment that can happen with the customer, what's happening on their side. They don't mean for it to happen. It can just happen over a long time horizon where they've sold something and the next thing your team pick it up. Now, commonly you'll hear things where your product team, your delivery team, success team, account managers will say, oh, they've promised all this stuff. We never said they were going to give that. And there becomes a divide between delivery and sales. And that divide is usually caused by, you think as a founder, it's the salespeople being dodgy. Commonly it can be, but you need to find that out quickly. And that's usually the CRM will help you with that, and call recordings. But what will happen a lot of the times would be you're not connecting those two departments. You're not sharing customer wins with your salespeople. What I would do is within companies, we get all the best testimonials. And when we're doing our morning meetings, I would show those testimonials and those customer wins to the sales team. And what does that do psychologically? It boosts their belief. It massively boosts their belief all the time. When I was like, I'll use the gym example again. In the gyms, when a customer would get in shape and would get fit and get completely shredded, I would get that person on the gym floor and I might bring them towards the salespeople and say, look at this guy, who signed him up? Did you sign him up? Look at him now, look how great he looks. The customer feels good, the membership consultant feels good, and it's a great feeling. Everyone visually sees it. And I would literally, because the sales office would be downstairs and the people would be training upstairs, I would bring that person in and just show him and be like, look at this guy, look what he's accomplished. Look at this girl, look how good she looks, look how amazing she's feeling. And then commonly with now with digital businesses, what we'll do is we'll get testimonials and we'll show them to the sales team all the time, pushing their belief up. And then when you do that for a few weeks, you'll hear the tonality in your salespeople change. You'll see how they start to believe in what they're saying more. When they get an objection, they won't just say a standard objection. They'll say, mate, you need this thing. You have to. Because I've seen so many people win. I've seen so many people in your position struggle with this thing. And now I know it will massively help you. And that belief will only come from you actually showing customer wins all the time. And by sharing those customer wins all the time, you're going to find that your sales team believe it more, which makes the closing ratio go up. And that's what we're really here for. And that brings me to point number 7 about leveraging technology. I'm working with a lot of founders at the moment, and they have sales organizations and sales teams, and they're not implementing AI. They're not implementing technology. Automations aren't there. Their CRM is not tied to every other part of the business in the way of the customer journey and the sales process. And these things need to all be linked together. So as a founder, it's your job to actually provide your team with all the best technology. Now with AI, there's a tool we've been using at the moment that we just put into On Business, which is called Air. And Air is an AI dialer. So if, let's say someone goes onto your website, they'll click contact you now, they'll put their details in, instantly the dialer will call them back. The voice sounds incredibly human. It would absolutely surprise you. So you can white label Air, or you can use it straight from the platform and create these automations, and it would call the prospect back straight away and say to them, so you just inquired, reading off some of the data that they've put into their form, saying, great, can make time for you on an appointment, when do you want to get booked in? And then it automatically does that setter role for you. And that, when we've now put it into a business, it can dramatically reduce the amount you're spending on a setter. Because if you've got like 6 or 7 closers, you've probably got around 2, 3, 4 setters. You've got a setting team putting those appointments in for the closers on this specific system. whether they're doing triage calls or messages out or emails out. And when we can leverage technology like that, we can massively reduce the cost of that setting team. We can massively increase the efficiency of the closing team, and we will reduce the amount of manual work needed. The emails, the follow-ups, the communication, as much as you can automate, you need to go through that process. And I follow a 3-step framework when I look at the sales team or even my own calendar. It is, can I automate it? Because that's the cheapest, fastest version. Can I eliminate it? So can I get rid of that certain task? Or can I delegate it? Because delegating is now going to cost us money. So I always go through that process. And at times, if I can't eliminate something and I can automate it, I will automate as much as possible. Because too many times, we've either got too many steps in for customers, or we've not automated enough, and we're not delegating enough. So I will always go through that framework and those 3 simple steps: eliminate, automate, and delegate. And always make sure that the team has the best technology and has everything behind them supporting them to close. Because imagine like you've got a sales team and they're commonly telling you how an email didn't go through or a touch point wasn't there. That's for you to fix, because you want to be able to providing all the tools for your salespeople to really win. So otherwise, the salespeople, if it's done manually, there's a chance of errors. So anytime we can use technology, I want to make sure technology is there. Now, the other bit, like, it is tied to our earlier point that we had around leadership and management. But in point number 8, I really want to cover conflict resolution. It's something that you don't normally think about when running a sales team, but it comes up all the time. I'll give you a scenario. Your sales team, someone's just made a sale. Another salesperson says, oh, that was mine. That was my lead. I had that lead. You as a founder need to be able to resolve those issues where these 2 people do not feel demotivated. And you know what founders do? They'll just be, no, it's yours. Or, no, that's your sale. That they'll decide, rather than having one clear process. So conflict resolution in so many different ways, it needs to really be there. And it needs to be the standard for how you run your team, because conflicts will always come up in sales, especially with salespeople. Egos can be quite high. And when egos are high in a sales team, conflicts would naturally occur. And when those conflicts occur within your team, they'll either be left like they're not in the circle of safety. So, like, one of the great things I learned from Simon Sinek in his leadership book was Leaders Eat Last. It was the circle of safety. And you always want to keep all of your team members, whether it's operations, sales, marketing, I want to keep all of my team in that circle of safety. And they step out of the circle of safety when they don't feel protected by the founder or the owner or the sales manager or the leader or the line manager. When they don't feel protected, that's when they're vulnerable to thinking, I'm not motivated, I want to leave, I want to go elsewhere, my performance dips. So you will commonly think, why is this person not performing their best? But it could have been an action that you did weeks ago that you haven't connected. So conflict resolution is a massive one. That's why I've made it point number 8 to be one of the most important things, and it's so overlooked for teams. Number 9 is, I'm not going to say never being happy. I'd rather say continuous improvement. And continuous improvement for point number 9 all comes down to reviewing performance month on month and looking at how to improve. If you're a company that's been going over for a while, you can review year on year performance, and you can drive performance and budgeting and targeting for your team. But if you don't have that, you need to be able to set expectations and provide continuous improvement, but by giving educated guesses, and that a lot of the times can get messed up. So if you've got a good finance director, if you've got someone who's great with money, great with budgeting, and you can forecast those, that will massively help you, because continuous improvement falls apart a lot of the times when forecasting isn't done right, when budgeting isn't done right. Like when I worked at Virgin Active, they were under pressure from the company that owns Virgin Active called Brait. Brait would put pressure onto the directors. The directors would put unwarranted pressure onto the general managers, which would lead onto the sales managers, which would lead onto the salespeople. Now, on this chain of command, there's probably 5 or 6 layers here. So the message came from the top, and it just never came through the right way when it got to the bottom, and performance dipped. And somewhere along this line, the communication wasn't there. And that continuous improvement could fall down massively when things aren't being processed the right way, passed on the right way. And this is why when your leaders and managers are delivering any sort of changes and news, it has to be done the right way. When they would change commission at my previous companies, because they changed it 3, 4, 5 times in the time of me working there, there was times where I was a part of the change, where I was implementing, and there was times where I was taking the change as a salesperson. As I progressed, my view changed, but when I was a salesperson, when they would cut my commission, I would simply think, how much less money am I making? How much more do I still hate or love this job? That's the first question I would ask myself. And so many times I would think, because changes normally would result in me earning less, it would just demotivate me. Then when I was a sales manager and I would implement changes into a team and I had to deliver the bad news, I had to always put a positive spin on it. But at times it was super hard. So this is why continuous improvement on how you communicate, continuous improvement on your leadership skills, continuous improvement on how you do everything while so much shit is going on, while budgeting can be stressful and all these things can happen, it's such a key component. So I want to make sure that is there. And the final point, number 10, a clear call to action on what you expect from your sales team and keeping the standard high. The standard needs to be high because of the standard that you have set when you are not speaking and only doing. When others watch you. When others watch you by the way you walk, by the posture that you have on your desk, is the standard that you set. As a sales manager, I remember always trying to keep my back upright. I used to naturally have a hunch, and I wanted to hunch and type. Think of the body language that I've got, how it's different. Every time someone walks into the office, my spine is straight, my shoulders are back, my head is straight. You would never link posture to sales performance, but I can tell you, the speed of how you walk with urgency, how you stand, how you sit, everything creates that energy and creates that ideal leadership for your salespeople. My sales team used to tell me how inspired they are by me, how much they look up to me. I used to put in so much effort to make sure I am the right leader. And now with companies, when we look at the founder, you can have times that they're super stressed, there's so much going on in their life, and they'll show that stress externally. They'll leak that stress off their body. They'll come in and their shoulders will be like this, so they look super stressed, they're walking frantic. That's going to affect the sales team massively. And founders and managers always seem to miss the things that they're doing wrong because they only see their perspective of through their lens, what the sales team, when it isn't performing, when it isn't converting. But so many times it comes down to the leadership in the simple things and how they're carrying themselves. I hope this 10 points was super useful to you. I'm going to be making a lot more content on sales teams and actionable tactics that you can do to improve your sales team. If you like the content, like and share, comment below because the comments really help me understand what kind of content you want to see. So I hope to get more from you so I can make even more content to help you with your business. The knowledge is absolutely free and it's here for you to implement into your business so you can absolutely go and smash it and break 7 figures into 8 figures and hopefully even further. And I'll catch you in the next one. Please like, share and subscribe. Take care. Have you been wanting to hire a salesperson or even build yourself a sales team but not sure where to start? You're not sure who to hire, how to do the job description, how to set them KPIs, and you're wondering, what should I do first? How do I need to do it? In this video, I'll break it down for a 7-figure agency owner on how to build his entire sales team, how to set KPIs, and the things that he needs to do to be able to get that person into the KPIs, ramp them up, and to be able to hit the target so the business can grow and he can start closing deals so he can take himself out of the sales process. And now, if you don't know who I am, my name is Usman Kiani and I make real sales tactics available for everyone so you can grow your business. Because a lot of people out there have amazing leads coming through, but
they don't know how to convert, and they don't know how to sell to them. They don't know how to build an epic sales team that can perform and close. Without sales, your business cannot grow. So stick around for the video and I'll break down every step.
Okay, I would love to talk first about, like, for us as an agency, because I do all the sales, right? And so I'd love to explore the process for how you would suggest we approach building out a sales team.
Yeah.
Whether that is like, whether we go the full remote route with the setters, closers, etc. Whether the difference is between that and like in-house, how you set about training them.
Okay.
Like basically for a newbie who's not got a sales team, how would we do it? Because for us as well, because like our growth, if we sign one client a month, then we'll be like over target. We need like 8 clients a year basically, because we charge between £5,000 and £10,000
per month, per calendar month.
Per month, per calendar month.
And your normal avatar has a minimum ad spend of how much?
They're normally on the very low end, like 6-7 grand, I'd say.
Okay.
Up to like 250.
The good thing is because you're high ticket, it allows you to pay a closer. Even in the beginning, we can even get someone in commission based, which allows you to find right talent. You can get someone on a salary. Eventually, it'd be nice to have a salesperson there, but in the beginning, you just want to look at your margins and look at how best to bring someone in first.
Yeah.
But let's say we were thinking we're going to bring a full-time salesperson in who's really bought into your culture, because when you have an office space like this, you ideally want someone there who's accountable for that board and accountable for that number.
Yeah.
And it's like the bell's ringing all the time. That's the type of environment you want. And then everybody else feeds off his energy. So like the goal might be to get the first closer, but then normally you need a closer being justified by the amount of opt-ins you get. So if someone's getting at least 10 opt-ins to work with them a week, it justifies having a closer. For you, you don't have as much volume, but they're really high ticket. So you want to justify it by having someone dedicated towards it. So then I would say, in the beginning, because you don't have as many opt-ins, do you want him to hunt for business, or is he just handling inbound?
So we will have a fairly warm lead flow. So our main new business driver is I run a newsletter, and it goes out every Tuesday. We got about 1,600 people signed up.
Yeah.
And so, and they're all business owners, and we pump out good content every week to them that just shows kind of what we're doing.
Okay.
And so our plan is that we've got a good, warm, engaged audience of people who've opened at least 4 or 5 of those, and we can initiate conversations with them, and we should be able to drive a fairly decent amount of what I would call the discovery calls, where we assess them.
So we're looking at lead sources for this closer. So let's say this person was initially not just a setter, but they were multi-skilled. So they were setting appointments, because right in the beginning, when you don't have a mass amount of lead flow, you can just do it on one person. The best way is actually having one setter, one closer, because the setter is just there nurturing, speaking to these people, and then the closer can just be closing them. But because there's not such a big pool, we ideally want to start with one person, just because it's cost effective, and it allows you to save that salary to find someone highly skilled, and then give them a good commission as well. So it's more like a development role. You can even call it a business development manager, because he's going out hunting within your lead flow and going out to maybe looking at more businesses as well. So where could he get lead source? What lead sources has he got? So he's got the newsletter. Where else could he get leads from?
So we do get some inbound inquiries just from the website, from content and people finding us. I am quite active on LinkedIn as well.
Okay.
Posting content, and then when I do I probably do 4 or 5 speaking engagements a year as well.
And are you selling on them, or are you just talking?
Just talking. And then my call to action for them is always sign up to the newsletter.
Yeah. So if you thought about it in like middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, and we would have someone looking after both parts of it. So let's say this person come in, and he is a setter closer, so he's kind of doing both. So he's like a BDM type of role, and you've got your GHL set up, so he's calling through all of these people, and then we set him KPIs on how many from these leads should be coming over to closer. So let's say there's going to be set KPIs that we can find within each area. Within the newsletter, let's say it's warmer, so we're going to say we want at least 15% of the leads to move across to becoming an appointment. So
I'd say 12% is good as well. So like 12% off a newsletter seems to work well. And then, so what we're looking for is if you was to call through everyone, as they drop in, it's fresher. So like if someone signed up and they got a call within 2 or 3 days, it's even quicker. They have a higher percentage of signing up. But if from a list, many of these are dormant and cold. But have you got their numbers as well?
No, they're just emails.
Okay, so we can run like a lead magnet to them and then get their numbers and then we can call through them. So is there like a lead magnet that you have for these people? What can we do to give them a bit more value to warm up the closer?
Yeah, we can definitely create almost like a VSL, like a mini masterclass where we run through something.
What's the core problem of your, is it educational businesses mostly?
Yeah, and it's normally leads, it's not enough leads.
Not enough leads. So there's a few ways to do it. You can give them a lead magnet, which is how to run your ads or how to manage the process after you get the lead. A lot of the times when you show people you can run the ads and do it like this, they'll say, just show me how to do it. So do you want to do like a masterclass of one area of ads? What would it be? Because then I can get you to make that lead magnet today or even tomorrow, and then you have an amazing lead magnet, and then you can start the process straight away.
Yeah, I think how to run Facebook ads.
What area? But what subsect of that area would you be running the lead magnet in?
So specifically, it will be about how to structure the campaigns and how to create the right ads in terms of the creative that are going to generate the results that you need.
Structuring campaign, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, because if this process works, all you do is you'll put ad spend behind some of this as well. You might even push more people to your newsletter. You might do it, and once this mechanism is working, you then have even more lead flow, which just leads you to just get more media buyers and more team. So if acquisition is really, really strong and you've got that system built with one person, then you're like, right, now I can ramp things up. So if you can just test one system first, which will be lead magnet, going out to these 1,600 people. They then would give you their number, which allows the setter and closer to call them. And we want to get 12% of people from this lead magnet even to be booking a call, so booked appointment. Do you know about the KPIs and metrics that you want, or do you want me to write them out?
Yeah, it'd be helpful, because definitely leads engaged, obviously booked appointments.
Show ratio.
Show up rates.
In the beginning it might be low, but after tweaking it, 70% is good. 75% can work, but like 70%, in the beginning what might happen is you'll have leads come in, they won't be the best qualified leads, your audience might not be perfect, so it might be 40, 50%, but as you get that quality higher and there's type forms and nurturing is even better, coming up for the lead magnet, you qualify people better. So then that 70% will be a show, and then we want him to close initially at 30%. What kind of closing rates are you finding for cold traffic at the moment with your guys?
Cold traffic at the moment is probably more at like 25%, I'd say.
I want someone to close at 30, and if it's organic, 50. So if someone's like a large YouTuber, I want them to close more, just because they just walk in with a lot more trust.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why our close rates are a bit bad at the moment is because a lot of the pitches we have are not with like our ideal ICP as well. They're with slightly more random businesses.
Have you got an ad you can like show me? I'd just like to. Have you got an ad live for your business at the moment?
Just for our newsletter.
Okay, so everything is going to a newsletter.
Pretty much, yeah. We just run ads through the newsletter, and then stuff comes from that.
Your newsletter, is it going out every week, every day?
Every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday. Would you increase the volume of your newsletter, or like more emails going out?
We could do. We could do.
You manage it all through GHL?
No, it's all through Beehive actually, separate platform. But they're quite, we would do that. They're quite chunky. There's quite a lot that goes into them.
What if you did emails every day? You'd think that people would get annoyed, but you'd find that like...
Just more touch points.
Yes, more touch points. Then you can warm people up even more.
Yeah.
And then if you're sending 10 emails and every 11th email there was a call to action, like you don't even have to make them all about call to actions. Most people make emails all about getting something booked. In the beginning, you can just make it about, let me give value. This is what I'm doing about biohacking. This is what I'm doing about this thing. Just talk. Do you like writing?
Yeah.
Then you would just love it. Just talk about what you did that morning. You can set it so like your EA, like you'll send her voice notes of ideas that you have for email.
She taps them up, she sends them to you, you have an approval system, and then you literally just approve and then they send out every day. There can be like a really easy workflow for it.
Yeah.
And then you've got
I like
emails
that.
going out. And then if we increase the amount of emails, because this person needs to walk into leads, and if we get most businesses, what they do is they'll get their closer to come into the business, they don't have enough leads and they get annoyed at the closer, and the closer complains saying leads are shit, and then they're like, well, you're not closing what's in, and then you end up with a bad culture. To stop that, you want to make sure he has or she has the ability to win.
An
So you wanna
abundance
set them up.
leads.
Yeah, you want to give them enough leads. So there'll be newsletter leads for him or her. Where else? Like how many's coming from the website?
Probably like 5 a month, not that many.
Okay, so
They're very good in everyone that comes to the website though, that's like straight to appointment.
okay.
Um,
Do you have something in your business where, let's say in the lead form, someone was to say, what's your planned ad budget? And they was to say, well, I want to run 30 grand a month. Do you have anything like that? Do you ask that at the moment?
So that's we'll normally suss that out before we book a call with them.
Okay.
Yeah. And then clarify that on the booked call to make sure we're
Because
not wasting
what
time.
I normally do in the beginning is, just like when you run ads and you want to test the lead quality, so you'll call through the leads first. Even when you have a closer, you want to call the leads with him, and it kind of, or her, it kind of shows that person that you're doing it together, and it shows good best practice. So I can write you all SOPs of how the call should be done. Literally, there's the cold calls, which is like, hey, just calling from, what's your agency called again?
Butters.
Just calling from Butters, and you inquired about this lead magnet, have you managed to use it? If it's a yes, like, okay, what did you find valuable? If it's a no, okay, how come, why not? Either way, it leads to a call. So whether it's a yes or no, it leads them to a sales call. And then, do you want to just hire this person sooner? When do you looking at hiring this person?
Yeah, in the next few months for sure. Because as you say, we want to make sure we dial in the lead flow first, but otherwise it would be very helpful to have them on.
You want this person to walk in and there's just leads there and then they're closing. And do you have the capacity within your staff to take on the business? Is there any fulfillment bottlenecks, aren't there?
No, because we're investing a lot in our people now. So by the time we get that rolling, the fulfillment should be tight.
And what would happen if you brought this person in sooner and they started calling through all these leads whilst you run new traffic?
Well, then the only potential squeeze would be a short-term capacity squeeze. Like if they came on tomorrow and we started getting loads of clients, then our level of service would just dip and that would damage our reputation.
Yeah.
So we would just need to get that fulfillment on lock first so that doesn't happen.
Do you want to focus more on what this person needs to do or how to find this person?
I'd love to touch briefly on both if that's possible.
Okay. So have you got a dialer? Do you use HubSpot, GHL?
GHL.
And have you got like something that they can dial with? You can put a dialer into it, so you can use an external dialer. Like with HubSpot, you can use like Alloware, for example, and it just allows them to give constant calls to that person.
Yeah.
And then there's times where they're just literally calling through the list, or if it's on GHL, they go to contacts and they'll look at everyone that's come through your smart list and just call through every single person, and then move them through the pipeline. So you can make him his own pipeline, which will be contacted, and then it would be appointment booked, and then appointment show. Literally, if you just make a new pipeline for him, and then literally they can just start calling those people straight away. So website, LinkedIn. What happens here? Is this through? Is this the same funnel that you have?
Yeah, pretty much. So I just post a lot on LinkedIn, and so then there would be the chance for us to stimulate some conversations through DMs, people who are engaging.
Are you the most active on this platform?
Yes, probably.
And what about like other platforms, socials, short form content?
Yeah, so that's what we need to get sorted because I do a little bit on Instagram, but I want to have a big push on that. And then obviously YouTube, launching YouTube as well, both long form and also some short form there.
If you need some advice on YouTube, you can speak to Alex because we've been planning all this properly now, what we're planning on doing.
Yeah.
But like I realized I'm not going to make like street content and all this stuff. I'm going to do content that comes naturally to me, which is more like educational content. And then if you just have your core pillars of content that you make, it all leads to just one funnel. Because it just makes everything a lot easier. So we're going to make a lead magnet. The lead magnet will be sent through top of funnel to everyone. And then you can obviously use ManyChats here. You can use tools on LinkedIn. push that lead magnet as well. That setter closer will call every single person. It's really simple, really. Like, he just calls through people, and then we're just expecting these numbers. But then we need to know where you're going to find him, how you're going to find him, and how you can actually train him up. And I can give you SOP documents for everything to do with recruitment, what he does on the first day, what he does on his training days, and how to structure his onboarding. Is the main issue now trying to find this person?
Yeah, how do we approach that?
Okay. Does this all make sense, what you will do to set him up for success?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have this, if you don't have lead flow, there's no point hiring.
Yeah, it's going to.
And then when you have enough lead flow, you will separate these two roles out. So then this setter will sit separately. And then his job is just to have, so the setter needs to have high business acumen, not just, when you hire off a VA of like Philippines or anywhere, they tend not to be good with a business like yours because they're speaking to business owners who have got a big ad spend, who have got business acumen. So if you get a setter who's like not very good with business questions, they can't move people into the booked appointment. For example, if you're speaking to one of your clients and the guy has a business that makes $3 million a year, educational business, he needs to be able to ask him, so what kind of things is your business needing right now? What's it struggling on? And this person needs to be skilled enough to ask that. That's why initially that multi-skilled person, you can find someone. And because you have a good LinkedIn network, I would go on LinkedIn first. I would go on LinkedIn and I would put the role up and we can write like a job description. Are you good at job descriptions? Have you written job descriptions before? Mm-hmm. If you just use like a normal format, I can send it to you, a job description for a salesperson, and you can literally just put that out on LinkedIn and you'll find applicants. And what I would do, I would run a group interview first. I would run a group interview on, if you did it off LinkedIn and promoted it to your clients or promoted it to your newsletter, this is actually a good place to find this closer. And then you sent it out and you did a group interview for 10, 20 people, however many booked on, and then you can create like a group environment where who is skilled in this area, and you can ask them certain questions and create like an activity. Instantly you'll find 2-3 people, and then you'll tell all of those people on that group interview, what I'd like you to do is make a Loom video of what is your selling style, how you sell, how you pitch, and then I can review those Loom videos with you, and we're like, right, we know he's good, we know he's skilled, we know he's poor, and instantly, out of 20 people, only about 5 of them will actually make that Loom video for you, because some people have just turned up to an interview. 5 people will leave you to 2 people that actually are good enough to then have a sit-down interview here and bring them down to. And then, obviously, we want them within this area, so they're not coming down from all the way on the other side of the country. We can easily find this person, and like you just want it to be a good cultural fit. Have you got all your values and mission statement all done?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much.
If you've got that done, you tend to find that a business who brings in a setter and closer can motivate them a lot better, because can you give me some of your values?
Yeah, so, our core value, we call it give a shit, in terms of, because we give a shit about each other, we give a shit about our clients, we give a shit about our reputation.
Yeah.
So our core ethos of everything we do is like, we genuinely do give a shit, and that then comes to life across everything that we do. Okay, good. And do you have like a core mission, why you're doing these ads? Yeah, so, our core mission, our first one is like, we genuinely want to be like the best digital growth agency in the world. Super cliche. But because in the marketing space, there's so many bad actors or shit agencies out there that have burned so many businesses. It's like all of our clients have come to us off the back of a bad experience with another agency. Yeah. And so we want to like kind of lead the way as like the people who actually can deliver on their promises. Because ultimately when we do that, and we only work with like businesses that we would consider cool or contributing in some, meaningful, positive way to the world. Because then when we grow, we only win if they win, and them winning means that their businesses grow, their lives are enriched, their team's lives are enriched, and all their customers' lives are enriched. And we actually end up having quite a big impact when you trace it all back. This is so good. And if you link that to when the person gets onboarded in, and they learn, the first day is literally about your values and company, and then it's learning about their role itself, you'd find that you can actually ramp someone's KPIs up very fast. Because in the first month, all you'll say to them is, all I want you to do is just aim for 8% or 6%. You'll give them easy numbers to hit. Because a closer, salespeople work off motivation, and they work off feeling as though they're always achieving. Are you from like a sales background yourself? Or not at all. Okay. The way you manage operational stuff is, here's a task and here's how it's done. You don't really, you care about their mood and you care about their performance, but not in the same way as a salesperson. The way you manage them is so different. So you have to drive performance all the time. For example, with a media buyer, a task needs being done, and you'll say, this is what needs to be done, can you get this done? And if it's not done, you'll have a conversation. With a salesperson,
it's almost like a therapy session, and like, this is a number that we need to hit, so it's consultative. What do you think you can get next month? Right, I think I can convert this many, I'm going to close at 30%, I think I could bring in another 10 sales in. Okay, it's halfway through the month, they're not brought any sales in. So you'll have to be managing their performance whilst not driving them down. So we spoke about one of your clients before. What happens most of the time is the owner of the business comes in and he'll say, why is that not being done? You said that you're going to hit that number. And then that person just feels pressure and they stop performing. Because when they come onto a sales call, they need to be fresh all the time. Think of like when you speak to a client, you're trying to do this deep dive with them, and to do 6 or 7 of them a day, you get tied down. I know it's like being really soft on a closer, or you're thinking about being really soft on them, but it's actually about driving performance. It's the same as a football manager would manage a player. It's constantly doing drills, constantly doing role plays. Like with the sales closer, you'll be doing a morning meeting with him. You'll be saying, right, how many have you got booked in today? Because it always needs to be appointments, there always needs to be lead flow. So it's just about creating that structure for him. Do you do like a morning meeting?
Not really, no.
Okay. So like when people come in, they just get onto the desk. But like when there's an environment in an office, when it's performance based, you want to touch base every morning meeting, right? How many people are you expected today? How many people are on the board? Because that accountability needs to always be there. And that's how you have a high performance office, where normally what happens is, you don't do like a huddle, middle of the day, 15 minutes? I'd probably say you should try it, because when people come in, they'll sit at their desk and they just get working. What'll happen is they'll walk in and they'll say, hey Elliot, you're right, and then just sit down and start working. Or they might have a little chat. They are so bogged down at what needs to be done that day, they just start working. But it takes the owner, the visionary, to always plug them out and say, what are we all doing as a collective? Where are we all working? So Wendy knows what John is doing, and John knows what Wendy's doing, and what their stress is. Thus we have a really good team culture. The whole point of an office is that everyone understands each other's department, and you want to hone that in early, because when that salesperson comes in, because it's like a smaller business with an office that's like really nice, he can come into the office and be like, right, I give a shit about the media buyer, because when I sell something, I can see how that media buyer would help and what it would do for that business. And that's why showing that culture changes the way the closer thinks about sales activity, because he speaks with so much more belief. When a business owner says, not really sure I can afford it, I thought it was going to be $2,000 a month, he'll say, if you saw the work that we're doing here every day, it will completely blow you away. I can promise you, when you come in, the onboarding will be incredible. The media buyer that we have is an absolute, like, he's so skilled, we will get you results. He can only say that if he has belief, which is driven into him. And most salespeople don't get belief put into them, and they only care about KPIs, and the performance lacks. So it's just about creating that culture before that salesperson gets in, so they think, wow, this is an office I need to be working at. Nice. Rather than the person coming in and they say, that's your desk, enjoy working. When you get a call, just answer it. That's what most offices do, and that's why they don't ever grow.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Let's talk about how you would recruit someone.
Yes.
To not make sure I don't damage this TV. Can't press too hard. I have a habit of being boisterous.
You and me both.
You'll have to come and
to be fair, because in terms of lead flows, here's the question. Because if we're getting Limitless up and running as well, and we start to have some good lead flow for that, obviously you'd think you can just get a lot of people onto Limitless and $99 school community pretty easy. But
yeah,
could you utilise a closer's capacity on that as well?
Sorry?
Could you utilise a closer to,
let's say,
get people onto that as well?
The cost of acquisition on your school community is 50 quid, which I've seen it for most people. It's like 50 quid to get someone onto school. But having the closer chase people up, it doesn't end up profitable because it's only if it's 100 quid a month. Usually it's the conversion of the funnel that does all the school, because you'll normally have your school page, which is, here's the community, this is what we do, sign up. You get their bank details on that screen, so within the pop-up. Then on the next screen, it'll be an upsell towards a year's membership with 2 months free and 2 of the bonuses. And that's how you'll actually make money on the school. And then people who drop out and don't sign up, they can be called by the setter or the closer. Yeah. But I wouldn't call every lead unless the closer doesn't have any more activity to do. Because the first point of call is actually calling people for the high ticket one. So it's more about how you structure his work. So recruitment, I would go off LinkedIn. I'll send you like the job ad written out. So I'll write out the job ad for you. I've got quite a few formats, and then we can write it all out, and then we can find them. I've got job ads for setters and closers, but we can find someone who's multi-skilled in the beginning, but find someone that's leaning more towards, like if it was LinkedIn, you know, like an SDR, someone who's solely hunting on LinkedIn, that is a really powerful role for you as well. So you could find someone who's really good at finding companies on LinkedIn, which is not your traditional closer role of like an internet business. So you could go off your LinkedIn market and design the role very specifically for them. Have you seen like an SDR role before?
I've heard of them, but I've never dived into them.
He's skilled at finding the right person to speak to in companies, because as you scale up now, like the goal is, let's say you're going to run ads for 8-figure companies that you can charge the good amount of money for. Like when I went to VaynerMedia in the week, and all of their clients are massive. Like they run, like you'll know, they have ad spends of like 2-3 million.
What was that trip about, by the way?
I was invited by Simon Squibb to come down. So I have a friend who works with Simon Squibb, who has helped bank with him. His name's Jack. He invited me down to meet Gary and to just talk about my goal for like enterprise sales.
Nice.
So, and of course he just said, just post on LinkedIn. But it was nice to talk to him, because you know sometimes he'll say the same thing to you that everybody else might have said, but it just means more, you know, it's someone that you respect. And
it's
then,
different.
Yeah, you do listen. So then I thought, right, I do need to push my LinkedIn properly. So I might hire like someone to just take over my LinkedIn and to create all the posts on there, because that is a massive market for me.
You got a goldmine as well. You can just take all the transcripts of your videos and content, and they can put it in good LinkedIn formats, and
there you go,
churn
Alex.
it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because what I've got, for example, because I want to do a bit more on Twitter as well, and so I've got like 100 viral like tweet frameworks in this like mega prompt, and I'll write my newsletter, and my newsletter will turn into like 3 LinkedIn posts, but it will also turn into like 20 tweets. And so I take the newsletter, the piece of content I've written, and then just plug it into AI, and it rattles it out all properly formatted.
Is this like a Matt Gray format? You know Matt Gray? So
Matt Gray, yeah.
The best content creators actually start with writing first. I found like I'm not the type who's very strong at copy. I'm good at like more videos and sales, which is like my pocket. But the people that can start all with text first end up doing a better job with the whole funnel. So I do think if you're good at writing, you can massively leverage that to grow all of your social pages. Do you want to actually grow a big personal brand?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's a great goal to have. Then you just got to really push. We'll make sure we show you our workflow. And then what do you use as a project management system?
We use Asana.
Okay, you can literally copy our board that we have, and we have it on ClickUp, but you can see how we've designed it and how we can go from an idea. So you can text an idea to your EA. Your EA can put it onto something to be filmed. It can go from filmed to recorded and then straight to the editor on an automation. He films it and then someone else publishes it. So all you have to do is just sit there and record it, and after that, everything's done.
Sick. That is fucking what we need.
Yeah, so I'll show you how we're doing that now, because I'm still in client fulfillment, so I'm trying to hire to get myself out of it. And because I'm so busy with that, I need to make the flow really easy for Alex.
Nice.
Okay, recruitment, I would post on LinkedIn. This is actually a simple part of it. So LinkedIn, and then to your email list, so say that you're just recruiting, and then we just run a group interview. I'll do the group interview on, if you wanted to do a really fun group interview, I've done quite a few for salespeople, which is, you get people into an office space. So you might do it where you clear this office out for an afternoon, and you'll get the group in, and then you'll create a task. For example, what I've done in the past with group interviews is, I'll say, if you're going to go to a dream island, what items would you take? You know, the challenge, and you'll put everyone into 3 or 4 groups, and they're all working out the challenge. Well, I would take this item, and I would do this, or some sort of puzzle or task. And what you're looking for within that group is who's speaking up first, who's taking charge, who's leading, who's sitting back and being an introvert, which personality is really shining through these 10 to 15 people that you've got. It allows you to spot the people just with our traits on how they're interacting in a group, to say, we're going to do a one-on-one interview with you 3 guys or you 3 girls, and then bring them down, and then I can have a one-on-one chat. And then that's a separate structure on how you run the one-on-one chat. But that's the easiest way to recruit. So it's the same as, you can even create an ad, but it's not a high enough role to do a recruitment funnel for. I would actually just put it on your LinkedIn email list, do a group interview here. If it's something that you need support with a group interview, I might even come down and do it with you, just to this is how we support a lot of our bigger businesses, that when they do group interviews, me or my sales trainers will come down and we'll do the group interview with them, and we'll show them what good looks like. And then we'll make it like a really fun, interactive day. And then we can show you how to pick those people. Then we'll do one-on-one interviews with you. So they might be sat with a business owner and us, and we'll interview them. So we have a done-for-you system, or do it yourself and learn how to do it yourself. So which might work for you.
Yeah, that's wicked.
It'll be a really good buzz as well if you find a group of people, get them here, give them a task, then you'll end up seeing someone that's got experience within an ad agency, got experience within sales, and you think, I would never have found this out if I did a Zoom chat. And because you have an office, you can find way better talent. So is this something that you would do?
Yeah, 100%. So we do a similar process. We hired a bunch of interns, and so we do like they have to do some pre-work to qualify, and then we host a big assessment day here. So we get like 15, 16 of them come in. Starts off with like a big round robin where they all speak with like 90 seconds with each member of the team. We all ask a different question. Then we split them into groups, and then depending on what their role is, we'll assess slightly different things. So like we had a creative one literally this last week for a new creative intern to help us out on like the design side of stuff. And so they had like 5 minutes to just create a drink, a brand new drink, had to have a name, a sketch of it, and like a slogan. And then you actually put them in a group, and they have like an hour to do like a task, coming up with like some creative ad strategies, and then kind of present it back. And it works great.
Yeah, it would work great, and you could even post a role which would be 28 to 32k basic with OTE of up to 100k because you're high ticket, you can give 10%. So let's say there was to sell a 5k package, I would give 7.5%. Let's say they was to sell a 10k package, they can sell for 10%, and then off that initial sale, they'll get that commission, which allows them to rack up so much more money. Because if they're closing more deals, if you can create the ability for a salesperson to make a lot of money, to make as close to 6 figures as possible, the amount of talent that you get is amazing. You'll get talented people in. And then when you get talent in and you pay them well, you just keep growing, and then very easily you'll ramp into 2 or 3 salespeople, and then you just have a working system. Because when acquisition is no longer a problem, then it's just fulfillment, and that's usually the case with agencies. Once you fill your acquisition problem, then it's like you just need constant media buyers and creatives.
Yeah.
Look at that Sabi Subri, he's massive, isn't he? Like I think, is he in Melbourne?
Pardon?
You know Sabri Subi?
Yeah.
His office, they've got
It's
so many
fucking
stuff.
huge, mate.
Yeah, they are
He's
massive.
killing it.
See, like, I think there's so much scope for you to do this now because your market is growing. When you're in a growing market, you can really ramp things up real well. Anything else that you want to learn? You had a discussion about school and what else?
On this side of things, I think that's pretty clear. I would love to chat about school.
Okay. So school is a separate business, yeah?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you think regarding bringing that closer in that you don't know that you think I've missed out? I can send you all the job roles, like the job spec, the SOPs of how to hire.
I think it makes sense because understanding the process, we've got to make sure we've got enough leads first, understanding those KPIs that we're going to set. Oh, I guess like the ongoing training is one thing that we didn't mention.
Ongoing training is showing them. It's two sides to it. Training is to do with skill and will. So have you seen the skill and will chart?
Yeah.
So the skill is always about how you constantly get them to learn more about the product, learn more about sales. And the sales is normally like, they would normally access our portal to see how skilled you can make them. And the will is all down to how you can show them the wins all the time. So every time a client has messaged you saying, thank you so much, we just made this much money, your ROAS has got us this, you're showing that to the closer. And the closer constantly just sees good things happening. It just changes the way the closer approaches his sales calls when all he does is see the wins. And that's where I see a big difference in businesses. They never show the salesperson or the client all the customer wins. I constantly show the team customer wins, and that's when the sales team just believes in what you do so much more. You'll hear them on the phone, you'll hear their tone just change.
And so do you drill them with like particular like closing frameworks or sales scripts?
All the time.
Yeah.
When I'm running a high performance sales team, in the beginning when you're doing it with one guy, it's not as much energy, you have to kind of build that energy. But when you have a team, it's pretty much, we look at yesterday's call, we listen to one call, whether it could be a good or bad. And if it's a good, I'm praising that person. And if it's bad, we're literally doing it as like, you know, they talk about game tape. Mozi was talking about it, where he said, like, we listen to it and we rewind and then we go back and listen to it again. And then every time they make a mistake, we say, what should you have said there? And then rewind and go again. And then when we drill it that way, that's when we end up with someone who's really good at closing. Because you'll be able to know what a good sales call looks like. You know your audience well enough. So you'll be able to listen to that call with that sales closer, have him listen through it, and then think, he just mentioned this key point that he's struggling with this. How come we didn't ask him about that? How come we didn't probe into it? He mentioned that he's actually not had leads for the last 6 months. it was your time to say, why have you not had leads for the last 6 months? What's been going on? What kind of things have you tried? And he says, I did run ads, but it's a common story to what I've had. An agency messed me about, never got a good result, and now I've lost faith in people. But they booked the call anyway, so we know that there's an inkling for them to go in on. So that sales closer has to ask the right questions, like what to ask at that point. And then you keep drilling those points on the questions and how to get depth on the sales call. It's just about training the salesperson how to run a good sales call. And when they are trained and they believe in the product, that's when you have a proper winner. That person is just performance-based then.
Love it. Do you use the closer framework? Do you have your own ones?
Yeah, I use my own framework. The closer framework is really good, but it is very American. When you have like a UK audience, they are very skeptical to buy. So I can show you my framework as well. If you just want to see, it'll be a bit. Do you want me to show you that?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay. So how I'll do you like a timeline of how I run a sales call, rather than just showing you ask these questions, because I have training for that as well. But the timeline is normally, so let's say it's the start of the call. Come on, pen. And then we have the call, and then it's the close here. And then I know the main thing here is intro and framing the call. What's your sales experience like?
My sales experience is just since I've been in my agency. I never did any before.
What's your normal sales call? What do you go through in a normal call?
So my normal sales call, because our process, we have like the discovery call, which is just qualifying, make sure we can actually help the business. And then what I normally do is I position it more as almost like a strategy call, the actual one. Because the process of the sales call, recap the kind of problem whilst we're here. I then put the numbers on it. So I run through like the opportunity, if we can get these ads running. Yeah. So it'll be like X amount. And then once they're bought into that and confirm that, I then go into like showing our process and like what we would do.
Okay, so without changing your process much on a tool call close, I would just talk you through more your discovery call. So your proposal call, I'm going to leave as it is, because that's more like, based on what you've told me, this is what we're going to do, but the depth of how much depth you go into on that call will be based upon the initial discovery call. So how I would do that would be intro and framing, so what we're going to speak about, what we're going to do on that call, why they're on the call, and then here is the situation-based questions, and then the pain, basically. So in this part of the call, I'm looking for what's your current situation, what made you book, what's the biggest struggle, and a good salesperson can find 3 different pains, and someone who's not very good will just find 1 pain. An example is, so why do you want to run ads? What's been happening at the moment? Well, the main thing is that I went to an ad agency before, I just didn't get good results. Okay, so why do you want to run these ads? Well, the problem with my business is I've got staff to pay, I've got this to happen, and we're currently burning money, we're running behind. Okay, 1 pain, but why do you need to fix it? Why is the business so important? The amount of depth that you get into questioning on that would be the making up the situation. Because if you just go top layer and it's like, my salespeople just don't have enough leads to call. Okay, let's go on to the next call and just work out how I can help you. Not enough, because there's no depth, but why do they need that salesperson to perform? What stress have they got? And the more depth that you can go with that, with the better questioning, the more you can move into the next phase of the call with more of an understanding of them. Without this, there's actually no sales call. And then the next phase here is solution. So what kind of things have they tried? So are they solution aware? So have you had it before where someone said to you, can I just let you know, I'm going to try this on my own first? What I'm going to do is I'm going to try this on my own and I'll get back to you in a month. Have you had that before? Mm-hmm. That's commonly because you never asked the solution aware questions. So what you missed was, so what kind of things have you tried? Well, I've tried an agency before. I tried to run the ads myself. I tried boosting posts. That didn't work. And I tried spending 10 grand a month on this area here, but it just didn't work for me. Okay, what else have you tried? Well, we also got partnerships and we also got affiliates. So why do you want to try this ads now? Why is it important for you? So that's when you talk about all the things that they have tried and they want to try. And this links into history of pain as well. So you kind of will say, you'll find a connection between what they're struggling with and what they have tried, and then you'll find the history of what they're going with. For example, when I spoke to you on your clients, you mentioned that a family member works for him, but I didn't pick that up on a call, which means I missed something. So during my call, it was on WhatsApp because he didn't turn up to a call, but as soon as you mentioned that to me, I thought, shit, I don't ask the right questions. Because if I found that out on the call and I asked the right questions, it would have got me to understand what is the culture in the office. So, and it's always about what we missed on the call, which stops that person turning up and not being bought into the process. And then over here is cost of inaction. You'll know this term very well. And then literally, once you've spoken about what they have tried and why they need it so bad, it's like, so what happens if you don't fix it? Then they'll say, well, our business will go bust, or we just won't grow. And that's when they'll start to close themselves into the call. If you're going to do a two-step close, this will then be like, okay, I'm going to find everything, I'm going to plan everything out for your business, and I'll come up with a proposal. If you're doing a one-call close, you're going to move towards pitching here, and then objection handling before any closing. But that is normally the process. You find out the cost of inaction, and then you'll go into the second call, and you'll say, right, I'm going to get everything ready for you. Then you'll have a pitch ready for them on that call. And that's when you'll talk all about the outcome, linking it to their pain, and that's when you go back and forth. And the second call is all about your discovery, and maybe do a pitch deck or a proposal. Not sure how you do it, but it'd be good to see how you do it. Maybe you want to record one of your calls, and I can kind of review it with you. And the more depth that you can go into, the better. Because when you get clients who are sending you 10K on a call, maybe they're paying for 3 months up front, you might be charging them 20K, you need to get a lot more depth. And the more depth that you get, the better. You will get some people that come off a referral, come ready to buy, and they just like straight away bought in. But most people off cold traffic, if that mechanism of the sales call is not there, and your closer's not trained and you're not trained, it's going to be very hard. Your closer will always train at a percentage under the founder. So if the founder's not good at sales and is the type of person to say, I don't really like sales, I'm going to hire someone for it, the closer tends to always close less than the founder can. And the founder will always close more than everyone else. So you've got to be really good at sales and really strong for you to be able to listen in on those calls when he's on the call and be like, you could have gone a bit deeper there.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Is that timeline look okay?
Yeah, that's
there is
very
more to
helpful.
it on the end here, objection handling on all that side.
But depending on whether...
but then because you do a 2-call close, that is the point of where you're like, right, I'm going to bring everything out and I'll have everything ready for you. And that's when you'll talk about their cost of inaction, their pain, linking it to their solution.
Nice.
That's normally, it's really simple when I break call down into a timeline.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's been very helpful. First is like actually building a school that people want, getting the offer of it right. Because when I was at a separate event before the acquisition.com workshop, and the guy said a fucking great line. He was like, are you selling what people want to buy rather than what you want to sell?
True.
And I was like, fuck.
We never decide what we sell, the customer does.
Exactly, exactly. So making sure we nail that before then, obviously putting the resource into building it out. And then I'm curious about like retention and then obviously acquisition.
Okay. We'll go all in on offer first because that will link to acquisition, and then retention falls after. So with school, there has to be a pain, the same as your ads, because you're very good at running ads, which means you'll understand pain and solution. What is the pain of this customer?
They are out of shape, unfit, unhealthy, they feel like shit, don't have energy, lots of stress, bad relationships, business is eating them alive.
Yeah. Is it, you mentioned biohacking, so what would make someone look into biohacking? What type of, so out of shape, no energy?
Yeah, they're like, they feel time poor.
Okay.
And they feel like they're not getting enough out of their days or their lives.
Mm-hmm. Are they someone who already has a functioning business? Or
yeah, functioning business.
So you know, if they are these potential 7-figure businesses or 6-figure?
No, this could be way smaller, because to be fair, this does open you up to like kind of start-up entrepreneurs as well.
It does. And then what is this person going to be after? What's the character change?
Yeah, so they're going to be healthy, they're going to...
You got to go more specific than healthy.
Yeah. So, okay, so like, first of all, like aesthetically, they'll be proud of their physique.
Yeah.
And they'll be full of confidence. Their health in terms of like their literal biomarkers should all improve as well.
Like which biomarkers?
So things like their testosterone will be a big one, because this is all aimed at males as well.
Yeah. Is it all for males, yeah?
Yeah, all specifically for males.
Test libido.
Yeah, libido,
Yeah.
energy. The energy is a big one. And they'll have the energy to not only put everything into running their business, but also be able to do the things they need to do to live their life, spend time with their family, relationships, all that kind of good stuff.
So if you was to call out to this person on like an ad and say, are you out of shape? If you're not feeling energy, you're feeling overwhelmed, you're not really sure what to do with your, like, how you're feeling here, you're out of shape. The thing is, when you go broad with aesthetic, energy, it's hard to call out and say, do you want to lose weight? Do you want to gain weight? Do you want to biohack? It needs to be a certain emotion that you're calling out to.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to work out what is that emotion that is going to be in the ad. Because building out the communities, I can give you loads of tips on what to put in courses, but the courses will be made up of the actual pain.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to work out is, because you're broad in what you can offer, I'm trying to work, because it's a new communities are very narrow. And
yeah. Because the idea behind it is you've got people whose businesses are like controlling their lives, and as a result they sacrifice their health and everything outside of their business. And so the purpose of this is that they can take control and actually get their health back on track, have enough energy to not only run a great business but do all the other stuff and be able to live the life that they started the business to achieve in the first place.
Let's say it's biohacking, go down the route for that. Are you going to have biohacking courses, which is like how to find out which vitamins you're deficient in and what to take, and then you're going to talk about every vitamin, or is it going to be more?
Nah, so the plan is, first of all, you got like what I'd say that are our 4 foundations. So like your fuel, what you eat, how you move, your sleep, and then actually like measuring it. Because they're like, it's like the 80-20, right? You've got to have those in place before we even look at the biohacking stuff, which is slightly more marginal. So there's like a little bit on those 4 things first, and then we'll go deeper into like the different things that are going to enhance all of these. So I guess the idea is like people will come in, and depending on where we can quickly identify they have the biggest problem with, like is it their fucking diet? Is it their inability to sleep? Or is it that they don't move and never have done? They can then kind of focus there, and then based on that, there'll be separate, more biohacking related stuff that takes these things to the next level.
The one problem that I see is, because you're going to fix diet for them, you're going to fix training for them, biohacking, I'm conscious of how much content you have to make. Because let's say you're going to give training programs, and let's say within the training section it's like how to train, and you're going to give them a full program, a PDF to a program. That itself is a build out. If the more detailed it is, you can make that 2 hours ChatGPT workouts, or you can make it 50 hours of your experience of training or of biohacking of a certain area.
Yeah.
And by the time you go so broad in fixing all these problems, you would have made so much course material, it's going to take you a long time to film. So then that will delay your launch of school, your enthusiasm will drop. That's what I feel like could happen.
Yeah.
So I feel like you should just go on one problem first, and energy or overwhelm would be the first one. Let's say it was like, what I found is like so many people are meditating these days and they're so much better with that. So do you want to go on to one thing and go narrow, and then as you add more modules, your ads will get broader? Because you can create multiple ads on school. Most people think they can't. What you actually can do on school is every one of these can be different pain point ad, and it could all lead to multiple funnels. So school platform could host biohacking, it could host your nutrition, but then these are separate funnels that people come into the platform on, because it has multiple courses on there.
Yeah.
Because if you show everything, it's very hard to get people in.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You kind of try and tackle everything.
And I'd rather you
appeal
launch,
to
say,
everyone.
right, I'm going to get it launched in 4 weeks. Because most of the time when I've worked on school platforms, most people say, right, I'm going to get this done, and every single time they delay because they opted in for so much course material in the beginning.
Yeah.
So I'd rather you just do one course and launch one course on there, and then add in some additional videos over time, and then build it out even more and more.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense, to be fair.
Because then you could say to me today, right, I'll get this done in the next 5-6 weeks. You'll have all the funnels ready, you'll have everything ready, and I can share with you some funnels that are converting well on school, and you can just see if you can find those audiences.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, so if we focused in on like energy, because I think if you got enough energy,
okay,
that's the big needle mover.
Can you describe this energy a bit more than?
Yeah, so in terms of energy, I literally mean like your physical energy in order to get up and conquer the day, but not only just be able to conquer your business day, have the right amount of energy to enjoy life. Because again, what you see with a lot of business owners is they give everything at work and then they get home and they're just destroyed and they don't actually do anything, they're making up for it.
Do you want to go really specific on energy and be like, 30 days to feel like this, 60 days to feel like this, and they can join the community for that. And then when they're in the community, there could be many other courses and upsells and material there. But if we can focus on just one core offering in the beginning on like, within 60 days, we will get you from feeling tired in the morning to never feeling that again. And then you'll get multiple people eventually sharing testimonials of how they came, they feel tired, and now they don't feel like that anymore. Because then that's what gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, definitely. That would work.
Are we on the same page? I think conquer your day is a good line. And then you can come up with the line, which is like, you will go from feeling this to this, and this is the change. And you'll just talk about your personal story. So you're, the one thing that it could confuse though is if you're making short form content for your ad agency and this, I'm just concerned like, because when you're a new creator, just like I am, when you have multiple messages, it does confuse things. So is this a joint venture between both of you? Is it like 50-50? Or is it, because I'm working out, because you said men, and you're going to be growing your personal brand, if Halima's also posting as well, maybe we can make it more about energy for entrepreneurs. Or is your mission for men?
The reason it's on men was because I'm only going to share my experiences in this. That's the foundation for it all.
And I was asking because if it's a joint thing, maybe it could be.
Yeah, so it's a
Got it.
But I guess it is a different message, but there is some synergy between it. Because again, it's all in the business owner entrepreneur
You could be
context.
the guy who runs ads, but who has run ads and built a business running ads, but also does biohacking. So one of your core pillars within your content is biohacking.
Yeah.
So
because my idea is, look, with Botters, the agency, we build businesses, and with the Limitless Entrepreneur, we build business owners. That's
amazing. Yeah, that's good. Okay, as long as it links into your content pillars, then it's good.
Yeah.
Most people, what they do is, I'm going to open this shop here, and I'm also going to sell this online, I'm also going to do this. And it's like just sucking the energy out of all their audience and saying, right, just buy this from me, and then buy this from me. So just call it like a promotion hall. Selling everything all the time. So if we just make it all about energy, and then let's say in the community part, let's say the goal was to get 50 members first. And 50 members, if you're just going to run it at 100 people, the first thing is they need to come on and they need to have enough courses to consume for them to not leave and cancel that month. If someone comes into your school community and they see one course or two courses around energy, they'll click, and then they'll think a week later they'll cancel.
Thank you for watching the video. If you're interested in building your sales team, if you're wanting to know where to start, what to do first, you can always contact us. You can have a call with me or my team below. There should be a link somewhere around this video, and I'll catch you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're wanting to be successful in sales, you need to have 6 traits. And I'm going to go over all the 6 traits that you need to be successful, to hit your commissions, to make incredible amount of money. Or if you even run a sales team, you need to know what character traits your sales teams need to have. If you don't know who I am, my name's Usman Kiani, and I'm on a journey to make 10 million a year. And I document my entire journey along the way, so you can learn everything that I learned along the way. And I'm spending hundreds of thousands traveling the world and paying for the knowledge so you don't have to. So the 6 traits a salesperson needs, you're going to want to stick around for the last one, because the last ones are the ones that are probably going to be the most impactful for you. Now, the first one is you don't need to be an optimist. You can't just want to succeed. You've got to really have the belief. So you've got to have a sense of optimism and belief about you that you can win. So many times when you get given your KPIs or your numbers, if you don't truly believe it the day you see those KPIs, you're not going to hit it. You're not going to hit the numbers. There has to be a sense of belief there. And when you have that sense of belief in you hitting that number, that's when you're truly going to win. Your behaviors are always dictated by the beliefs that you have. So those beliefs need to be there, or else you can never truly win. You don't know how much to push, because those days where you need to get into the office early or stay behind or take that additional sales call, or when you have someone not show up to a call and you still need to keep going, it's the belief that keeps you going and that constant optimism. If you get negative when you get hung up on, or when someone says no, or you've had 3 back-to-back deals that didn't go your way, you know what's going to happen? Eventually it'll eat away at you, and you'll become more negative. And then it turns out sales isn't for you. So the first point that you need to have to be successful in sales is to be optimistic. And it is to have that belief that you can truly win. Because without it, you're never really going to win, because you never know you're going to hit that number. We never know. I don't know if I'm going to hit the numbers for my business this month. You don't know if you're going to. You know that the leads might be coming in, but you have that belief that it's going to happen. And that is that optimism. And that optimism is that the opportunities will come and I will close them. Even when I don't close them, more will come and I will close them. The second thing that you need to have is you need to always know your numbers. You need to know your numbers where if you get asked by a manager or you get asked by the founder or anyone, how are you tracking for this month? Where's your revenue? How are you doing for your KPIs? You should know the answer at the top of your mind. You should know the answer straight away. You shouldn't have to delay and think, oh, let me just check the computer. Let me just check where I'm at for this month. You should know it at the top of mind all the time. Something that I used to implement with my salespeople was every time we would make a sale, we would stand up, go up to the whiteboard and fill the number in there and then. We would put it up and update it because it was the action of always knowing your numbers that I've just made a sale, that I've just now got more revenue. And that constant behavior and the psychology behind it is what keeps you going. So knowing your numbers and knowing what actions need to be taken. There's times where you will struggle. You will not hit your sales calls. But when you know the actions that need to be done to hit those numbers, that's when you can truly win. Because if you need to make 100,000 in sales and you're selling a 10K package, you know that you need to make 10 sales. And let's say you've got a lot of volume and you can do that, let's say within a week. Now, it's not the sales calls that are just going to get you there. At times, it's the actions behind it. It's making sure your appointments are confirmed. It's making sure you've called ahead. It's making sure the confirmation messages have gone out. It's making sure that you've done an adequate follow-up and using the CRM and the notes. It's the actions behind it, behind knowing your numbers. So knowing your numbers is actually the surface level knowledge, but it's the tactics that sit under that will allow you to truly be successful. So knowing your numbers is such a big component of actually being able to win in sales. The third thing that you need to have is thick skin. Now, you're going to get no a lot. Way back when I had my first sales job, it was in a call center. And there was a dialer. And the dialer just spat out numbers all the time. It just constantly dialed. You just only ever heard someone say hello. And it would just pick up. And probably 70% of the time on a cold call, so you're going to get go away, piss off, F off. You're going to get all these things shouted at you. And if you don't have thick skin, you're not going to last. Because especially in high volume sales and when there's high velocity, you're going to get no a lot. And then when you get high ticket space, the sales means that much more to you and the value is that much more because the commission's that much greater if you're going to get no's. At times, like we might find just off cold traffic, we can close at 30, 35, 40%, which means the majority of people are actually going to say no to you. And when you're going to get a lot of no's, you need to be thick-skinned. Someone's going to tell you they're going to call you back, they're not going to call you back. Someone's going to tell you they're going to do it tomorrow, they're not going to do it. People will look for reasons not to do it and not to say no. You need to have the ability to have the thick skin to be able to handle all the no's and the rejection. Because it is a tough game, especially when money is involved and you are potentially thinking, at the end of this month, I need to earn this much money to be able to do this with my lifestyle, to go on a holiday, and then you get a no. And then that no is so much deeper than just the no because you think about the domino effect of how it's causing all these problems in your life. The baby might need feeding, there's things at home, so much stuff is going on, but you're getting a no. And then at times it's so easy to take that no personally. And it's like, this is going to affect me, it's going to affect my business, it's going to affect how I look in front of others. When I was working in sales, and I used to be selling gym memberships, when I would get told no, it wasn't always the money that would be the biggest driver, it was wanting to be the best. And people in the office recognizing that I haven't closed someone used to be one of the embarrassing feelings that I used to try to avoid. So on one side, it allowed me to improve, but on the other side, it could affect my way of thinking because I'm thinking, well, others are going to know I've not closed. Others are going to think I'm not doing a good job. I'm not the best person in sales. And that was always my goal, which I was getting awards every single year. So I had to keep that top spot every single year. So the psychology behind thick skin isn't just customer facing, it's also within your teams. You need to be able to make sure that you're actually handling those no's and you're able to continuously keep working even when you get a no. And it's such a big component in sales because most people just don't have it. The truth is, most people will struggle when they get a no because no one wants to be told no. No one wants to be rejected because it makes us feel like we're not good. They don't say no to the business, they're saying no to you. And that's how it feels. But they're actually saying no to the business. They're actually saying no to the offer. But we take it personally. So this is why thick skin is such a big component. Now, the fourth thing that you need to have within your arsenal, within your traits, is to continuously train and develop yourself. The only reason why I was successful in sales was after the day was done at 6 o'clock, I would go home and study. I would go home and learn what it takes to be good. Very early on, I would read all these old Brian Tracy books, then Robert Cialdini books. And the only reason why I became better than others was because I was learning more than others. I actually would say I failed school, I failed all my GCSEs, I failed so much. But the only reason why I was able to become skilled and able to build the business to the stage it is now, and able to help so many companies and people come to me and pay me a lot of money for my time, and the only reason is because I trained myself, because I would invest time in training. And I would give myself a label of maybe I have dyslexia, maybe I have ADHD, but the fact that I would just keep trying and I might learn slower than others, but I would eventually learn. And the fact that I was willing to learn was the best thing, because most people can't actually sit with a book. And I wasn't able to sit with a book. I wasn't able to just sit and read. That used to be some of the hardest activity for me, to sit in silence and read and learn. I used to just get distracted, go on my phone and just do all sorts to procrastinate. And it was the same behaviors that I had during my GCSEs when I would just go on my PSP and avoid the exams revision. Those traits carried over when I had my business, but then I had to recognize that. And I had to provide myself emotional coaching to recognize and be incredibly self-aware to think, what areas do I need to train? Is it my psychology, is why I'm procrastinating, why I'm not doing certain things? Or is it a skill set issue? So is it will, skill, procrastination? What is it that I'm avoiding? And I would train myself on that, and I would train my team. Every single time I would employ someone in sales, they would commonly ask, oh, what sales books should I read? And I would always say, these are the sales books I'd like you to read, and once you've read them, let me know, and I'll hold them to some sort of accountability to do their own learning on their time. Because I would always know if a salesperson is going to be successful if they have read the material that they've asked. I recently onboarded a business owner, and she asked me, what book should I read? And I recommended Attraction. And I knew that she would benefit from it. And one of the early things when I onboard a founder onto our business to start building out their high ticket offer to recruit their team is, are they going to do the early tasks? Because it is really, in the early stages, we can recognize the winners. Within a week, she bought the book and read a few hours of the book and was telling me all the things she needs to implement for a book that in the business within a week. And now those traits are what's going to make her successful. It's because she's continuously learning and educating and training herself. So whether you're a founder or a salesperson, entrepreneur, intrapreneur, you need to be able to become trained, but you need to train yourself to allow you to give the ability to train. Without that ability, you can never truly learn and progress. And now the fifth thing that you need to have is to be persuasive. I would say that I am persuasive. I don't need to read books to become persuasive. I just found that I can always use persuasive words. I wouldn't say, can you do that for me? I would say, when would you get it done? I would naturally just lead questions the right way. That's just my natural way of thinking. And maybe I've just been trained over years of working in sales. But so many people are not naturally persuasive. So you need to be able to change the way you actually talk to people. Because if you have a life where you feel like you're constantly getting no's, it's usually because you're not persuasive and you're not having the right mindset of asking favors or asking things to be done. If I was to ask someone from my team to do a task for me, of course they're paid to do that task, but there's an element of persuasion there. It needs to be benefiting both parties for them to do it, and that needs to be shown. Persuasiveness isn't just about, hey, do this thing for me. It's how does it actually benefit me? So the skill of actually being persuasive is one that's like, most people think it's what words to say, but I actually think it's the energy that you give out. It's the alignment that you have that you can actually help both parties. If you're just constantly extracting value from people, you're not going to be persuasive. If you're continuously taking and asking, very hard to persuade people to do things for me. Even on a sales call, one part of it, you're being persuasive, but you're being persuasive by asking questions. And knowing how to be persuasive whilst asking the right questions is the skill. Yeah? Okay, and then the last thing, which takes a bit more skill and understanding, because not everyone has this, it is to be savvy. You have to be savvy. And what does being savvy mean? Being savvy means that you're thinking outside the box, you're doing things that aren't the norm, you do things differently. I naturally have always rebelled against the norm, rules. And when I was young and I couldn't afford a nice watch, I might think, right, I want to go to the market and get this watch and I want to haggle for it. And there's an element where I would go with someone to haggle, and I was doing it because I couldn't afford it and because I was poor, but I was savvy enough to do it. And others would say, oh, I could never do that. That's not for me. I don't know how you haggle for that. You haggled for that so well. I don't know how you even convinced him to do that. Yes, there was an element of persuasion there, so points 5 and 6 are linked. But the element of you actually being savvy is where you can actually think, what does that person need and how can I behave to be able to get my way, to be able to make sure that I'm continuously closing the deal or benefiting people. And being savvy is even in your lead generation. You can go ahead and speak to prospects in a standard way, but being savvy might mean that you go down and see someone in person. So many of the deals that I've closed in my life have been in person. When my business struggled, I didn't have any social media and I had to make sales. So I made £100,000 within a 6-week period simply by going up to fitness coaches and telling them how I can help them with their business. And I closed that 100K, which gave me the ability to launch my business, hire a team, hire staff, pay for ads, and build my business because I had no money before that. I didn't know where I was going to get the money from. So I took the last flight, took the last bit of money I had, got a flight all the way to Bali, Dubai. I went to Marbella. I went to every popular gym I could go to be able to find the influencers. And I did that mainly because I knew I had the belief to do it. So I used all of these 6 traits. I knew the numbers I needed to hit. I knew the development that I've had and I need to continuously train. And the savviness was all about me actually thinking outside the box and how I can approach people, going up to people, networking with them, speaking to them, showing them clear benefit of how I can help them. And when you're selling to influencers, I knew the psychology behind it because they're going to think, this guy has no social media. I had a couple of hundred followers at the time. Why would they buy from a guy to help them with their online business when I don't have any followers? It's because I understood business. So it was by me articulating that point to them and giving them the reasons on how I can benefit them. And that's how I was able to close that 6-figure amount of money within a short period of time to really launch my business. And now that savviness actually gives me the belief and actually gives me the ability to think anytime I struggle, I can always find an answer. Even when money has been tight, I've always found a way. And that's simply by having that savvy mentality. Now, if you're a salesperson and you're truly looking to improve, you can do all these 6 traits. You need to become an expert in these areas to be able to truly win in sales. And if you like the videos that I'm sharing, if you like the content that I'm putting out, like, share, comment. If you're a salesperson looking to be upskilled, if you're a founder looking to learn more, there's a link in our bio. You can book a call with us. If you're a founder that owns a business and you're truly looking to elevate your sales team and your sales people to another level, you can book a call with us directly and we can show you how we can grow and build your sales team and build you a high ticket offer to do all of that for you. Now, I put out all of this free knowledge so you could win and it's not costing you money because it took me years to find this stuff out and I put it out for free. So if you like, share, I'll catch you on the next one.